Entering a company from another world. 120 storyline. Former black company employee, Jiro Tanaka leaves his job due to overwork. In his home, he founds a job recruitment template which is from another world company. The job is to test the dungeon created by the Demon King. There, the days of diving into the dungeon as a dungeon tester were waiting for him to complete the dungeon that even a hero would not be able to clear. He has a hot dark elf boss who has an amazing ability, magic resistance. The new life of our MC starts. Back 1-1 I took on the dungeon tester.txt. The morning is sure to come. It ignores the human condition and makes its appearance shine to tell the beginning of the day. Perhaps the moment a Japanese office worker realizes this is the moment he or she arrives at work and hangs up their time card. It's the same for me. The way their gloves are fitted, their claws are aligned, and their weapons are checked. I wonder where our peaceful Japan has gone. I'm aware that I'm dressed far from the way I normally dress. Now, boys, it's time to get to work. But that's my job. It's my job. Finally, you turn to your colleague who was doing the same check. I think each of you will know your quota for today. Don't skip work, don't cut corners, and don't get hurt. And that's the 3 points I want to emphasize. The first vague Japanese smile that made me doubt my common sense disappears and is replaced by a powerful smile, like that of a businessman who answers me. My job is to solve dungeons. I'll do my best to clean out the dungeon today. Create a dungeon that the brave can't conquer. This is the story of a group of businessmen who stumbled upon a fantasy that emerged from the hidden world of everyday life. Tanaka Jiro is 28 years old, single, has not had a girlfriend for 7 years, and is now a neat freedom. I don't care if I disturb the neighbors. I'm sprawled out on my bed and I scream. I've been working for a black company for 6 years, where working over 120 hours a month is normal, working on days off is normal, and the overtime pay is never full. I've seen so many personnel changes that it would be a waste of time to count them. I was covering my stress and frustration with a cigarette when my boss came into the smoking room and said to me, "You're going to smoke a cigarette, aren't you? You have time for a cigarette? If you're so bored, why don't you do more? You should give them yesterday's report, right?" At that time, I had stayed at the office and stayed up all night to finish a job that was on deadline. Normally I'd have laughed and apologized and went back to work, but I couldn't help but glare at my boss. Huh? What's that look in your eyes? If you don't like it, stop it. There are plenty of replacements for you. I learned then that the human heart can really kick in. My boss must have thought I had gone out of the smoking room without saying a word and went back to work. After listening to my boss take out a cigarette from his breast pocket, I went back to my desk via the office, and the first thing I did was to pack my personal belongings into a cardboard box. Without touching any of the company's materials, I just stuffed my personal belongings randomly into the cardboard box and the job was done in 10 minutes. "Chief, I'm quitting now." I said that much and ignored all the voices that tried to stop me from leaving. I stuff all my stuff in the car, including the contents of my locker, and turn the key in the ignition to go home. Then Anita is born. The first thing he does when he returns to his cheap apartment is light a cigarette. What am I going to do now? I got mad and quit the company like a fly on the wall, but I don't regret it. Rather, I want to pat myself on the back for a job well done. But despite being unemployed, my heart is strangely clear. I turned my phone off. I don't know if he's calling my cell phone from the office right now. I don't care if people think I'm irresponsible. Besides, I was sleeping or working on my days off and I have enough money saved up to not have to work for 2 or 3 months. But a year. I'm not in a position to starve to death right away, so I'm just taking things easy. We're going to have to work. I hate it. I have some money saved up so there's no need to panic, but it's not like I can eat for the rest of my life. Fortunately, I'm strong enough to think about working after a certain amount of time off. Well, I don't have an ounce of energy to go back to that company. Wow. Looks like a mailbox disaster. A quick look at the mailbox seen from the layout of the 1K room shows that it's so packed that I don't know how the mailman could have put it in there anymore. I'm coming back to sleep, or, as it should be, since I don't use this room except for coming home to change clothes. I felt like telling myself to at least clean up the mailbox. You stand up, deliberately shouting, "Doko-ho," like an old man. Ugh, it's stuck. It's as solid as it looks. As if to prove it, when you pull the bundle of flyers, it only moves a little, but it won't come off anymore. DMN, it can't be helped. I crouched on the front porch, talking to myself, which had increased since I'd been living alone, and pulled out the flyer, dividing it into smaller pieces until it slipped out. I ripped it up. Is a religious solicitation, if that's okay. So, this is a flyer from the local supermarket. Is 3 weeks old. What the hell? I dropped the ashes into the ashtray once, mindful of the amount of ashes in my cigarette, and looked at the strangely tempting flyer. Call for testers? What? Dungeon testers wanted. Hundreds of people to be recruited. Breakdown: 30 full-time employees, 70 part-time workers, age 16 35 years old. Dormitories, parking lot, martial arts experience preferred. Salary: full-time employee, 300,000 per month plus risk allowance and commission. Twice a year. Part-time job, 3,000 yen per hour plus risk allowance plus commission. Working hours: full-time employees 5 hours a day or more, 2 days off per week plus holidays. Part-time, at least 3 hours a day, must be able to work at least 3 days a week. Job description: we will let you test the effectiveness of the dungeon designed by the Demon King's army against the brave men. You have to challenge the dungeon, fight the monsters, search for the treasure and break through the hierarchy. To prevent the risk of injury, you will need to prepare a consent form. Is this a stupid prank? Exhale your cigarette smoke and stop reading. The structure of the flyer is quite impressive. You put a lot of care into the layout of the pictures and letters to make them eye-catching, and the paper is not bad. It is clearly a professional flyer, but the content is lame. You pretend that the catch is obviously malicious. It has your phone number and a map, not your address. And that address is, it's the next town over. You can drive, train, bus, or even walk if you try hard enough. It's an elaborate prank for phishing, isn't it? I'm 90% sure it's a prank in my mind. The pay is unbeatable and the holidays are quite tempting. No, I'm not going to sit here and listen to this bullshit. Throwing flyers on the table and pushing them into the ashtray to extinguish the cigarettes. This is not the kind of company you want to work for. I've never seen such a dubious job offer for a game tester. Lying on the bed is the TV and a pile of games in front of it, and I played a fair amount of games when I was a student. Because of my job, I have not played any games lately, but mainly RPGs, so I thought it would be interesting to see the contents of this flyer. Martial arts include kendo, right? Another thing I saw was a worn-out kendo tool in the corner of the room. It had been replaced every time my body size changed or simply broke down. It was half a year ago when I was last busy with work, but I still continued to visit the nearby dojo. 90% of the time I've decided that it's just a prank, but the other 10% of the time I've piqued my interest and offered terms and conditions that are suitable for me. Oh, I'm not busy anyway, so if it's a prank, it's a prank. I find this excuse very hard to believe. I'd like to work in such a place if there was one. I've been harboring that desire. What's with the cell phone? And there are 10 incoming calls, mostly from the company. I've received several calls from my senior chief, but I ignored them and typed in the number on the flyer and sent them out despite being troubled for a moment. Yes, this is the Demon King's army dungeon tester, Suira. Well, I saw a flyer. Are you still hiring? I thought it was just a prank, and I was expecting to hear an announcement that it wasn't being used. But the woman's response was much clearer than I had imagined, and I couldn't help but stammer. Although she was definitely a foreigner from the name, I thought she was fluent in Japanese. Thank you for contacting me. We are currently looking for both full-time and part-time positions. I'm a full-time employee. Wasn't the work ethic atrophied? However, he thought that he still had some time left, and decided that it was too much to ask for a part-time job at his age, so he chose a full-time job because of the salary and holidays. A full-time job, isn't it? I agree. Therefore, I would like to have an interview. Well, I'm ready whenever you are. Okay. If so, may I have your name, age and phone number? We'll give you the date by the end of the day. Okay. Name. From there, the conversation progressed very quickly. I gave him my name, age, and cell phone number, and he briefly told me if I had martial arts experience and what I needed to do, and that was the end of the call. Your call was taken care of by Suila. I'll see you tomorrow. Isn't this a prank? The last words are said, and I can't help but spill them over as I look at my phone, which has stopped saying anything. Or was it a flyer for the bad guys? I'm afraid. Then maybe you shouldn't have given me your phone number, and just hang up on me. It's better to do it quickly than sorry. If the next caller looks dangerous, we'll go to the police. Yes, I'll definitely do that, I thought to myself. But I looked at the flyer twice, restlessly and fretfully. Then you reach for a cigarette. Just as you're about to take a drag to calm yourself down, your phone rings. What, is it company? This number. The cigarette in his mouth fell out. Ha, too soon. The number on the phone wasn't a company number, but a number on a flyer. Wow, this is huge. I ironed my suit and got a new shirt. The building that welcomed me after I shaved my beard and wore the suit well and looked presentable was a huge 20-story building, and it wasn't a tenant on each floor like a conglomerate, but the whole building was the building of the company I was applying for. I've never heard of a Mao Corporation. With a company this big, you should have heard of it. But I've never heard of it even though I live nearby. What's Mao and the Demon King? That's not even a pun. I parked my car in the parking lot and looked up for a while, but I couldn't just stay like this. I moved toward the entrance with a brown envelope containing my resume and other necessary documents in hand. And if you pass through the automatic door, what hit you? You stop at the feeling of something soft, yes, like going under a curtain. But of course the only thing there is an automatic door for a doorway. There's no such thing as a curtain, of course. Is it my imagination or is it? There's no point in sitting here. I see a counter that looks like a receptionist, so I try to head there, but I have to stop again. Cosplay? Or, more accurately, it's a special Hollywood makeup job or something. I'm standing in an entrance hall with a clean white and grey color scheme. Behind the grey glossy stone counter, there are two receptionist-like women, but neither of them is an ordinary woman. Was there ever a foreigner with long ears, a race that looked like something out of an anime or video game, or to be more precise, an elf, or more specifically a dark elf with brown skin and silver hair and blue eyes, was sitting at the reception desk wearing a woman's suit. Although there was a difference in hair length, with short hair on the left and long hair on the right, their faces and appearances were as neat and tidy as those of gravure idols, let alone capable of carrying the company's face. The receptionist. But they should only exist in such a racial game. I was worried that my fatigue was causing me to hallucinate, so I closed my eyes and took a deep breath to look again, but the result was the same. It's not like I'm tired, is it? The reality is still the same. It's Saturday, 3 days after that phone call, and as expected, I'm relieved of the fatigue I've accumulated in the black company. Shouldn't be. I was wondering if I should go home, but I dismissed the fact that this might be a company with such a policy. Excuse me. I'm here for an interview for a tester. Rechecking the location of his cell phone, the man has the nerve and encourages himself to go to the counter fearfully and call out to the receptionist with long hair. Yes, may I have your name and the name of the person in charge, please? I stand tall, thinking about how beautiful she is. Even her voice is beautiful, and I can't understand it. This is Jiro Tanaka. The person in charge is Suila, our tester recruiter. Yes, Mr. Tanaka. Right? I've heard a lot about you. I'll get Sula in to see you in charge. Please take a seat over there and wait. Wouldn't it be a once-in-a-lifetime experience to have a dark elf smile at you and make your face hot? Even if it was some kind of special makeup, that's certainly not the kind of experience you get. I nodded as I remembered the last time my face was hotter than the sun, and sat down at the table I was supposed to be meeting. I don't have anything on hand, but I don't feel like playing with my phone. Then you check your documents to see if you've forgotten anything. Okay. I haven't forgotten anything. However, it takes only a minute to check a document. It only takes me a minute to review 5 or so documents, considering my previous work. It's been a long time since I've spent 5 minutes to read something. Now I'm back to the point where I don't have anything to do. You hear your heels tapping the floor, and you can't help but look in your direction. And I know there's something wrong with this company, mainly in a fantastical way. Here you go. Tanaka, may I speak with Jiro? Yes, sir. My name is Jiro Tanaka. I'm Suila. This is Suila. The woman who bailed lightly was a dark elf, unlike the receptionist. And although I couldn't make out any of the details because of the distance between me and the receptionist earlier, the woman in front of me seemed to be the real thing. In fact, if the makeup was so special that it seemed real, I wouldn't be surprised if this was a movie studio or something. An intelligent dark elf with long silver hair tied up and silver-framed glasses. That's my first impression of the woman who called herself Suila. Well, over here, please. Yes, and maybe it's just a matter of taste, but she's more beautiful than the receptionists. She's about 20 years old, but she doesn't look any younger than me because of her dignity that makes me think she can do her job. I've decided to resign myself to the fact that this is the kind of company I'd like to work for, because it's so unrealistic, or rather, it's a mixture of reality and fantasy, with dark elves and suits. It's a wonder I don't have feelings of failure or regret in mind. If you follow Suira's lead, you will be shown to a small conference room on the first floor. Have a seat. Is coffee okay? Yes, I'm fine. I feel like all I've said is yes, but I guess that's how it goes for interviews. You have to appeal when you need to appeal, but otherwise it's important to have a minimalist answer. You sit down and straighten your posture, remembering the tips for the interview. What? But I had to make a fool of myself in front of the woman who was going to interview me, so you can see. What? That's great. Is that a magic trick? Don't nod your head in agreement with my response, and give me time to calm down, if possible, as I'm about to overheat. I'm sure everyone would have the same reaction if a tray of coffee flew by. It's magic, Suira answered in a matter-of-fact manner that was even more confusing to me, as she accepted a tray floating in the air and took a seat across from me with a cup in front of her, so that she was facing me. Magic? Huh? I wonder what expression I have on my face right now as I'm answering like a parrot, I'm thinking. But at least I don't have an interview-worthy expression on my face. When I say magic, the word magic comes to mind. But what does it have to do with the company interview? Do I have to be able to use magic as a condition of entry? Please don't. I don't have the guts to declare great magic as a specialty like in some videos, and I don't have any skills. You might be able to do some banquet trickery with practice, but so we'll start the interview. This is not the time to think about that. If you don't answer the question properly, you'll have to straighten your back and straighten your posture. Jiro Tanaka, what did I and the girls at the reception desk look like to you? I'm going to have to answer some questions. You ask that question, and all I can do is keep my mouth shut. And you have to keep your face on the wall. Assuming some banter, honestly, what is your motivation for applying? I can't decide whether to answer honestly or not, because I was imagining an orthodox question like what's your question? But she doesn't mind that I'm troubled, and she's watching me intently in front of her, waiting for me to answer, as if urging me to go on. Do I have to answer this? Yeah, I know, it's a job interview, and if I don't answer, people will think I have a communication problem. Okay, we'll have to try to cover it up somehow. Are you a dark elf? I couldn't. And it's over. Losing my gaze, I answered honestly, but all I could think about was that I had done it. Honestly, I was hoping that the surprise success sign would not appear, but it never did. If I were an interviewer at a company, there's no way they would hire someone who looks at me and says he's a dark elf. I'd like to escape from reality, but I can't do that. Am I so tired that I can't tell the difference between the game and reality? I think it's a good idea to get a full workup, whether it's a psychiatrist, an ophthalmologist, or a neurosurgeon. Now, why don't you just let me know when the interview's over? I'm in a full-blown sweat, maintaining an affectionate smile as I await the verdict. You've passed. Huh? I'm tempted to tell you to stop giving me that stupid look, but there's no way I'm going to mend my face after so many years of betraying my expectations. What did you just say? I said it's passed. Apparently, it's not as if she heard "please go home" wrong. While I was listening back, Suira was reading the paperwork calmly. Huh? But what about the interview? I've never heard of an interview being decided by a single question. And it's a question like, how do you see me? And do you think I'm a working man? I used magic to read your memory. You're superficial, but you're not a man of character, and you have no history of misconduct. I have a martial arts background. Best of all, she repositioned her glasses with her index finger and repeated the words. I have magical aptitude. Oh, if it's magic, I don't blame you. Wow, they read your head. That would make sense, wouldn't it? Okay, and I have magic powers too. Yikes, I'm getting confused with a lot of things. Magic? Yes, magic. The words "I'm not a virgin" came to my mind on the spur of the moment, but I shook my head and kicked him out. I didn't realize that this interview was one where great magic had to be a speciality. Do they use that kind of magic? Yes, the magic of its source. With that, Suira-san lights the flame in her fingertips with a light motion. I've been born for 28 years and I've never used magic before, you know. To be precise, magical aptitude. The point is that you have a vessel that can accept magical power. Sorry, I'm not following the story. Don't worry, most of the people who have passed the test so far have reacted the way you did. That's kind of comforting. Apparently, my thoughts are normal to the extent that someone else reacts the same way I do, even though the current situation is abnormal. A dark elf receptionist, magic tricks, and an interview that ended too quickly for me to follow. Have a cup of coffee and calm down. Even if it was poisoned coffee I was drinking right now, I wouldn't be able to say no to that. I drink coffee to calm myself, less milk, 2 sugars, and that's my coffee. Let's take you through the process. As I began to calm down, Suira made a quick wave gesture. Then the room went dark and an image appeared on the screen in front of me like a new employee's presentation. You can listen to me while we drink. A dark elf teacher. Without having time to push out such an off-the-wall idea, Suira-san stood with a pointing stick in hand and explained the material on the slideshow. You will be able to find out if you are a good candidate for the job. Of course, as I said before, we use magic to read your memory, but we'll turn a blind eye to a few personality deficiencies. What is projected on the screen is a deformed human figure. Your magic aptitude, but it's just an aptitude for magic. It doesn't mean that you have any magic at the moment. With a thump, Miss Suira pointed at the human belly. It's empty to show there's nothing in it. Of course, there's no such thing as magic in this world, or more precisely, this world, except within this company. So its magical aptitude naturally degenerates. But there are people who have a constitution that can accept magical power without degenerating. It's called magical aptitude, and it's a purple wave that appears when there are 2 deformed humans, and it's divided into those who can soak through and those who can slip through. There are ranks for magical aptitude, and the higher the number, the higher the aptitude. It is said that a person's magical aptitude is innate and cannot be changed by training for life. We'll have to wait to find out exactly what it is before we can test him, but I think Jiro-sama has at least a 4th level of magical aptitude, which is the minimum standard for passing the test. What? How do you know that? First of all, you can read the flyer, which only requires a numerical value of about 1 aptitude to be able to read it. And if you don't have an aptitude, it looks like a blank sheet of paper to begin with. Next is the warding at the entrance. If you are under 2, you will not be allowed to enter and your memory of the interview will be vague and you will not be allowed to enter. I was scared of her as she easily declared that she could manipulate my memory and said that if I was less apartment, I could have been 1 too. And that the receptionist looks like a dark elf. They've been using a low-grade cloaking spell to change their appearance. There is no way for a human in this world to find out for sure, but with a magic aptitude of 3 or more, you can spot them. Lastly, I use similar magic, but the content is the same. A magic aptitude of 4 is all that is needed to see it. I'll confirm what I've put together in my mind with Suira-san, who asks if it's alright so far. Let's see. In other words, if you put magic power into me, it's the magic aptitude that causes magic power to dwell in me, and the amount that dwells in me is my rank. So does that mean that I at least met the criteria for passing? Yes. The image has changed from a deformed image to a cup, with the amount of water used to give you a standard for magical aptitude. And don't worry, it depends on your magic aptitude, but mental interference type magic is difficult to work on those with higher levels of magic aptitude, and Jiro-sama, who currently has no magic, will not be affected physically. He'll feel my fear, and then he'll smile and say some additional information to reassure me. It's enough to put me at ease somewhat. Beautiful women have a nice thing going for them. Do you know what your hiring criteria are? I'm fine. If this had been a strict man, I would still be confused, but men seem simple, and they can be vain in the presence of a beautiful woman. That said, though, I've calmed down some. Now, let me tell you what we do. This is just the beginning. It's a fantasy that I've heard, but more importantly, it's a job. I don't want to work for a black company like the last one. I'm going to take up the gauntlet and get ready to listen. The Demon King's army has created a series of passageways connecting the hostile world of Israel with the Demon King's castle, making 7 dungeons in all. The content is perfectly fantasy, but the presentation material is well made. An overview of the world, descriptions of the dungeons, and photo documentation are attached. Israel is a world where the gods who are opposed to the Demon King's army have built a world of swords and magic that Jiro-sama knows as the world of beastmen and elves. We, the Demon King's army, have invaded this world and created a dungeon to serve as a passage to expand our territory. If the material is real, and if this story isn't a movie or some other story, and it's real, it's pretty bad. The bottom line is that I'm about to get caught up in a war between different worlds. Since you have explained it well in advance, I can see your sincerity, but honestly, I'm beginning to shy away from it. But what I'm asking of Jiro-sama is not to be an asset for the invasion. What? She wipes away my fears at the right moment and speaks with absolute skill at presentation. We'll explain this later and I'll make a contract with you, so for now, please listen to me. The war between our army and Israel has been going on for almost 5,000 years. Demon Kings have invaded in various ways, but they always invade through dungeons, and this dungeon is both a passageway and a fort. It also switched to a tower-like image. The current Demon King is a very cautious person. With all the previous kings facing off against brave men, they take defense very seriously. That's probably true. In most RPGs, you attack the dungeon with the final boss to defeat him in the deepest part of the dungeon. You'll place monsters and set traps, of course, but you'll also place mid-level bosses, mazes, and traps in the corridors. A straight line is like asking you to just attack. After ordering the 7 generals to create the dungeon, we've reached the stage of opening the door to the world. But the Demon King thought that connecting Israel with the dungeon again would only be a repeat of the past, so he came up with a plan. Like what? I can't help but agree with her good speaking skills, but when the conversation is so far removed from reality, I want to listen to the end. Before I tell you what to do, this is a little off topic, but most of the brave men and women are from this world called Earth. Seriously? It's true. I thought that was a fictional story. If you say that's true, we're talking about more than just an abduction. God's concealment and abduction were actually interworld summonses, and most of the dungeons were conquered by brave men. Hey, is this trend possible? The Demon King has thought of a plan. If a brave man can capture it, Why don't we make a dungeon that a brave man can't capture? What's that Marie-something idea? Then why don't you have a senior level man standing by at the entrance? Letting my mixed emotions of bad premonition and excitement, I finally offer a way to defeat the heroes while the level is low, but Suira-san shakes her head in disappointment. I can't tell you the details due to confidentiality, but generally speaking, the influence of the gods will inevitably weaken the power of the Demon King at the dungeon's entrance. In addition, our forces will be weakened as well. If we can invade the dungeon to secure territory and increase the Lord's influence on us, the conditions will change, but it will take time to do so. We can't send our precious warriors to such a place. Well, even if you connect the dungeon, it doesn't mean that the place will immediately belong to the invading army. So it will finally become a position after spreading the mysterious substance called magic power over the place. Until then, I don't know how long it'll take, but the dungeon will be weakened, and they'll be attacked by a stronger hero. That's one less thing you'll have to worry about to win. There are some fantasy elements, but the content is understandable. That's why we need to secure a solid base. And to do that we want to invite people from Earth who have an insight that we don't currently have to invite as dungeon testers to help us improve and strengthen our dungeons. I could see the story. To sum up, the otherworldly heroes are strong and likely to be attacked in dungeons conceived by the Demon King's army. That's why I invite otherworldly heroes with the same strength to tell me what's wrong with the dungeon to improve and strengthen it. Even if that's what it sounds like, even though it's clearly otherworldly, this is a worthy opponent of the humans. I don't feel comfortable responding with an immediate "I understand." What do I have to do? Do a dungeon attack and submit a report? Yes. In addition, this is to reinforce the Demon King's army as well. No wonder the 7 generals and above won't participate, but the lesser demons will attack you with all their might and their lives are at risk. Of course, we will provide as much support as possible from the Dark Elves and other Demon King forces. The job is very simple, but it's a complete black company that includes the threat of death. If I accept the job, won't it take me to a world where there's a Demon King's army? This is the kind of world we don't want to live in. No, the dungeon will be moved from this company. You are connected. What is this company for? And the hours of work? Full-time employees are required to capture a minimum of 5 hours a day, but it's not necessarily 5 hours in a row, and we can break it up into smaller portions as long as you submit a solid report. The content of the report will have a bearing on the bonus. I almost lose my strength when Suila-san explained that. It's a good thing that there's no pattern of going to another world but not being able to return, which is a concern. It's necessary that you use contractual magic to keep them out of the office. But would you like a tour of the facility? Is there any danger? I'm not the one who will be with you, sir. You'll be able to see the dungeon, no demons will attack, and no traps will be activated. It's a matter of perspective. So you will only be able to see the ground floor entrance to the dungeon, the food and shelter facilities, and the armory. I'm coming, sir. If you can't risk it, you have to go. Even if it means you're limited in your view. We'll never have this experience again. I don't care about some fantasy mixed in with reality anymore. Right this way. I got up without hesitation and followed Suila-san who was leading me. The first thing I was led to was an underground facility that led to the first floor of the 7 different dungeons. It was empty now, but the doors were lined up like elevators, a huge space that was like a gymnasium, except it was monitored by surveillance cameras. This is the entrance to the dungeon. When you become a full-time employee, Jiro-sama will either have a party here or you will go to the dungeon solo. Is that the entrance like an elevator door? That's right. Each doorway leads to the 7th General's dungeon, and if you attack them one layer at a time, you'll have the freedom to choose your own hierarchy for that. Oh. You mean you're going to follow someone up the ladder? I can go. But then there is no hierarchical record of your visit. You can only choose the places you can go. And this is the dungeon. Without hesitation, he approached the dungeon elevator on the far left and punched in the numbers to open the door. Wow, another orthodox one. This is General Demon King's dungeon. It looks like a perfect cavern-type dungeon. It's like a cave that's been expanded into a maze. We'll give you an idea of the layout when we train you, but unfortunately, we won't know any more until after we hire you. Would you like to see the other dungeons? Please. I'm sorry, sir. The natural atmosphere of the dungeon, which was definitely not a movie set or anything, overwhelmed me, and I couldn't stop myself from getting excited as I peeked through the other doors. Sometimes it's a forest, sometimes it's made of bricks, sometimes it's a stage like in a horror movie, sometimes it's a dungeon like a cliffy canyon. There are 7 dungeons in total. Yeah, if this wasn't the real thing, I think the film industry would be safe for the future. As with any dungeon, it's not too powerful. I'm honored if you say so. I'll continue and go to the dorms. Yes, sir. I still can't get over my excitement, but Suira is smiling at me and leads me away. Even if it's just a sales smile, I'd fall in love with her. So I hold my heart and follow her. The dormitory is for authorized personnel only. Regular and part-time employees alike are welcome to use it. But as a rule, only authorized personnel are allowed in. Even if you try to bring them in, they will be blocked by the warding system. That's the kind of security that makes Earth's security services weep. Private room or double room with room sharing. A private room is more expensive. Fees are deducted from your base salary, as are utilities such as electricity, gas and water. Through an automatic door with not only warding but also solid modern security, the first floor private room and a double room are shown to me. The private room is one bedroom, with a bathroom and a toilet, and of course the two are separate. The two bedrooms are two bedrooms, and the facilities are very similar. Bed, refrigerator, TV and washing machine are provided. You also have a cell phone to use for communicating. What about the internet? It's generally available, although it will be monitored to prevent information leakage. But please keep in mind that if your information is compromised, there will be appropriate measures to deal with it. What do you mean? The firing, of course, but also the manipulation of his memory of all company-related events, as well as the manipulation of his memory to make him think it was a joke in order to deal with a leaked destination. That's very thorough. This is a dead zone for us. What? We Dark Elves are one of the few humans in the demon race that look like humans. We're not dead. But even so, without magic, our world feels very suffocating. Inside the company is no problem, but if we leave the house, we get mild dizziness like anemia all the time. Some of them have fallen and are in mortal danger, Suela said. In a world like that, we can't just let the nations of this world know we're here. The Demon King's army can't move but the stronghold, and the other side can surround and destroy it. And this is the birthplace of the brave. If someone from a rival organization came into the company and had the aptitude of a hero, would you and your friends be safe? Why then? I couldn't help but wonder if we're willing to risk our lives for this. Consider us Demon Lord's army so serious. She has always been serious, but now her expression looks even more serious. I know I'm asking too much. I've learned about this world, too. This world, especially the country of Japan, is peaceful. Past or not, people today are not at war. Besides, our conflicts are out of bounds to you. It's presumptuous of you to ask such people to risk their lives with money, however expensive. I can feel my excitement fading. I'm ashamed of myself for being so excited. This is business, and she's not recruiting me for fun. But I'll tell you this. The Israel people have forced themselves into this, but we are in a position to ask in good faith. I cannot allow the information to leak, but I will respect Jiro's choice. Please do not forget that. Sure, there were a lot of things that I thought were horrible like memory manipulation and dungeon attacks, but I don't feel like I'm being tricked at the moment. Maybe I just don't realize it. But is it naive to think that at least she can be trusted? I digress. I'll show you the other facilities. With that in mind, I followed her. Then I was shown a store where most things could be ordered, a company cafeteria that boasted an employee discount and had as many items as a family restaurant. And where's the violation of the firearms laws? This is an extraterritoriality. Armor and swords from your fantasies. The shelves were lined with armor and swords. I had never touched a bamboo or wooden sword before, so a real weapon was both scary and overwhelming to me. All the weapons here are made of iron and leather armor for beginners, but there are also magical swords. Oh, you don't have a gun? Jiro's armor, in our world, and by extension, in a dungeon under the influence of the Demon King, guns are just pea shooters, you know? If it's a goblin, or even more than that, it's better if I can make bruises. Is it just my imagination that I feel like I've been implied to be a modern-day person and not to lick fantasy? I've always wanted to use a magic gun, but Seul-san says it's faster to just let the magic power crawl through and cut it with a sword. We'll provide you with the initial equipment when we train you, but it's just the minimum equipment. After that, you can either buy the equipment from the store we have prepared for you, or you can get materials and have a giant in the company make it for you. Of course, both options are at employee discount prices. Giant, think of them as the dark elves of the dwarves. They are large in stature but very dexterous and good at blacksmithing. We are selective, but be aware that they are very bloodthirsty. I wondered how much it would cost, and how much money I could spend, and how much otherworldly equipment I could buy with Japanese yen. But now I've heard a full explanation of the facility. When I got back to the conference room, I was briefed on the payroll, holidays, and the rules and regulations, but this is nothing serious. The rules I had to follow were, dungeon invasion duties, weekly interim report, monthly month-end report, and no disclosure of information outside the company. And the Demon King's army will not force us to participate in the other world's wars. We won't cut off medical welfare. The rest of it wasn't much different from the company I was with. I wondered where the company trip was going, but I didn't mention it. A regular employee's salary is 300,000 base salary plus risk allowance and commission. Needless to say, the base salary is 20% of the monthly salary and the hazard pay is 20% of the monthly salary, and the commission system is, we'll buy the materials from you when you kill a demon or a demon, except for materials to make weapons and armor and materials to store. What do you mean? The more demons you defeat, the more valuable parts you buy here, and the more cash you get paid. They also give you a receipt for each purchase. But won't that be held against you by the Demon King's army? The entire army has been informed, and we are the Demon King's army. The weakest of the strong, and the weakest of the weak will be weeded out. It seems that you don't have to worry about the bitterness, but it's hard to say when you think that my salary is involved in the very serious situation of the Demon King's army. I'm sure that a high salary is promised if you work hard. As for holidays, we have 2 days off per week. The 8th day of the month to be exact, plus a holiday. You will have to work around your schedule according to your tester's condition. At worst, you can take 8 days off and then work through the rest of the day. I'll also have 20 days of pay time off. We have a variety of insurance plans in case of health problems. And lastly, Miss Suila pulled out a document in addition to the contract. Here's the agreement. This job is very dangerous. We will do everything we can to guarantee your life, but please don't expect too much. If you are dying or clearly incapable of fighting, the Demon King's army may help you. But think of us as the enemy. I think we're done here. Miss Sula will ask if you have any questions. What if I turn this job down? There has been no manipulation of memory, but to prevent a data breach, we will be taking steps to forbid you from discussing the contents of this room and from taking any action to record it. If you do not wish to do so, I can substitute one memory for another for today's. Okay. I'm tired of dressing up and leaning back in my chair. Do you mind if I have a cigarette? I said that because I needed some time to think about it. Now come in. I didn't expect to see an ashtray in front of me. Normally, I'd expect you to leave when you're out of shape, wouldn't you? I've come this far, so it doesn't matter, even if it makes this story go away. Feel free to light a cigarette and take a deep breath. Compared to the people of Israel, these people are polite and pretty. I see. He replied lightly, but his mind is a jumbled mess, with so many factors jumbled together that he can't decide whether to take it or not. Miss Suila. Yes, sir. Why is the Demon King's army at war? Because I want to go home. Do you want to go home? I thought I would have some information to help me make a decision, but I thought I would have to talk about interests and so on. But once again I was wrong. It's been 5,000 years ago. The name of the Demon King's army is now firmly established, but the Demon King's army was originally from Israel. Suira told a fairy tale that everyone in the Demon King's army knows. The sun god and the moon god, brothers and sisters, neither good nor bad. Their kindred were alike. But calamity came out of nowhere. With a little spark, the seeds of strife spread from place to place and soon the great circle of war blossomed. Our Lord God, Liu Ain, sacrificed her own body to shelter our doomed ancestors, isolating one continent from the next. That's the root of the Demon King's army. At first, it seems that they sought to make peace through dialogue, but over time, Master Ruin was turned into an evil god, and we went from being the servants of the night to being the servants of the darkness. Liu Ain, the moon god, gave her a way to connect that continent to Isuel, and the ancestors of Suila and the others made a path. And so the dungeon began. The rest is just a quagmire. What happened so long ago may not be any of our business. That moonlit continent is where I was born and where I belong. But I still feel it. That we have a home, to seek. Go home, live there, feel the wind, smell the air, feel the warmth, perish there. There isn't a tribe in the Demon King's army that doesn't feel it. The chief of the tribe with the strongest desire to do so will become the Demon King. It's all very impressive on a grand scale. He didn't smoke and most of his cigarettes are now ashes. Apparently, he listened to Miss Suila, pressed them into an ashtray and put out the fire. Honestly, I don't know what that feeling is, and I can't judge it to be true. The scales certainly tipped. Part of me still suspects that the company itself is a colossal surprise to begin with. If you think about it, I was the kind of person who found it troublesome to think this far. But as I got older, I began to reason and calculate the risks one by one. I'll be 30 in 2 years, and I'm afraid enough to decide that I can't take it anymore, and after 30 it will be hard to get a job, and I'm afraid enough to decide that I'll have to turn down such a dangerous job. If it's true, it's not something the body can be reckless with. It's like throwing away the rest of your life. But I'm still an athletic kendo player. I'll try my best. But I just thought it was funny. I thought it would be fun. I was trained in a black company, so I figured that if I could do it, I could do it, and sometimes it wouldn't be so bad to plow through it without thinking. Can I hire you? Master Jiro Tanaka, we, the Demon King's army, welcome you. Tanaka Jiro, 28 years old, single, has not had a girlfriend for 7 years, and I became a dungeon tester. 2 New employee training has started. TXT Tanaka Jiro, 28 years old, single, no girlfriend, occupation, dungeon tester, full-time employee. After a short period of NEET, I'm now working in a job that belongs to an uncommon FIFA. I'm going through rookie training. Yeah, I'm being forced to use a kind of voice that people aren't supposed to use. But I'm undergoing rookie training. With a thud in my gut, my feet leave the ground, and after bouncing once on the white floor, I'm rolling around in a haphazard manner. But this is rookie training. I hit each one of them with enough force to make them float in the air. Such a being would be like a gorilla or a Terminator, but unfortunately, we're dealing with someone who looks far from what you'd imagine. To me, it makes me wonder where they have that kind of power. An intelligent, cool-looking dark elf named Suila. Rookie training? It's a stepping stone for new employees to settle into the company under the guidance of their seniors or supervisors and become a new force on the job. Now, you've quit your previous job at a black company to join the Demon King's army, so I was given a position called Dungeon Tester. I went through that training, of course, but it seemed that it was very different from what I had imagined. Are you okay? Do I look okay to you? I don't see him. What does it take to dive into a dungeon? Knowledge? It's necessary. Digging in and out of a dungeon is like going to die. A tool? There's no way you don't have weapons, armor and wounds, unless you're in a special situation, such as in a tied game. Other preparations would be necessary, but basically what was required was combat ability. I was about to squeeze my abdominal muscles as fast as I could, but the impact pierced me and I stopped breathing. As a result, you can't get up naturally, and you have to get up with your body. Even though the new force was a new force, I thought that they would have a hard time with physical combat skills, but I was naive in my assumptions. A week to clean up a black company, 3 days to move from my apartment to the company's dormitory, and now, I knew I wasn't going to become a dungeon tester and dive into a dungeon. As expected, I couldn't let a novice or someone unfit for combat challenge the dungeon. That's why we've set up a training period to see if they are officially hired. On the 3rd day of the training, I took out my kendo uniform and armor after a long absence and used the provided wooden sword with a sword hilt and peak as a staff to try to get up. Twisting the baby's hand. The more such words flashed through my mind, the greater the gap between me and Suila-san's abilities was. The sweat never stops and my breath is ragged after a long day of exercise. In contrast, Suila, in spite of wearing a suit and high heels, which are not suitable for martial arts, held a wooden cane and looked down on me without a trace of sweat. Your body's strength has increased, right? You must have felt it, haven't you? I didn't think a wooden sword with an iron core could be so light. And yet you can't win. No, I can't even have a real fight. That just goes to show you how far we've come. He was wearing a dark blue kendo suit and basic kendo gear of the same color, along with a dark brown wooden sword. Physically he doesn't seem to have changed, but he was swinging an iron rod for tens of minutes just now. My current physical ability is such that I can run fast enough to participate in the Olympics if I run, though I'm not saying I'll win, and I can jump over a person if I jump vertically. I can feel that my abilities are definitely improving. That's amazing, isn't it? A magical print? It's just a circuit that adapts to Jiro's soul and draws magic from it. It's not that surprising. What I can do now that even I couldn't do in my prime is the otherworldly technology called magic print. The energy that interferes with the mind, technique and body called magic in the company and dungeons is channeled into a vessel called magic aptitude through a circuit called magic crest. Just by doing that, my physical abilities rose dramatically. When the special chemical was applied to my entire body like a scientific pattern, I remember asking if it did any harm. The more you get used to it, the better it works. And you'll be able to do your magic too. That's exciting. The magic print is only a circuit, it's just a way to absorb and release magic power. But my body is strengthened as a whole after accepting magic, and it seems I can use appropriate magic if I have the proper knowledge. And the magic print also has a secondary effect. It's nice to know that you can feel yourself growing. It's called status in the game, and you can see it. I don't have it with me right now, but if you channel your magic power to the terminal developed by the Demon King's army via the magic crest, you can check your status as a number. Although the concept of level did not exist, it is encouraging to me as an experienced athlete to quantify your strength, speed, knowledge and even luck. This week, we're going to have a classroom session in the morning and a series of simulations like this one in the afternoon. To get into the dungeon? Yes. It would be a waste of time and energy to just tell them to go ahead and do it. It's such a harsh environment. I'm not going to doubt Suira's words. The magic mark I use, of course Suira uses it too. Otherwise, there's no way she could have blown a grown man. Even though she's tall for a woman, she's a fist length shorter than me, and she has a slender build that would allow her to lightly blow a grown man away. Just a few minutes ago, during this mock battle, I was able to stop her with an uppercut swing. It was a series of coincidences, but I felt a definite response at that moment. But just as I stopped moving, she caught my blow with one hand and then let loose a counterattack that should have been a light kick, but was agile and caustic in its movement. I experienced it with such pain that I was sick of counting it all afternoon. I don't know how many times I've rolled on the ground today alone. That's how clear the gap between her and me is, even though we've changed from surnames to nicknames since we became colleagues. You have to listen carefully to advice from your seniors. It is for your own sake and as a member of society. And it's only a brave man, isn't it? How can you get through a dungeon? If it's only 1 or 2 divisions, it's likely defended. I have to create a dungeon that a brave man, who could be called an anomaly in conversation, cannot capture. You won't be able to continue this work if you fall just short at this level. And I had no idea how much of a monster this hero was. It seems a crystal exists that records the battles between the previous Demon King and his heroes. It's classified and not easy to find, but Suira said she'd show it to me eventually. The Witch King and the Brave are the ones who take the unjust things for granted. A normal deco pin attack is so unrealistic that the joke is not funny. Thinking up dungeons to prevent it is an extraordinary feat, but when the game becomes so clearly unreasonable, it's worthwhile. If you think of it as a preparation for that, you'll think that this suffocating pain is so much fun that you'll still be able to play it. One more, I shouted and stood up to resume the mock fight. Well, it would have been nice to get one there. There was no way they could take it, and just a few minutes ago, they had been playing mock games over and over again, losing more and more. It's not so frustrating to lose all the games, is it? It's frustrating, but every time you beat me, you point out what's wrong with me, and as I put it into practice and improve on it, I feel myself getting stronger and stronger, which is more fun. I'm trying to tighten my grinning face as my joyful emotions come to the surface, so I carry the armor package back with me. It might be a sign of your desire to go through the entrance of the dormitory and dare to take the stairs instead of the elevator, as if you haven't moved your body enough yet. I lightly used antiperspirant spray to remove the smell, but that didn't wipe out the sticky feeling of sweat that clung to my clothes. In the old days, I would have taken a quick shower and opened the fridge to drink all the bubbly in one go, but that would have to wait. You take the key out of your pocket, step inside and take off your shoes. Now, let's see how high you are today. Most of the personal belongings in the apartment have been sold or disposed of as a fresh start after this job change, and except for the furniture in the dormitory, my room is now arranged in a much more refreshing atmosphere. In the midst of this, I went up to the desk without a second thought and picked up the white terminal that looks like a tablet PC at a glance. Except for the fact that the energy source is my magic power, the contents are the tablet PC itself. Well, except that the contents are very different from the modern ones in that it contains a lot of application functions developed by the Demon King's army. I couldn't wait for the device to start up with the magic power flowing from the magic crest. Status check. As soon as it starts up, slide the screen and launch the status checker without hesitation. Instantly, the screen shows that the diagnosis is in progress and it finishes the diagnosis in a few seconds. After all, I like the increase in power and durability. Today alone, I moved my body for 4 hours, and in each case I was blown away by Suira wielding a wooden sword with an iron core in it. It's strange that it hasn't gone up. The status chart goes from top to bottom: strength, endurance, agility, endurance, dexterity, knowledge, intuition, luck, and magic power, and then the chart is projected for comparison with the previous diagnosis. Instead, endurance, but agility only went up a little, knowledge was almost unchanged, and luck, I've never seen any increase in it. Strength is simply a matter of training your muscles to increase your numbers, and endurance is a matter of running long distances or doing something that requires physical strength. I don't know how to raise the luck factor at the moment. The morning was supposed to be a classroom training session. Knowledge is really hard to raise. Well, at least it's not going down. This newly acquired magic mark on this status check will never lie about your efforts. As there is a difference between talents and talents, there are abilities that are easy to raise and those that are hard to raise, but that doesn't mean they can't be raised. On the contrary, however, if you don't work hard enough, your status will fall steadily. Red letters indicate an increase, black letters indicate stagnation, and blue letters indicate a decrease. Fortunately, there's no blue lettering in my current stats. This should work, but there will be times when it doesn't. Now all that remains is to see how many skills I can add to my training. Slide the device to view the next page. A skill is displayed, and one of the skills is displayed there. Scream of the Monkey King. Intimidate and attract the enemy with strange voices that you can't understand. If used on attack, damage increases, weak. Yeah, that's the point. Kendo beginners are ashamed to say men's and intermediate students are ashamed to say men's. I shout. And that's when you become an expert. So there were a lot of strange noises that I couldn't understand. And I'm one of them. I was stunned to find out that I had this skill when I took my first physical exam. If I had learned Kendo ... I would have expected to have swordsmanship skills or sword skills ... something related to swords. But even in fantasy, this seems to be a cruel reality. There are no passive skills in your game, are there? According to Suila, you can't use your skills to do this. Well, the magic crest is a substitute for your passive skills. In addition, it seems that it's rare for someone to have a skill that is carved with a magic crest, so training it will be an asset. Is this your lifeline in a language you don't understand? It's true that if they're scared, we have the upper hand. You have to think about that too, or you literally can't survive in this business. Well, let's go take a shower. Anyway, it's all about physical work. Let's take a bath and have some dinner. We've got a class tomorrow morning. The fourth morning of the fourth day of training. The more you move to the back of the room, the higher it gets. Like a university lecture hall, I take turns looking at the materials and notes, summarizing the main points, and at intervals I look at my fellow classmates from the back of the room. The first thing I can say is that they are all young. At least none of them look older than me. Mainly in their early 20s or 20 to 3, I guess. In addition, the number of members is far less than the number of people we were looking for. Less than half, or even a third, of the seats in the lecture room, which was originally supposed to be used by 100 people, were used. But surprisingly, there was almost no difference in the ratio of male and female students. What's more, there are no minors. Well, obviously, I don't care how good the pay is and how good the work environment is. There's no way the parents of a minor would give a permit if their life is in danger. Well, they might in some cases, but that's the exception. The recruiting guidelines included minors, but it's not a cartoon or a game. Student fighting isn't exactly a dream come true, even in fantasy. Fantasy is right in front of us. I nodded unnoticed in a whisper because I was seated at the back of the line. Standing at the podium is another dark elf male, different from Suila, who is also handsome and looks good in his white coat. The female testers all have a twinkle in their eyes and are taking it seriously, while the male testers are taking it seriously 30% of the time and most of the others are listening to the conversation halfway through, looking uninteresting. There are two main types of monsters in the dungeon. Well, I'm on the 30% side of that. It's too silly to put your life on the line with jealousy just because he's a good-looking guy who's popular with women. Well, when you're in your 30s without a girlfriend, you've already given up a certain degree of control. Looking at the other peers with a dismissive glance, you summarize what you think is important on the monitor and write down the parts you think are important in your own way in your notebook. Naturally, you won't forget to put a line marker on the material as well. Souls and blood. Souls are demons made up of magic alone. In general, the demons that roam the dungeons are the souls. When you attack and wound them, they don't bleed. Instead, magical particles flow out, and when defeated, all but a portion of their bodies disappear. I read the material and at the same time memorize the content of the dark elves who play the role of teachers. It's not that there are no individual differences, but there's not much difference in ability. With knowledge and skill, this is not an opponent that can be defeated. Instead, it has little effect on the magic crests and the materials available are few, so they must produce monsters that don't leave a body. Watch out for the blood. This one has only a small population, but it has 3 to 10 times the specs of each species. So, Brad, in your file, these monsters literally bleed if you hurt them and leave a corpse if you defeat them. A unique monster, if you will. You're not used to dungeons yet. If you encounter one, I suggest you run for your life. There are glimpses of a difficult reaction to the dark elf teacher's words. It is several times as strong as a soul, and it takes risk and experience to fight, but it has the magic and special ingredients that are not available in a soul. It's either the low risk, low reward of a soul or the high risk, high reward of a blood. If I had to choose, I'd choose the former. But there will be people who choose the latter, especially if it's the one who got the magic crest. Magic crests evolve, or, more accurately, optimized. It seems it takes time for an external circuitry to seep into the body, and it takes energy to accelerate it. To make up for it is the battle with demons. Even just moving your body will optimize your magic print, but the quality is low and hard to raise. On the other hand, fighting demons not only optimizes them, but also gives you magic power that increases the quality of your crests. It's a boon to me as a 30-year-old. It's easy to tell the difference. It's based on a soul, and there's always some kind of signature. Demons and monsters have a tendency to want to show off their strength. It's reflected in blood's unique claws, skin color, and weapons. That's all for today. We'll have our lunch and then move on to afternoon training. The time is already close to noon, and the lecture ends 5 minutes early due to the fact that it's a good cut-off. Also, we'll be collecting the job-seeking surveys tomorrow. Don't forget to bring it with you as it will be used to hand out your initial equipment. Finally, the handsome dark elf left a message as if it were a souvenir, and left the lecture room. You can feel your bones crunching and your tight muscles relaxing as you stretch out, freeing you from your concentration. And everyone around you is talking about what the handsome dark elf left behind. What kind of job will you choose? I guess I'm a wizard after all. What? You too? You look scared to go forward. Yeah. I stand up and walk past it, listening to the conversation that goes on about how there's no such thing as an advance guard, and no one will talk to me. If I make eye contact, they'll quietly nod their heads, but that's it. I guess that's what they call a generation gap. It makes me feel really old because of your reaction. I'm the oldest of my peers who were hired, and everyone around me is younger than me, and honestly, they don't know how to talk to me, and they don't think there's much merit in getting along with me when my body is already on a downward slope. Or rather, I've heard them talk about it behind my back. Therefore, I'm happy for you. So the 30-something-year-old North Korean guy was born. I'll take it easy on you, not necessarily for your own good. Guards aren't as popular as they used to be. After switching my thoughts to positive and moving on, I looked at a form that looked like a career choice survey while eating hashish rice in a corner of the cafeteria. You can write down your desired jobs from the first to the third, and in the large framework above, the occupation is divided into 3 types: Vanguard, Ranger and Rearguard. However, you won't receive any special skills just because you choose it, but you'll be given the initial equipment and a lecture on the basic movements of your chosen profession. Well, people are people, and I'm just me. I'll spend the next couple of days writing down all the jobs I've got in mind, and then I'll focus on lunch. You have to eat well if you want to be ready for the afternoon. My belly is swollen, and my bamboo chopper from the upper level, which is screaming with praise, has completely lost the word mercy during the past 3 days. The feeling of being able to move with all your might, with the physical support of the magical crests, and being able to move with a little recklessness, even if not lightly. The feeling of fighting seriously reminds me of my younger days. He forced the momentum of his swing to change and connect with Donagi, but it only ended with a light, thumping sound as if the 2 trees had hit each other. Show me your back and I'll attack you. Think of it that way. There's no time to say I know. I threw myself down to follow the advice, clearly heard in a cool voice, and as I rolled forward, I heard a slight friction sound that conveyed the air as if something was passing on my back. Stand up quickly. The better your prey is sitting down, the better target you have. Tulokwi. Your decision to stand and fight back is excellent, but a torn-up attack on a higher rank is not going to work, even if you're of the same rank. Your body needs to react before you can think. Koti. Please stand firm when you attack. As if a thrust as a substitute for a feint had never been on her mind from the beginning, Suila's staff was precise and swift, deflecting the wooden sword she had swung at her wrist. Otherwise, a series of blows would be reduced to nothing more than a wasteful, energy-draining move. And we need to make sure we take care of ourselves after the attack. This is a rearguard position, so this is a different world. The only thing I can do is push myself to jump a little bit against a one that is visibly but so smoothly launched that I can't react. I can't catch my breath for a second, but that's it. It hurts a lot, but not so much that you can't move. I don't know how you've developed such a high pain tolerance over the past few days. I admire myself for it. Goa. I'm sorry that I couldn't. It may be a decision to try to kill the impact, but you should consider your opponent's offensive power before making such a decision. Otherwise, I would only recommend using it in very open areas to kill impacts by jumping. Yeah, I can feel it. But the place where I was standing and the wall I just crashed into must have been at least 20 meters away, especially in a dungeon with many enclosed spaces, or an area where there are many cliffs and other things that could cause a fall. That would certainly be fatal. Tight. It's the only way you'll survive. Yeah, I guess so. Suila's expression didn't change as she easily blew me off, but she walked up to me with a quick walk and touched my body. The faint warmth of a woman's human body warmth gives me a throbbing sensation that is different from the pain. My body bounces slightly at the sensation. Excuse me, are you in pain? No, number. I'm just embarrassed. I can't say that inappropriately or shamefully. It's just bruises. Would you like me to cast a healing spell? No, it's just broken bones and stuff. Healing magic can indeed stunt growth, but it's only durable. I wouldn't advise against it. If you're a vanguard, endurance value is a must, and right now my body hurts, but I don't feel like I can't, so I'm fine. If you stand up to throw the tip of the cane held out to you so that your head is facing away with your palm, and if you turn your shoulder or lift your foot, there is a slight pain that comes from every part of your body. But in fact, that's all it was. I don't feel any broken bones. I don't feel like I'm bleeding. If you let it, your body's heat will mask the pain, and I'm grateful that Suil is good at adjusting it, so it doesn't hurt in any weird places. If my joints are sore from this, or if my grip on the wooden sword is lost, or if I get my head smashed in, it's indeed bad, but that hasn't happened so far. I don't know what's going to happen next, but the difference in strength between you and I right now is about the difference between a baby and a pterodactyl. Wyvern. That gives me quite a bit of leeway and allows me to do what I'm currently doing. It wasn't just about twisting baby's hands. By that much? Yes, and by the way, the difference between me and the general is about the same, too. Even Suila, this is the dimension of power inflation that's happening. This is the dimension of power inflation. This is the dimension of power inflation. By the way, what's the difference between the general and the demon king? It's not like the generals are going to be able to get a shot in or anything, but it's only a scratch. I honestly have no idea how strong that is. To a demon king, I'm less than an ant. In terms of combat ability, even microbes might be overloaded with them. It's easy to give up when the difference is this great. Finally, as the pain begins to recede, I accept Suila's invitation to take a break. Honestly, I moved to the edge and removed my mask as I stood there with a man's willpower in front of a beautiful woman. You will find that the brave men who are able to beat or even match such a demon king are from the same earth as me, right? Yes, to be more specific, 16 to 19 is the average age of a brave man. What happened to modern high school? He should be free of the tightness of his life, but the fantasy situation that was revealed to him caused a strange and bewildering feeling to appear in his mind. And I've never seen or heard of such a crazy high school student. If there was such a high schooler, there's no way it wouldn't come to light. Which meant fantasy scary. Even if you, with your general grade magical aptitude, say that, it seems like a 50-step process. I don't feel it at all. You don't have to tell me. Suila-san, who is in a position to know the results of the first physical measurement she performed when she joined the company, laughed a little annoyed and offered me a sports drink that she had magically ordered. Thanks, but magical aptitude 8. Do you really have that kind of ability? It's going to take a long time to realize this. The only people who can realize how strong they are from the start are truly abnormal beings with magical aptitude of 10. I can sense a vaguely uncomfortable feeling from Suila, but there's no need to beat around the bush. You drink the inside of the plastic bottle in one go as if you were quenching your thirst and think about my actual specs. It doesn't feel like it at all, but in the future, that's exactly the kind of latent specs that, if you work out year by year, can reverse the position you just took in battle. Most people start out with only goblin-like fighting ability at best, but you won't fall behind the goblins early on. If you're lucky, you'll even beat the orcs head on. Isn't that great? Maybe it's because you've been completely beaten up over the past few days. I thought I'd be ripped off that you're less than a goblin now, but Suila's opinion of me was even higher than I imagined. Yes, one-on-one. I'm sure I was right. But there aren't many beings who are alone in a dungeon. It also gives the brave men an opening. What do you mean? With you now, yes. If you don't give them an opening, you'll lose by 10 bodies, and if you get an opening, you'll lose by 3. But the impression that she could do her job well did not go unnoticed. Her elevated nose was soon shaved off. If I was told in the dark that I was going to die, I'd have a belly or two, or rather, only one belly. But I'm not young enough to get pissed off that I won't know until I try. How strong do I have to be? If you ask me which is safer, I'll tell you which is safer, because it's less risky. Enough to take down a brave man. I don't have to fight, do I? I'm envisioning a dungeon for the heroes. We need you to be that strong. Of course, I knew it when it was offered to me. Creating a monster dungeon, that's what I was hired to do. Let's finish one more run and then we're done for the day. I'll get a little more work done, so let me know first. Hearing that the break is over and then hearing that it's almost over is reason enough to put some life into it. I'll listen to what he has to say as he puts on his face. Position preference forms should be collected tomorrow morning, so the upcoming afternoon training may change hands, depending on the circumstances. Suila, did you say that you were a wizard? Yes, sir, so if you need help, I'll turn to you. Then you can be sure there will be no change in charge, judging by the daytime talk and surroundings. They say a rice cake maker is a rice cake maker, but there's no difference between my preferred profession and hers. As if to gather your strength, you tie the last cord tightly and stand up with your wooden sword in hand. I'll do it. I'll take one then. I don't use magic, but I will show you the close quarters combat skills of a wizard. I regretted that this was the end of my training with such a beautiful woman, but I made up my mind to stick around for as long as possible while facing her in the middle of the training grounds. I'll tell you the result. I showed my best persistence ever, but the result was still the same, a battering. In conclusion, fantasy wizards are not half bad. Tanaka Jiro, 28 years old, single, no girlfriend, occupation, dungeon tester, full-time employee. Magic aptitude 8, general class. Status: Force 13, Force 25, Endurance 10, Endurance 30, Agility 12, Agility 17, Endurance 8, -5, greater than Endurance 19, -5, Dexterous 15, Dexterous 21, Knowledge 30, Knowledge 31, Intuition 5, Intuition 6, Luck 5, greater than Luck 5. Magic Power 40, Magic Power 40. State: nicotine addiction, lung pollution. Word of the day: trained and beaten to a pulp by a dark elf wizard. 3 I thought about insurance items. .txt. Tanaka Jiro, 28 years old, single, no girlfriend, occupation, dungeon tester, full-time employee. Magic aptitude 8, general class. It was only yesterday that he had received training and was being beaten up by Suila-san, a dark elf wizard. In the past few days since my rookie training began, I've blown the illusion that wizards can't do melee combat to the horizon, or even to the next dimension. That's how I am. Jiro-san, would you like to buy life insurance? It's early in the morning. I don't know why I'm getting a life insurance policy before I go to work. I'm dressed in a suit with no jacket on and this is my room. I brushed my teeth, washed my face, put on my suit, and was about to have breakfast when I answered the buzzer, and found Suila standing there with papers in her hand. No, I don't mean anything. Yeah, it's shallow, isn't it? Her usual intelligent and confident demeanor has changed. She doesn't make eye contact with me, simply declaring that she has something guilty to say. And then there are the titles of the documents, starting with life insurance, and then there are the ones related to serious illness, hospitalization costs, and various other insurance items. I got the insurance card, but with a lineup that completely fills in the gaps, I can't help but wonder if they don't want to hide their suspicions. No, there's a reason why it's not shallow. But yeah, there's. But there will be. Suila, you don't have a steady tone, do you? And why the 3 levels of utilization? It's a very good idea to have a good boss. But there are some circumstances that make it impossible to tell. It's not a good idea to be late or anything like that, to take up any more time with a woman of the same age, or even an older woman, who may look younger than she is. Well, anyway, can I start with breakfast? We're going to be late if we don't, and maybe after training this afternoon. It's too late for that. What? I don't think it was my fault that I was so scared when she shouted at me all of a sudden. Anyway, I'll have breakfast sent out now. Can you let me in the room? No, you're right. No excuses. That's nice. Yeah, I'm fine. I don't care if there's some kind of man-specific merchandise or something. I don't care if you have a mistress at this point. I was going to say that it's not a good idea to be alone in my room with a woman who isn't very intimate with me, but for some reason, I was assured that it's okay in a situation that was quite a leap of faith. So what am I going to do? Should I at least say that it's probably not okay to be a mistress? Breakfast will be arriving soon, so let's go in. Well, go ahead. I couldn't execute the command to refuse with the momentum, or rather, with Suila in such a runaway state. At least, what the man could have was still in cardboard boxes and unopened, and yesterday's beer was only on the table, which was not much of a mess. Somehow, when I saw her leaving the owner of the room behind and unrolling the papers on the table, I couldn't help but feel that she was looking at me, who was forced to do unreasonable work at her previous workplace. In this case, does it have to be done? With a Western breakfast of toast, sausage, salad and coffee that arrived within 4 minutes of ordering, I was briefed on the insurance policy in the hours before the start of new employee training. I was made to check all the insurances, from the famous ones to the minor ones, even the one about the replacement teeth. As expected, my first impression of his ability to do his job was not so great, and it was time to show off some skills I didn't want him to show. So long. Make sure you sign in before the morning recess. No, you went to explain why, or in this case, has the storm passed? No. You're coming back. I looked away from Suila's back as she walked away, not running, but running and with a firm, upright posture. Turning around and looking into the room, she saw that there were still insurance documents left on the desk, neat and tidy and with sticky notes on the areas that needed to be signed. Can you sign it before the next break? He looked at the stack of papers that were lightly piled up, then at the clock. Ironically, there was still enough time left to figure out what to do, based on his experience at his last job. The rest. It's my motivation. Today's lecture is going to be a last-minute lecture, and I'm going to sign the insurance paperwork with determination. Every one of them is in your head and, to the point of tears, It explains what you'll need in the future. It's a high salary and it pays off. And after the training over the past few days, you understand that you have to worry about your life and injuries. Am I early? I thought I might have ended up working for a more black company than my last one, but the benefits and hours are far better here. It's a simple matter. It can be a pretty good place to work if you can manage the risk yourself. For example, the pay is high and the insurance documents that I am writing now are much cheaper and more complete than at my previous job. Above all, I'm having fun. The unreality, fantasy, that came in the name of work. Well, if it can't be done, it will be done, or so I thought. The worst that can happen is that I retire and they wipe my memory. I'll just sign it and be done with it. I'll run a ballpoint pen and seal to finish before the last spurt and lecture. Did you get it signed? During the mid-morning lecture break, Suila appeared as I was sitting and stretching to relieve my frozen body. Stylishly dressed, she appeared promptly at the end of the chime, or rather the last 30 seconds of the lecture, and I can only say that she moved very efficiently. With this, I'll check it out. I handed her the insurance papers in my bag, and Suila checked them out on the spot. But her speed is extraordinary. It's so fast that you want to ask if he's really reading. That motion, reading the document as if to check the number of bills. Is there a problem? No problem. Don't worry, I'll be there on time. Yes. No. What's all this for? We don't have much time. We'll explain later. Impatient is the only word I can think of to describe her attitude. I don't know how to use a mere word, but if you imagine me living in the modern world to be in a hurry with an insurance policy, simply forgetting to do it and being in a hurry, the insurance company cranked it out. That's the only thing I can think of. But the former or the latter is unlikely given her previous image. Yes, we have the paperwork. Huh? What are you saying? Talk to internal affairs the whole way. At worst, you'll have to use charm, hypnose, orgies to push it through, or you'll be off work for the week. It looks like he's talking to himself with his hand on his ear right next to you, which is apparently a magic called telephonic communication. It sounds more convenient than a cell phone, but it's only available within a company that has magic. It's more like a fantasy version of an extension phone or in-house broadcast, but the content is not just fantasy but something you might hear in modern society. I'll be there in 3 minutes. Excuse me, Jiro-san, but may I borrow your insurance card? Yeah, go ahead. You can't help but be disinterested. If I had to have a fantasy conversation with you about a black business, I'd be very reluctant to do so. Honestly, I'm surprised that you were able to get your insurance card out of your wallet so smoothly. Certainly, I'll get it back to you this afternoon. Don't worry. No, I can't say that your attitude doesn't make me feel safe, even if I wanted to. You can't help but admire the smile of a priest or a popular sister with a smile of compassion. Even though I might say something later on, even if something happened in relation to insurance this time, I can't say anything here and now. Oh, yeah, good luck with that. Thank you. Now, if you'll excuse me. I bow nicely and watch them walk away. It's been an extraordinary event since this morning, but I'll consider it settled for now. At any rate, I'm being watched by everyone around me, so for now I can only memorize that smile on my mental memory media to escape from reality. A beautiful woman gets what she deserves. What am I supposed to do this afternoon? But even when I'm escaping reality, my anxiety spills over. Oh no, I'm going to think some strange thoughts if I don't do anything. So I reached for my bag to have a smoke. I mean, I haven't smoked in a while. It's my breathing system that naturally gets tighter when I'm moving around. The first afternoon's training literally wore me out, but then I had no trouble quitting smoking. That kind of addiction doesn't go away that easily. Or so I thought. Status charts are handy. When you first check your status, you'll be aware of it even if you don't like it if it says nicotine addiction or lung pollution, middle, in the status column. Furthermore, when you tap it, you can see the specific bad status, which makes me laugh. Nicotine addiction, calming down of thoughts, decreased internal organ function, corrections for reduced endurance, lung pollution, decreased endurance, decreased lung function. If I saw a specific negative number written in parentheses beside my status along with such an explanation, I would quit smoking even if I didn't want to. I've increased my appetite instead, though. I'm eating a lot more than I used to. To be honest, I haven't eaten breakfast in years. I've been eating 3 meals a day for the past few days. Although I'm more concerned with sleeping than eating in the morning. I want to believe that because I'm exercising for that, I'm gaining muscle, not fat. You know, witchcraft is a fattening profession, isn't it? I'm completely prejudiced, but just shooting magic behind me doesn't give me the impression that I'm working out. It doesn't move, and using magic doesn't lead to the image of burning fat. In addition, I think there are a lot of descriptions of eating food and nutritional supplements in order to replenish energy called magic. That's a conclusion. But I don't think it's wrong. It's just a joke. But I thought some women within my sight heard my words and reacted with a jerk. but I didn't care, or rather I decided not to notice. This idea is only a sideshow for me, as my first choice is to be a vanguard. I have a feeling that even if you become a wizard, you will be in a position where you have to raise your magic power and hit with physics, so you won't be able to think about being obese after all. While you were thinking in vain, the time for a break had passed and the lecture was about to begin. In the end, the time passed by without a resolution to the chaos as you questioned Suira's behavior. Sometimes you have to come out late and sometimes you have to come out early. This time it was the latter, and the doubts I had in the morning were quickly resolved in the afternoon. Don't worry, Jiro. We have a good insurance system and a great recovery system. Suila, in the suit she wore this morning, was beautiful and cute, but the elf wizard, dressed in a high-class, effective outfit, was also cool and cute and hard to get rid of. The skin tone of her chest, which is emphasized while wrapped in cloth to avoid exposure, is not visible, but it's exactly what I want to call a feast for the eyes. Normally I'd think so, but unfortunately I don't have the time to feel that way right now. Instead, I'm the one who doesn't want to understand what Suila-san is trying so hard to tell me. Oh, my god, so this is the only vanguard you want? Kaka, you've got a very active soul. Mainly the two guys next to Suila? By the presence of, in a word, the red-skinned demon Yakuza and the dark-skinned skeleton gentleman. At best, the Yakuza is atmospheric. At worst, the Yakuza has a powerful voice. The white suit covers his shattered muscles, and the sunglasses he wears hide his tough face that would stun even an adult, let alone a child. He's completely over 2 meters tall with 3 horns on his head. If I had to guess, I'd say this was bad. Another one? The skeletal gentleman with the old gentleman's voice of the old man is dressed in a sensible black tuxedo with a slender, fleshless body, and an unfathomable skull smile peeks out from underneath his silk hat, as if he is about to flood you with something black. He's taller than me and less than a Yakuza. I'd only have to say one word, bad. Yes, all I have to say is yuck, but it's all I can do. But even through the kendo mask, do you have presence? It's more like an aura-like thing that feels like it's zinging to crush me. When Suila first appeared, I smiled for joy, but when I saw the two people standing right behind me, it's natural for me to stay upright and immobile. I'm Kyo, your mentor. I'll be in the dungeon, so give me a month of your time. This is my assistant, Fusio. It's a pleasure to meet you. This is Suila, who will continue to be in charge of Jiro-san. I'll take care of any injuries you sustained during training if you live, so good luck with it, okay? I'm Tanaka Jiro. Yeah, I know, Miss Sula's here, so I can stand. But could I please rehydrate first? I can't stop sweating. You both know that, but you need to take it easy. Okay? You need to take it easy. I know. Kaka, I know what you're doing. Yeah, I'm going to fight these people after this. Then it makes sense what Suila did this morning. I'm gonna need insurance, and I doubt I'll be alive after this afternoon's training. Can I ask you a question? Oh, I've got 2 wives. I am alone. What do you mean you're not married? So you're single. That's good to know. I mean, aside from the demon Yakuza instructor Kyo, the gentleman instructor Fusio was married. What? I was just trying to relax you when you were really nervous. It's no use teaching him if he's this nervous. Oh, is that right? You're not as sweet as you look. It's a fine line. Somehow, I think I've stopped sweating. That's right. If you don't move with all your might, you'll be dead in one fell swoop. Kaka, in terms of strength, it's like crushing a winged insect. Yeah, this guy who isn't nice to you at all? Stand. Oh? They sense the danger and keep their distance. That's a good call, don't you think? It's a poor idea for a wizard like us, but I suppose it's not a bad idea for a wizard like us to escape. And he knows exactly what he's doing. Are they demon kings or something? I can only see a future where I'm going to have to die if I get trained. Hey, Suila, can I ask you a question? Yes, I'll let you both be quiet for a moment, please. Oh, Hey, don't be alarmed, you can't catch it. Kaka. No, I don't trust you, especially since you, that skull gentleman, Instructor Fusio, you say I have a lively soul? I'm not going to relax my guard, but you have to ask the question. Like I said, is it true that I'm the only member of the Vanguard? Yes, but we've been interviewing and recruiting some people on our end. How's it going? It's true that is not a good place to be. I'm sure you do. I hear a certain amount of gossip in the classroom with you. They're all wizards, healers, or archers and other rearguard jobs. Not a single mention of the Vanguard, especially warriors and other wall players. That led to the fact that we had an excess of space for 4 people in a training room as big as a gymnasium. Forcing a man who is unwilling to start from the beginning won't help. But it's a fool's errand to stay on your own path and follow the word of another. I'm sorry for the silence, Suila, but to be honest I agree with what these two are saying. It's the same with work. The only people who can do a job they don't like are the ones who have pride, or have guts, or are crazy. Most won't last. I don't know if that's a good fit for the project, but that's none of my business as a layman. If I had to say then, you can go easy on him right? Oh, whenever possible. I'm more worried about the reality of having to train against an entity that is clearly superior in rank and certainly a few steps above Suila-san. Mainly on whether or not we'll survive. Plus, the insurance scandal from this morning has made me even more worried. This is just another question about the willingness to spread the damage anyway. There is no such thing as a brilliant or noble warrior spirit. It's about surviving. Ox. Oh, ho. I'm asking you to go easy on him. Gahahahahaha. I don't hate honest people. He who knows his own strength will survive, and if you need anything else, please recover. Yeah, I'll take care of it. But the way I see it, this is an opportunity. The others will be taught in groups, and we'll have 3 teachers, not just one-on-one. And the quality of the training is definitely better. This is an opportunity for me, because I'm older and slower to grow up. Plus, I still enjoy working here. There's no way I'm letting it go. There's a way to go if I put my mind to it, I guess. To dispel my anxiety, I put on my armor and bent my head 90 degrees, because it was a sincere wish. Then let's get started. And Chan. Yes, Chamberlain. Kyo-sama, we need to lower your attack power, so I thought this would help. Suila, you're a dark elf at work. Instructor Kyo holds a blue, soft-looking sponge sword. There is no fantasy element to it, and it should be a weapon that is used in a game of balloon popping or children's games. But it's strange. A strong-faced demon Yakuza who would run away barefoot even if he were that kind of person, would look like a club. If you glanced at the other skull-headed gentleman, Instructor Fusio, he also showed you a toy walking stick that emitted an inappropriately bright sound when you pressed the switch. It looks like a witch's staff or a cursed staff. Instructor Kyo holds a weapon made of sponges, while Instructor Fusio holds a toy walking stick and this one holds a wooden sword with an iron core. From a picture perspective, it's quite a surreal scene. In terms of weapons, there's literally the difference between a toy sword and a serious weapon. I can't thank Suiro enough for making that difference. Hajime. Koti. I knew I shouldn't go on the defensive at the same time as Suila-san's signal, so I stepped in with a preemptive move and aimed at Instructor Kyo's slackened hand. It was a move that was coupled with the difference in weapons. Think long and hard, and Chan, huh? But the next thing I knew, I tasted blood in my mouth. Shit. Did I get it wrong? Jiro-san. The ceiling is flickering. Voices sound so far away. And I'm cold. Here, son, stay strong. Gaff. Kakaka, careful. Speak up, dark elf. Do not let it heal itself, or it will die. I'm trying. You hear a voice in the distance and your eyes go dark. But just as it became pitch black, your body went numb and your body started to bounce. Then your stomach started to warm up and you gradually started to feel again. Ha. Jiro-san. Are you safe? What about me? I'm sorry, I didn't know what to do. The point is, you almost died with a single blow. Really? Apparently it's for real, because there were clearly marks on his torso from a chamber blade. That's a chamber blade, isn't it? Oh, no, even if it was made to look cheerful, it would be funny to see a chamber blade as the weapon of death. But at least it's not funny to me, the person in question. And while my torso is dented, not a single piece of the chamber blade is damaged. How? Oh? Was it a bad shot? No. I'd normally be curious, wouldn't I? You can't make a mark like that with a thing like that. Kaka. Normally you would ask the one who's dying. Oh, you're right. He could have screamed that he was going to kill me and then retreated to his room with a broken heart. But I'm more concerned about the cause of the problem instead of the aftermath. But I knew I would act that way. Oh, I've got an idea why. Oh? What's the matter? You're surprisingly experienced here. How? I hear there is peace in this world, which is unusual. With this one, it's probably a fight or a brawl, or in fantasy, a confrontation. No, I'm simply too busy with my work to get used to the fact that I've almost died so many times. The previous record was 4 all-nighters, 4 nights in a row, and I remember falling asleep at my desk. In fact, when I was about to fall asleep, I thought I wouldn't be able to get up again. And not just once or twice, but more times than 2 hands can hold. So the doubt and fear of being close to death has faded, and now that I've survived, I try to find out what happened and take measures to prevent it from happening next time. It's a disgusting occupational hazard. No, I think it's a good occupational hazard, you know? But you are indeed ill for the job. I feel like I'm done as a person, but from their point of view, it's convenient. You're as obsessed with life as anyone else, but you have more than enough to survive and make the most of it. See, isn't that convenient? The point is, if you survive, you'll grow next. It's hard to be conceited. It's a completely unappreciated convenience. But to be honest, I'm not convinced that such a constitutional condition was the result of the desperados I experienced in my previous job. If this was the result of training or the result of a fierce battle, there would still be a fantasy element to it and it would be possible to relax a little. But in addition to the negative resistance to death, the reason for this resistance is because of the consecutive all-nighters. So, do you want to continue, En-chan? If you're going to die, today is just as good as any other day. Suira-san watches in silence as they show signs of concern for her. No, you can't tell me to stop if you look at me like that. Your mouth is not in sync with your eyes. Your mouth is caring. Your eyes are provoking. As expected, Suila is concerned about me, but she's respecting my wishes. Another bottle, please. Well said. Kaka, young man. No, I'm not a young man. Speaking of which, how much force did you put into that thing before? Oh? Is it like pinching a feather? That's a deadly wound to the worm. What do you want to do now? Just to feel it gently. DMN. I hope you're strong enough to handle me hitting you as hard as you can. Instructor Kyo walks sluggishly, then gently backs away, keeping a steady distance without making a sound. He doesn't make a move, but he's ready. I don't think that's possible without stopping people. As he stood up, he said with a provocative smile that said, then do it. Yeah, I'm going to do it. Gently, you shake your head to clear your consciousness as you feel Suila quietly leaving you. How could I reach such a realm, in a state of limbo, groping for strength like this? You think it's impossible, but at the same time the desire to be one is smoldering deep inside. That feeling felt so good. SSSHHH. Take a deep breath. Ignite the gun as if to spit it out. Hey, howling, little girl, nice spunk. Kaka 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 kaka, kaka kaka kaka, kaka kaka kaka, kaka kaka kaka, kaka kaka kaka. Kaka kaka kaka. I'm armed, but I can't hit anything. So what's going on? Me. Now we just have to try. How's the Devil King? Not bad, Immortal King. Then you'll have to show a little more restraint, because I can't tell you how many times I've thought about stopping you. What the hell you talking about? I came down hard on you. Yes, that's right. Or it wouldn't be so clearly formed and alive. Yeah. A weapon like this could wipe out a human being without even leaving blood on the floor. Kaka, well, I'd be gone before I'd ever show my face in the first place. Oh, I've had a bad feeling since yesterday when I said I'd help these generals because they're too busy to do anything, but it's too much. Jiro-san is lying on the floor in a big pile. Naturally, he's unconscious. His left hand was bent in an impossible direction at his elbow and his armor had no masks or other parts of its original shape. His torso is shattered, and his body, with his kendo suit off, is a tragic sight. Honestly, I think this is what they call the brink of life or death. I have compared the difference in power between Jiro and I to a wyvern and a baby, but at the Shogun's level the difference is as wide as a dragon and a caterpillar. It's a miracle that we're able to maintain our human form with such a gap in strength, or perhaps it's just that the Shogun is taking care of us well. However, it is also true that I was able to heal in time because I was in a position that is faster than most of the 7 generals under the 7 generals of the Demon King's army. I'm also fortunate that I can use magic potions at the same time to prevent any residual damage. Potions aren't free either. Besides, there's no way I'm going to destroy a person with this level of magical aptitude. You can't grow a good person by nurturing them like a flower and a butterfly, and this guy was having a blast at the end of it. Huh? Kaka. Very strange. Kaka, you were in pain. But in the end your survival instincts got the better of you. Your mind knew he wouldn't kill you, but your instincts told you our presence would endanger your life. That's how he felt, and that's why he stayed put. That's right. Just before he collapsed, Jiro was saying with a satisfied smile. Yeah, I'm alive. I stopped myself from running up to him as he spat out from the bottom of his heart, as if he hadn't lived up to this point in his life. It's stretching, man. Oh, yes. It will be fun. I'm really glad to be alive. How many times today alone had he almost died? And if you're talking about just the broken bones, one hand is not enough. At first he was crawling around, but after a few times he was able to hold the fracture instead of screaming and squirm, and then after a few more times he was able to drop back down, holding the injured area. Amazing progress. He didn't overcome the pain, but rather, he tried to figure out how to avoid or minimize the risk. When he was finished, he was breathing peacefully in his sleep, and I put my hand on his cheek. Oh, Kaka. What? Did you see that? The Immortal King. I have seen it, Onion King. Spring for that late married dark elf girl. Kaka, any year can be a pleasant spring. So? What do you like about it? I don't know. I quickly shouted back at the two generals who were looking down at me with grins. My face is absolutely red now. I don't even know why I behaved like this. But strangely enough, I reached out to them naturally. Okay, you don't have to tell me, just go out for a drink with that guy from Zhejiang afterwards. Kaka, it will make for a good drinking companion. It's in bad taste. After all, it's the Demon King's army. After that, I don't want to remember much. He was teased a lot, but it wasn't until Jiro-san woke up that he was finally freed. I hurt all over. Writhing on the bed, you endure soul pains on your face as you look back on a day that has blown your memory away in places. It may be more like growing pains, but it doesn't change the fact that your whole body will be sore after all. Seriously, with all that stuff, it's a good thing I reviewed my insurance policy. I am sincerely glad I did it, and I feel the struggles of the morning, along with the pain throughout my body, and I am soothed by the feeling that the poultice-like paste is curing something. I go from lying face down to lying on my back. You hold the device in one hand and launch the app, and the words "end of diagnosis" have already appeared on the screen. Hey. The growth rate of the endurance value is very high, and I'm stunned by what happened. Obviously, this is the result of fighting a superior fighter, and today's training was beyond hard, but it was hell. Then I can say that this is a natural result. But if you ask me to do the same thing, I can tell you that I don't want to. They don't use healing magic for a bruise, and if you break a bone, they heal you right back up, and worse, they never spill your blood. So I didn't have anemia or anything. It was a teachable afternoon of training, but it was also a day that felt like a torture. Endurance and dexterity were next on the list, strength was next, agility and magic, knowledge was a dime a dozen, and luck was unchanged. Considering the nature of the training, it should come as no surprise. We're going straight for the wall. We are fighting back from time to time, but the defense is still overwhelmingly higher in percentage terms. If you ask yourself if it is right to continue, you will conclude that it is not good. Then you wonder what you should do, but the answer will come soon enough. I guess I just have to practice on my own. This reminds me of my training regimen from high school. What you lack as a vanguard is agility and strength. I don't know how to improve my luck or magic power at the moment. Suila said the pain will go away tomorrow, so let's just go to bed. No point in thinking about it. I vowed to wake up early tomorrow, so I set the alarm on my cell phone and wrapped myself in the covers. Finally, you glance at the warrior's equipment that was given to you instead of the tattered kendo armor in the corner of the room and go to sleep. Tanaka Jiro, 28 years old, single, no girlfriend, occupation, dungeon tester, full-time employee. Magic aptitude 8, general class. Officer of the year, warrior. Status: Force 25, Force 39. Endurance 30, Endurance 58. Agility 17, Agility 20. Endurance 19, -5, greater than Endurance 34. -5. Dexterity 21, Dexterity 36. Knowledge 31, Knowledge 33. Intuition 6, Intuition 7. Luck 5, greater than Luck 5. Magical Power 40, Magical Power 41. State: nicotine addiction, lung pollution. Word of the day: this was a day that made me realize how important insurance is. For there are good and bad relationships even in the fantasy world. Concept.txt. Tanaka Jiro, 28 years old, single, no girlfriend, occupation, dungeon tester, full-time employee. Magic aptitude 8, general class. Officer of the year, warrior. I'm a survivor. During the past week, Instructor Kyo and Instructor Fusio were both demons and devils in training. Their afternoon training was so grueling that I found the morning lectures comforting. Thanks to their steadily rising status, the number of broken bones decreased, but the number of times they were blown apart and slammed into the wall through the air increased. The provided armor is close to the shape of kendo armor, so it is comfortable to use, and in addition, their ease of movement and defense abilities have been increased, which has reduced injuries. But the number of times I was attacked had definitely increased. Now I might be able to limit myself to just staggering when hit by a professional boxer, but that's just a drop in the bucket. Even if I'd shrunk slightly, it would only make up for the fact that I'd evolved from a worm to a grasshopper. At best, the instructors were able to make their adjustments easier. Persist ... and you'll survive. Ha. Kaka. I'm getting comfortable. Here's gravity, here's paralyze, here's paralyze. Do you want some extra? Watching them train with that evil grin you see in nightmares while you're out, it hardly took me any time to realize that they were having fun. They were having fun like a kid with a new toy, and as I grew older, they would step it up a notch to keep me in the best possible shape. Get a grip. The wound is superficial. Don't close your eyes. Don't worry. The cure will be deducted from their salaries. so don't close your eyes. You're going to die. I can't count the number of times I've thought it was okay to finish already, hell, or a newbie training program where the word painful is the perfect word for it. If it wasn't for Suela's warm healing magic, heal, the only thing that could heal me, I would have run away a long time ago. For some reason, Suela was always more impatient than I was. Was my situation that bad? It's a good thing that she's a good friend of mine. I was dying so close to death that I couldn't have ulterior motives. It would be alright if I could answer that I have no problem spending my time with anything other than dying. But I'm not very confident about people, and I've been having some trouble lately. In the morning lecture, I'm sitting at the back of the class, where I've already found my spot, and I'm looking through the material until it starts, when I hear a voice that comes over me naturally. Look, it's that guy. Oh, yeah, the fall guy. Oh yeah, it seems like every time I'm in training I'm getting ripped to shreds. The rumor was true that my magical aptitude was on the edge, that I would be ripped to shreds by training like that. Last time I saw you, you were rushed to the emergency room. How could you get hurt like that? Yes, the generation gap makes it difficult to have a conversation, but in addition to that, because of the way I was torn apart every single time, I found myself being treated like an outcast. Because of this, most of them now only look down on me with a mocking smile or a pitiful look of pity. I can't help but feel so alone. And so it should be. From what I've heard from Suela and the other instructors, other trainees don't get hurt like I did. It's just like some magic school where they teach you the ropes, shoot you, and take you under their wing. When I heard about their education policy, I couldn't help but wonder why. And I said to the instructors, and they said, Aichler, I'm not going to make something that can be attacked in a half-baked way. Kaka, I don't mind if you desire despair. That's what they say. It's simply a difference in training policy. Kyo and his instructors are ready to go, while other jobs have a slower training policy. It's as if the departments have the same goal but have different training programs, I thought, as I was lost in thought. Both education policies have their strengths and weaknesses, but in a case like this one, this situation is fatal to me because I know that in the future I'll have to form a party to get to the depths of the dungeon. If I had been a better communicator and a bit more jocular, this atmosphere could have been improved and I could have made some friends. But unfortunately, I couldn't take that kind of attitude because I felt it was unreasonable and I was a little stubborn. Expressing my feelings. I'm dying for my training and I don't need you guys to laugh at me. That's the way it is. I would rather say so out loud. But saying such a thing would only result in a single word of who is this guy in the society, and the atmosphere would be worse. I thought several times that the situation was bad, and I tried to improve the situation, but in the end, I decided that it is better to show it by action rather than by words. In addition, hey, old man, can you go to the vending machine for a minute? I'll have a cafe au lait. It's me. Coffee, black. They have a complete disregard for the social hierarchy and are about to be used as a servant by someone obviously younger than them. Most of the time, if you ignore him, he will leave you with a single blow of his tongue. I'll do it again. I won't let it get ugly. At times like this, it is better to keep a cool head and a cool head. Don't lick my poker face, which I had in a black company. I'm confident that I can control a certain volume. All I have to do now is to get through the morning lecture. Thinking that, I spent the morning lecture diligently. This afternoon's training will be a joint work session at Training Center 1. Make sure everyone is in the right place. But after the lecture, the regular, handsome dark elf threw a bomb that I couldn't ignore and walked out of the lecture room. What do we do now? Head in the clouds. Just like that, just like that. No, it's no use worrying about it. The word sit crosses my mind, but I quickly dismiss it. There's a little something called potions here at the office. Even if you fall asleep with a cold, you'll recover in no time. So the fantasy is futile. So you can't be absent from work due to sickness, and there's no such thing as a no-show. I guess I'll have to make up my mind. Loneliness is not good at this kind of group behavior. Even if it's not the result of your actions, sometimes you have to be patient in order to live. Let's just have lunch. I was too hungry to do anything, so I decided to prepare for the afternoon schedule, thinking that it was better that I didn't have a time limit of 10 minutes for lunch like I did at my old job. I'm a supervisor here at the company. His voice, not loud but firm and cold, signaled the start of the afternoon's training. It will be explained only once. Everyone listen up, no talking. Today you will battle the dungeon monster, the reptilian wings, and the wagging pointed black and slender tail, the bent horns on the side of the head, and the long red wine-red hair fluttering in the air. What the demon woman said was cold and upsetting to us, despite the color of her hair. Their opponents were selected from the subordinates of General Demon King, General Immortal King's Army and General Dragon King. These are all low-ranking souls. Don't trip up here, okay? Of course you can do it. I feel like I've been implied. You're free to form your own team. You can work individually or in teams, but this training is an encounter-style training with the dungeon in mind. It's up to each of you to decide. The figure standing in the center of the room without even looking at the paperwork in a nonchalant and clerical manner looks dignified at best, and cold-hearted at worst. The demons will appear for 1 hour from the start, with a 10-minute break in between, and 3 sets of them. There will be no escape from the facility during that time. Don't worry, it's not going to kill you. If anything is compromised, just gather around me and I'll guard you with my wards. The tension in the air has changed and the air around me seems to relax with the reassuring words. On the contrary, I felt the devilishness of such sweet-smelling words. There's a difference, but they're similar to the words of Instructor Kyo and Instructor Fusio when they tricked me. I can't help but notice the papers on the clipboard that haven't been turned over yet. I've memorized them so I don't have to look at them. It could have been a precautionary document, but I'm concerned that not only Instructor Kyo and Fusio, but also Suila and the other instructors were absent from this training. Training will begin in 5 minutes. Be quick about it. But I didn't have time to think about it, and thinking about it wouldn't give me any answers. There's no one to partner up with and all you have to do is check your equipment and your wooden sword. Even so, 5 minutes is not much time. A quick check of the armor to make sure it's not loose is all that time that passes. I decided to at least maintain my vigilance and looked aside to see groups of people with the same job or even different jobs. You're a mage swordsman. One squad was noticeable among them. A man dressed like a wizard, who was not among the desired professions, held not a wooden sword in his hand, but a serious weapon that he could handle with one hand. A hybrid of a wizard and a swordsman. The idea seemed to be possible, but the fact that no other equipment like that could be found with him suggests that it wasn't that popular. Whether he would be all around good or dexterous, we'll find out later on in the training. The squad is a bit more rearguard, with him as the vanguard and 2 other women, one a wizard and the other a healer. Still, it's not as bad as the other squads. 3 wizards, including the man who tried to get me to pacify him in the morning. Still, they're better than me being the only one solo. Plus, it's the first time I've fought a dungeon monster myself. Maybe my body is tense, but I'm a little tense. Let's go as far as we can. But fortunately, all it takes is a few deep breaths to bring it back to its full potential. It's not just that I'm dying. I think it's time. Your biological clock, which has a demon's time schedule, tells you the time rather accurately. Take a deep breath again and turn your attention to yourself. You need to stop looking around you and focus on your surroundings and deal with it, or else I'll be the first one to fall out. Time to begin training now. Under the calm voice of Superintendent Tivia, the mood of the world changes. Warding. Oh, my god, I didn't know how to activate it or anything. Didn't you prepare for this in advance? That makes sense, doesn't it? Number. You quickly deny the words coming from a group of wizards. And then he glances at the overseer. A single unposed action. With a single blink, this ward was set in motion. I sensed a vaguely similarity between Instructor Fusio's movements, but I don't think that's necessarily true. But there seemed to be no time for deep thought. A group of dirty green-skinned dwarfs emerged from the magic circle that surrounded us on the perimeter of the large training grounds. The demon tribe, Suila, the 2 instructors, and Superintendent Tivia look so unintelligent that it's unfair to compare them to you. I wonder if we can use the word sharpshooter. Disposable pawns. Such a word seems to fit the term. A group of goblins were attacking us. Fireball. Oh, Windcatter. Hey. The only thing I cared about was protecting myself from the friendly fire that came out of nowhere. Protecting myself from the magic that was flying around in double digits, let alone single digits, was something I had no choice but to jump out of the way as soon as possible and get down. Oh, come on, what Battlefield movie is this? As a result of the results of my training, the damage to me is 0. As soon as I look in the direction of the bullet that landed on me, you can see a goblin that has become a particle of magic power that has been cruelly erased as a result of the numerous magic bombs that have landed on it. This is the feeling of a Mongolian soldier who killed a warrior who came forward to fight. Despite the difference between guns and magic, you can find the best way to get a good deal more information on this topic. They're all small fry. So boring. The male wizard looks down on the goblin and the female wizard looks bored as she releases her magic from her wand. Do I have to do this? The role of the vanguard is to serve as a shield, and the sight of the vanguard denying that outright almost makes me forget the meaning of my own existence. 3 o'clock. The other side can't keep up with my magic. But then the overwhelming scene started to fall apart. Did you have to pace yourself? The wizards have been taking down more and more wizards. The goblins have started to close the distance, not near the magic circle, and the more wizards they take down, the more of them they take down. Come to think of it, Goblins are the type that prioritize numbers over quality. You're a short-distance runner. Even though it has only been about 10 minutes since it began, the wizards are beginning to breathe heavily, and as if to confirm my memory, the attack that had come from one direction was now dispersed in two directions and began to attack in numbers. And now they were attacking in two directions, in numbers. Get your hands up. I know. It's starting to get confusing. I see this all the time when people aren't able to get their work done. You can't see your priorities and just keep doing what's ahead of you, and you can't see what's behind you. The rearguard who uses bows and arrows are also shooting at you, but the number of casualties continues to increase. Ouch. Do something about the 3 o'clock. I knew this was a bad idea, so I got up, screaming, and ran. SHH. Between the wizard and the goblins. He held his interrupting wooden sword and sucked in his breath. Yell. Hearing my cry, which stimulated my biological instincts, the space was silent as if it had stopped only in that moment. Hey! You geese don't stop. That's right, not only the enemy, but also our allies have stopped. DMN, these skills are too good or bad. At any rate, I called out to them in the spirit of having to work with someone I dislike. But frankly, I'm not sure I'd be able to trust them with my back. Still, we'll have to take it down. Not much to go on. Hey, normally, I was either easily ducked or easily received, so I was surprised by the sensation of a direct hit. Thanks to this, I didn't have time to feel disgusted by the sensation of hitting a living thing. Kataman. Before I could even think of the next, my body turned and ran out to the nearest goblin. I slapped the hand of the goblin with a dagger that proclaimed to be firmly rusty, and when I struck the top of his left head with a recoil, he easily returned to his magic power. This is the weakest. When you think about it, though, it seems to be manageable. You want to compare notes? Perhaps it was because of the Monkey King's cry that the goblins in my neighborhood recognized me as an enemy. There were more of them than even G. The sight of them coming out of the magic circle, one after the other, was a nightmare. I can beat them with a single swing and have the endurance of all the days of hell I've spent. I'd like to manage at least 3 hours. If she were to drop out of the race, pathetic, retraining. I feel like a nightmare is waiting for me. A sharp chill runs down your spine, making you strong. I can't lose. I feel like I'm desperate, but you need to blast that much to get rid of those two devilish. Actually, it's Demon and Bone. Smiles. With a single swing I dispel 3 goblins. I waved my past on them as they flew through the air and waved the war flag. Another side. Oh, well, Immortal King, the Jiro guy is putting up a fight. Kakaka, that's right, you know exactly where to stand. That first spell chilled me to the bone. Monitor room, a large screen depicting the whole scene, with 6 monitors on either side showing details on each side. Midterm report. This was a gathering for each instructor to report on the progress of the training. Besides General Onion and General Immortal, I can also see the generals participating in this training. But Jiro-san is doing well. Even though you are a goblin, you have managed to hold back the army all on your own. At least try it. Kakaka, it will be interesting to see how you fare against my forces on the second stage. On one side, or rather, the endpoint of the goblins that sparsely move around the half of the training grounds is Jiro-san's surroundings. His skills are both intimidating and provocative at the same time. He uses it to draw the goblins' attention to himself, and he himself intercepts the kobolds who come around the spot. As a teacher, I am happy to see the results of his actions, as he tries to stay as calm as possible without disturbing his breathing, and tries to see the whole picture, even though it is a poor one. Therefore, the General Demon King and the Immortal General's army, who were in the same position to teach, were in a good mood. However, when General Demon King saw a man who looked like me, who was watching the monitor from the opposite direction, his mood until now was gone. But hey, Joel, what kind of education are you giving me? I'm not making excuses. It was a mistake. Onion King, it's not right for us to attack the Tree King when we've got the quality but the quantity is forced upon us. My Immortal King, I appreciate your concern, but in this place, results are everything. I make every effort to educate my men, but I believe they are not well trained. The incarnation of the moon, a being that was not even the same dark elf with long hair that was pure white and shining rather than white and silver down to his feet, dressed almost like a kimono on earth, did not even look at me, but just looked at the monitor. Lord Tree King, Suila, you are in a position to blame me. You should be proud of what you have raised. Even in my eyes, my student is a hapless one, and your student has become a great warrior. If you look at the monitor, even though it's only the first hour, 30% of the wizards and recovery workers have been evacuated within Aviasama's wards. Although I haven't notified them, they have taken refuge in the wards, which means they are retired from this training program. Of course, The consequences will affect your evaluation. The total number of participants in the training was 37, a reduction of 30%. That's because wizards and healers were mainly reduced, so our ability to control the planes has dropped significantly. The result is that a single vanguard has taken on an army of even the lowest-ranking wizards. If only one wizard would come to Jiro-san's aid. Kaka. That's not possible, because the only people who are working at the same level as Jiro are the 3 wizards who support the other side of things, and they are wizards. We're not gonna make it to the 3rd level, are we? I suppose if the same thing happens again at the 2nd stage, no matter how well trained and physically strong we are, we won't be able to hold back an army of humans for very long. No, maybe not, you know? The sudden and familiar feeling that I remember makes me and the other generals fall to our knees as soon as possible. Oh, we don't care, we just came here because we were so anxious to see the result. Yes, my lord, my demon king. The generals are standing up, but I don't think I can. I'm still on my knees with my head down. Still, I've seen his face. A blonde-haired, crimson-eyed, mild-mannered, good-looking young man who looks like a mere mortal, but there is a part of him that is only recognizable because he is a dark elf skilled in the handling of magic, the enormous magic power that you can feel without seeing it, even though it's only on the surface, which is the top layer of it. You can see that the surface alone holds a significant amount of magic power in a compressed state. You recruited it. Did you say he? Ha. That's right. Yeah, it sounds like you've got some good people on board, and Avia seems to be happy about it. So, my demon king, why do you think he and Jiro will hold on? A hunch, or maybe not even that, a survival instinct based on fear, no life. All I could do was listen to the conversation between the demon king and the immortal king as they happily chatted. Fear? General, ha, I guess your training has paid off. I'm just struggling to stand in fear of your shadows that threaten me with this. It sounds like they are conversing amicably, but in fact, even their voices are telling me that their wills are on magic. Interesting. The Demon Lord is a very charismatic man. Even with this easygoing tone, he single-handedly leads generals that I can't help. Don't underestimate your survival instincts. No life, though you may not feel it as much now that you're free of the fetters of life. Right, I'm sure you'll understand. Maybe. How deep is the life force of man? Well, not only that, but I don't see how someone shouting this kind of voice could drop out so easily. Wind magic. When I sensed the high-density magic, all I knew was the attribute. Hell, if we drop out. Put some guts into it. Kotaya. That's where Jiro's voice comes from. General, is Avia going to cry? Kaka. Only a demon king could break through the wards like this without being noticed. My sympathies are with Avia, but it will be a goal for her to sharpen up. Each of the generals said something else, but I feel that they nodded, somewhat convinced. Don't waste what you almost died for. Get to it before it kills you. Mianu. As I said, I also heard Jiro-san's voice that was full of life force, or rather, that was trying to hang on to life, and I couldn't help but feel my mouth relax. You know? Do you think someone this desperate would drop out? I'm not much for spiritualism, but it's possible. Well, if he survives, I'll show him some respect. But if you don't survive, I will give you what you want. Jiro-san, please forgive my disappointment that I can only cheer you on. Another side end. He's dead. No, he's dead. He can't move. Even if there was a break in the middle of the fight, we had been fighting for 3 hours straight and had run out of energy long ago. You don't care about what's going on in the world. All you can do now is roll on the floor in a big smile. The hell that started with goblins, skeletons and lesser dragons is over now. I don't know how many you killed. That's how many we killed. I ain't gonna form a party with those guys. And the reason it happened is because I've been fighting alone for so long, and it may be close to taking it out on you, but these complaints spill out. I'm so tired that I can't even move my fingers when I'm supposed to be lying on my back resting. Still, my head is spinning. Recalling the past training sessions may just be too vivid for you to relive. The first goblin wasn't quite as bad as I remembered. They protected me even when no one thought they were protecting me, so I only had to watch my back in one direction. It was the second half of the second stage, the Bone Warriors, skeleton, second half that I found strange. It was so confusing that it could collapse at any moment, except for me. A wizard kicked the enemy in front of us in the dark, an archer who retreated into the wards as soon as his arrows ran out, a recovering worker who was only protected by recovery and only healed in the vicinity, a bandit on the run, and a modern man with no real combat experience, but that's about as close as you can get. We're not an army. The goblins are draining our strength and the skeletons are draining our nerves with human-like techniques. Finally, the lesser dragon, a close cousin to the Komodo monitor lizard, is named after a dragon and has higher specs than the first two. Thanks to this, there was chaos at the end, with most of them running away into the woods, and not a dozen of them surviving to the end, except for me. As for me, I was fighting in a guerrilla style towards the end, running around and attacking repeatedly. We weren't communicating, so we couldn't coordinate, and I didn't want to think about rescuing a wizard who was firing randomly. It was a Spartan training program that made me want to cry, and I was lucky that the numbers were getting smaller and smaller as we went through the stages, but the quality of the training was so Spartan that I could barely keep up with it. It only took one swing to defeat the kobolds, goblins, but at least 2 swings at the bone warrior, skeletons, and only a few lesser mini dragons, because their blows were not very effective. This is a dungeon, a fearsome fantasy, and a brave man who can conquer it while humming a tune. Are you human? Good work. Today's training is over. And Superintendent Demon was relentless. I'm trying to regain my strength while reminiscing. But the one who was in the wards at the beginning has already started to leave and tells me to go home as well, which is exhausting. Although he's saying goodbye with his mouth, his eyes are telling me to get moving. No, I don't plan to just sit around and do nothing, but at least that's enough. And this is on a voluntary basis, but I'll assume you're willing to do additional training if you stay. Alright, I'm gonna get up and leave. My strength's not recovered, but I've regained my energy somehow. I'll leave the training grounds even if it means crawling out of here, using the wooden sword as my stick. Hey, that man. Yeah, he was trying to sabotage us with his skills. The show-off factor. Aren't you ashamed of yourself for making those wild noises? I know. A self-important idealist like that. For God's sake, I didn't want to hear this stuff when I was faint. I could feel my energy draining away. I feel like I should just despair and take another training course. I can see I'll be down soon. I'm going to be okay with that. When I see you not leave quietly, but leave as if you were a souvenir, and then slink away, I question myself whether it is right to end up with such a person. I don't want to be with him. I came to a conclusion rather quickly, and the answer was right there in my heart. To others, my fighting style may have been self-serving, but that's no reason to get a warning, let alone a denial. Supervisor Evia. What? Can I get some additional training? It's just me and Superintendent Evia around me. No, it's just me and Superintendent Evia at the training site. Fine, we'll conduct 2 additional sets of training sessions. Even if it takes a minute or 10 seconds, I need to be ahead of them. I don't like being treated like one of them. It's an act of desperation, but I don't regret it. I've seen what it's like versus plural. Next time you'll show me how to play single combat. You've wasted your strength. I can't even lift my sword. A huge body will glow from the same magic circle we were training in, and a huge body will appear from it. It's an orc. But they're no better than the goblins we just fought. But they're just as unintelligent and lowly. I'll be here to help if anything happens. But at best you'll be careful. The pig-faced demon, whose body is bigger than mine both above and to the side, carrying a club as big as my body, and equipped with magnificent fangs instead of horns, walks over with heavy footsteps to show the weight of his body. Oh, God, I can't believe I'm going to lose. With words of encouragement to yourself, you intercept the orc who comes dragging the club with a yell. You don't duck the club as it is forcefully swung down at you, but rather take it out on the ground and shoot back to relieve your anger. Ho, now you have just the right person in front of you to vent your anger. Don't miss the opportunity. With a minimum of force, hold the wooden sword in the middle of the room and inhale into your lungs and belly as you spit it out with all your strength. I was scared, yeah, and the guy in front of me was scared of me. I took a step backward so that I could see it clearly, and just as I thought I'd knocked the club off with a stroke of force not worth its size, it let out a strange, incomprehensible cry. You're right to be frightened, but I don't care now. Shoo. And then quickly switch from medium stance to high stance. Now I just want to take it out on you. I just want to take it out. Strike down, strike down, strike down, strike down. Don't care if your throat dies, don't care if you get hit a little. Don't give them time to fight back. Keep hitting with the club with the intention of breaking the opponent on the defensive. Do-oo, do-oo, do-oo. Then he struck the body through a gap where the club had been slightly displaced, and the impact of the blows were absorbed by the fat armor that prevented him from hitting the body. It seemed that an attack of this magnitude would not be a problem. Goatee. That's really annoying. I walked behind him like an ostrich and swung my wooden sword as the orc turned around, snapping its wrist and putting my will into it. It crushed bone with a crisp touch. There was a grunt, not a roar, but a whimper. Here, Tsukii. Feel the flesh piercing your flesh, overcome the slightest resistance, and taste the sensation of penetration in your hand. The orc returns to its magic. Ha. Ha 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 ha. I took a deep breath. Either we kill the orcs in 2 weeks or we make better recruits. I was leaning on the pig demon that was disappearing as magic, and I held my sword against the ground to prevent it from falling. I can't hear them. There's still time. I'm getting the minimum amount of information I need. And it's a waste of time to try and tell them it's over. I just keep fighting the demons that are summoned. Every time I kill one, I pause for breath and then strike it again. And I don't even count the number of times I've killed it anymore. All I can think about is beating the monster as hard as I can as it changes each time it's summoned. I quietly catch my breath and raise my wooden sword. They hit me. They hit me. I punch them in the gut and patiently put up with it. He hits you. And clenches his teeth. And drives into your belly. She knocks him off. She kicks him away and puts an end to it. Grab his arm and throw him off. Then strike him on the side of the head with one hand and escape. Catch the opponent with the back of your hand and counterattack him with your head, then mount up to stop him. The body gradually loses strength, and the sequence of strikes is mixed with false movements to create an opening for the opponent to get the best result with the least amount of movement. The summons was finally interrupted when I was no longer wasting my time and feeling suffocated. It's time to go, Rejoice. To close, I've prepared a demon that you can't win no matter how hard you try now. Heard their hooves. It's a skeleton Knight Rider. If you don't die, I'll fix you up. For a finale, a very superior being has come out. Great armor. The javelin. Even their horses are wearing armor. Even if it's just bones inside, it's like a grasshopper. There's nothing to be happy about. I don't feel like losing. But there's still something to be said for sheer vitality. Well barked. The bravado is a little better when you're there. I can't do this if I'm not telling you. If I can't, my body won't move. With my chin I'll watch the skeleton Knight Rider gallop away and fight back, no matter how futile it is. With the added speed of my horse, I aim my spear at the spear that's thrust out at an uncanny speed from my point of view. I've barely caught the blow with my eyes and the firmness of the blow feels right in my arms. I've blocked the javelin. Just as I thought. The body floats in the air. It's over. I knew intuitively. The spear was winding its way through the air and throwing my body into the air. Yeah. Maybe we could have killed it if we had a friend. At least for those guys. I should grow up a bit more. Or maybe that was just an excuse for me to complain before. And that was the last time I was unconscious. Tanaka Jiro. 28 years old. Single. No girlfriend. Occupation. Dungeon tester. Full-time employee. Magic aptitude 8. General class. Officer of the year. Warrior. Status. Force 39, Force 45. Endurance 58, Endurance 62. Agility 20, Agility 28. Endurance 34, -5. Endurance 45. Dexterous 36, Dexterous 36. Knowledge 33, Knowledge 33. Intuition 7, Intuition 8. Luck 5. Greater than luck 5. Magic power 41, Magic power 50. State. Nicotine addiction. Lung pollution. Word of the day. It was my first fight with a demon, and I realized again that we have to work together. No matter what they say, no matter who we are. 5. Do you think it is natural for the president to say hello at the entrance ceremony? TXT. Tanaka Jiro. 28 years old. Single. No girlfriend. Occupation. Dungeon tester. Full-time employee. Magic aptitude 8. General class. Officer of the year. Warrior. It's been a month since I had my interview. Finally, my rookie training is over. Phew. There was no training today because of Sunday, and I had to stay in my room and relax all day to rest my body. So I've finished dinner and now it's time for dinner. It's great to be alive. That's my word from the bottom of my stomach, or rather from the bottom of my heart. I never thought beer could be this good. Normally it was a bubbly instead of a bedtime drink, a bachelor's nonsense that was upgraded a bit in the wake of a pay rise, but it seems to be definitely better than the beer I used to drink, if not better than usual. On Saturday, my body was screaming to finish up the last training session and I couldn't afford to sleep in and taste the beer. However, it is a magic technique that you are able to taste the beer the next day after screaming all day long. After all, a person should feel alive. I can feel the cold beer pouring down my throat and down my stomach. It really is wonderful to be alive, isn't it? I couldn't have had a beer this good otherwise. This reminds me of the past. Somehow I managed to wake up before dinner on the day of the joint drill and went to the store to eat dinner and drink the nightcap in my room. Looking back on it, my choice was a stroke of luck. The slippery hand easily lifted me up and took me to a corner of the cafeteria. Drink, drink, drink. It's on me today. Eat all you can. Kaka kaka, food is on me. And the culprits who took him away were the demon yakas and the skull gentleman sitting across from him, namely Instructor Kyo and Instructor Fusio. I couldn't understand why they were in such a good mood, and the only thing I could do was to say to Darky Monsieur in front of them, "It's the demon tribe's special brew. Yummy. What? This is my spirit wine. It is safe for people to drink. I was drunk with various alcoholic beverages from the reception, and my body was also strengthened by the magic crests. As expected, I was able to drink much better than before and stayed until the cafeteria closed. I was also a bit tipsy, and I felt bad that I didn't think about the reason for the party, thinking that something really good must have happened with the smiling instructor Kyo and the satisfied instructor Fuzio's attitude. But hey, who would have thought this could be the last supper? The next day, after I moved on to afternoon job-specific training, right on schedule, without a hangover, I was greeted by, "Yesterday was fun." Kaka. That was really fun. It was Instructor Kyo at his redoubtable best and Instructor Fuzio in his dark energy. It wasn't my fault I took a quick turn. Warding. But you can't run away from the special battle because the story isn't going anywhere. The moment you turn around, you feel a wall of magic against your forehead. Then you turn around, using the chill you feel on your back to move your head like a well-oiled tin doll. I'd like to praise myself for not screaming. The two instructors, 50% more radiant than before, were holding me fast. "Well, Jiro, are you ready for this?" "And you're done." "So, I don't know when they change their name, but I don't have time to worry about that." I thought there was time to spare. But there was no way I could say no to the two of them, as a Japanese, who couldn't say no to them. I asked Suila for help, but I couldn't say number. "Good luck with today." Suila, who embodies a smart woman in a tightly fitted suit, didn't even make eye contact with me. "Alright, let's start the training." I decided to give up, and as usual, I held my weapon in the center of the room. Then I realized, come to think of it, I'd lost at the end of the joint training. I shouldn't have said losing would be hell, but I shouldn't have given myself more training, more defeat, more passion. A loss is a loss, even if you fought longer than the others. Was it possible that he was in a good mood yesterday because he was thinking about today's training, or was it their concern to at least have a good time before sending him off to hell? Training? Then I'll say it. I don't need that kind of attention. Please. 1 minute you're ready and then you're blown apart. 1 minute you're attacking and then you're blown apart. The next minute you're defending and then you're blown apart, and it's the same old scene. The repeated slashes of the chambered blade, magic sword, and the magic of the toy wand, cursed wand, that obstructed me at every turn. Thinking back, it was the first time Instructor Kyo's Chamberlain blade, which looked like a child's magic sword, was seen as a magic sword. Thanks to Instructor Fuzio's creepy laugh that sent a chill down my spine, I swore to myself that I wouldn't set foot in the toy section for a while. The light-hearted electronic sounds contradicted each of the magic states, each of which seemed to be non-lethal, but when combined with the Chamberlain blade, they seemed to be a dangerously marked item to be avoided. If it wasn't for the knee slapper, Burke, while he was down and out, he would surely have fallen short. Honestly, I can't help but feel that this is a company where you can experience the blackest details of a black company. Still, they were taking it easy on me, or maybe they were just taking it easy on me, and I was still alive. I think I saw a few times, but I was alive. Even so, the fact that he didn't mysteriously die was the result of his daily training, or whether it was the fact that both instructors were amazing at exquisitely discerning the space between life and death, I couldn't even think about it. So tomorrow you start in the dungeon. Still, I survived, no matter what the consequences. From now on, there were only two options: turn in my papers and apply for training again, or be forced to retrain for bad grades. That's a relief. But it also makes me brace myself for a bad grade. But for now, let's just relax. Then I'll officially become a member of the company and tackle the dungeon. My brain has finally caught up with my training period and I've been pushed aside by the beer. But I'm still thinking about tomorrow. The dungeon. It's something that would only appear in game terms or novels in this modern-day Japan, but I've been dying for training to get in there for the past month, and it's deeply emotional to think that it actually exists and will be challenged tomorrow. No, it's not that deep. It's more like a simple feeling of being a kid before a field trip. In fact, I was so tired that I hid under the covers to go to sleep and couldn't fall asleep, so I'm having a nightcap like this. You're so excited that you can't sleep, but you're happy that you still have a childish mind. Not that I'm a brat, though. I grabbed the beer cans I'd drunk and looked down at my body and saw that my body, which had been lazy for years, was toned like a lie. The status of my body has risen incomparably since I was hired, and I can feel the results of that increase. How long has it been since I've wanted to see the results of my efforts so soon? Well, let's go to bed. You can't stay up too late. You can't stay up too late. You can't sleep in tomorrow. Save the fun in your heart for tomorrow, but for now, think about getting a good night's sleep. Normally you would sit in the lecture room in your normal clothes, but today everyone is dressed in a suit and tie. In contrast, On the stage are many unique people who seem to be in direct denial about the word unity. Among them, of course, are Instructor Fusio and Instructor Kyo. I've never seen them before, but they're probably standing there, probably from other professions. I can sense a similarity between them, or perhaps strength between them. If you are a child, you will definitely cry, and even an adult will smile and stare at you. I've gotten used to it, so I bail out in silence without a care in the world. Then I shift my gaze again to the other faces. A well-built, upper-body nude man with scales like a reptile and a scar over one eye, a dark elf woman like Suila dressed in a kimono, and a small person with the hood of her robe deeply hiding her head. A brown-skinned, 3-meter-tall giant wearing a fur and metal helmet, and a compound-eyed woman with antennae sprouting from her head, whose mouth is hidden by a fan, are covered with a crustacean-like object in several places, but their human body is now exposed only by a fabric that could be considered as underwear. Some men have been following you, but have you noticed? He's smiling, and that gaze is the eyes of a perfect predator. This was absolutely unguarded. Everyone standing on the stage could instinctively see from the first impression that they were absolutely powerful. How great was the existence of a brave man who could defeat these people. The banners above the faces that look more creative than unique. The induction ceremony banners look very surreal. It's time. Are we all here? And then, to top it all off, the devil in the suit, Superintendent Tivia, with an expression on his face so cold that you want to call him a queen, takes the stage. It's great that he doesn't get buried in the midst of these creative people, but makes his presence felt. The air in the room was tightened by this appearance. It is not so tightened up, but it is tightened up that physical oppression forced even the sleepy-eyed people to squeeze their expressions. First of all, let me say thank you for the training. Of our 58 recruits, only 37 of you here have completed the training course. Without a moment's greeting and without an opening statement, the initiation ceremony was over. It wasn't so shocking to me, who had gone through the training course alone, but the people around me seemed to be different. Some are shocked, some have a sense of accomplishment on their faces, and others are more relaxed. I've got something for you. Look on your tables. Is there a box on each of your tables? Following the words of the supervisor who calmly proceeded with the ceremony without regard to our feelings, I looked at the thing on the desk that had been bothering me for a while. The black paper box, about 10 centimeters in diameter, had been sitting there since before I took my seat. It didn't lift up, let alone cut, so I touched it a few times at first and then left it alone, but I wondered what it was. Open it and let me see what's inside. I don't know how to open it, but when I lifted it up anyway, it lifted up easily, and it seemed to be a covered box, and the bottom box slid down to expose the contents. A pendant? There was an octahedron crystal-like pendant that looked like a leather cord that could be hung around one's neck. It's a spirit stone. You must take it with you when you enter the dungeon. Otherwise, you'll die. The air froze. Someone dropped an octahedral crystal-like pendant on the desk at the words and intimidation of the supervisor, who was feeling the pressure. There are people who think they are strong beyond the training, so let me tell you, we won't make a sweet dungeon for you to conquer. The lecture room, which was quiet from the beginning, now felt colder than the air-conditioned room. Of course, the risk of death is real. You've experienced this before. If someone thinks a battle with a demon won't kill you, it's not too late. You shouldn't go into dungeons. You can't get good information if you're just going through the motions. We, for our part, don't need information that won't kill us. But it wasn't fear, it was more of a rebellious spirit. If you want to express your feelings, great. It's like shouting, I'm sorry. I wondered what the deepest level was that we had worked so hard to reach. That thought made me almost laugh a little. But it wasn't the only thing I thought. You've got to be kidding me. I didn't hear you say you were going to die. Yes. I heard you're hurt, but I can't risk my life. Yes. You've got to be kidding me. Some of them stand up and rant about their frustrations. Is that all you want to say? Then walk away, because there's no point in using something you're not happy with, and you have no use for it. Don't worry. I'll at least pay you for the training period. And when the supervisor looked at them with a single glance, a magic circle appeared at their feet and then vanished in an instant. I told you from the beginning that these testers are deadly. Anyone who doesn't understand that and thinks that's an exaggeration is just a fool. Once again, we don't want guys like that. Only those who are prepared to remain here will be allowed to remain. Of course, as we said at the beginning, and as we promised, we will give you our word for your lives to the best of our ability. But not absolutely. And answer that question. Stay or leave. If you'd seen the exchange, you'd think some of them would have walked away. But 3 of them, let the results speak for themselves. You said you're going to die earlier, but with this spirit stone, the chances of your death are slim to none. This is just what it is. The supervisor pulls out an item that looks just like the one we have. This is not only proof that your training is complete, but also your lifeline to the dungeon. The dungeon is filled with a high concentration of magical energy. This stone absorbs that magic and combines it with your magic to create a record of that information. When you enter the dungeon, it automatically creates your first body inside the dungeon, a body made of magic and based on a soul. Even if you die in the dungeon, you will be instantly transported to the company's infirmary where the information will be used to regenerate your body back to its original state. Even if the heart or head is blown off, it is the body made of magic that will break the etheric body. I assure you that the body is, in fact, intact, which is good, because you can die in peace. Instead, it will hurt like death. The supervisor smiles sadistically, as if to say that he's in full swing. Seeing that, it's not so bad that you pull your chair back a little. It's more of a survival instinct. But your temporary body is finally becoming like a fantasy. But it's not a panacea either. First of all, it's only good inside the dungeon. Outside the dungeon it's just an ornament. Secondly, you'll find out that the cost of making one of these things is more than you can spend your life trying to pay, so lose it and your fate is sealed. I can only say that the last one is a perfect threat, but I'll leave it there and there will be cost issues, so I don't blame you. The point is, don't lose the company's equipment. You'll be careful how you handle it. Third, this will eliminate the physical damage, but not the psychological ones. We'll take care of your trauma, but it's up to you to get better. In addition, if you come out of the dungeon wounded, your injuries will be reflected in your flesh and blood. Unless you want to writhe in pain, you're on your own. Yes, loss of body parts will leave you with painful limb pain, but you won't be losing your body unless your soul is missing. I've heard bad things. Even if your body is made of magic, it still hurts. There's no guarantee you'll ever be able to try the dungeon again after you've died. That's the last thing you want to do is traumatize yourself. Besides, if you leave untreated, your wounds will reflect on you in the flesh. We work with fresh wounds all the time, so that's one thing we need to look out for. Fortunately, the good news is that body loss doesn't occur unless there's a serious problem. But the supervisor had a strange way of saying it. But the way the supervisor said it, it's as if there's a possibility of loss. Finally, it's a rule of thumb. I was almost killed by a previous hero. That happens to me too. You could easily be in my shoes, so brace yourselves and take on the dungeon. You've missed the chance to ask, but this is something you'll have to look into on your own. I don't want to be discontented without looking into it. It's a bunch of caveats that keep me on my toes from beginning to end. Well, now you know. It was fully understandable, but thanks to that, yesterday's field trip mood completely died out. The people around you are also wearing the same expression of anxiety. The supervisor didn't seem to be bothered by this atmosphere. Can I challenge the dungeon with this kind of mood? I think it would be better to boldly challenge the dungeon after getting beaten up by the instructors once. What should I do? Since it's the beginning of the year, can't she make it a little more upbeat? No, I don't think it's a mistake in the sense of being strict in terms of atmosphere. And that was the information I needed. It's mainly about keeping our lives safe. Is that so? Just being too strict won't make the lower ones follow the higher ones, and a balance is important in society. Well, sure. Who am I talking to during the ceremony? Since my seat is at the end of the line and there is no one on either side of me, there will be no one to talk to. With the sad reality that there will be no one to talk to. Therefore, there should have been no one next to me. Hey, who? It's the Demon King. Before I knew it, a fresh and handsome man who claimed to be the Demon King was sitting next to me. Apostrophe. Ha 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 ha, can you believe it? It's more like a stern image, one that exudes the weight of successive wars, a kind of dignity that oozes out of you. A Demon King is. The self-proclaimed Demon King, who understood exactly what my silence meant, put his hand to his chin and started to worry about it. I think it's okay for me to put out my hand because it's too tight, but if he is, it's not a good idea to do this. But it's the best way to do it. That type of person wouldn't allow a supervisor to be called out unless he or she was very close to them, or someone in a fairly senior position or something. Then the self-proclaimed part of the Demon King would be gone, and the person next to him would really be the Demon King, right? So with my troubled mind at his side, the presumptive Demon King walked casually as if he had something to do on the stage. The other co-workers who are concentrating in front of him didn't notice him as he walked. The only ones who have noticed were the instructors on the platform. As if by design, they kneeled down and welcomed the self-proclaimed, or rather, Demon King, who had climbed onto the stage. Sure, the appearance itself may be subdued, but the scenery itself was a solid display of dignity. He knelt down, showing that he was more of a king than any of them, despite the fact that every one of them had the qualities of a king. Hey, gentlemen. I am the Demon King. Or to put it more simply, I am your employer. The president. My colleagues, including me, are unable to react to this imposing declaration as if it were natural. I wondered if the equation Demon King equals President would work, but I didn't know how to react to the way he appeared, which would have completely skipped the process of making arrangements. Should I follow my instructors, get out of my chair and kneel? Yes, keep your posture. You're my men, but you're not my vassals. Courtesy is necessary, but not respect. They show their charisma as if they think they can predict everything, and they show their greatness. First of all, thank you for the training. Plus, did you get a whip from me? Oh, I don't need to tell you. But I'm sure from the look on your faces that you took it seriously. I won't just give you back the way you are. If you gave me a whip, now I'll give you candy. He's an actor. He drew his gaze from the procurator to the Demon King himself. As of today, we're going to open up the facilities that have been unusable. Details are already being distributed to the rooms. Look forward to it. And of course, as an employee, you'll get a discount. The Demon King is in control now. Every word of his voice is powerful. And I don't think it's a bad idea. And there will be a special prize for those who perform well. Let's also rank the results clearly and post them weekly for everyone to see. As a result of that, after 6 months, I'll prepare whatever I can prepare in the name of my Demon King for the top 3 people. If I want your money, I'll give it to you. You want power, I'll give it to you. If I want your position, I'll get it for you. Let's give you what you want. If a normal person said it, they would definitely suspect it was a fraud or a lie or something, but the Demon King's words on the stage did not lie. If he says he's going to prepare, he'll prepare. And the air that had been cool just now was instantly on fire. Is this what the Glar is all about? Being really good at stimulating human greed. This simply struck me as amazing. You're surrounded by an all-consuming heat, but on the other hand, I've been watching the scene with cold eyes. My 20s are almost over and I've entered the climax of my 30s. You are happy to hear that the reward will be increased, but it is not that exciting. So much for stopping you guys in your tracks with a long story. I'm opening up the dungeon now. Each of you must use your own judgment. This concludes the induction ceremony. Even so, the feeling of deviation does exist. Aware of the slightly faster heartbeat, at the supervisor's words, the Demon King stepped off the stage, followed by his instructors. It might have been my imagination, but for a moment I felt my eyes met with the Demon King. But I decided to think it was just my imagination. But still, Demon Lord? Could it be that the instructors are in a pretty great position to be following there? I should have asked him about his job title when he introduced himself, and I was thinking about things that have nothing to do with the future. Another side. Your Majesty, Ivia, I hope you're not too upset with me. Then let me at least make the necessary arrangements. So I can't talk to him. The place is not a modern room like a lecture hall, but a medieval-style throne room, where the supervisors and instructors, or rather the head of the guard and the general, line up in a row looking up at the master of the throne. Kaka, you're still a skeleton, Demon King. How was that? I thought at first I'd have more to look forward to, but that was nice. Oh, how rare it is to hear a dry landlord praise you. Yeah, I thought it would be a bad crop this time against my magic aptitude, but I see, that's what you call a bargain. You're not buried in the crowd with your discerning eyes. That thing knows people. No, I've seen people drink themselves to death. So the line is drawn. Do I like it? People who seem to be able to draw a tight line like that and cut off at their own discretion. If I had to say so, I guess the trouble is that they are active as individuals, but not as a herd. It's been a long time since I've seen anything good, and I smile as I poke my elbow into the throne. Pleasure. The Demon King is having a lot of fun. You have some really weird ideas. Isn't this just a moonstone? The woman of the fan, Mushio, and the Wolverine glanced at it as if to pour water on it, and wobblingly took out the pendant from the earlier one. Their eyes narrow and their mouths are smiling, but it's more accurate to say that they are laughing at you. The devil don't lie, do he? It's definitely a spirit stone. The abilities I've described definitely exist, just not all of them, though. That's really nasty. The head of the King's Guard, Ivia, also sneered with the same face as the Wolverine. It's not just a matter of time before you'll be able to get your hands on a new one. Is it as expected of a demon to do this in just one word? Giant King, you're not a nice guy. The healing won't be free either. Their magic will recover if left unchecked. I only collect their magic for the money they waste and throw away. Kaka. That's how we'll keep our armaments flowing. You've really thought this through. Don't you like it, Warlock? No, you don't have to worry about them. They're not your people. This is the extent of the Devil King and his general's schemes and tricks, and the story goes on and on. Is there a problem then? So, Amiri, I believe your dungeon is not yet complete. How have you been since then? The confirmation of Ivia's plan was over. Then the dungeons that they, the testers, would dive into are still not complete. No, this is our plan to find out the problems. No dungeons were ever completed. but there was one dungeon that was particularly slow in progress. The one the Demon King looked at from his throne and even called out to was a being completely covered in robes. The being revealed itself when the Demon King spoke to it. It removed its hood and revealed its face. The face belonged to a girl not much older than she was, but there was something like mechanical circuitry running all over her face, and it would be more accurate to describe it as expressionless or more inorganic. However, this combined with her long grey hair, which was shining slightly, gave her a doll-like beauty. Report: the dungeon is about 60% complete. The troops have been deployed at a rate of 45%, and the conclusion is that the shallow part of the dungeon has been created, so we believe that the current situation is sufficient to intercept the testers. The recognition of the testers of the position called General can be seen when he uses the word intercept instead of test. And the voice of the person who uttered it also sounds inorganic, although it should be a human voice. Keek, your daughter is very confident. As if replying to that, a somewhat light voice sends praise. Yes, I'm not going to doubt Amiri's report, either. You don't make unsubstantiated reports. If Amiri says it's not a problem, then it must be a problem. If anything, Dragon King, you worry me more, right? No, sir. Not at all. No matter how much I like to play around, I would never make a dungeon that could be breached by those wormy bastards. Your family is quite good at what they do, but they keep getting into trouble for their playfulness. I'm concerned. Plus, it's bad enough that you're getting even with the results, so you can't really blame them. Would you be willing to spare me the trouble? Keek, let's do some good. It's a good thing that you're able to have a good time with them. Just like that, the atmosphere changes. Now, my beloved subjects, listen carefully. My dear vassals, it's no exaggeration to say that our dreams hang in the balance. All hands, work to the best of your ability. All is as he wills. Satisfied with the general's answers, the Demon King looked up at the violet moon reflected in the skylight visible from his throne and realized that it was finally beginning. The dungeon now begins to move. Another side end. Tanaka Jiro, 28 years old, single, no girlfriend, occupation, dungeon tester, full-time employee. Magic aptitude 8, general class. Officer of the year. Warrior. Word of the day. I didn't think there was a president with such a strong presence in real life. But he was the Demon King. 6. I would like to prepare in advance if possible. When working. Txt. Tanaka Jiro, 28 years old, single, no girlfriend, occupation, dungeon tester, full-time employee. Magic aptitude 8, general class. Officer of the year. Warrior. There are too many facilities. After the induction ceremony was over, I was told that I could go about my business at my own discretion. But there is no doubt that it was now work time. However, I came back to my room to gather information in preparation for the ceremony, but then I noticed a strangely thick booklet in the mailbox. Come to think of it, they said they were going to open up their facilities during the initiation ceremony. But I thought they were talking about that, so I briefly looked through it and found the words I just read through. Starting with restaurants, medical institutions, weapon shops, armor stores, tool shops, training centers, entertainment facilities, etc. There's no end to the types of shops just to name them. The whole day would be over if I mentioned the names of all these shops. If it were simply a facility prepared by the company for the purpose of conquering dungeons, you wouldn't even feel the need to go outside anymore. On the last page, there were glimpses of taverns and other liquor stores, as well as shops at night, in short, where minors are not allowed. A little snorting here and there might be the right response from a man, but unfortunately, I'm still a man who keeps my private life separate. I'll keep it private and enjoy it in private, but I'll make the switch when I'm sure it's done. This is for now. A fantasy born in the modern age, a period drama village is not an eye for this. Everything in the shop is a fantasy, the food on display is something you've never seen before, and even the clothing is somewhere between cosplay and everyday wear. In addition, there is no excuse for cosplay props, as there are swords on display that are a direct threat to the law of firearms. Prices vary widely, but there are many different types of swords. Is it a fantasy when shopping is not a problem in Japanese yen? But if that's okay with you, it's okay with us. Once you understand and are convinced, you can walk to the station-like commercial facilities that spread underneath the company. There are only testers and employees, or maybe it's just our testers and employees for the number of people in the store, but it's a sparse crowd. I think this is an investment that will gradually increase, but I start my fantasy window shopping for the first time in my life, thinking that it's too quiet. Is surprisingly expensive. I now carry a well-made iron double-edged sword that costs 140,000 for one. I'm not sure if it's a high price or a low price, but it's definitely a bit pricey, even for someone who has some money saved up. If you look at the items peeking around the show window, even the cheapest one is an order of magnitude more expensive than this one. Of course it's up there, Huh? Will you be ready? I'm ready to break my savings and remind myself of the improvements I've made. One thing I realized during my training was the lack of aggression. I can laugh about it now, but the memory of beating up a Komodo dragon beetle and finally taking one of them down, only to be attacked by more than one, and then running away from the attacker is etched as a lesson to me. It may have happened simply because of my lack of status. In fact, Instructor Kyo was laughing and blowing away the metal armor with his Chamberlain blade. But status doesn't improve overnight, so the only thing that could be improved is the equipment. Even though it was an iron core wooden sword, it might be an excellent blunt instrument, but it was a bit awkward as a creature killer. The strength of the body is a weapon before the armor, thanks to the instructor's confidence in it. So I've been looking around at a few weapons stores, but nothing felt right. Can't you try these things out for yourself, Clark? If you chip the blade or something, you can buy it for me, okay? Demons. Sorry, I'm a Titan. No wonder you're so lanky. You're still on the small side, right? Seriously? Maybe it's because the place is deserted, but I'm able to have a light-hearted chat with a Clark sitting at the counter like this. I'd like to know the average height of giants who are classified as petite because of their physique. But right now I'm more interested in weapons. Clark, do you have any recommendations for weapons? I've got a magic sword for you to buy one for $30 million. Don't offer me something I can't afford. An amazing, 6% magic sword. And of course the loan is fine. I'm sure you're right that the original price is outrageous for a 60% discount. It's certainly a recommended weapon. I'm not sure the performance is as great as the discount, though. Unfortunately we want a weapon that fits our size. No matter how good it is ... it's useless if it's used as a piggyback ... and eventually you'll mistake it for your own power and you'll be destroyed. This kind of thing should be gradually turned into a good weapon. If we were looking for a car, we want a mass-produced car, not a high-spec F1 car. Performance comes with the territory. The problem is that his superhuman body, enhanced by the performance of his magic sword, allows him to wield expert-level swordsmanship at will, regardless of whether he's a friend or foe. As expected of a demon sword, it has a fatal flaw that could turn even a passerby blue. It's aspects that the holy sword or God's sword would never have. It's a negative way of looking at it. I guess it's no good. I thought a guy who wanted to be strong would want it. There will be nothing left to do but to ruin. Hey, Clark, what's this? Oh? That's what my boys have been training me for. I think they're useful in their own right. That's more like it. As far as I can see, it's a wagon sail. It was stabbed into a sake barrel and handled roughly. The length, shape and variety of swords are all different. Still the prices are the cheapest in the store. You didn't expect to see that. Looking at the price. The price is 19,800 uniform, and although the tools are a bit stingy, you still want to find a bargain. To buy or not to buy, you look and decide afterwards. You can't find a bargain, after all. But the reality is not easy, and low prices have their own reasons. It can't be an opportunistic way to hide hidden karma. It's not quite blunt, but it's not really a workman's weapon, according to the shopkeeper, and the one I tried was the same as the iron sword I saw earlier. But as soon as you take it in your hands, you can tell the difference. The handle that was comfortable earlier was not quite right, but it was just fine. As expected, I'm not willing to put my life in that kind of thing. And since I don't think I'll be able to find any more good swords from what I've seen, I'll just move on to another store. I'll look at the others. Thanks for the explanation. Oh, hey, I'm too busy. You can come over and chill out if you want. You want to chill out? This time it was a bad coincidence, but I rather like this kind of charming shopkeeper. I was going to come back again, but I thought I would take a look at the high-quality weapons anyway, so I turned my foot towards the glass case instead of the exit and headed for the exit. Looking inside, they're all an order of magnitude different. As is to be expected, all the items are first class, as they are lined up in a glass case, and the explanatory plaques in Japanese have simple explanations written along with the prices, and the content of the plaques is just like the settings in novels and comics, so you won't get tired of looking at them. I was ruminating in my head about how I could not buy it compared to the balance in my savings account, but when I tried to restrain my greed, the guy appeared in front of me. What is that? A steel plate. It was nothing more than an iron plate shaped like a long, single-edged sword, unworked, with a cloth wrapped around what looked like a hilt, but it didn't look like something you could put in a glass case. It's a seedling of the mining tree. The seedlings? Does that mean it's a plant? I was looking at it for a while when I saw the clerk who had been sitting at the counter standing next to me. If you stick this in a land rich in magic, it will absorb the magic from the and grow like a plant. It's made of metal, but this is a special kind of metal. When a tree is 1,000 years old, it becomes a good piece of steel. The point is, it's a growing metal. So it's a material? No wonder they have them in the armory. I suppose you could make a custom-made weapon out of it. The price is about the same as you could buy a new car, but it's probably better quality material. No, this is definitely a weapon. What? It's a seedling, right? This thing has an alias. The Kuresmith's Cry, as they call it. Kuresmith's Crying? Yeah, this thing sticks in the ground and grows like a tree, and it leaves its seeds. Seed? It's the little round thing at the hilt. If you look at the spot where the clerk pointed, there was definitely a black sphere attached to the end of the handle. But if you don't bury it in the ground and let the magic flow through it, it will look like a long iron plate. But if you keep pouring your magic power into the ground, it will turn into a long, thin sheet of iron. From what I've heard, what part of that makes the blacksmith cry? Is that it? Too hard to process, or something? No, they're only a little harder than steel at seedling level. What is it, then? There's too much ambiguity in the explanation. If there was something hard to say ... I wouldn't have displayed it so prominently ... I wouldn't have sold it. There's a reason why it's called the blacksmith's crying shame. If you hold this in your hand without sticking it into the ground, it gradually grows into a sword. Is this what growth looks like? Yeah, a sword that looks like it declares itself to be dull, but doesn't look like it can be used. It grows with the user's magic. It grows on its own without the blacksmith's hammer, without fire, without even needing to be beaten. Some of these trees have even become legendary swords. That's why you cried blacksmith, a material that could turn into a famous sword on its own. It's definitely a material that could make you cry without a blacksmith, apostrophe. By the way, will it definitely become a masterpiece sword? No, most of them end up being dull. Hey, I told you. Crying blacksmiths, some of them are meant to make you cry with laughter. The point was that the money was just rolling in from materials that were just rare and woohoo. And that would be the punchline. If there was a fairly high probability that there was a material that could be turned into a great sword on its own, then there would be no need for a weapon craftsman called a blacksmith, and there were not weapons, but mineral trees in the shop. But I've never seen such an item in this shop before, and it was in a glass case, but it was in a very inconspicuous place. So it's a high-stakes gamble. If you're lucky, you can find a legendary sword for a reasonable price. Only 1 in 10,000 could make a great sword. I've been a blacksmith for a long time and I haven't heard much about it lately. Then you're smart enough to listen to the clerk who tells you that you might as well buy a real sword. But then I realized that would be boring. It was the end of my 20s and I was running out of options, and I knew there was something wrong with taking the high road, even if I could see that I was going to fail. Clerk, I'll buy it. Did you have an ENT today? I didn't hear anything. Hey, you should have known I wasn't going to tell you because I'm a customer and I'm worried about my brain structure. Are you crazy? Did you hear what I was saying? Are those ears a decoration? This thing is just a money grabber. Even if you later plant it in the ground, it won't be worth a decent price for 1,000 years. If you're a long-lived species, you're human, and you'll live another 60 years at most, but you won't be able to earn a dime. I don't give a shit. We'll just laugh about it and drink it up if we fail. So, if I was in debt, it wouldn't be funny. Apparently, this clerk is a good enough giant to worry about me. Then I'll return it with a scowling smile that will wipe away your fears. Unfortunately, I've saved up enough to buy this. Of course it's a lump sum. Ha. There's an idiot in here. Hey. Then there's no need to stop. If you pay me well, you're my guest. Unlike some bigoted dwarves, we giants give weapons to those who seek them. Forget about dead bodies. I'll give it to anyone who will pay the price right. I don't care how good you are. Weapons are weapons. A weapon is useless if you don't use it. Now, if you're a customer, you better start paying up. Tension is high. It's you. It's been a long time since we've had a laughing idiot. Trying to grow a great sword with what little chance we have, with a weapon that could slow you down. In a sense, you're just like us. What kind of giant race are you if you don't enjoy this? Without saying a word to remind myself that I may indeed be an idiot when I'm shopping for something that is significantly over budget and who's an idiot, I took the money out of the ATM and put it on the counter for some reason. How do you carry a weapon, by the way? That's in your hand. Do you carry a weapon on you at all times? You know, a fixture to carry a weapon on your back. It's a magical pebble, so if you want to put it on, it stays on, and if you want to take it off, it unlocks. Oh, if you think you're a good giant, you can call yourself an even nicer giant. An unexpected byproduct of the adult purchase, you can negotiate a discount to the point where you can buy a car and lose your car navigation system. I'll give you 100,000 for this. I take it back. He wasn't a gentle giant, he was a businesslike giant. You can't take my money. Ha. That's what I'm talking about. Giving away your work without compensation is like smearing shit on your own work. Life has never been so sweet. I understand what you're saying, but after spending so much money, It doesn't make sense to me. You look up at the shopkeeper's stern face with a jerk eye, but he doesn't say anything except for a nice smile and a wobble of a pretty good-looking bell-type fixture. And the shape of the mineral tree is a long sword, slightly longer and twice as heavy than the wooden sword I had been using. No matter how much the body is strengthened by its status, it's naturally impossible to hold onto it all the time in its current state. Thank you very much. The mineral tree will grow as long as you polish it properly and let the magic power flow through it. If you have any questions about anything, come on over. In the end, I had to buy a fixture and my savings ended up being damaged. The grooming tools I bought as an extra were also a painful expense. The rest is just armor and medicine. You're wearing a suit and carrying a long sword like an iron plate. Of course I couldn't dive a dungeon dressed like that. The gear was torn to shreds by the instructors long ago. Suela had always arranged for the armor to be repaired during training, but on the last day of training she finally passed away. It was shattered by the Chamberlain blade. Instructor Kyo said he'd gotten strong enough to take it easy, but it destroyed his armor and made him pay dearly for it, so I felt sad that he'd gotten stronger. And the result is reflected in the armor. Excuse me, is there any armor that is easy to move in and protects the points? Keep the budget low. I made up a basic policy and walked into the store. I remembered that I'm the type of person who buys strong weapons in RPGs and leaves armor for later. As I listened to a female Titan clerk with a model body 2 heads taller than me, I wandered around the store for a few more times, comparing prices. To be honest, I let a few stores go cold as I tried to figure out if I couldn't do the same thing as before. But you have to make sure you have what you need. That's why you have to examine them carefully. I honestly don't know. You wouldn't need us if you knew. As I was struggling to scrutinize and get by on a small budget, the clerk, who was also deserted with the weapons store, spoke to me. Is that the way it works? We have to be honest here and ask for help. In games, cartoons and novels, this metal is strong, this monster's leather is rare, this jewel has this effect, and so on. I'm only a good judge of whether it's cheap. A single piece of leather armor is the same flying dragon, yet there is a price difference of nearly twice as much armor, and conversely, there is full body armor that is almost as good as a throwaway price that says I'm wearing a costume. And honestly, I can't even tell if the performance of the armor is good enough for a fair price. The majority of this stuff here is made from materials that don't exist on Earth. Okay? Well, there are probably parts of it that I've been able to refer to in terms of how it's made and the technical aspects and design, but in terms of materials, I wouldn't rely on your criteria at all. No wonder they kept some kind of special forces gear on hand. If the equipment worn by the mannequin was reasonably priced, I would have bought it for sure. Even though I assumed that the clothes were appropriate for the job, I still wanted to dress as sensible as possible. What's so sad is that a man who is now in his 30s and was an office worker is now required to wear a fantasy outfit that stands out like a game. It goes to the level of a party trick. I chose this restaurant because it has more modern clothes than the last 3 restaurants. Although some of my classmates from the last shop seemed to be having fun choosing their equipment, I felt a generation gap when I saw them having a lively cosplay show with college students, or should I say young or challenger spirit. At the very least, you shouldn't think that price equals strength. Some equipment is rare and effective for some races and completely useless for others. It's best to ask your real job. I'm sure this clerk is telling the truth, but you'll be like a duck with a leak on its back if you believe them. Price comparison and independent study are necessary. Don't worry, we're not going to rip you off unless you're a good customer. Did you see that on face? You're being yourself. Well, I like it that way, so you can talk like this. Don't worry. You've been through a lot and it's not showing on your face, so watch your eyes next time. The clerk's face was smiling as he pointed to his own right eye with a thumb. I don't know if it's because this shopkeeper gets in the way of his work or if he wears his hair like that for fashion, but his personality, along with his short, neatly trimmed hair, seems to be as refreshing as if he had split bamboo. The shopkeeper in the arms shop and the one in front of me, she is very good at dealing with people. It's easy for us to be at ease. The weapons on your back make you a vanguard, or in the early days, a warrior. But can you see your status, brother? Well, I could. It's part of my job to keep my customers in the dark. Besides, it's a good idea to check the status so you can get a good idea of what equipment I recommend. To be honest, I was puzzled because I didn't see such a thing at the weapon shop earlier, but there is a part of me that agrees if you ask me. But I have a feeling that it's best to keep the information as secret as possible, so I'm not comfortable with it. Hold on a minute. As you can see, it's the first day of opening and it's deserted, so don't worry about it, just take your time. It's my decision whether or not to trust the shopkeeper who seems to say he or she is really bored and waves his or her wrist carefree. Besides, even if this place is under the umbrella of an organization, it might be meaningless to take my information out of it. Something like this. I was puzzled and troubled, but eventually I decided to show it to them. I launched the diagnostic application of the device I brought with me and decided to hide the skill part of the displayed status by activating the secret function to show the rest. Wow, this status even though you haven't entered the dungeon. Looks like you were hounded during the training. Okay, that's good. I showed her how to think about the numbers slowly and carefully as if they were crunching into her head, and when she left the terminal screen, she was quick to act. This one, and then this one, I guess. He moved around without wasting time because he knew the location of the items from one end of the store to the other in every direction, and before he knew it, there were several equipment sets on the counter. You can't buy them all, okay? I know. This is my recommendation, and I've arranged it in such a way that the rest is up to you. With that said, he was quite handy in giving us a quote at the end. The performance improves from left to right, so I've matched the colors to the concept of light, hard and easy to move. But unfortunately, even if I could, it would be limited to the third one from the left. It's not an exaggeration to say that we couldn't even buy a third one since we've gone down our lifeline of living expenses. Looking at your status, it seems to me that you have the 3 key attributes of being able to withstand, move around and slash. I made it so that you can move, have a certain amount of defense, and have an unobstructed view. The most important thing to remember is that you have a shield on your shoulder from your weapon, so I prepared it just in case you want one. It is true that endurance is by far the highest status, followed by endurance and strength. In contrast, its agility status is low, a status that may not be suitable for equipment that is designed to be evasive. I held up my shoulder shield and shook my head as I looked at the price tag and thought it wasn't bad. All equipment is based on the concept of the long-sleeved, long pants and metal armor with a cage, shin guards, forehead and torso for the essentials. There's no grant, though I'm sure you understand. You know that, but we don't give them to you. Granted. It's all about magical support. That means that there are equipment here that is only forged from materials. That's enough to buy a new car for the equipment on the far right, so I'm wondering how far the price will go if it's hardcore equipment. Can we try them on? How would you rather not? Yeah. For now, let's start with the cheapest one. Size is an issue, but ease of movement and ease of use is also a good guide when buying. And then, the fashion show of an audience member starts. It's better to have a high price. The amount of effort put into it is different, and there are differences in materials to begin with. That can't be helped. They say that price is not a good indicator, but it seems that all good things are naturally expensive. How far can you go on a budget? Just barely. That's it. The human being's natural desire to use the best possible product and the reasoning of the budget are at odds with each other, and it is hard to decide. Therefore, as if asking for advice, I pointed to the borderline of the level that you can really buy. In that case, I think this is the best. ? In response, the clerk gave you the equipment you asked for. It was the cheapest piece of equipment I had available. She's a clerk, she's a businesswoman. Wouldn't a merchant sell expensive things if possible? It's hard to buy the right stuff at the right time and get used to it. Don't be too stingy with the bad gear, but it don't be too good with the good gear either. That's probably true. People get used to good things and tend to avoid inconvenient things. Besides, if you sell something expensive at the start, people won't buy the expensive stuff later. Hide it. It's okay, we Titans, we just hate to hide things. It's so much easier to get along when it's more like this verbal abuse than it is to hide it. That's why I'm often called a belligerent clan. The shopkeeper laughed mischievously. Come to think of it, the shopkeeper at the armory where I bought the mineral tree on my back was pretty open-minded too. He may be handy at making these things, but he might be a clumsy clan member in character. Well then, let's have this. Thank you for your purchase. I bought a cage with a great top and bottom outfit with a steel plate, a shin brace, a forehead brace and a torso. Although the area of metal used is small, it is still a very well-made piece of armor. Well, at any rate, you should be a regular enough to bargain with me. Hide. You pay the money and receive the goods in a big paper bag. You can joke with the shopkeeper and exchange jokes with him or her. When you get some good material, come back and sell it to me. Then I'll make it cheaper than what you can find in the store. Oh, I waved goodbye to the clerk who saw me off at the end of the store. I found myself with a chunk of metal on my back and a large paper bag in my right hand. But unfortunately, there are still things you need to buy. Thinking about the numbers that have become desolate, you open the booklet with your only free hand and start walking again to your destination. What can I do for you, ma'am? First of all, I want to say you look a little pale, but I want to say you're okay. I'm here to shop for tools. There are materials in the dungeon that can be picked up for money. Knowing this, I wouldn't go to the trouble of carrying only weapons. So I came with a faint hope that there might be a strong bag to store the materials, maybe even a magic bag that can ignore the weight. But the moment I opened the door and entered the store, I was greeted by a girl who was sorting through the items and looked like she was about to collapse. I've heard that she has a constitution called albino, but unlike that, her eyes are purple and her side-tailed hair is a lightly pigmented gold color, but her skin is pale beyond white. If you apply it to an average human girl, she's not in the best health to be carrying a cardboard box that looks heavy. So you're okay? What is it? No, you don't look so good. Oh, I'm a vampire, so this is normal and I'm perfectly healthy, so I don't mind it, but at best I think this lead is blinding. Well, that's a lot better with these blue light cutting glasses. With it, she set the cardboard down, and she guffawed and stretched her lips to the side, revealing her sharp canine teeth. I looked at it and decided that it felt strange to be a vampire in a well-lit area, but I decided that it wasn't sunlight, so I was okay with it. So what can I do for you, sir? If possible, I'm busy right now, so if you want to chill out, I'd like you to do it somewhere else. The armorer, the armor store clerk, and this tool store clerk all made me wonder how they could speak so clearly to their customers. But she was right about being in a hurry to get the goods out. There are cardboard boxes piled up here and there in the store. The products are on the shelves, but they are just barely ready for business. Oh, yeah, I'm here to buy a bag of materials and wound medicine. Are you okay? Yeah, just a briefcase to hold the materials and a kit. You have a briefcase and a wound kit? No, I don't know what kind of bags you have. But do you have any unusual bags? I don't know what your definition of an unusual bag is, but there is an item that is called a magic bag. It's a bag with weightlessness and expansion, so it's useful for exploring dungeons. Unfortunately, we haven't finished stocking it yet, so we still have to get the valuables out of the warehouse. I wonder if they say it will take a long time to get to the far side. Without looking at you, you put aside the cardboard box you're holding and move to the counter with another cardboard box. The vampire clerk is laying out a black shaded colored bottle of ointment and a potion from a cardboard box on the counter. What's your budget? The cheapest magic bag in our store is a waist-mounted pochette with a capacity of 1 cubic meter, which costs about 2 million. She seems to be the type of person who goes to the limit of what she can save. Not only did she go over the budget, she also offered you a price you won't be able to afford for a while, and your faint hopes were shattered in the blink of an eye. But still, this girl doesn't look like she's doing business. At first glance, this may seem strange for a business person, but it is a decent action for a business person who values efficiency. Oh, then do you have a normal bag that won't get in the way of this sword? Oh, that's a fixture I bought at the Giant's Hand store. This one could be used in combination with that one. Apparently, that Titan clerk's name was Hans. The girl took a quick look and quickly retreated to the back of the store. She came back in the blink of an eye. Backpack. That's the kind you see at home improvement stores sometimes, where they put firewood and stuff like that. It's more efficient to carry the small ones in a small bag and the big ones in a fixed position. If it's a normal bag, it will fill up in no time, but if it's bare, you can carry more than a normal bag depending on how you put it on. I can show you the leather sachets and straps that are laid out together. It's attached to the waist and shoulder, so you can put the sword underneath if you adjust the fixings. I also thought it would be easier to carry the medicine if you put the case on the other side. Let me correct you, this vampire girl is definitely a businesswoman. She has made a rough estimate of our needs and budget, efficiently presenting us with what we need. And yet she's attacking us at a price that we can barely afford. It is amazing that they are able to offer so much for 2 items, a bag and wound medicine. At the very least, I hadn't thought of a small bag that could be divided into small portions, a rope to secure it in place, and a case to store the wound medicines. We'll talk about the medicine later. The total will be about this much later. And a well-timed number on the calculator was a price that could be discounted as a necessary expense. Okay, then, I decide to buy it. But I'm a little depressed because the cash register makes air sound like money nowadays, and I'm aware that my savings have decreased. The vampire shopkeeper, who does his job without regard to my mood, pushes aside his backpack and pushes the medicine that he just took out towards me instead. Okay, and which one do you want for the wound potion? As far as I can see, there was some kind of ointment and some kind of pill formulations. I'm sorry, but I don't know the difference. There's not much difference in effect. But the potions are more expensive. The difference is that it's easier to use. You can drink it in battle or sprinkle it on the wound. On the other hand, potions are literally applied to the wounds. That's why it's harder to use in battle. I see. The pills are called potions, as expected, but the ointment seems to be the same. It seems to be used for in-combat and post-combat use. By the way, what's the expiration date? Here, if you look at the lid, the numbers were clearly written on both potions and ointments. Portion is shorter, but it has an expiration date like an energy drink. So if you buy in bulk and don't forget to use them, you won't have to worry about that. If I had to compare it, it would be easier to carry. Portions are more fragile and ointments are thicker and harder to break. It's hard to know which one to take. By the way, there are special cases and holders for each. The ointment one is a small first aid kit that you put banded around your neck and wrapped around your waist, and the ointment one is a small first aid kit that you put bandages and other medicines in with the ointment. Incidentally, they both cost a good deal of money. They're consumables and can be mass-produced to some extent, so they're not ridiculously expensive like in fantasy novels, but they're not expensive enough to be bought with impunity either. 2 calculators show you the price of each set, but you are wondering whether you should consider this as a necessary expense or you should ignore your injuries and not buy the wound medicine because you are safe even if you die. If you buy them both now, I'll give you a discount on the set price. As if whispering to his distress, yet another calculator displayed the total amount with the numbers shaved off by 10%. What's the harm in dying and being traumatized? I thought that I was weak to push, and I loosened my purse strings even though I was aware that this is a Japanese person who cannot say number. I have never experienced the pain of dying, even though it is said that you can come back to life. Even if you die and come back to life, it doesn't mean you won't have any psychological scars. And it doesn't mean you'll die. There are plenty of less than fatal wounds that are just as bad for fighting. At the very least, I made up my mind that this expense was a necessary one. How long does this potion work? Both types of fractures will heal within seconds of use. However, as you might expect, it will only be effective in stopping bleeding if you have a hole in your body or a cut toe farm, so please be careful. It's deemed sufficient. With only a few seconds lag time, you'll be at least mobile enough for an emergency. 3 potions, plus the holder, plus 1 ointment and a bandage to go with the case. Thank you. Let me wrap this up for you, then. Now we're all set. All we have to do now is get back to our room and hide in the dungeon. The clock says it's about 11 o'clock. We'll have lunch and then we'll try to do our quota for today. Thank you. Have a good day. I was about to take the items in the paper bag and leave the store, but when I saw her return to take out the items after just saying hello, I wondered. You look busy. Is there anyone else working here? She's the only one who moves around, and the store is about the size of a normal convenience store, but it would be hard for her to do it all by herself. She's not here. What? I'll be exposing my stupidity for sure. I'm the only one here as my predecessor left the country at the last minute with all the other clerks because he lost his temper and refused to do business with humans. I thought, what the hell is that? I tried to have the opening day moved, but the supervisor seemed to be a relative of his predecessor and wanted to hide his failure, so he didn't move the opening day, just arranged the materials and left the rest to me, which kept me up all night for 6 days now. I do, sir. I think again. What the hell is that? I stand there dumbfounded, as if I'm just a conversation partner to keep her awake, and she's still walking around the store taking out stuff. Let me help you. Where is this? Let's see. Over there on the shelf. What are you doing? I'm here to help. Hearing her, I quickly put aside the things I bought today, took her off my suit jacket and carried the cardboard boxes. No, I don't have any reason to ask a customer to help me. If it's not in there, it's in here. I don't work for a black company. I can't even count the number of times I have worked overtime because of my boss's recklessness. I'm reminded of a boss who told me to look it up myself when I asked for clarification even though I assigned the job to him, but he didn't give me any support and left me to clean up after my subordinates who had gone home after a little while to say my job was done. It's not that I felt for her. It's that I sympathized with her as she saw me going through the recklessness of her bosses at her previous company, and that's why she did this. I know it's hypocritical, but I didn't want to distract her from the unpleasant things I've experienced. I look at the slips of paper on the cardboard and take out the items. What? That's 2 doors down. Please send me instructions. I understand. I don't know if she was actually short-handed or thought it was useless to say more, but she didn't say anything as she continued to give me instructions while she worked silently on her own. Well, you're done for now. Okay. All the items were out and the cardboard boxes in the corner had disappeared. The shelves in the store were empty, and it finally became a store. All that was left was the valuables in the glass case, so there was nothing for me to do. The shopkeeper, a vampire girl, is at the counter sorting through the bills. He took off his tie and rolled up his arms and looked at the clock on his device. It's already 4 o'clock. So I told you there's no reason to have a customer help you. Well, yeah, but... You're working overtime on your first day. There's no overtime in this company. She doesn't even look at me as she silently continues to organize the slips of paper while answering my questions. I have a quota of at least 5 hours a day, so it'll be past 9 o'clock before I can finish. even if I try now. I had it coming. That's all I'm gonna do. Alright, that's all you got. It's alright. No, I did it on my own, and it helped in the end. It's just like the clerk said, I did it on my own. Well, I can't stay any longer, so I'm going to go. I'll be back to do some more shopping, so I'll see you then. We have to go fast, or the date could change. I'll grab my stuff and leave the store. But you're stopped by the sound of tons of paper slips being organized. Gathering local information is commonplace over there. So let me tell you a little bit about the dungeon. When I turned around, she was staring at me from behind the counter. Tanaka Jiro, 28 years old, single, no girlfriend, occupation, dungeon tester, full-time. Magic aptitude 8, general class. Officer of the year, warrior. Word of the day: once in a lifetime meeting. I think it's important to prepare in advance. 7-7. Are you nervous about your first job? Oh, is it just me? TXT. Tanaka Jiro, 28 years old, single, no girlfriend, occupation, dungeon tester, full-time employee. Magic aptitude 8, general class. Officer of the year, warrior. This is a dungeon. Brick corridors as far as the eye can see, and the scene goes on and on in front of you. I can't feel my body. As soon as I entered the entrance, my body lit up, but I guess this is the procedure to change my body into a magical body. While being cautious of the surroundings, I tried to move my body, but I didn't feel anything strange. We've only been in the dungeon for a few meters, and as expected, we haven't had any contact with the dungeon monsters yet. If that's the case, you had better get used to your magical body as soon as possible. Starting with bending and stretching exercises, you should move your body in one way or another. In the process, you'll feel something different. The air feels heavy or uncomfortably oppressive. I guess it's true what they say about magic being thick. During the training, they had said in the lecture that the magic was much thicker than in the company, but I didn't think there was enough difference to feel it. I just have to get used to this atmosphere for now. The General Kiru's dungeon is a good place to start. I felt like I was getting used to the atmosphere just by taking a deep breath to take in the magic. I came to the dungeon as advised, but I won't know if it was good or not until I try it. Yushi, let's get into it. I lightly tapped my cheeks and stepped out into the dungeon. Let's go back a few dozen minutes ago. The first place to start is the General Kirov's dungeon. Why? Is that the most beginner-friendly part? No, it's simply a matter of weighing efficiency and danger. Efficiency and danger? I was stopped over the counter by the tool shop clerk, a vampire girl, who was teaching me about the dungeon that I couldn't ask her in the lecture. I'm also an employee of this company, so I've heard a certain amount of testers' stories. I've heard rumors, stories from teachers who witnessed the actual training, and the personalities of the people on our side, and many other stories, but perhaps the dungeon of the General Machine King's army is the best hole in the ground. He held up a finger and the clerk connected it with the first one. First of all, I doubt anyone would visit our dungeon, except for the dungeon of the King of the Immortals, to which we belong. We'll also exclude General Mushroom King's dungeon for the same reason. When asked if you've ever been attacked by a giant bug, I got goosebumps thinking about it. If you shake your head, the vampire girl will say that you have. In addition, these two dungeons are incompatible with your current situation. It would be different if you were equipped and improved your status, but right now it's not possible. The Legion of the Immortals is simply not effective against physical attacks, while the Legion of Insects is hard and fertile and a bit tough to take on alone, with many hard individuals due to their race traits. Next, the dungeons of General Tree King's army and General Giant King's army. But you geese don't know how to fight with people. You're the closest thing to people in terms of appearance, so I'm not sure you're ready to fight them yet. If you ask me, yes. If we were to just fight them, we might be able to, but in the dungeon, we not only have to kill them, we have to kill them. And that means you might have to fight someone who looks just like Suira. I can pretty much know what you think by looking at your complexion, so for now, please calm down and listen to me. I'll take those two out as well. That leaves 3. But since the Dragon King's Warlord is a dungeon made up of dragons, I must say that the quality of our forces is higher than other dungeons. If you go there now, you'll only get your head and arms bitten off. This vampire girl seems to be very good at arousing the fears of our race. The more I listen to her, the more unsympathetic she is becoming. So, as for the 2 remaining dungeons, the majority of our testers are probably taking on the Demon King General's dungeon. Why would you think that? It's that simple. People are afraid of the unknown. It's easier to take on what you know than what you don't. Plus, we were able to outnumber the goblins in our joint training sessions in the middle. She sounded as if she was calling me a fool, and if I think back to the training I participated in, I certainly don't think there were that many dropouts when I was a goblin. It was only with a skeleton that they started to fall apart, and I was able to overpower the goblins to some extent. In contrast, I'm sure most testers haven't tried the General Kiru's dungeons. Although it's new to me, I can challenge them efficiently without being hindered. In addition, the general's dungeons are mainly golems, and since their populations are much smaller than those of goblins, the frequency of being surrounded by them is reduced. The quality will be higher for that. But even if you're using the supplies, as long as you don't get carried away with that equipment of yours, you should be able to fight without any problems and the danger should be lowered. Very good, she continues. Golem's loot fetches more money than goblins' loot. That's important. It's a cash story, and when people hear that they can make money, they are more positive than if they had been lying to themselves earlier. After spending quite a bit of money today, that information was quite effective. I guess that's about it. I think I've told you about the amount of help I gave you earlier. Believe it or not, I'll leave it up to you. After saying that much, she shifted her gaze from me to the next stack of slips of paper as if she had no more use for them. The content of the conversation may only be an overview of the dungeon, but it's quite valuable information for me, as I was still groping around without any prior information. I'll use this as a reference. Don't come back. We look forward to seeing you again. As time was limited, we didn't need to stay any longer, so we left the store with a standard phrase behind us. Then we went to the shop to buy some water and food, and changed into our gear in the room. Doesn't that look like a costume? My reflection on the street looked suspicious, but it made me think that if I wore it for a while, I'd fit in. Well, let's get to work for the first time. Check your equipment set, and if it's okay, you're ready to go to the dungeon. And here we are. There's no fluorescent light, let alone a window, but you'll come to a crossroads while taking the bright road. In terms of space, there's plenty of room for you to swing the mineral tree up and down and to the left and right. There'll be plenty of time between them if they're in a fight. We're at the crossroads, and then I write the route in a notebook. What I'm doing is mapping. I draw against the wall so that I can see my surroundings, so it's a bit messy, but I don't have to worry about not knowing the way back anyway, because I just have to know myself. Click. I think I just heard something. Maybe it's just my imagination, but the dungeon is the one place where there's always a risk of failure. I had to imbue every inch of my body with a deathly determination to be on my guard. It was mainly the instructors who physically soaked it in, but I wish they'd taught me as gently as Suela did. I closed my notebook and looked around, trying to pick up the sound. First combat, huh? I don't know if they've noticed, but I hide behind the wall so that they can't see me. When you take the mineral tree attached to your backpack and remind it to come off, you can feel a heavy weight in your hand. You peer at the shadow that glimpses through the wall. There is a sense of distance, and within that, there is eye measurement. You can roughly estimate how far away it is with your senses, but more than 10 meters? Of course, I'm not used to knowing the exact distance, so this is a guess. As far as I can tell, I've always had reasonably good eyesight, so I don't wear glasses. Furthermore, I think my vision has somehow improved with the magic crests. Thanks to this, I can clearly see the numbers. I can see 2 small figures and 1 adult female figure, and the small one is a little bigger than a goblin. We're outnumbered, and with no information on our opponents, it's a bit reckless to challenge them. Could you get a little closer? Maybe it's because of the distance, but we can't get any details on our opponent by looking at him like we're looking down. It could be soil or maybe even blood. I'll take a careful look and not be in a hurry. I can hear the footsteps more clearly now. The fact that the footsteps sound so light suggests that he weighs very little. Are these hand weapon type golems made of wood? It's more of a combination of puppets and mannequins than a golem. It has a human shape but is made of wood, and its face is smooth like a flat-skinned man, with jewels on it like a one-eyed boy. That seems to be the weak point, but it's impossible to aim for. With such a large gain, it's going to be hard to aim at something smaller than a ping-pong ball. As I watched, it was less than 10 meters away. The one that looks dangerous is a medium-sized one. Its hands are as sharp as spears, so it'd be dangerous if it stabbed you. I guess I'll just aim for that one first and wait for the smaller one. Mannequin-type medium-sized mannequins are not designed to hold things, but are sharper from the elbow to the tip of the spear to attack. Unlike the mannequin type, the hands of the doll type are shaped like a mallet, probably designed to strike with it. The small size will lash out at their feet and the medium size will be the target. Then it's safer to kill the medium-sized one first, to make sure it's the core of the battle. You can run away, but there are few individuals wandering alone, so it's better to challenge more than one of them, being prepared to take an attack to some extent than to look for them. Take one more step and measure the distance. The sound of dry footsteps, like wood and stone colliding. It's getting closer by the second, and you can't help but swallow your spit. Gulp. And I thought I heard a louder sound than I thought. The body decided that it had been noted, and quickly got off the wall, and the next thing I knew, I was running at the mannequin door. A sideways slash up from underneath after running up to it, along with the feeling of shattering wood with a misiri in hand, Cut off the medium-sized mannequin to its upper and lower body. Mia, swing the blade down to split the small size from the shoulder to the left and right. Residual heart. As you follow up, you can use your padded feet to connect your feet, and when you turn your body to the rest of the small size, you catch the shadow that had jumped up into the air before it. Apostrophe. As soon as he could, he raised his left hand up. Kagom's iron plate collided with her opponent's wooden mallet, and her left hand's fist was filled with strength. The monkey shout isn't working. In my previous training, my screaming would provoke some sort of reaction in them. Whether it drew attention or surprise or frightened them, it caused action. It hasn't. In addition, its body separation, which would have killed it instantly if it were a living thing, doesn't seem to be working against it. The small mannequin seems to have returned to its magic, but that mannequin doesn't seem to be able to do much more than lose its lower body. It's a good idea to use your arms as your legs and start moving. Is that weird? It reminded me of Japan's famous crazy fast-moving yokai. This is no time to be silly. I'm loud, and the earlier offensive might lure others to come to us. Nope. Additions. They were already there. 4 of them, 2 mannequins, and 2 puppets. Any more reinforcements, and we're deadly. You might want to refrain from using the monkey bars. The sickle's neck is raised and a weak sound warns me. If you use it any longer, it'll draw more enemies to you. So the point is, we should kill them before they get here. But I dared to reopen the door to cut off that warning and discard it. It might have been a fatal decision, but I was able to get the job done more efficiently by getting the job done rather than dwelling on it at my former company. He laughed off the backward thoughts. The way they laughed reminded me of the 2 instructors' vicious smiles. I can't lose. Compared to those 2, the odds look pretty good. I'll try to be strong to get some life out of my stomach, but this word may come in handy. You've been feeling bearish, but now you can be a little more bullish. Let go of your weakness. Enjoy the crisis and laugh. Laughing through danger is the way to strength. Those are the words of our 2 instructors. Slowly, let the air pass through your lungs and belly. Kayoch. As if releasing the pent-up air, I shouted, even though it has a volume of voice that seems to vibrate the air. The opponent's reaction is non-responsive. I don't know if it was just a breath that spilled out of my mouth or a laugh that spilled out. I just took that as an opportunity to run. There's no way to run and fight like this in Kendo. Kendo is a martial art that trains the mind, not the art of fighting. But it is certainly useful as a basis. From a running start, I'll step into the sword's lead and adjust my feet to move out of range of an incoming puppet so that he is out of reach of my attack and in range of my attack. You can cut off the puppet that leaps through the air and cuts off the puppet that tried to cut the sky with a case slash. Kendo's gait is said to be logical. Kendo uses a form of footwork that is easy to understand and apply to a human being who moves on a flat surface instead of in 3 dimensions. He drops his center of gravity, slides on the ground with his legs, and then lifts them up as if to cut down a mannequin that has lost its lower body in a reverse case slash. Swallowing back. This is the famous technique of Kojiro Sasaki. This is an easy thing to say, but it's never easy to learn to use. There was a wide range of things I did during my rookie training period. This is the kind of martial arts training I focused on. If I didn't do it, I'd just get beaten up. But I learned to at least give it a shot. Of course, I didn't have a professional master, but my instructors seemed to enjoy helping me put my efforts into practice. I didn't limit myself to Kendo. I reached for whatever I could. It was one of those techniques that came together for me. So was my footwork. I was taught to use what works, not just the sword. I'd kick a mannequin through the air, and it would fly horizontally through the air, engulfing the opponent like a bowling pin. It's strangely sharp because it's a move I've taken so many times that it's like it's been soaked into my body. Pursuit. I don't give you time to get emotional. With just one word of whispering, I hold the mineral tree on my right shoulder and attack the opponent caught in the mannequin that I kicked away. I'll chop them up. With that kind of determination, the blade swung down and crushed the mannequin and the 2 puppets together. But perhaps I gained too much momentum, and the blade pierced the ground. All that's left is a mannequin and a puppet, and of course the mechanically active ones couldn't miss this opportunity. A wooden spear is coming toward your face. Noah. Your body starts moving before you can judge. First of all, remove your hand from the hilt. Deflect the spear with your left small hand while raising your body up, and draw your right hand towards you as if you were holding your opponent's face. Say knee to knee. The ever-present battlefield. You can't fight without weapons. You can't get through that training. Rigged. And with a returning blade, or rather, a returning kick, I drove the attacking puppet into the wall. A sure-footed, body-crushing sensation from the tips of my feet. You lower your foot and watch your surroundings. Most of it has returned to its magic, and the place, where not even wreckage remains, is quieted by the disappearance of the last puppet you kicked through. Tightly, for 10 seconds, you watch your surroundings, making sure the mineral tree is at your feet, and then you check again for any additions. I'm tired. All at once, the tension loosened. I crouched the Yankee style, so to speak. My heart is still beating. The battle is over, and my heart is pulsing faster and faster, as if it had been tied down by tension and released. He rifled through his pockets and tapped the top of the thing he'd taken out with a familiar hand, and the thin thing would pop out. Now all you have to do is suck it in and light it up. Oh, I've been quitting smoking. It wasn't until I had inhaled the last of my lungs that I realized the truth. I mean, failure to quit smoking. It's a terrible habit. Quit again. Quit again. I'll give up and suck this one up. I don't need to make excuses for being nervous in my first dungeon, but I look around the floor, thinking in my head. I'm looking for the so-called loot. If there's nothing left of the bodies you defeated, that means they were all souls. Then there should be some of it left over, but there's no such thing as a marble, is there? What looked like a small reddish-purple glass ball was lying exactly as many as the number of bodies we killed. Apparently, this was the loot. We won't know the details until after we get out of the dungeon, but I'll gather them in a small bag for now. Well, since we still have plenty of time, shall we take it slowly and carefully? I took out my notebook and noted how much I had moved in the battle and continued onto the back of the room. I put the last cigarette I smoked in the portable ashtray. I didn't want to take a hit like this. Peering and peeking into the square, there were 5 mannequins and 3 puppets, and an enemy that was clearly outnumbered. And most importantly, that's the golem. What's more, it's troublesome because it stands motionless in the back. It stands out from the mannequin because of its size. It doesn't move, but if you start a fight there, it will definitely come at you. If you've never fought one before, preferably one-on-one, even better, you'll want to be carefully prepared for it. It's about time. We'll turn back here. It's been 3 hours since we entered the dungeon. I've been mapping, so if I turn around here, it will be a good time to get out of the dungeon. You've fought several times since the first battle, so you've accumulated a fair amount of loot. Now's the time to pull out. There. Maybe it was just my luck that my body moved. As if I'd stepped in, I was leaping forward in response to the sound of the floor scraping, as if I'd stepped in. It's shaped differently. He turns round and pulls the tree out of the ground. It was a mannequin that attacked me from behind. I suppose my attention to the front may have been distracted behind me and allowed it to approach. But that's not the point now. You don't mean Brad with the horns, do you? Horns sprouted from his forehead as if he were a commander, and his hands were shaped like swords that could be cleaved rather than spears for piercing. The words were mixed with half wishes, but it was probably not a soul, but a rare kind of blood. Even if it wasn't, right now, the thoughts in my mind are more concerned with how to break the situation. I guess I'll just have to do it. If you glance behind you, both mannequins and puppets have noticed you. And, well, they'll move when they're around. They say bad things happen to us all. The figure of the golem was clearly visible as it slithered and straightened its huge body. If it didn't move here, we could report that it was a problem as an anti-vampire dungeon. But there was no way it would move at our convenience. With the golem at the front gate, the blood at the back gate, and many extras. When you're surrounded by them, you're set in stone. At times like this, mannequin blood in front of me. I'm going to reduce the number. Ignore them and attack the mannequin and puppets, which are easy to defeat. Roll over the tree and turn and run to the right. You'll jump into the middle of the group and get into the fray. But the opponents are an inorganic group that doesn't know how to panic, and only a few malfunctions could buy them time. It wasn't enough, but we had to use that time to find a way to make the most of it. I've caught some of these guys' characteristics in a few battles. We can only axe it and reduce the number, but if we take the time and effort, PSSST. Crushed by numbers. The spear hand that the other mannequin held out grazed my unprotected right shoulder. The pain almost brings me to a stop for a moment. But if you stop, you'll be surrounded. Knowing this, you grit your teeth and force yourself to move to drown out the pain and run around to avoid staying there. You use your long sword, which has a wide range of spacing, to cut your opponent down, one-on-one, by striking, cutting down, blocking, running, and swapping standing positions. The results of these actions bear fruit. Breathing on my shoulder, I keep the remaining individuals in my sights. As if to say that it doesn't matter how it's looking, the 2 bodies that display their inexhaustible physical strength are coming towards me with nimble footsteps and heavy bass sounds. Golem and mannequin blood. Somehow I managed to cut down the others, but I was driven to the wall, and my strength had been greatly diminished by my running around. Just let me catch my breath. Okay, you can't go on the receiving end. If you move into a blocking position, you will be crushed. Take one step forward to meet again. A sharp slash and a heavy crushing blow. I was struggling more than I expected with this combination. I'm concentrating on the mannequin blood, which can be lethal with a single blow, but each time the golem shields me and lets the mannequin slip away. Then I'd like to take the golem down, but it's hard. I tried slashing at it with a mineral tree, but I could only manage to cut off a few scratches at the arm. It might be a different story if you went at it with all your might, but the mannequin was in your way this time if you wanted to swing the mineral tree with all your might. The mannequin is covering the other one tightly. Watching them, you're sarcastic. It's as if he's showing me that he's fighting alone, solo, and I'm getting annoyed by his behavior. There's no point in being jealous of the enemy, but I put a little more energy into my slash. The sound of the exchange of blows gets a little louder as you continue to observe your opponent. From what I've seen in the battle, I know for sure that you can beat them on your own. Unlike my expectations, reality has brought us to a stalemate and my strength is being drained away. I need some friends too. Bottom line, we can't win now. I knew it would come later, but the reality is grim. Shouting my heart, I'll swing the mineral tree and cut off the mannequin blood, forcing it out of range. From there, I'll throw more blows. The 36th plan is the only way to escape. They jumped into the nearest corridor. Moving around, they exchange shots and finally seize their chance. I'll run back the way I came from and start my escape. The golem is slow, and I move faster than it does. If I was faster than the mannequin, I could outrun it. If I couldn't win, I'd run. It was a natural decision. As I ran, after a certain amount of time, I looked back. Well, he's not going to chase me, is he? Before long, I couldn't hear the footsteps and the shadow behind me was out of sight. If I had wanted to, I would have pulled the golem away and only had mannequin blood to follow me. But it's not a good result. If you can assess the situation, then that's definitely blood, and we'll make some money on this information alone. I dropped my backpack and leaned against the wall to calm my ragged breathing. Your wound needs to be healed. You took on that group. Of course he didn't go unscathed. She's got cuts and bruises all over her body. His arms are particularly badly wounded. That's because I used them to defend myself from repeated torso and face blows. Honestly, it hurts. Maybe I shouldn't have been so stingy with the potions. I refrained from using the potion for a bit longer, thinking it would be okay, and this is what I got. I set the mineral tree against the wall, took out an ointment from the backpack and applied it to the wound, and it began to emit a pale green light. It stings, man. Maybe that's the way it should be, but I'd like to see it heal a little more fantastically and painlessly the moment you apply it. You just bought a basket case and you're covered in scratches. When I reattached the claw that I took off because it was in the way when I was healing it, I noticed the new scratches that I naturally made. I tightened the clasp to equip it, thinking that I had to polish it when I got back to my room. It's 9:30, a little overdue, but I guess I accomplished my goal. To be honest, I have a feeling that the healing I did earlier has disrupted my concentration. The wounds have healed and I'm breathing well, but I understand that it may take some time to get back into a fighting state, and that fighting alone in a danger zone is unexpectedly physically draining. Yeah, it's pretty frustrating, isn't it? If I had won the battle, I might not have felt this way, but that was because I was unprepared. Today I reaffirmed that I was unexpectedly competitive, and I finished my first job, dungeon challenge. Tanaka Jiro, 28 years old, single, no girlfriend, occupation, dungeon tester, full-time employee. Magic aptitude 8. General class. Officer of the Year, Warrior. Status: Force 45, Force 54. Endurance 62, Endurance 83. Agility 28, Agility 33. Endurance 45, -5. Greater than Endurance 55, -5. Dexterous 36, Dexterous 41. Knowledge 33, Knowledge 33. Intuition 8, Intuition 10. Luck 5. Greater than luck 5. Magical power 50, Magical power 50. State: nicotine addiction. Lung pollution. Word of the day: first time job. For anything goes wrong, I remembered that it is important to make an effort to make the most of the experience for the next time. 8 I think it takes at least a year to learn work. But how about it? TXT. Tanaka Jiro, 28 years old, single, no girlfriend, occupation, dungeon tester, full-time employee. Magic aptitude 8. General class. Officer of the Year, Warrior. It's been a week since the day I first entered the dungeon. I haven't been near the square since then, and I've been trying to improve my status by opening the map steadily. I've updated my status many times since then, but it's always nice to see your efforts paying off. I don't have anyone to compare it to, so I don't know if the amount of improvement is more or less, but as of now I'm satisfied with it. After a week of hard work, my status has improved and I'm starting to have more time to deal with wood kids, small puppets, wood puppets and mannequins. The more we can afford, the more we can control our expenses and the more efficient we can be, the more profit we can make. It's nice to see, but not everything is working out for us. We haven't found our friends and party members, which is the key issue. The problem we felt so keenly when we dealt with the wood golem and wood puppet blood back then has not been solved at all. It seems that every member has already decided on a fixed member, and it's hard to ask them to join us. The generation gap called age gap may be more serious than we expected. I don't know if it's because of the Monday after the holidays or for some other reason, but you seem to have no energy. However, I realize that a beautiful woman can also look good with a sigh. I approached Suira to greet her with a melancholy expression. Good morning, Miss Suira. Good morning, Jiro-san. Since I have a report in hand, my requirements were immediately communicated to him and he took the document, and Suira quickly looked it over on the spot. No problem, thank you for your help. Keep up the good work. Normally, the paperwork is done, so there's no problem for me to just walk away, but the way she was acting earlier made me feel uneasy. Did you have to work yesterday too? That's probably why I didn't walk away, but I stayed where I was and made small talk. Yeah, well, I guess so. It's tough to work on your day off, isn't it? What a terse response. Is it really so hard to say, or did the instructors make a reckless decision? But I don't feel that desperation, that sense of urgency. As a rule of thumb, if you work too hard, you'll only get trapped and depressed, so please don't take it easy. Thank you for your concern. That's fine, I'll be out early today. He's laughing. I don't know what's behind it, but as long as you're laughing, you'll be okay. People can't laugh when they're under pressure. There's a possibility that you might have made up a laugh, so I'll look into it. Well, I'll help you if I can. Thank you, so I'll order something else. The words came from social graces and the ulterior motive of wanting to increase the favorability of the situation a little, but I was a little worried that I was not poking around in the bushes. But for now, I said goodbye to Suira-san and left the office. So? Do you have any ideas? Can't you see it? A summary of the synopsis. Suira-san has been working on her day off to talk about her lack of energy by the tool shop to purchase her loot until last weekend. I tried to talk to Memoria, the vampire shopkeeper, with whom I've become close enough to chat over the past week, but her response was blunt. I know this place because I always come here to restock my supplies before entering a dungeon, but it's still deserted. Memoria, who is carefully appraising jewels and magic stones the size of marbles inside the store's counter, does not look at you while peering through a loop and tosses back the answer as calmly as ever. I'm asking because I don't know. Considering the current state of this store, the answer is obvious. What do you expect to find in a town that's all but deserted and empty except for me? That's exactly the answer. When the appraisal is done, Memoria comes over to me with a fountain pen in her hand and a written estimate in hand. Are you satisfied with the total price? 5,400 yen? That's not even $900 an hour. And the answer to that question is that there's no one else in the house except me, or that it's deserted. If the amount of money is this much at the beginning, it seems to be the one who is earning. But since 60% of this amount will disappear as the cost of supplies, I don't feel like I'm earning anything. It's both. No, that's even more confusing. After receiving the money, Memoria follows behind me as I put the items in the store in a basket while I shop, organizing the shelves. After all this time, isn't it unusual to be an orthodox, bespectacled vampire shopper in a black work apron, white shirt and slacks? It's none of my business right now. It's simple. It's a dead end. No customers. That means fewer testers. Fewer testers? That's what I mean. Testers are the only people who use this store. Maybe it's the time of day, but I've only met other testers in this shop a few times a year. Even on weekends I don't think I've seen them. It's more difficult than I thought, or in this case, it's more difficult than I thought. It seems that there are a lot of people who can't continue to work and leave the company. I've heard that's the case with a lot of people who can't carry on and leave their jobs. Finally, we have some closure. They say bad premonitions are often right. As if to confirm my prediction, Memoria replied in the affirmative. The point is that many of them quit as testers because the work was too hard and wasn't as interesting as they thought it would be. This company is special. Maybe it's because the company is run in a way that cannot be disclosed to the public, but the information is well managed. In other words, even the most basic information must not be divulged to the outside world when leaving the company. Miss Suira's department must have been working on the weekends because they were so busy taking care of this. The same thing happens in a fantasy world, doesn't it? Over there it would be like throwing away your life, which is unthinkable here. When a person quits a job for selfish reasons, it is almost always the remaining people who are inconvenienced by it. Even if it is for personal reasons, the reasons that are acceptable or unacceptable will have a great impact on the mental fatigue of the person handling the situation. That's why you're swearing so much at the hassle. If you're going to swear, you might as well speak up. Don't swear in there, or at least put it on out of sight. He's a vampire. It has nothing to do with vampires. The swearing that came out unexpectedly, She said it was not flattering, but rather agitated, and even more so because the excuse was unique to her race. She burst into laughter, and the potluck anger that had been simmering felt a little warmer. The anger itself is still there, but not enough to make you angry. Also, it seems that some of the testers who quit were absent without permission, and we lost touch with them. Thanks to that, our emergency response team has been dispatched and HR has been up all night. However, the vampire shopkeeper next to him threw another stone into the pot. In addition, it looks like they're going to bring forward the plan to increase the number of employees due to the decrease in staffing, so thanks to that, the HR department will be working overtime for a while. Hey, yes, how does one clerk know so much about what goes on behind the scenes? A drunken dark elf from HR mistakenly took our house as a tavern as he was about to finish up shop and went on to complain. Fantasy. Let's try again, but it's important. Fantasy, get your asses in gear. The anger I felt earlier was gone, but I could imagine Suela sitting at the counter of the pub complaining about her boss and her work. A businessman completely drunk and crushed at the counter with a medium beer mug in his hand. I don't know how you feel, but don't go to the wrong store. The shopping cart in one hand and posture as if to stifle a headache. Memoria confirms the uneasiness factor with a question mark on me who is suddenly saying strange things. Oh, I'm sorry. It's just that my reality is a little bit shattered. So, this dark elf. Oh, it's tough. Are you the dark elf? It was a man, so I don't think he was the one you're thinking of. Well, I guess I didn't have to worry about that. You're right, you don't want that kind of image breaker. Yeah, there's hope. But her job is hard enough as it is. Can I get you some food? But first, I'm going to need the bill. I know, so don't give me your hand without looking at me. I'm just going to give you 4,000 yen because I know what I'm charging you. The next day, I was wearing neither equipment nor a suit for an early morning outing, but plain clothes with sleeves. It had been in my dresser, but I didn't want to wear a suit to go out of the office, but I didn't want to wear something that could only be seen as cosplay, so I pulled it out. As it was, I filed a notice to the dark elf matron to go out, left my room key with her, and went out of the office for a long time. I mean, he's weirdly heavy. I started to feel discomfort right away. I didn't feel uncomfortable or lazy at all, but I could feel a dull sensation in my body. Maybe you are still tired from diving in the dungeon yesterday. I was going to be back this afternoon and go into the dungeon, but maybe I should take the day off. Maybe I'm more tired than I think I am. I moved my body without any discomfort other than dullness, got into the car, and quickly turned the key in the car to get to my destination. You are thankful that the engine has been left unattended for a month, and you will consider using it often in the future. Well, what's your destination? You look up your destination with your smartphone and switch to the navigation mode. As you are driving out of the parking lot, you see a group of high school students wearing school uniforms going to school. Will such people be summoned? 6 months ago, I would have snickered that such a story would only be in a novel and thought of ways to get the job done rather than that. That was the twist and turn, and I had learned the identity of one of the gods. It was while waiting for a red light, but the sight of students making a fool of themselves like that was suddenly transported to another world. While you're thinking that the world might be stranger than a novel, you're hit by a horn from behind. Oops. It's blue. You realize that the light has changed and you start running again. Just keep going for a while and you'll reach your destination. Minute. There were already people lined up in front of the shop. I searched for recommended cake shops in Tokyo, and here's the result. I parked my car at a nearby coin-operated parking lot and walked down the street, but it was just before 8 o'clock and it was a weekday. The fact that there's a line of people waiting to get in line is a sign of how popular the shop is. Was I wrong? Just for the cake? And while thinking of a gag, I lament my lack of a good plan. I thought it was a popular restaurant, so I searched for a good restaurant to get some sweet food and thought it would be okay if I left early because it was a weekday. Well, I guess I'll just have to wait in line. I rearranged my plans in my head and stood in line, thinking I might not be able to get into the dungeon today. Conclusion: I won't be waiting in line for a popular cake shop for a while. Is this normal for a 3-hour wait? I don't know other restaurants, so I can't say for sure. But at least the only place I can think of where you can stand in line for more than this is a food area at an amusement park or something. You have to wait in line for an hour until the restaurant opens, and then 2 hours after that. It's going to take a toll on your body no matter how much you've been working out lately. It was just before noon when I came back to the office, feeling different from exercise, and it might be just right to give them a roll full of fruit. Although it's uncomfortable to enter the company in civilian clothes, Since the employee ID card is in your wallet, there will be no problem. Considering the number of people in your department, you may have bought 5 cakes in 2 boxes, which is quite a lot for a cake shop. From the parking lot to the office, you take the elevator and press the switch for the department you want to visit. You get off the elevator and you're in. Battlefield. Dark elves and demons shouted angrily. Goblins with bundles of papers were running around left and right. A vampire looking into a computer was single-handedly judging papers, and Supervisor Avia was in the center giving telephonic and vocal instructions to take command of the formation. The scene was reminiscent of the near-deadline chaos that was unfolding before my eyes. Everyone was busy, and I felt very out of place, dressed in plain clothes with a piece of cake in my hand. Call the treatment team. I'm already doing it. Do you have a route prediction for out-of-towners? Harakatagab. Mimikananani Motabatenai. Give Squadron A a 30-minute break and get Squadron B moving in their place and get Rich down here for memory work. The 3rd level is on the 3rd floor. It's deserted in that dungeon anyway. Go pull out the prowlers at random. Get this one over here and that one over there and get your settlement stamp. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1 document short. The most goblin part looks peaceful, but she? I don't know which one, but I don't think it's a good idea to stop her from running around. In the meantime, I looked at Suila and saw that she was answering the phone and getting in touch with someone else. Yeah, okay, then. But the call ended just in time. You must be busy. Jiro-san, what's going on? The report is fine, but what is it? Onomatopoeia, eagle, I guess. The expression on his face, which had been hard to keep calm, changed, and what he had come up with was a grabbing of his arms, and he felt a strong will to let him go. Jiro-san, could it be that you are quitting too? For some reason, Suila's voice caused the Shura to quieten down with a thump. Huh? No. Where was the problem? Was it a benefit package? On the payroll? The work environment? If it's a relationship, I wonder if this is what it means to have a piercing gaze, when people of all sorts of fantasy species, rather than our own, are hanging on, and from the side, it looks like Suila is trying to convince me. Oh no. That's the only thing that worked. A needle in a haystack, to put it simply. It was uncomfortable. I didn't know what to say, and so I kept quiet, but my attitude was bad, or maybe it was just that I fell down. The fact that people thought he was quitting because of his plain clothes, and the number of retirees has been increasing recently, may have led to a misunderstanding. If that's the case, it was probably the wrong time. Feeling a little guilty, let's just hand it over quickly as planned to clear up the misunderstanding. Well, it looked like you were having a hard time, so I'll bring you some food. I'm probably the first person to offer a roll to a dark elf while being squeezed by the air around me, right? Insert. Yes, I thought it would be nice to have something sweet to eat when I'm tired, so I bought a cake for all of you to eat. Is that enough? When I first saw it, at least there weren't any goblins, so I bought an extra amount for about 20 people to eat, but looking at the current situation, I'm not sure if it's enough. But I'm going to put the box of cakes on top of it as she timidly holds out her hand. Do you dislike sweets? He was so unresponsive that I thought he might have a sweet tooth. Duelam rolls, you have surprisingly good taste. Superintendent Ivia took the cake box I was holding and nodded admiringly at the logo on the box as she lifted it from the side. You're going to have to be able to have a lot more than that. Okay, you can eat from the one you finished with. I won't leave anything behind that's slow to work. The office became noisy again, as if the clock had stopped ticking. As if to ignore the scene, Superintendent Ivia wiped her hands with a sanitizing tissue, made a magic blade on her fingertips, secured a slice and ate it. You eat like a student eating, but the gesture looks elegant. Good. Next time you bring it to me, bring it more quietly. Yes, sir. A boss who could do the right thing, turning on the heat and walking away with aplomb. Are you going to quit? There's no reason for me to quit, sir. Letting out a sigh that suited the word weakness, Suila finally got up. My life expectancy has been reduced by about 3 years. Is that a dark elf-style joke? I've heard it said that the race of elves are long-lived, and some say they have no lifespan. I'm sorry to have caused such a stir. No, I'm sorry I misunderstood you too. You know, is the sweet stuff okay? Yes, I love it. Not that I don't like it, but I love it, and since we don't have many opportunities to eat sweetness, this is a very welcome gift. Like the superintendent, he formed a magical blade in his fingertips and cut the rolls into pieces. Suila, it's not fair. Then you need to finish the job quickly. The dark elf woman sitting across from her shouted out. But Suila brushed it off and magically pulled the plate and coffee over to her. Since you're here, Would you like some? I'll take you up on your offer. You pull up an empty chair nearby and accept your coffee. I try to ignore the occasional resentful glances I feel. Another side. He finishes his coffee with some chatter and it gets a little noisy, but he generally walks away uneventfully and lets out a sigh. Sealer. Yes, Kaylee? Do you love her? Oh, gosh. I was prepared to pass it off lightly, thinking that a grudge or two for not being able to eat the cake would come out, but the words of my colleague and fellow dark elf, Kaylee, who had gone beyond my expectations, made me cringe, and the coffee went into my trachea. Ho ho, judging from your reaction. Do you have a pulse? What the hell are you doing? No, I thought for sure you weren't interested in guys since you busted Lois's advances the other day with one word, busy, but I see, because he was there. I don't even know if you have to work overtime anymore. You managed to let Kaylee's teasing words sink in and get to work. Unfortunately, we're on the verge of a breakthrough, so I guess it's all good. Huh? I let out a sigh to my longtime friend who laughs and says he won't let me go. If you don't have it, I have it. I was gonna tell you to get out of my way, but, well, if you're not interested, I'm not sure they are. Master Rivia. Contrary to his usual demeanor and appearance, his boss, Master Rivia, who shows up with a cup of coffee in one hand, is a devil, likes to play with people and has a soft spot for this kind of talk, and a good nose. From what I see in these reports, you're good at your job. From what I've heard of the Kiru, his behavior has been quite helpful. It's definitely not a coincidence that I have his report in my hand. He must have been getting a feel for us, and he was trying to keep us in the loop. Yeah, this would be a story that would make me happy if it wasn't true, but this man's story is rarely true. Demons are like that. Don't be so gloomy. Lately I've been fed up with the inertia of people who work hard, don't make ends meet, are unwell and then run off and don't clean up afterwards. I don't have to say good news, but I have something to cheer about, and I don't think it would be bad to take a break and join my boss for a chat. I tried to break the conversation off somehow with a smile, but I didn't think it would go through. On a brighter note, that would be me. I would never cross a man who smiles and says he's not going to let me go. No one is better than this man, both in ability and position, and most of all, no one is better than him. When it comes to rolling people, when you find yourself in a situation where you could have confessed everything, it's better to talk to some extent to reduce the damage than to resist poorly. Your friend across from you has a big smile on his face, as if he has a reassuring ally. I have to take this as a challenge. Hey, I've got some business to take care of. At the very least, I'll put up a resistance to the slightest possibility. I can't force my men to work overtime as expected. I thought that you would be able to dismiss me with a simple no problem, but the surprisingly positive reaction makes me think of you. Moreover, you'll have a moment to think about it, so it may be easier than you think. There's a guy out there with a lot of spare time. Let me do half of what I'm doing. That should give you enough time to talk to me. Yeah, but it seems that it was a faint thought. It seems that my friend was only sacrificed to make time, and there is no way out, as I first expected. When my friend announced that his work was finished, Avyasama's magic moved half of the papers on my desk to Kaylee's. I can see his face without looking at it. You don't have to see her face to know. I'm sure the smile you were trying to have fun with just froze. While this gives us some breathing room, it does mean we're busy right now. So, let's cut the bullshit. Well, that goes for me, too. A cold sweat drips down my spine and expresses my feelings. Come on, entertain me. From there, I was washed out and let out everything that had happened in the month and a bit since we met. From the surface memories I saw during the interview, I was exposed to his somewhat twisted but serious personality, seeing his earnestness as he worked hard during the training, seeing his bravery as he challenged the Demon King and the Immortal King, how many times I had fallen in love with him, and how my heart was warmed when he smiled and thanked me every time I treated him. Everything I've told you. Kaku. After all, nothing goes better with coffee than a dark elf love story. Thanks to that, I was able to entertain them as Avyasama wished, but my heart was on fire to the point where I wanted to hide if there was a hole. Kaylee and others, who were sitting across from me listening to me as I worked, were saying that I was a demon and that I had no idea what I was talking about. She laughed that it was all just a joke, and then she said it was a waste of time to resist. Are you still not in love with her, but do you care? The blue fruit, or rather, I enjoyed it to the fullest. Suila, you seem to have a pretty good eye for men, even for a dark elf. It's been a long time since I've seen Avyasama in such a good mood, but if possible, I wanted to be in a position to see her as someone else's person. Dark elves are notoriously insensitive to love, but they are also single-minded and passionate. They are always curt to those they do not care about and never more than friendship. But if a person of the opposite sex appears who is worthy of your attention, you can't shift your attention to the bottomless pit, no matter how fast you are going. That's why there is no shortage of stories of dark elves who have fallen for the wrong man and met a disastrous end. Perhaps that's how Master Avia sees men. This was a good break. I thank you. Yes, sir, I replied calmly to Master Avia, who said that and walked away, but contrary to that, my hands were placed on both cheeks as if to release the heat, and firmly my palms were transferring the heat. My face is probably too red to be hidden by my brown skin. In addition, this is an office, and my seat is in the center. Probably because I'm close to Master Avia, so there's no shortage of co-workers glancing past, and of course, there is no shortage of co-workers who'll overhear what you just said. Some of them were kind enough to step aside, but the dark elves of our amusement-hungry, late married clan will not listen. A public execution. His thoughts were also spinning in circles, and eventually he found that his face was too hot to be here. You can't get the job done any longer. For a moment, the fever subsided, as if you realized something, and you were able to calm down. Without missing a beat, I quickly gather up my work at my desk. Suila? Please. Yeah, but here. Onigiri? Maybe I'll have a murderous smile on my face right now. But it's no concern of mine. No, it's got nothing to do with me. Yes, I'll do it. When I shoved a stack of papers at Kaylee and calmly left the office. Hey, Sue, Bella. Surely the calmness just now was the calm before the storm. As if to relieve some of the shame I had been holding back, I let out an inaudible cry and ran with all my magic power. Lois has been run over. Hey. Somebody get me a stretcher. The wall's in there. Hey. Whoever is a titan. Help me pull it out. Oh, shit. You're having some kind of weird cramp. I thought I bumped into someone on the way, but I couldn't afford to worry about that. If it was possible, I wanted to lock myself in my room until the day this rumor died down. Another side end. Sula Handelberg, 210 years old, single, no boyfriend. Occupation MAO Corporation, Demon King's Army, Head of Tester Section, Human Resources Department. Magical Aptitude 6, Deputy Officer Class. Title, Spirit Wizard. Word of the day. After 200 years, I learned about love, but I didn't want to realize it this way if possible. 99 I'm most scared of getting used to work, don't you think so? TXT. Tanaka Jiro, 28 years old, single, no girlfriend. Occupation, Dungeon Tester, full-time employee. Magic Aptitude 8, General Class. Officer of the Year, Warrior. Mia! The wood puppet is split into two halves by splitting it with a Chinese bamboo chopper, in a swallowing motion. I'll cut crosswise to ensure a kill. Are we ready to go? I didn't feel the threat I had felt at first. I was aware that I was slowly gaining strength, but the battle just now went better than I expected. I received no apparent wounds, and the multiple battles that I struggled with at first are now equipped with the sense that I can bring them to one-on-one if I pay attention to my positioning. The instructors will tell you not to be conceited if they see you like this. It's Friday morning, right? But I still felt the urge to challenge it. The map of the first layer of Kiru's dungeon is drawn on a piece of paper that has been redrawn many times and finally has a shape that looks like a map. It's not everything, but except for the area behind that square, it's complete. No matter how you look at it, there's a path that leads to the back, right? Otherwise, it wouldn't be a dungeon. I've been in the dungeon for 3 weeks now, and I've seen the rankings since my first week in the dungeon. But of course I'm not ranked. The members of my group have done better than I did individually. But it's strange that I haven't been able to capture the first level of the dungeon that every party is attempting. In this case, the Demon King's dungeon. It wasn't clear how much of a difference there was, but at least it wasn't an unacceptable difference to catch up with. Let's take a few reckless steps. If you don't go into a tiger's hole, you don't get a tiger. I've been aware of my tendency to avoid them since my first escape. Though it might not be my strong suit. It'll be good to have the rest of the mapping done. Friday night at the top of the list of challenges. Then, I'm prepared to do it. Since I have my dream week off, and I'm basically taking weekends off, I set up my schedule thinking that even if I push myself a little too hard the next day, it won't affect the following week. In the meantime, I won't stop picking up the magic stone. There are already enough magic stones stored in the sachet to make a jingling sound. Then let's go back to get ready. The time has gone by nicely. So let's call it a day to prepare for tomorrow. Now that we've made it out of the dungeon, the only thing I've got to do, aside from writing reports, is take care of my weapons and armor and drink my dinner. It's a tasteless life for me, but I feel more sane now compared to my old life of going home to sleep. Have you lost weight? And I'm taking care of the mineral tree that has now become my partner, but I can't help but feel like I'm talking to someone. It's been 3 weeks since I started using it, and now it's a shadow of the one I bought it from. I've heard that it will grow. But is the reduction in area a growth spurt? It looks like a big kitchen knife. The knife is not as long and slender as it should be. but if the handle was extended and a large, slightly thin knife blade was attached, it would become my current weapon. The blade that was shiny gray at first is now slightly darkened. This is not a tinge of dirt, but rather a gradual deepening of the blade's tint, which is a sign of growth. I stopped brushing my sword to see if there was an analogy for the same utensil. The surface that is polished with a cloth made from the thread spat out by the demon silkworm is beautiful. We were told to channel magic, but is this right? It looks like it's come a long way since the first time longsword. It's a good thing that the signs of change are evident, but if it stops growing, then the expensive blunt blade will be ready. I'm not a parent who worries about my children's growth, but I still worry about the amount of money I've spent. I can't use magic, so I can't send attribute magic power, and I'm just using the status app to channel magic power. I asked Hans, the owner of the weapons store, about it, but he said that there is really no record of the past, and he is not sure how to do it. Most of them give up and plant them in the garden and leave them there. Although they are called mineral trees, they grow at different rates just like humans do. If possible, let's do it while I'm still alive, okay? As you'd expect, you can't watch them grow for hundreds or thousands of years. I want to see it grow into a real person before I buy it. A little more polish for you. Move your hands again and polish carefully. He has given up smoking and is careful to polish his weapon and armor carefully, taking care not to drop any ashes while smoking. Come on, buddy. Whoever said weapons are for life? Tonight I worked on them until I fell asleep. Early in the morning, I went to the tool shop in the basement and packed my backpack. You're buying so much today. Yeah, I thought I'd try to get a little deeper today. Okay, so what's with the overtones, man? The usual cold response, no, this one has a taste for it once you get used to it, but it's a bad way to handle customer service on a first meeting. The recovery medicine and wound dressing powder I bought, a rope and a large cloth, a hand-thrown axe and a dagger, preserves and water, pots and pans and seasonings. This is the kind of equipment that makes me want to say where we're going to survive. Well, since it's a dungeon we're going to challenge, there should be no mistake in these preparations. No, I didn't mean anything. I just Memoria, who had been waiting for you with a strangely red teacup in one hand ever since you entered the store, placed the cup on the saucer and quickly turned her gaze to you. At times like this, she gives me rather important information. I also stop packing my purchases and face her. It's fine to be cautious, but I'll just say that we should also be careful not to smash the stone bridge by hitting it too hard. You're being awfully abstract this time. If it were normal, he would tell me more specifically, even if it's less information than saying a little more, but this time I know he's telling me in a distant way to be careful, but on the other hand, I don't know any more than that. I know you'll understand what this means, so this is the extent of the language I'm using. I appreciate the advice, but make it a little clearer if you can. When I told him that I was a regular, he gave me a sigh instead of a word. I'll know when I'm on my back. This time he said flatly and without looking at me, as if he had no choice but to tell me the answer to a bad student. I see. I followed those words and put a backpack on my back that was reasonably well organized, and I understood why. It's hard to move. Yes, not a fighter. And if I had to add to it, I'd probably lose half of it without ever using it. The enlarged luggage didn't seem like much of a weight to the enhanced body, but when you take into account the visibility, centrifugal force, and the noise it made when moving, it was much harder to move than before. In addition, Memoria's words made me imagine abandoning my luggage and being crushed by a golem during battle. For returns, we do not accept the offer. You can return something at the supermarket by showing your receipt, but not in this store. I didn't want to feel the otherworldly divide in such a humble way. I had no choice. Well, fortunately, they're all good to keep, so you can consume them slowly. A variety of small waste pouches were lined up in the glass case. It's a magic bag. The prices are high across the board, with the cheapest bags costing over 2 million. I wonder how much it would cost to buy that one if I had to work for it. It will take 3 years, although it rarely takes that long because the more you progress, the more money you'll make. It might seem surprising, given her appearance and personality, but she was disciplined. She probably gave you a rough estimate in response to your words when you were looking at the cheapest bag. I make about 5,000 yen a day and a little over 1,000 yen a day. The average is about 2 or 3,000 yen. If you work 5 days from Monday to Friday, you will work 20 days and earn 60,000 yen a month for 3,000 yen, or 720,000 yen a year, which means you will have to look at 3 years to buy this. This is also assuming that all the money is put into savings. Normally, if I subtracted all of this, plus the cost of consumables, food, maintenance, new equipment, and miscellaneous expenses, there was no way I would have any money left over from entering the dungeon. Since I'm only calculating based on a percentage of the money, I'll be able to hoard it sooner if I spread out my base salary. I guess this is gonna be our partner for a while. I looked down at the backpack I'd gotten used to over the past few weeks, thinking I had no choice. It looks good on you. The irony. It was real. The partner remarked a backpacker was, in a sense, a self-weighted word directed at herself to curb her wastefulness. I couldn't help but think her words were sarcastic, but she was genuinely sending me words of admiration. The reaction made me embarrassed, and I quickly put my backpack on my back to hide my embarrassment. Let's go. Have a good day, dear. I made some small portions and prepared them to the extent that it would not interfere with my movements, and left the rest in my room, and after replying briefly to Memoria, today's dungeon challenge began. Hey, here we are again. We entered the dungeon and the infiltration was going well. I cut off the wood puppet and wood kid, pausing to rehydrate on the way, and got to the square faster than before. Then, maybe it was a fixed position, or maybe it was just luck, or maybe in this case it was bad luck, that I saw a familiar two-handed bladed wood puppet, a blood wood puppet, standing in front of me. And this one as well, the wood golem that was sitting in the center of the slope is also starting to wake up its huge body. I won't hold my ground like I did before. Slowly. Take it easy. The puppet and kid are increasing in number and clattering, and then the golem rises from its massive body with a thud. Now, let's get revenge and let's go! Exclamation mark. I'll start the war. At first I thought about taking them all by surprise, but I soon wiped that idea out. To be efficient, I was alone, so I had to take them by surprise and reduce the danger as much as possible. It's the same with work. More work requires more work, more effort, and more efficiency. The more steps you take, the quicker and safer it will be, the more time you'll have, the more physical and mental capacity you'll have. If I'm so insanely strong that a light swing of my sword is enough to wipe out the opponent, but if I'm strong enough to defeat them with a single swing. Then going head to head against the enemy like this is extremely inefficient. However, nevertheless, mania, this way, from the front, I've got some things I have to do. The reason for this choice is the ultimate in stupidity. Like I said, revenge. I didn't want to put the word surprise in there. Just that. We turn our backs on them last time and we want to beat them head on. It was that little willpower of a man that was driving me. I ran into a pack of wood puppets and then it was war. I'll cut them off and swing down, poke them, punch them, kick them, catch them, dodge them, throw them away and block them, and then turn my attention to the bloodwood puppets and wood golems that occasionally attack me as I slaughter them one by one. Exclamation mark. The wreckage scattered on the ground, all of it turning into magic particles as it plowed through the space. It was easy to take care of the last wood puppet with an anomalous swing while tilting his body to the left. Well, I've brought it to the same state as before. I'm not out of breath. Just how much effort I put into it, how to keep my body from getting tired, how to use less energy and deliver more power efficiently. That's all I cared about. The scariest thing about dungeons is running out of energy. If I can't move, I'm alone. Moreover, if I ever need to challenge you, I won't be able to fight as hard as I can when I'm exhausted and I'll lose. Next time, you know what to do, don't you? It's not the best, but it's better than I thought it would be, and I was able to take on the battle in better shape than I expected. Needless to say, if I slowly lifted my sword tip and held it at the ready, the two remaining bodies attacked me as if I didn't have to wait for them, making light footsteps and heavy bass sounds. So, inhale deeply. I'm gonna shake the air, and I'm gonna let out a scream from deep in my gut. This action just gives me some extra spunk. The wood puppet, an inorganic life form that has no fear of the blood, comes running up to me. Naturally, he is not intimidated by my cries and raises his sword barrel arm and swings down at me. But before I could, a block of steel cut off my arm. At last we get to see your marvel. It is said that a man is at his strongest when he screams. He screamed as he stepped in, and with a spirited yell he cleaved his sword midway through the blade. You'll be able to see that he or she falls back from the impact, just like a human being does when he or she sees the unbelievable. As if to match that, with a dull, trembling sound, an arm the size of my torso is swung down with a dull, trembling sound. No, it's you guys. I thought I was growing up. In fact, even if I don't say it was a dramatic increase in numbers, compared to when I was in training, my growth rate has improved a lot since entering the dungeon. And this is the result. I didn't think I'd be able to take it easy. I guess he thought he was taking advantage of the opportunity. In fact, she was aiming at me while I was in a sideways swinging position, so in some cases it was quite dangerous. but the result was different. I had my hilt up and my right hand on top of it as if to catch it with the belly of the sword, and that was enough to catch the fist that was being launched from the huge body of the wood golem. I never thought I'd end up on the side that defies the laws of physics. Considering the difference in weight, it should have been obvious that it would be blown off, but in reality, it's catching it and pushing it back slowly and gradually. The magic power is a substitute for the power of the magic mark, which seems to be a substitute for ignoring the laws of physics. Well then, we're done checking. I wanted to know how much I had grown. I knew I was growing by the numbers, but when I was able to slash through the arms I'd been dodging and lightly catch the ones I'd been dodging and knocking off, I finally realized. Let's go win. Okay, it's a question mark, but to me it's a declaration. I relax for a moment and quickly push the other's huge body back. Then, taking advantage of the slight gap that had been created, he swung the mineral tree with all the centrifugal force, weight, and magical power he could muster. The huge arm caught it as it struck forward. But, his voice wasn't anguish, but delight. This time it was cut off tightly. You are aware again that your mouth is hanging up, and you look away for a moment as your arm falls to the side of the severed arm, and then immediately turn your gaze forward. Even though you aimed at the joint, you cut off an arm more than twice as thick as a wood puppet. I'd like to pat myself on the back for doing it, but it's more than that. He stepped into the ground with a dungeon and tried to cut off his body, which was almost 3 times as long. You can cut it cleanly. I now realize it was worth the 2 million I spent. His status grew, but the growth of the mineral tree was also remarkable. With only the lower half of its body remaining, the top half of the wood golem's body slid sideways along the severed surface. This is the result of swinging with all your might with the intention of swinging it through, dossier. And I'm not going to wait for it to slide down naturally. I'm going to drive a kick into his torso, which is now empty from the chase, and then I'm going to step in. I move forward with the intention of crushing the floor and thrusting the mineral tree as hard as I can in my face. Without intending to make a declaration, you simply confirm that you're not going to make a statement, and you shift your gaze away from the huge body that was transformed into a particle of magic once you hit it like a person going into convulsions. So, let's have it. You have the physical advantage, but be careful not to let your guard down and take your time to finish it. You shift your stance from middle to high, directing your attacker's self-generated air into the air, something that isn't in the symbols. You're almost there. Just one more step and with just the right amount of force, this battle is over. Either nerves or excitement, I can feel my heart racing. Not yet, not yet. You measure your timing to suppress your distraction. The feeling of being here underneath my feet was more responsive to my spinal cord than it was to my head. My body moves to keep up with the images that help me see the future. My opponent is trying to prevent it. I've raised my remaining arm between my legs, but the sword swung smoothly as if to cut a piece of cake, cutting off my torso diagonally with my arm. With it, this battle is over. I let go of the pause as if to decide what to do with my body, but there is no sign of movement. Phew. This tension is very hard to take on before my 30th. I still can't get used to the sensation of breaking out of the combat state, as if I'm weakening all at once. No matter how much your body is strengthened by the magic crests, what you are doing is no different from the exchange of lives. Even if I knew that I could be revived, even if I died, there's no way I could adjust to my body in a month or 2. If you look around, there are magical stones scattered on the floor and there is only one mannequin that has been separated from its body. No reinforcements, Tobacco sticks to me. Just the right amount of smoke after a fight, just the right amount of smoke to switch off, was enough to tempt me to quit smoking. With a cigarette in my mouth, I took note of my surroundings and approached what was once a bloodwood puppet. What do you want me to take home with me? Simply put, the size of a slender adult male. I could take this home with me. But even if I did, I wouldn't want to take it home with me because of its human size and weight. Damn. I should have asked Memoria where she could sell it. There are some places that sell and some places that don't. From a fantasy perspective, they failed to set up. They didn't think about what they were going to do when they were finished. Let's just take it all home with us for today. I can't go all the way back to ask and get it twice. Fortunately, the backpack is almost empty and the magic stones are mainly small, so there is plenty of room for them in terms of space and weight. What's that noise? It wasn't until I crouched down that I noticed the dry sound of an analog clock rinsing its hands. Yeah, I couldn't keep saying screw it. All I could do was save face. Gaho, I'm off guard. The sound of the explosion, followed by the feeling of my body hitting the ground, and the last of the cold temperature. The pain is so great that I can't move. Her head hadn't been hit, but instead she felt numbness in the tips of her limbs. The stinging pain of the burns all over her front and the bruises all over her body kept her from taking another action. There's no such thing as self-destruction. I whined to drown my pain, but deep down I think I'm being reasonable. It's a warfare technique allowed for the non-living Glam's train. An inorganic soldier driven to the point where he is no longer useful in battle, with no emotions, can self-destruct without hesitation. It was a strategy unique to the blood that left their bodies intact. Could it be from a magical stone? I could feel the heat, but it wasn't gunpowder. I could tell by the shock of the sensation, similar to the explosive magic that Instructor Fuzio used. God, I haven't seen you in this mess since my training. Bruises, burns, numbness in her arms and legs, scrapes in places, and a parade of injuries. Thank goodness her bones are intact, but she's in no condition to move anytime soon. And even after analyzing the situation, my body isn't moving without pain. For now, I ignore the numbness and pain in my limbs and get up, but in the end, I can only sit up and lean against the distorted backpack. Potions are annihilated, aren't they? The potion, a liquid in a glass container, is kept in a special case, but it's all broken and useless. Ugh, the ointment's broken too. When the quick fix was no good, I checked the other one, but the gel-like ointment in the thick glass bottle was sadly broken in half. Thank goodness there was still a part of it that could be used. I wonder if a potion-covered bandage will help with the wound. I frown at the discolored bandage that I took out next, dripping potions into the vitae, but it's better than nothing, and not using it is not an option. I silently apply the ointment to my body, feeling even lowered by the numbers running through my head that I'm completely in the red due to the total loss of the drug-related products. The pain was gone by the time I finished applying the ointment, except for the parts that I couldn't reach while it was sticky all over my body, and by the time I finished wrapping the bandage, the pain had subsided to the point where I could move. I knew it was just a fantasy medicine. If you stand up to take your weight off the back seat you're leaning on, you can feel that you can move. At least you're relieved that your bones don't feel like they're broken. Plus, I'm relieved that you're mostly unharmed and that you didn't make a mess. Well, if I'd lost 2 million in an explosion like that, I would have gone to the store to beat the shit out of you. I walked slowly and picked up the mineral tree that had been blown away in the other direction, and it maintained a clean sword blade. The exact opposite of what I have now. It's rare to hear of defective products being sold when you're in business, but I'm relieved to see that this is not the case. As expected, I don't have the confidence right now to escape unarmed and unarmored from a fight alone without a weapon. So what's next? Once we've recovered the weapons, we have to move while there's still time. He didn't look at the exploded puppets. Instead what he saw was what was scattered around him. The only blood breed that had the potential to be an expensive purchase was self-destructing, and the Woodgulam's magic stone is only slightly larger than the puppet. Well, it's not profitable no matter how you look at it. The inside of the leather sack that he had to endure his aching body to pick up was as clean as a jewel bag at first glance, but in terms of value, it wasn't much different than an assortment of marbles. At least, today's harvest wouldn't be enough to cause any damage to the backpack. Well, the question is, do we move on or do we go back? My body can move thanks to the medication, but it's not perfect. Fortunately, the map is intact so we can return home with no problem. But we have to be prepared for 2 hours at the earliest. You need to be in good shape with minimal combat. There's an escape device at the entrance, but from here on out, it's unknown territory and if it takes longer than the return trip, it's a complete disaster. At least, if we had been able to deal with the suicide bombing a little longer, it would have been different. There is no point in wasting time worrying about what happened earlier. So let's just move on before the others arrive. I could see that my thinking was starting to slow down. It's like when you miss a job and you wonder what you should have done then and there and regret it. There's nothing more futile than to do it at work and be late for work. What you have to think about now is what will happen in the future, and you have to act quickly to assess the current situation with danger. If I had a colleague, we would discuss this with him. If you don't have any, this is one way to decide. Hold the tree upright on the floor and gently release it so it doesn't swing from side to side. I'll walk toward the fallen tree. It's all about luck. That's not going to be easy, Minky-san. If he couldn't decide, he left it up to the heavens, and as a result, the mineral tree fell in the direction of moving on. Does that mean it's better to fail by doing than to fail by not trying? There's something different about this one, but I think we should try and stay positive. There's no cure for what's ahead, and if you're lucky, you're close to a way out. If you're unlucky, you'll take the long way around. Still, let's try not to regret our mistakes. I think I'll stay away from cigarettes. It sounds like a bad omen. He reached for a cigarette to calm his weary mind all at once, but he had to take a drag and self-destruct, and now he didn't know what he was going to get. I'll just keep going in silence. The spell holding the weapons in place is not broken, so moving around is easy, but my body seems to be taking more damage than I thought, and I can't move as much as I would like. This is just what it looks like, right? It's a straight shot from the square where we fought the Bloods, The road is so wide that it looks like something special. Did I just flag my own death? Sure enough, there was an open area just beyond the road, as if to say, there's something here. It was larger than the place we'd just fought, and it seemed more suitable for a group to wait. Just to our delight, we can see the stairs to the top. As promised, that was the middle boss, and this is the hierarchical boss. If you cross the space between this corridor and the square, the space will be closed, the background music will be changed, and the battle will begin, as promised in RPGs. Naturally, you won't be able to get away with it, will you? You can't select the escape command for event combat. If that's the case, the question is whether or not I have a chance in the current situation, and to be honest, I can only say it's low. If it was the same enemy as before, I might still have a chance. But I'm certainly outnumbered as a lone man, and most importantly, if it was an unknown enemy, the condition of victory in terms of information would be overturned. If that happened, our chances of victory would be even lower. What are we going to do? I turned around and looked behind me, with an eye on going home. We're cut off, man. But maybe I should have just walked straight in without looking. The number of Gillums that have risen as if to emphasize the fact that they have revived and strengthened, and the thought of having to break through that to return home makes me feel a bit of a chore. The boss at the front gate and the army at the back gate isn't funny. If this was a hero or something, I'm sure he'd be able to take them down easily. But these guys are former salarymen who've left the workforce. I have no intention of waking up to such an opportunistic ability. What I can do is, all right, let's go. It's just a matter of being open-minded and positive. Tanaka Jiro, 28 years old, single, no girlfriend, occupation, dungeon tester, full-time. Magic aptitude 8, general class. Officer of the year, warrior. Status: Force 54, Force 87, Endurance 83, Endurance 117, Agility 33, greater than Agility 52, Endurance 55, -5, greater than Endurance 74, -5, Instrument 41, Instrument 53, Knowledge 33, Knowledge 36, Intuition 10, Intuition 14, Luck 5, greater than Luck 5, Magical Power 50, Magical Power 70. State: nicotine addiction, lung pollution. Word of the day: it's important to get used to the work, but inertia will hurt you. I literally learned the hard way that the original intention is important. 1010 I think that work is something that can be achieved by accumulating .txt. Tanaka Jiro, 28 years old, single, no girlfriend, occupation, dungeon tester, full-time employee. Magic aptitude 8, general class. Officer of the year, warrior. Oh, come on, fantasy. Stepping into the square and closing the entrance behind you is good. No, not good, but it's to be expected. You need to be a little more careful. This is something I wasn't expecting. The staircase was built into the wall as if to repel intruders, which is to be expected. But an army of hovering spheres, yes. Royalty. This time, since it came with a tree, a standard stone Gillum will appear, or if not, it will be just a small or large discrepancy in my expectations. But my expectations were completely betrayed by the ejection of a ball the size of a bowling ball into the air. If this is a suicide attack, I'm going to be stuck, aren't I? Looking at the blatantly spherical shape of the object, I can only think of one use for it. Like a mine floating in the water, if you see it not attacking, it looks like a self-destructing, suicide attack, tackle-type bomb demon, like the blood species in Wood Puppet. When I think I have to do something about it, I feel like the mentality is more important before the technical stuff. Lock on, and it seems that the time for observation over here is over. After it appeared, the flickering spheres flashed at uniform intervals, as if to identify us. But gradually the intervals became faster and the blue-white light covering the spheres transformed from blue to red like a signal lamp. A pinball? His arm was moving before he could avoid it. Heavy. With a definite response, something bursts out and explodes. It's too hard for a single layer of closure, isn't it? Considering it was a counter-brave dungeon, this much might be necessary. But I wanted to scream that this was somewhat out of line with the budget. As expected from its appearance, as expected, the suicide attack with mines, and the ricocheting around at random using walls, floors, and ceilings to see if it won't explode if it doesn't hit the enemy, is going to be swallowed up by the momentum in the blink of an eye if we don't handle it calmly. There's no time to move around and duck. I won't be moving carelessly when it's bouncing around all over the place. It's safer to sit down and strike with him. Fortunately, your eyes and arms are still moving fast enough to catch up with them, and the mineral tree is harder than your opponent. With each shot, sometimes with my feet, sometimes with my feet, sometimes back like a target, and sometimes with my feet and wrists, I use my footwork and wrist returns to knock down the growing sphere. Even if we don't move, the sphere flies from there, saving our energy. But it's as if it's going to take all that savings away from you. and it's going to keep on coming at me. However, you attack and intercept them, concentrating more and more, but then you make a mistake. The one you fail to deal with explodes nearby, and fragments fly into your body. Then, as if it was aimed at, a sphere comes flying in from the surrounding area at once. This is not good. Its posture is broken, and it's hard to intercept it completely. If this continues, the sphere will come rushing in like a carpet bomb, and in no time my place will be the center of the explosion. And then we won't have to think about the rest. If I thought for 1 second that I was done for good, I could feel my strength slowly drain away. It took me longer than I thought, but that's as far as I go. Fortunately, my body is magically made of magic, and there is pain, but that's a matter of luck. If I had the guts, I wouldn't have to deal with the pain of the explosion. As annoying as it sounds, that's a dead end. And I'm beginning to believe that there's no way. Kaija. Apparently, the rational part of the mind and the emotional body are two different things. Don't lick it. For a moment, I thought my mouth had loosened, and then the voice came out as if it were bubbling up from the pit of my stomach. What about this situation? He lost his posture when he got hit by the explosion, but on the contrary, that's about it. That's a crazy idea. We're in trouble because we're out of control. But you can't stop laughing at your naive thinking and saying that's all there is to it. That was 10,000 times harder than that time. There was poison, paralysis, gravity, physical punches, hypnosis, stench, vision obstruction, chambered swords, and the occasional ranged magic, all of which were deadly. A hit or two would only hurt you, but there was still room to resist. Before you can break through, you need to regain your strength and search for your next action within the time limit amidst the quickened thoughts and slowed scenes. Certainly, there are grounds for saying that's about right, but now, how do we get around this situation? Think about it. Kaha. Excellent. In the end, I didn't think of it, but a suicide kamikaze attack was enough to break my heart. I've stepped on plenty of occasions to die. If you want to destroy me, then go ahead and try to destroy you too. Well, at any rate, it's just that the more you put your all into it, the faster you think about it. I'm going to kill you. I think about what I'm screaming at the inanimate objects, but I'll put it aside for now and kill these airborne bastards. That the sadist didn't even have time to run away barefoot and pass out from the instructor with a vicious grin that slammed me to my core. Kill him before he kills you. It was as if the instructors had taken over to do it, and I was smiling naturally. Kaku, I'll take care of it. Laughter is something that can come out naturally, even at the last minute. A situation that you thought was hopeless is just a matter of tying yourself up in a bind, and it is easy to get out of it if you are open-minded. I'm sure you'll be able to find a way to make the most of it. As if to pronounce that it's our turn, I feel like I'm slowly expanding my territory just by stepping in. There's a phenomenon called a runner's high. It is a mental high that makes you want to run forever. As the more you run, the more excited you become. You're smiling before you know it. I wonder where I was when I was so frightened before. And there I am, staring at me calmly. The tension is high, but my vision is clear. My body is hot, my heart is racing, my blood is rushing through my body in a torrent. But my spinal cord is reacting sharply to my body, and my mind is calmly contemplating the situation. My head and body are at odds with each other, and my current situation has reached its highest potential. It's not enough. At this speed, it's still too late. It's not enough. I'll still be beaten by this kind of power. It's not enough. You won't be able to kill them with one shot this sharp. It's not enough. There's too much to kill these things. There are still too many to count, and more to come. Come on. Quickly. Quickly. Fast. You need more hands. Think. Be more efficient. Cut back on everything. Change your position. We don't need to be at this end of the line. We could take it down more efficiently if we moved into a denser area, into the center. Yes, this is as far as we've come. I ain't going to lose. Venting resentment. Create a storm. Overrun. Everything's good. I feel like I can see things I shouldn't see. I feel like I can see where they are, as if I have eyes on my back. Well, maybe it's just my imagination. Still, the feeling of swinging and hitting is pleasing, as the accumulation of the past seems to be answering, and it makes me even more efficient. We've come so far, I'd like to get as far as I can. It's more like a discard than a cut. It's more like a link between them. It's as if I'm in a killing ritual. My every move is an order, and then the other side is flying toward me as if to match me. This is despite the fact that we're in the center of a dense enemy stronghold. Is it a charade? I was being pushed back gradually, and to regain my shape, a sting grew on the ball. The sting is sharp, and I can easily imagine that it would pierce through my armor like paper. Fortunately, it didn't bounce and pierce the ground, but there's no way a variation that would be fatal just from a body hit would be an advantage to me in this situation. So what's the point? There's no way that's a plus. But I cut it off and threw it away. On the brink of killing or being killed, and at the last minute when we would lose if we couldn't respond, we had no right to despair. Listen, Jiro. Fear is a sensor, but despair is nothing more than a weight. I'll make sure it's ingrained in your body. Yet it is fear that we teach fear, never despair. Yeah, I understand what the instructors were saying during training now. That's for sure. Fear tells us where and how to be a threat. Back off and you dodge, or swing and you cut off. Fear is like a drug that helps us do that. Feed on fear. As the words slipped out of my mouth, I felt my body fill with a sensation that made all the extra strength drain out of me. The sensation of having fear on my side gradually made my blows quicker and quicker. I sliced through the bomb as if I was enjoying it, and 1 became 2, then 3, then 4, and the number of pinball golems I had to kill kept increasing. Before you knew it, time had flown by and the battle was over when you cut down the last one and detonated it behind you. Whoosh, hard fought. It wasn't a complete victory. I got blasted so many times, soot all over my body, flying debris and cuts all over, and I tore up my bandages. DMN it, I don't want to eat. I don't want to move. Even when you are young, you unconsciously put a stopper on your body when you do something reckless, or you feel a big reaction when you move with all your strength. I heard it's true that what you could do when you were young, you can't do when you get older. Good night. I carried the peak on my shoulder and plied the overworked mineral tree. They say it's a living metal. The last thing I want is to have to drag it across the floor in case it gets spent at the navel. Your floor's crushed. And when I reached out for a smoke, the box of cigarettes was warped and crushed wonderfully by the mixture of the blast and the rolling around and everything. It was obvious that it could be torn off if you pulled on it in a normal way, so I struggled to take one out and smoked it. Should I be relieved that nothing was left behind after the explosion and I didn't lose my foothold, or should I lament that the explosion wiped out all the loot? I don't know which expression I should wear. By the time I'm halfway through the smoke, my calm thoughts make me take action to look around, but the merits in the process and the results make my face fixate with a look of dismay. Well, of course, I'm prepared for the deficit, and I'm glad to have made it through, but I'm going to gorge on my pickings today just for comfort. Yeah, I'll have jerky instead of squid, and I'll eat a bag of jerky that costs 1,000 yen. In the end, the cash I lost in the process formed more of an expression than the safety I won in the outcome. Feeding on the rank up of my usual dinner snacks to inspire myself, I decided to collect the few remaining magic stones and climb the stairs. I should be able to get out now, but it's a relentless fantasy. But somehow, just to be sure, I climbed the stairs slowly without making a sound of footsteps, but it seemed to be the right decision. I wonder where the word safe zone has gone. As the battle area is still firmly set up after the boss battles, it's just like a dungeon. Although it looks like the types are the same as the first layer, the number is different. In addition, with the mid-boss Wood Golem, the level of the game has been raised steadily. Is it even possible to use it with the demons around? Well, it's not going to happen. But I'm willing to bet on the hope that I can. It's about time you got to the pier and you're not complaining about it. Me today. A device with a sphere that looks like a crystal on a waist-high pillar installed near the wall in the opposite direction from the stairs as if it were a way out. And if it's as taught in the classroom, if you touch it, it should be able to transport you through a few seconds of time lag to escape. If you think it's normal, there's no way you can use it when there's something dangerous around. So it makes a natural choice of action. Let's just try to be a little more friendly. Dungeons. It's only natural that a dungeon to intercept a brave man would never create a safe area to cover the other side. But I wanted you to feel a little better about your current situation, where you were exposed to explosion after explosion after explosion. Stifling a sigh, I grabbed the hilt of the mineral tree. At this point, it's like the feeling of giving up, reopening up, and going to work with inertia. Exclamation mark. God damn it! Exclamation mark. And then he charged in, feeling that his desperation to take it out on them was somehow similar to how he felt when he was busy working. Are you okay? If you're okay with the fact that you broke through the hierarchy alone, then I thought maybe you'd be okay. I escaped safely. After 3 reinforcements, the first battle on the second level of our assault finally came to an end. I managed to activate my escape device, the transfer station, and went to the entrance of the dungeon and then to the infirmary to heal myself when I bumped into Suila. Did you break through the first layer all by yourself? Yes, that pinball was stunning, as expected. Are you hurt? Or rather, if you look closely, you're covered in injuries all over your body. I'm not sure if you're more upset about the injury than the injured party, but I'm glad you're honestly worried about it. Honestly, I'm exhausted. To be specific, as much as I'd like to punch that me who didn't turn back then, well, it's still better than the instructor's training, so I thought I'd be fine if I went to the medical office. The fact that the training is harder than the actual battle may be a good countermeasure, but I think it's wrong somehow. But that's why we're still here, so I can't complain. But it seems that I chose the wrong words. In the infirmary? You're that badly hurt? Do you need a shoulder to lean on? Where's the gurney? It's faster than that, with levitation magic. No, it's faster to move directly with transfer magic. I was going to reassure her that there was no medicine for her, so she'd just get some light treatment and everything would be fine, but she thought I was seriously injured. Well, we'll put that aside for now, but for now, I want you to calm down. Maybe it's because I'm good at my job, or maybe it's because I can do my job, but the people around me are looking at me too much. Maybe it's because of her notoriety, or maybe it's because of her bad reputation, or maybe it's because her response is seen as favoritism. In addition, Suila's appearance also makes the eyes of the guys hard to look at. No, you don't have to go that far. I can walk. You can't rely on self-judgment. They say good is quick. Let's go. Hey. But she took my hand and walked away as if oblivious to the stares around her. I'm half a head taller than Suila, and I'm larger and more muscular from my recent workouts, so I shouldn't be able to be pulled out of the car so easily. But she easily tries to get me to the doctor's office. I knew she was using a body-strengthening spell, intuitively. Then it occurred to me, why is she being so accommodating, so desperate? When I was in the throes of puberty, I would have thought she was interested in me, but unfortunately, I hadn't thought of that a long time ago when I was out of that mindset. It's simply because of her good nature and the fact that she takes you seriously that she has gone off the rails and is acting like this. I think it's not right to shake off such an action of hers for personal reasons of embarrassment. The eyes of the people around you are getting tighter, but I'll take the perk of asking a beautiful woman to back off. I walked a little faster, but even after I got to the doctor's office, Suila was able to treat me faster and more efficiently than I could. Even faster than the resident doctor. There you go. There were no bruises, burns, cuts, or broken bones, fortunately, but the adaptation of the magic crests may leave your body with some heat, so you may have trouble sleeping today. You can see the doctor's diagnosis as good as a doctor's, and the doctor in charge here, the lizard, is standing behind me, glancing back and forth between me and the paperwork that hasn't progressed at all, so you can see that he or she is not busy. I want to ask if it's okay to take the job. Now, Jiro-san, may I have a word with you? But with a slam, he closed the first aid kit with an expanded inner volume and spoke to me with a smile. I got goosebumps and straightened up in reflex. It seems that the training was a little inadequate. Yes, I think this injury was caused by the lack of knowledge and awareness of the danger. Of course, it was our fault. No, it was my fault, so I will take care of the cost of this treatment. And to prevent this from happening again in the future, would you mind if I gave a lecture here? I understand. No. A living organism's survival instincts make sense. You're politely asking me a question, one where the only choices are yes or yes. It's not a yes that he's willing to accept orders from his superiors, but more like an army officer's yes that he responds to with a no questions asked response. To begin with, it's dangerous to work alone in a dungeon. That's why you need a party. The lecture that began in the infirmary lasted until Suila's colleague came to call her, and by the time it was over, she didn't have the energy to do anything, let alone eat dinner, and her body was filled with a desire to just rest. You'll be resting tomorrow, I promise. After seeing her off with that last word, all I had to do was say no to the lizard's doctor who asked me if I wanted to rest, go back to my room, randomly take off my clothes and fall on the bed. All I had to do was close my eyes and my consciousness would fall away in a flash. Tomorrow is a day off, and I promise myself that I will not wake up until noon. And that vow is overturned rather easily. How did that happen? Do you hear me, Jiro-san? I'm sitting in a retro chic tavern, or should I say tavern, that doesn't represent the fantasy, but is more like a modern-day European tavern, where Suila-san was sitting next to me, leaning against me. Her eyes are fixed, and she is completely drunk, which makes her look even sexier, but I can't react to that. Looking across from you, Superintendent Tivia, Instructor Kyo and Instructor Fusio, with their grins and lecherous smiles that could have created this situation, are drinking much more quietly than they normally would. They are absolutely enjoying the situation and are waiting for something more to happen, like animals waiting for their prey. This man is enjoying this situation from a third party's point of view. I gave up hope that they wouldn't miss it, and remembered how we got here. It all started this morning when I vowed to rest and stay in my room for the rest of the day. Oh, my God. If it's okay with you, how about a dinner tonight to celebrate breaking through a layer? Oh, you can say no if you need something from. What a sweetheart. I didn't know how many times I'd fallen asleep and woken up, and was wondering if I'd had enough of it when the chime rang, and with sleepy eyes I caught sight of a dark elf with a face so red that I could tell despite his brown skin. No, it was Suela. "Ha, you want to eat?" From the side. It's a very rare case where a woman invites you to dinner, but unfortunately, I'm too sleepy to grasp the situation that I'm currently very lucky. "What time does it start?" "Will you go?" "Yeah. I don't have any plans." All I could do was judge the day's schedule and whether or not I could meet their demands. "Then meet me at the entrance of the underground facility at 7 o'clock. The entrance to the underground facility at 7 o'clock. And now, if you'll excuse me." Yes, he's gone. So even though Suela ran off without hearing a reply, I can only judge her for her work brain that she was working on her day off and hurriedly came to me in the intervals. "I'll get you a cup of coffee." I'm not a very smart sleeper. Still, I can move and make some thoughtful decisions because of my last job, but it's okay now. I make an instant coffee and watch a variety show on holiday at noon. I can't even train because I've been told to rest, and I can't enter the dungeon. Am I tasteless? I'm gradually awakening and my blurred thoughts are starting to clear up. I'll find a hobby, but somehow I manage to pass the time until 7 o'clock and have dinner with Suela at. You and Suela, alone? Gofo. Then my thoughts catch up with me, and I finally realize what's going on, and I put the coffee in my windpipe and huff. The word date flickers in my head for a second, but it's a big no-no right now. Geez, I can't have hot coffee in my trachea, I'm not going to swallow it. Do you have civilian clothes? It's been a little over 2 months since I changed jobs, and I usually have a choice of wearing equipment to enter dungeons, or sleepwear or a training jersey, and very little that can be called plain clothes because I barely had time to go out at my last job. Of course, there was no way I was dressed for dinner with a woman. Let's go to. It's just before noon and you can make it if you take the car. The expense is annoying, but it's a waistline we can't afford to lose. You now have to dress properly. Let's be prepared to spend a little money at this point. Let's get the equipment fixed and then go clothes shopping. Do you have enough time? As I got dressed, I looked at the equipment scattered on the floor, regretting that I had slept in the morning. But now I moved quickly. And if you buy in a set of mannequins at a slightly more expensive clothing store and pompously turn around and go to the meeting place to see if you've somehow made it in time. Hey, Jiro, you can't just turn around, can you? Kaka, I'm sorry it wasn't that little girl. All but a few of the red alarms were in full force waiting for them. All of them were dressed in civilian clothes, but the members who were present were strange. It's good that Suela-san is part of the group in a green-based dress. But Instructor Kyo in aloha, Instructor Fusio in his jinbai, Superintendent Ivia in slacks, and mainly the members on full red alert are strange. Sorry, sir, I couldn't disperse it. I'm not letting you go. Like left. Did you think you could get away with it? This conversation showed that this member shouldn't be here. Jiro has broken through the first layer of the dungeon. Don't praise your apprentice's achievement. What kind of instructor are you? It's also a welcome party for the locals. Don't worry. We won't pay you this time. You can drink and eat as much as you want. And I know this much. There are 3 of them. All 3 of them welcome me, but there's something inside me that tells me that there's something more to it than that. Something inside me tells me I'm not telling the truth. Then, we were easily let into the seats as if they had been reserved, and Suela and I were seated next to each other as if our seats had been reserved beforehand, and the 3 of us sat happily in the slightly wider seats. Now, please welcome Tanaka Jiro and congratulate him on breaking through to the first level. Cheers. Then Superintendent Ivia led the charge and this drinking session began. It wasn't a problem at first. It was a valuable experience for my future, listening to the instructors' personal evaluations of me and listening to their suggestions for improvement, as we chatted about what we'd been up to and what we'd done during training. But I should have realized that while I was drinking with Suela about Israel, her glass of wine never diminished and its contents kept changing. Some of the dark elf's distinctive brown skin might have been a factor in not noticing her drunken state of blushing, but the 3 of them, I feel like I've been successfully led to. You have a lot of nerve, though, don't you? Oh, I didn't expect you to break through on your own with that status. Kaka, the Kite King was very disappointed that you went it alone when you would normally take on a group of people. No, it was pretty close. Well, that was a close one. You don't know how worried I was when I heard that story. Do you, Jiro-san? Something warm and lightly laden. No, Suela-san. Then, the worried expression she showed for a moment changed, a full-blown smile as if to say it had begun, and the status of her increased physical abilities burst out of her expression with an answer. What we did was simple. Superintendent Ivia gives Suela a demon's whisper of a drink, which is the only stop my instructors will use to distract me. Before I know it, she'll be drunker and drunker, and the results will be waiting to be seen. That's funny, I still have a headache, even though I shouldn't be far off from a hangover. Well, Even if you could figure out the situation, there's nothing you can do. Your concern for me earlier was just a trigger, so to speak, and the devil, Superintendent Tivia, just whispered to me that this situation was complete. The way to defuse the situation. Hey, bring me more booze. I'll take that one. Suela, your glass is empty. It would be the equivalent of not having these people around. The instructors ordering more, and Superintendent Tivia giving Suela a drink so that she can further accelerate rather than slow down. This situation, feeling teased and amused but strangely not painful, feels rather fun in terms of atmosphere. Jiro-san, are you listening to me? That's why I am, you know. Should I just give up and accept the situation and get me drunk as soon as possible? I feel like the next day is going to be tough. But fortunately we have tomorrow off too. I feel like I can let things get a little gloomy. Oh, Suela, freaky, get out of my way Fubara. I didn't see that Superintendent Tivia blew up a dark elf man on the way there. Anyway, I pissed down my order. I'll let her drone on and on about it. But then he stops complaining. Suddenly, she became quiet and put her weight on me. This pattern could either be a romantic comedy, falling asleep, or a picture that shouldn't be done like a beautiful woman. You can't ignore it. Take a closer look. Jiro-san. There was definitely a dramatic romantic comedy coming up that the instructors were looking for. I was really happy that Jiro-san was here. What? Oh, yes. It's as if I'm sober again for a second, and a gentle look on my face makes my temperature rise. Is it because of the drunkenness or is it because of something else? At any rate, I puffed the liquor all at once, as if to cool my head. Oh, wow. Kaka Q-kaka-aku. I can't see people giving me their best smile and telling me they've seen something good. Congratulations. You guys are going to drink your asses off today. Kakaka, that's right. It's been a while since we've had a drink together. I'll go with you. Yeah. Instructor Kyo is organizing a big party with all the guests around him like an ogre, while Instructor Fusio and Superintendent Tivia are the first to finish their drinks to go along with it. Let them have their fun on the other side. Would you like a drink anyway? Yes, Kaylee's got all the work cut out for her. I'm off tomorrow, so we'll have a good day to celebrate. Miss Sula, always the calm one, is off the hook and enjoying herself as much as everyone around her. Let's watch her for a moment and get drunk before she makes fun of me again. Welcome to the club. To the Demon King's army, we welcome you. Nice to meet you, Miss Sula. It was the biggest banquet I'd ever experienced, and I was toasting her. This is how the most enjoyable banquet in my life began. Tanaka Jiro, 28 years old, single, no girlfriend, occupation, dungeon tester, full-time employee. Magic aptitude 8, general class. Officer of the year, warrior. Status Force 87, Force 105, Endurance 117, Endurance 157, Agility 52, Agility 66, Endurance 74, -5, greater than Endurance 90, -5, Instrument 53, Instrument 82, Knowledge 36, Knowledge 36, Intuition 14, Intuition 22, Luck 5, greater than Luck 5, Magic Power 70, Magic Power 80, State, Nicotine addiction, lung pollution. Word of the day. I don't know what the future holds for me, but at least for now I want to keep going and see what I become. I'm glad I found the company that does. 11 First regular meeting.txt. About us. 1. Tanaka Jiro, 28 years old, single, no girlfriend. Occupation, dungeon tester, full-time. Magic aptitude 8, general class. Officer of the year, warrior. The hero of this story, after leaving a black company, a leaflet led me to join a company run by the Demon King's army. His current job is a tester who challenges the dungeons created by the Demon Lord's army. As a warrior, he challenges dungeons solo with a growing sword and mineral tree in hand. His potential ability is an astonishing 8 magic aptitude, but he is still in the process of development, and he has high expectations for his future growth. 2. Sula Handelberg, 210 years old, single, no boyfriend. Occupation, Chief of Human Resources, full-time employee. Magical aptitude 6, Vice General class. Title, Spirit Wizard. Dark Elves in the army of the Demon King. He's the one who hired the protagonist, and his intelligent and cool appearance makes you believe he's good at his job. In fact, he is good enough to be entrusted with the head of the Human Resources Department, and is trusted by his superiors. In terms of combat skills, he can overwhelm the protagonist in close combat, and his real job is as their rear guard of a spirit wizard. After a whim, she has a crush on the main character. 3. Instructor Kyo, real name Raidu, age unknown, married, 2 wives, 4 children. 7 generals and instructors. Magic aptitude 8, general class. Position, samurai. The 7 generals in the Demon King's army are 1 pillar, the general of the demon tribe and the hero's master of swordsmanship. He's not a hard-nosed guy from the outside, but he has a strong face and a smile on his face that will make you believe he's a demon yakuza. He is one of the best in the shogun's ranks when it comes to close-quarter combat and sword fighting, and as tough as he looks, he is the best in the Demon King's army when it comes to playing the role of the wall in the vanguard. His strength can only be measured by his ability to traumatize people with a Chamberlain's blade. He loves to make fun of people and drink. 4. Instructor Fusio, real name No Life, age unknown, married, 1 wife, 7 generals and instructors. Magic aptitude 8, general class. Title, Conjurer. One of the 7 generals in the Demon King's army. The king of the undead and a contributor of durability to the hero. His appearance is that of a medieval gentleman, but his dark fighting spirit makes him look like a greeter from hell. He is skilled in all aspects of magic, but as it appears, he excels at necromancy and disabling magic. He's rather flippant, and he even prepared a magical stick to match the Onion's Chamberlain blade. It was later named the Magical Stick. 5. Supervisor Avia, age unknown, single, no known boyfriend. Occupation, head of the Demon Lord's Kingsguard and head of the personnel department. Magical aptitude 9. Quasi-magical grade. Position unknown. A demon that protects and assists the Demon Lord. He is one of the most powerful demons in the world, but he has yet to show his true strength. He can create large areas of wards with just a few movements, and can create strong wards with a wide range of warding techniques. She looks like a beautiful woman who personifies the cold atmosphere of tundra and blizzard. She's a demon who loves to tease and play with people more than eating 3 meals a day. She's currently playing with her subordinate, Suila, who's planning something whenever she can. 6. Kaylee, 209, single, no boyfriend. Occupation, ordinary employee in human resources. Magical aptitude 6, vice general class. Position unknown. A dark elf who works in the same human resources department as Suila. He has been Suila's best friend for many years. Despite his smarmy personality, although she's quite competent, she's the bad guy in charge of Suila's job when she becomes the target of Supervisor Avia's teasing, and is well taken care of and liked by the younger generation. 7. Demon King, real name unknown, single, girlfriend unknown. Demon King and President. Magic aptitude 10, Demon King and hero class. Position unknown. President of Mo Corporation and head of the Demon King's army. He is a handsome man who looks like he would be in Ginza or Kabukicho, but his atmosphere and dignity are imposing. He's rather mischievous and loves to be funny. The following is a list of members who have not appeared in the game very often. 8. Joe, real name unknown, age unknown. Occupation, dark elf chief and instructor. Magic aptitude 9, quasi-magic king class. Position unknown. Queen of the Dark Elves, with a high aptitude for magic. She is a beautiful woman with long hair, white as the moon and smooth as the Dark Elves' distinctive brown skin. 9. Warlock, age unknown. Occupation giant king. Magic aptitude 8, general class. Position unknown. In addition to being the king of giants and a warrior, he is also a blacksmith and a master craftsman who uses a hammer himself. He has forged many of the armaments of the generals and demon kings. 10. Amiri, age unknown. Occupation magic aptitude 7, quartermaster general level. Position unknown. The child of a homunculus and a golem made with ancient technology, her magical aptitude is a step below that of other generals, but she has the knowledge and skills to make up for it. A beautiful, inorganic girl with circuit-like patterns on her skin. 11. Kuzuri, age unknown. Occupation, the Mushroom King. Magic aptitude 8, general grade. Position unknown. She is the queen of bugs, a seductive woman, and a predatory beauty. She's full of sex appeal and is ready to FCK this dungeon tester. 12. Pascal, age unknown. The Dragon King. Magical aptitude 9, quasi-magical grade. Position unknown. The king of the dragon tribe who is both hedonistic and combative, a general who puts meritocracy above pride and bloodline, a man of great size who can get along with humans if he enjoys himself, but he can be cold-blooded with the weak and boring. 13. Lois, age unknown, single, no girlfriend. Human Resources Department, Tester Education Section, Classroom Teaching. Magical aptitude 6, Vice General Class. Position unknown. A dark elf man with a crush on Suila. He is a dark elf in his own right, so he is popular with the ladies. However, due to the dark elf's unique view of love, a one-sided love affair ensues that doesn't pay off. You'll be blown off your feet and into the wall. 12-11 It's quite common to run out of hands when working. Txt. Tanaka Jiro, 28 years old, single, no girlfriend. Occupation, dungeon tester, full-time employee. Magic aptitude 8, general class. Officer of the Year, warrior. It's been a few days since the welcome party, FCK. I was running through the dungeon. I wanted to cluck my tongue, but I didn't have time for that right now. I stepped through the stone pavement and felt a slight push, a feeling I've had often since I entered the third level of the Kyo dungeon. As I jumped away from the enemy in front of me, kicking the stone puppet away, I saw the arrowhead that had flown toward my chest fly away. After breaking through the first layer, I fumbled a bit before breaking through the second layer, but this time I tried the third layer for the fourth time, and I haven't been able to make any progress in mapping beyond a certain range. This is because if you step on the ground carelessly, the traps will be triggered like before. The traps they triggered were still rudimentary, such as switching arrows, spears, pits and nets, but they were still enough to stop me from falling into these physical traps in my lifetime. Who needs to be pierced by arrows, spears and falling into holes? Thanks to the status I developed to get here, I managed to react and avoid them at a moment's notice, but my nerves were shattered and my concentration was disrupted. As a result, even if you can beat them, you have to pay more attention to your surroundings and use extra energy to take them down. In addition, if things go wrong, you will end up accumulating stress. After all, it's like being frustrated by a job that isn't moving forward, but when you're frustrated, the enemy is right in front of you and you're dead in an instant. Individuals versus groups, traps, and bad conditions tend to make solos vulnerable in these situations. In addition, the traps were marked on the map, just in case, but the traps were shifted around so that they didn't work, and you were caught off guard. You want to swear at it, but instead you cut off the head of the stone kid who jumped at you with a mineral tree. With the returning blade, you slash the stone golem's body. The impact on my hand makes it slightly numb. The fact that the blade doesn't spill over is as if I'm saying I'm soft myself. It's over, but there's more to come. The enemies in the vicinity are now the last, but their ears, sharpened by vigilance, are catching the sound of multiple footsteps. They were not human-like footsteps, of course, but inorganic and regular, plus they were definitely heading this way. The sweat on your forehead, the number of battles you fought, and the loss of concentration caused by the trap are advising you to retreat. Retreat? It's not wise to get all worked up at this point. We'll grab what we can and head back to the transporter area as quickly as we can. And so, my fourth dungeon attack ended in failure. After retreating from the dungeon, I was headed to. We're in the red again today. I told you. A one-man attack is the province of a madman in his own head and body. That's what a headstrong vampire with more teeth than a human would say. Correction. This is the work of beings weirder than us. No, it's getting worse. The conversation with the Memoria has already begun to become a promise, and although the price of the collected items increases as you advance through the levels, the third level is still at the beginning of the game, and the purchase price has improved by about 10 or so yen. You have to earn quantity rather than quality. If you think about buying consumables such as medicines, it's not worth it. Thanks to this, we have to alternate between the second and third tiers without traps. How do brave men get through the dungeon traps in the first place? There are many parts of the story that make me somewhat dubious as to whether we can categorize it as human, but let's leave it at that. I want to complain about the existence of a brave man who makes vampires say that much, but that doesn't get us anywhere. So I silently urge you to continue. It's mostly a magical barrier. It's a barrier built thickly with ridiculous magical power that makes it useless to hit, and it repels arrows, spears, poison gas or even wide area magic. There are a few brave men who have knowledge of traps, but they are few and far between. To begin with, they are simply too high in status to be able to use a trap-level attack. But they are brave. Is it human? But there's a limit to what I can do to keep quiet and listen. I couldn't help but wonder if the being Memoria is talking about is a human being like me, and I couldn't help but wonder aloud. I know that's a natural question for you, a human being, but I've heard it's human at least. Believe it or not, that's how demon kings were defeated or even killed in the past. If you have a headache, it's a little better to think of a brave man as such. She didn't even look at me, and her response while proceeding with the purchase was so unrealistic that I was beginning to get a headache, just like she said. I'll do that. I've learned to ignore some of the laws of physics myself, but it's made me realize that I'm not quite there yet. They can defend themselves without being blown off without mass, and recently they can run up vertical walls, albeit for a few meters. But that's probably not enough. In your case, you could reach the same level with effort, but honestly, for now, it would be wiser and faster to increase the number of hands. No, in this case, it would be 3,400 yen. I don't feel like I'm being implied to stop people in the future, but I'll pretend I didn't hear it. In the meantime, the former is impossible right now unless there's an existence that can rapidly increase your status like some metal slime, and then the latter becomes more realistic. Well, we'll discuss this issue later. Can't it be a little higher? The stone puppet's magic stone is 36 yen against 8 yen for the Bobgoblin's fangs. Do you complain? No, so don't give me that look. You don't usually laugh, But if you show your fangs, it's a reminder that you're afraid to laugh. I do that on purpose. If it's a call, it's outside the store, it'll interrupt your reading. No, tout it. Is not the time to say that. I'll be back. I can still feel it in my head calling me. Anyway, let's go outside. Scared, huh? She didn't look at me, and I thought she said something as she waved her hand, looking down at her book, but that's not enough right now. Her telepathic voice, which had been calm, calls my head so loudly that it sounds like a gunshot. Yes, this is Tanaka. You're late. Are you Kaylee? I'm sorry, I'm not Sula. Although it made me feel slightly uncomfortable, I felt unreasonable when I was complaining about it just as it came out. Hence, the words that came out, but they have no deep meaning. Well, it's not that I don't have a sense of regret. Sorry, I was in the middle of a buy. If there's an emergency, you have to leave early. I have work to do. Urgent? Yes, the party leaders will all meet in the third conference room at 6 p.m. You are solo, but Ivy-sama has instructed you to attend this meeting, so don't make the mistake of hiding in the dungeon afterwards or anything. I'll be the one who will be pissed off. It's almost 6 p.m., isn't it? Don't complain. This is just an office call in the middle of catching up to avoid fixing overtime. Did you get the idea all of a sudden? I guess so. Oh, Goblin, take these papers over there. And be careful with them because Master Avia looked very grim. I appreciate that, but it's ominous information. Just give up the fact that it's true, and, well, you know, next time you're free, come help out at work. I don't have much time, so if you'll excuse me. I heard some disturbing words and broke off the telepathic conversation without hesitation. Who likes to work overtime that doesn't pay for itself? We testers don't get paid for our off-duty hours. I once helped Gelly with a cheap contract because I had a little extra time on my hands, but it was miserable. There was a pile of paperwork with no end in sight, and the Demon King's army used body-strengthening magic to strengthen their eyes and process the paperwork 3 times faster than normal. At least not to the extent that I was willing to help them. But even so, they still finish on time. They're all very good members of the Demon King's army. Well, we don't have time to go get changed. The clock reads exactly 5:30 on the clock. You have a little less time to change and move. Since I'm coming back for this hour, it can't be helped, but I'll at least leave my weapons behind. But I guess I didn't make a good decision. You're late. I walked into the conference room so fast that I thought it was a sharp blade or something. It was 5 minutes before the meeting was to start, but I seemed to be the last one in line, so there was only one empty seat. Superintendent Tivia, who sits at the top of the table, is a blizzard, if you can call her cool. I'm not daredevil enough to argue with that. I'm going to say a simple excuse and take my seat. It's not a good time, but it's urgent. We'll be quick about it. Superintendent Tivia, on the other hand, stood up quietly and pulled out a document from the empty space. It probably contains the same information, and with a quick glance a document appears in front of us. Listen, as you read through the document, that's exactly what it says you're all here for. There are currently no testers outside of your party. As a soloist, I didn't have much to do with it. But the other 5 parties seem to be different. The air is a little buzzy. Except for me, the other members are on a team. 4 men and 1 woman listen to the conversation with different expressions on their faces. 18, that's the current number of testers. At this rate, we'll be in trouble when testing dungeons. More importantly, it's inefficient. I suppose, the point is, it's like being asked to report on the comfort of the entire Tokyo metropolis with only 18 people. There is no way it will end and it will cost too much money to maintain. But as you know best, we've only just started. But as you know best, we haven't even started yet. Of course, that doesn't mean we haven't done something about it. We're currently recruiting for the second phase of testers. But it's going to take time to recruit new people. That's where you guys come in. It was as if we were waiting for the supervisor's words, and now, with a thud, a stack of papers appeared in front of us. There were no more than 500 of them. Flyers. The tester sitting next to me mentioned a familiar wad of paper. Yes, this is the flyer that brought me to this company. Well, there are an order of magnitude more of them, but the design is not so different as to be mistaken for something else. You'll know it at a glance. Gladly, I give you guys here an assignment. As you can see, we have prepared a flyer that you've seen before. Do I need to tell you the rest? The supervisor let me know the answer to that question before I could even think about it. You want us to go hand out flyers? I just wanted to help the cat, and that was a good thing for me, but the rest of you, not so much. Don't get me wrong, I'm not asking you geese to hand out scraps of paper. Some parties are undermanned at the moment. I was trying to make up for it, But do you disagree? Our job is to test the dungeon. At least it's not a problem for my party. I don't see the need to go to the trouble of wasting time handing out flyers. The last time he had clearly complained to a supervisor was probably just after graduating from college, a magic swordsman from his rookie and intermediate joint training. As I recall, his name was Hikasumi Toru, or maybe it was Strain Toru, and he had a face that looked like he was a model somewhere, and he complained about it. I think he's trying to say that his job is to be a tester. He glanced at me for a moment, thinking that this meeting was held for me. The others, perhaps because of what he said, look at me bitterly. That may be part of it, but I can assure you that's not the case with Superintendent Ivia. The link to me is there, but the supervisors keep their work and personal lives very separate. The reality of the situation is that he would have called this meeting to gain leverage before the number of testers dwindled and the shortage of personnel began to affect future schedules. When you think of it that way, his behavior is young, or in this case, blue, as it should be. In a case like this, it's not a good idea to respond blithely and defiantly. He may think he will be forced to clean up the company's deficiencies, but if he complains because he can't get his way, he will eventually strangle himself. The supervisor may not be explaining things well, but the supervisor is giving you the opportunity to solve the human resource shortage. In this case, the manpower shortage on the ground. It hands over to us the authority that should normally belong to the HR department and management. It's an unusual step to take. Well, I don't have to ask them if they're unhappy with it's on their face. Then this is unnecessary. Throwing away that kindness was unthinkable, at least to me. Quickly, I reached for the bundle of flyers and pulled it toward me. Without a moment's pause, the rest of the stack of flyers disappeared. Then the conversation is over. Thank you for your time, and except for Jiro Tanaka, get back to work. He said it was taking up a lot of his time, but the supervisor seemed to think he was wasting his time. I feel uncomfortable smelling that atmosphere. All the other members, except me, leave the conference room after saying goodbye in that atmosphere, but they look at me with a depressed look. I remain in the middle of it all. The supervisor spoke up after what seemed like a few minutes, when the departing members showed no sign of coming back. Well, on with the story. Unfortunately, we won't be able to fill in for the next batch of employees anytime soon. If you include the training period, you could say that the new recruits are not yet in place. Letting out a sigh, the supervisor wrinkled his brow, saying it wouldn't be so hard to find the right man. As I thought, there was a conspiracy. If I had turned down the offer at that moment because it would have meant more work for me, I would have continued as a solo tester until next year. From my point of view, the supervisor could easily set me up on a higher level, and that's without even giving me time to get a sense of what was going on behind the scenes. There's no way to know if it was intentional or not, but I think I've got the right answer now. As you know, there will be no relief for you in the meantime. Therefore, you are free to hire up to 100 men of your own talent for a limited time, at your discretion. Hundreds of people? Yeah, if I can. 100 people is the same as I was hired for. In my mind, I was confident that at most 1 or 2 people would be hired, no matter how much it was estimated to be no more than 10, but I was stunned to hear the unexpectedly large number of recruits. I was surprised, and then he smiled provocatively, probably because he thought that he couldn't possibly recruit 100 people on his own. I think so too. But, of course, we'll take care of the paperwork. You'll interview and bring in someone with the right magical aptitude. You're a devil, that's a hell of a thing to do. He didn't lie, and he choked me. While listening to Superintendent Ivia's words, as she calmly passed on the paperwork to me, I looked over the document again, this time carefully. When I looked at the document carefully, I found a brief description of future personnel policies at the end of it. It's unlikely that the other members read it all the way through. As a result, though, a situation has been created where it's the fault of the person who didn't listen until the end. Sometimes, by taking on a job, you can improve your position, your job. I'm convinced that this is a prime example of that. Doesn't this flyer only measure one aptitude value? That's it. And now let's listen to the supervisor. That's a special version, a blank piece of paper if you're not a candidate, but a number that rises to the right depending on your opponent's aptitude. It's only a quick diagnosis, but it's a good guide. What's the process after a successful scouting trip? I can handle the paperwork, but I can't give you training. I don't have enough people to do it. I don't have the manpower. I think the supervisor might add that he'll provide the space and resources. So there are roughly 3 jobs I'll be getting: scouting, classroom training, and combat skills training. Scouting will require you to work around your days off or rearrange your schedule, but it's not that hard to do. I can teach you what you need to know about dungeons. They'll give you materials. You can give them to them as a presentation and then they'll do the rest on the job. But there was a problem with the last one. Unfortunately, I'm only trained as a warrior, so I can't teach you any other skills. Superintendent, May I approach the instructors for guidance? If someone's not available, that's fine, but as far as they're concerned, they're completely on their own. You could never bring them in through Suila. As a countermeasure question, if the supervisor says so, then the last combat technique instruction should be fine. What I want is someone who can handle something other than warriors. Ideally, I'd like someone to be in charge of recovery, or someone who can disarm traps and scout for searches and the like. But I'm hoping that our positions will be the same. Even if we do, we'll be happy to have someone to watch our backs. This is a great opportunity to break away from the current situation of desoloing, and we'll use it to our advantage. We'll give you an exact deadline for your scouting, but at least 6 months ahead of time, so come back to us when you run out of those flyers. I'll have someone on hand to make them. After saying that, the supervisor stopped in the doorway and turned before leaving the conference room. I forgot what I did with you. I'll give you this key. The keys to the party room. I figured we'd need a place to meet if we were going to act as a group, so I prepared these just in case for the party, but it's all for naught. The superintendent smiling very nicely, his expression and his actions not matching up with his words. Definitely not sorry, but the opposite, as if to say, suck it up. Don't worry about the rent or anything like that, it's just a cost-benefit measure. It's your decision on what to do with the room from now on, but at best, make the most of it. I tell you what, if you set this up and you miss the scouting, you know what I mean? Yes, sir. This time she leaves the conference room with a smile of absolute zero that is different from her grumpy smile. Even if you have a deadline to meet, there's something about that smile that spurs you on, and it's heartbreaking. I was left with the key and goosebumps, so I'll just grab the flyer and go check out the common room. Is this a fairly spacious apartment? The communal rooms were located on the first and second floors of the dormitory. I'm in one of them now, and at a quick glance, there are almost 3 to 4 times as many rooms as my current room. Judging by the furniture in the nap room, kitchen, shower room, living room, storage room, and roughly placed furniture, it looks like it could be used as soon as I buy some more small things. And as I pondered my future plans, problems were bound to appear. I sat down on the living room sofa for 4 and put the flyer and the tablet I brought from my room on the table. Now, how do I scout for a job? The tablet picks up a map of the vicinity, or to be more precise, a place with a lot of people. I've never done the scouting, but in essence, it's like soliciting an idol. You should be able to announce your affiliation and solicit them to play an idol, and there should be no problem. If you dress poorly, you might be mistaken for a prowler, so you need to dress properly, but we'll leave that for now. It's not that kind of procedure that bothers me. What percentage of people don't have magical aptitude? The problem is the nature of this flyer. At first glance it looks like a normal job hunting flyer, but if you don't have the magic aptitude, it will look like a blank sheet of paper. I was given a flyer asking if I wanted to work part-time, and now it's a blank sheet of paper. No, I'm going to look like a freak. I have to take that into account when I'm recruiting. What am I supposed to do? The more I think about it, the more confusing it becomes. The first one is to hand them out like pocket tissues. The first one is to distribute them like pocket tissues. It's a way to get a few hits, but I'm a beginner, so it should be easy to do. I'll hand out the leaflets in front of the station, where the station is crowded with people. It's a job ad. Okay, so far so good. I'm in a suit, handing out flyers to people who come and go, and it's going relatively well. Sometimes it's a blank page, but don't worry about it. Alright, let's just wait and see. It's true, but can I be honest about this? I'm sure we're going to have problems later on, so let's hold off on this one and do it another way. Second, post it on the board. Speaking of orthodox, this is the orthodox way. In layman's terms, it's like saying I saw a sign and came here. It's also common in convenience stores and family restaurants. You just have to wait for a call as if you want to sleep and wait for good news. No, wait. Does this qualify as some kind of bizarre phenomenon? But then I realized the blind spot. I got my phone out of my pocket and took a picture of the flyer. I knew it. Sure enough, the cell phone showed a blank piece of paper with no writing on it. I wondered what the person who saw or found it would say. When the bizarre phrase visible but not visible flyer was seen, I had to give up this method. It would be treated as a fishing expedition, and we don't know the magic aptitude. So this is the bottleneck. As a third suggestion, he tried to make use of the experience he had gained at his previous workplace, the bitter experience of designing websites, but at the end of the day, he couldn't do this job without having a magical aptitude. That's what we need to resolve. DM Minute. I thought I would have a hard time, but I didn't think I'd have to worry about the insane fantasy factor. I wish I could figure out who has magical aptitude just by looking at them like this. I know it's asking for something I can't have. I'm not sure if there's a way to do that in a world without magic, let alone one filled with magic called Israel. I hate to do it, but I guess this is what I have to do. But with all these methods destroyed, there's not much left for me to do. I just hope I don't get mistaken for a wacko religious recruiter. Back to the basics. It's not about handing out or pasting, it's about direct solicitation. Normally, I would consider it as a job and do it with a sales smile. But I'm not sure if I can do it with a smile on my face because the content of the job is too fantastic. To be honest, I'm worried that the words I just said are too real, and I'm worried that the police will be called. But I'm worried about our future progress if this isn't resolved, so there is no choice but to do it. There's an air of uncertainty about the future. Chime. The air was lightened a little by the sound of the doorbell. Hi, Jiro. Miss Kaylee. When I came out, I found Miss Kaylee in a suit that would have saved her from overtime, swinging her short, pale orange hair and laughing. Your sisters came over when they heard you'd been assigned a nasty job. I'm guessing that the source of the information would be Superintendent Tivia, and I'm grateful that she came to see me like this to express her concern. I know I can't say this, but she's definitely older than me in terms of age. It's funny that no matter how you look at it, Kaylee looks younger than you, but that's probably because of her dark elf race. We've been at an impasse over this scouting thing. Maybe we can get a clue. But Kaylee said they were her sisters, but as far as I can see from the doorway, Kaylee is the only one in the house. Yeah, what the hell is Suela doing here? Well, wait a minute, Kaylee, are you ready for this? What more embarrassing is there to be, after all that ugliness in the bar? Just put that cloaking magic away. All right. Don't force the spell. Even Utada is not good at that kind of magic. It's honestly a chore. It's bad enough that Sula has been hanging around forever. I'm the one who's got your back. It's none of your business. As if he or she sensed my doubts, he or she turned round and called out to the space. It's a scene that may be recognized as completely dangerous. But since the voice comes back, there is no doubt that Suira is there. You will be able to find out what to do, but you don't know how to look like. Even though he was drunk, he was still talking so closely to her. He was drunk and talked so closely with her. A man's nature is difficult to deal with at times like this. Now, go get your stuff. Don't push me, and time is a cruel thing. You stare at each other in silence, not knowing what to say. Oh, I'm sorry for the trouble I caused you yesterday. I was drunk and I didn't mean to do that. You know, we were drinking, so if you could just ignore it. No, it was nothing. Excuse me. The day after the drinking session, we haven't had a conversation since Suira-san, who seems to be the type of person who remains in your memory even when she's drunk, came to apologize. I believe her words of not worrying about it and try to talk to her normally, but when you are conscious of it, it's hard to act like a normal person. I'm worried that my voice won't float. Miss Suila, what's going on? Well, this is for you. I was just told that Miss Ivia has offered me a job as a scout. A business card? Yes, I thought it would be difficult to solicit you with just a flyer, so I had to make one for you. Sorry to bother you. No, I don't get out much, and it's the least I can do. If you accept the clear plastic case presented to you, there is a business card with the company's logo engraved on it with a flag on a crescent moon. You can get a business card that proves your identity, so you don't have to worry about people thinking you're soliciting some strange religion. The main problem is still the way to confirm the existence of magic power. Also, this is from the development department. We're probably going to need it. Glasses and a pendant? Next, a pair of black frames and a pendant with a lantern-like silverwork. I'll explain the pendant first. It's a pendant made from a mineral native to Isual, known as magical incense stone. As a property, it builds up magical power and permeates the surroundings like a perfume. In Isual, it's mainly powdered and mixed with a special liquid to serve as a tracking agent. I think I'm starting to get back on track, and my voice is starting to sound less tense. I'm also becoming calmer as we talked. As far as the explanation is concerned, it's like a magical version of the paintballs found at the convenience store, not tracking them by color or smell, but by magic. This time, we developed it as a tool to use that characteristic to see if you have an aptitude for magic. And what was presented to me was not a pendant but a pair of glasses. These are magic power visualizing glasses. They have no use in Isual because it is full of magic, but if you combine them with magical incense stones, they have some use. When I put on my glasses, something much like a haze flowed out of the magical incense stone and slowly but surely was flowing towards Suila, Kaylee and me. It depends on how you use it. The flow is not as fast as it should be. To our relief, it won't be affected by the wind, which is an external factor and the strength of its magical aptitude. But if it's slower than you can walk, your opponent will be further ahead than you will be. It's a prototype, so there's room for improvement, so please keep an eye out for that in the future. No, it's going to be all right. Thank you. Still, It's very helpful that you've managed to figure out how to do it. And perhaps Suira-san had some kind of hand in it. Otherwise, there's no way I would have gotten these 2 prototypes, let alone a business card. Yes, I'd be happy to help. Yeah. Oh my god, I just lost the conversation, and I'm wondering if I should have ended the conversation at a bad time, or if it was a good time. In the drama, it was 5 seconds before the kiss. I'm in that position. ... Coincidentally, we've been staring at each other, and I can't seem to move. I know you two are in a good mood, but you're forgetting that I'm here. If you haven't forgotten, you could at least send me a signal to walk away. I know you want to show me off, but this is the kind of thing you want to show me up close and personal, and it only gives me the impression that you're doing something. Isn't the human reflexes amazing? In the blink of an eye, we were out of range. Yeah, I'm sorry to bother you. Don't bother me. Yes, Kaylee, what are you talking about? What? I don't know. Maybe I should leave my seat now if you want. You've got things to do later, don't you, Kaylee? So quick. What? I don't want to run errands. It hurts. If it hurts, Suila, don't enhance it with magic. This suit is custom made, but it does let the impact through. Gently, Miss Suila seems to be holding her shoulders, but you can tell if it's an act by looking at Kaylee's own expression. If you ask me if I can point that out, I say I can't. Well then, Jiro-san, we'll take it from here. And good luck with your recruitment. Thanks for your help. I'm sorry to Kaylee, who is sending me the so signal, but I'm going to join hands with her in my heart and see her off. The last part of her expression was as if she was telling me to remember her later, but Suira was forcing me to drown out that expression as well. As a result, I was allowed to see her off in silence. The storm had passed. I could hear Kaylee's voice from across the corridor, shouting ouch, but I thought it was better not to worry about it. Well, are we all ready to go for now? I've got flyers and business cards, an identification pendant and glasses. I've got everything I need. All that's left to do is my move. But I don't want to just rush into it. Let's set up a place called practice. Take out your phone and launch the communications app. I'm not sure when it will be read, but I'll type the content briefly. It's that guy. He'll bite right back. Now all we have to do is adjust our schedules. Tanaka Jiro, 28 years old, single. No girlfriend. Occupation dungeon tester, full-time, plus recruiter, scout. Magic aptitude 8, general class. Officer of the year, warrior. Status, force 105, force 153, endurance 157, endurance 220, agility 66, agility 90, endurance 90, -5. Greater than endurance 111, -5. Instrumental 82, instrumental 102. Knowledge 36, knowledge 40. Intuition 22, intuition 29. Luck 5, greater than luck 5. Magical power 70, magical power 98. State, nicotine addiction. Lung pollution. Word of the day. I still can't get used to the sight of goblins buying coffee from the vending machine. They were black. 1312 connection may or may not be a property.txt. People are coming and going. The lights from the buildings illuminate the streets, and everyone is enjoying themselves to the fullest. It may sound glamorous if you call it a downtown area, but you are simply walking into a dense area of pubs in the city. Most of the people who pass by are either here for a drink or have already had a drink and are on the move to get a ladder. You stumble, blushing, and listen to them as they pass, squaring their shoulders and happily shouting for one more drink. You're not dressed in casual clothes, not even a bunch of flyers or business cards at hand, although you promised to carry out a solicitation yesterday. But since this is a solicitation, he wears a pendant and glasses around his neck. It's not surprising that you're here. This place is located about 20 minutes by train from the inn and is very crowded on weekends, especially on Friday and Saturday evenings. So I tried the effect of this pendant, and it worked better than I expected. I'd say 1 in 30. If no one is around, the magic power from this magic rock will only flow toward me. But if someone with the magic aptitude passes near it, the magic reacts as if it's a straight shot. The range is about 2 or 3 meters, but if you're persistent you'll be able to work your way through. I don't know how strong your magic aptitude is, but this is still good news. You'll be able to walk lightly with this good news you've arrived at. It wasn't exactly people watching, but it was the closest thing to it, and if you walked from the station, you'd be at your destination in no time. Welcome. This is Tanaka, who had the reservation. Mr. Tanaka, right? Yes, right this way. It's a chain of izakaya, Japanese-style pubs, you can find anywhere. There are no dark elves, demons, giants, goblins, bugs, or dragons, just the usual Japanese izakaya. Question mark. What's wrong? No, I'm just laughing to remind you, so don't worry about it. Dangerous. The phrase ordinary isekai in Japan never would have occurred to me in the past. I wouldn't have come up with it without the influence of my experiences over the past few months. If it hadn't occurred to me, it would have been someone from those circles, otaku, or someone with a lingering midlife crisis. If you think about it, I've been mixed up in just a few months. It's funny how I've been embracing the fantasy of being a neighbor, being suspicious of a clerk and cheating. Over here. Thank you, but I'll have a fresh batch and fries for now. Raw and potatoes. When you're seated, order your drink. It's almost always in case the other side is late. It's not that they are late. In fact, he would never be late for a drink like this. Sure enough, I took out my phone, which vibrated to alert me of an incoming call, and there was a stamp on it indicating that I was on my knees. I'm late to capture my boss. Come on over to. If you can afford to make a joke, I think I have an idea why he sent a telegram. I suppose he found her when she had finished her work and was leaving. And then she contacted me as if she had to play Maiko to get by. I'm aware of what was on your mind, but I'm going to write a relentless reply. Anyway, this confirms their tardiness. I'll just type a quick reply and wait for them with a drink. You replied too soon. I have escaped. Running away. Well, I guess I'm running for my life because I get dragged into work on a Saturday night. You can't help but laugh when you imagine an acquaintance running wildly about in a suit, admiring your work. The man you're meeting with is a junior colleague of mine from a previous company. To be honest, I don't have fond memories of my former company. But it's not like I disliked everyone at the company. There were co-workers I got along with, and seniors I respected, and a junior colleague who was a caretaker. Welcome to the club. Fresh and potatoes. Hi. I take the mug and plate brought by the male waiter and start drinking by myself as there is no one to toast. Senpai, it looks like your time is up for grabs. That was fast, Kaido. I ran as fast as I could and caught a taxi. You're too scared to turn on your cell phone. More importantly, why are you going to drink first? That's where you wait. A cute junior colleague of mine was going there as fast as he could, so I'll have a drink too. It wasn't a zombie, but an exhausted, battered Daidashi Kaido. He was a junior in the company from before. Idiot, what's the sad thing about not thinking a guy is cute? In my experience, I figured they'd come a little later, and it's a waste of time because the beer is bad when the bubbles are down. Apparently that's not going to change. The only way to change that place is to make your boss's head fly off socially, and you're looking a lot better now, aren't you? Senior, I'm glad I found the right company. I'm so jealous. I have to work overtime all day to fill the vacancies left by my seniors. I'm sorry, but I'm buying today, so you're not gonna get anywhere near that. If it weren't for those words, I'd be going straight home to get some sleep. Do you have enough left in your wallet, senior? Don't worry, I've brought enough money to send you to a taxi to get you drunk. I took care of it. I'll have a fried chicken and pizza, for now. The eyes are dead, the suit is stained, and the hair that was neatly set in the beginning is now trimmed only to the point of being unsightly, and the junior, while struggling, is apparently unchanged. Bingo. However, I'm sorry for such an exhausted and unlucky junior, but it seems that my luck today wasn't bad. I covered my mouth with my mug, nodded my head and looked through my glasses, and what I saw in my field of vision was the magic power of the magical incense stone that seemed to seep into Kaido's body. Huh? Were you wearing glasses, senior? I thought you had good eyes. Right? It's on. It's called fashion glasses. Something doesn't feel right about our fashion-conscious senior. Shut up. I'm aware. I used to be so indifferent about that side, fashion, that it's no wonder Kaido pointed it out to me. It doesn't hurt, but I raise my mug to disguise my embarrassment. For now, good night. Thanks for the help. We clink our newly delivered mugs and rejoice in our reunion. Then it begins. Oh, I wish my boss would go bald. Kaido, you're flying too fast. It's not too late to have a drink, senior. So can't you come back? I'm not going to. It wasn't about me. It was about Kaido complaining about the company. That's right, I don't want to do it either. The pace of the drink is very fast. As a result, he turned red and kept complaining about the company to the point that it seemed as if all the contents of his body would come out. Cute girls are quitting quickly, and my boss is not balding, so I can't do it, he said. At the end of the day, at least it feels like a different genre. But the problem is, there's no place for me to go if I quit. He doesn't listen to me. But this guy is getting pretty hard on himself. I wonder if I was this bad in the past. I want to deny myself that I wasn't this bad, but I don't think I can. My eyes are muddy, I have no energy, and I don't know why I'm alive. He's a mirror to my old self. DMN it, you got drunk before you could say what's on your mind. Really? Come to think of it, senior, you have something to say to me. Right? You wouldn't even remember if I told you now. We'll be fine. You want a consultation? I don't have any money, But if it's about a girl, I'd love to hear about it. A blind date? Relax, it's just business. What? Are you working? I don't want to hear it. It's all gone cold. Just read it anyway. Did you move into sales? If it's a painting, I'm not buying it. I have a hand in cracking that mirror. It's my company's job offer. You can read it anyway. Fold it into 4 folds and hand the job ad you brought with you to Kaido to read. Senpai. What? Then Kaido looked at me with a serious expression as if he had finished reading the book and had sobered up. So you weren't changing jobs, you were going to the hospital? These people are healthier than ever. But I didn't think he was seriously worried about my head. It wasn't my fault. I put all my strength into slamming my chop into Kaido's head. Whoa. My nice head is going to crack open. It's a sorry headache. No, it's not my fault. I'm sure people would have the same reaction if they saw it. It was awful, and it must have actually hurt. With a few tears in his eyes, Kaido spoke out against violence. Unfortunately, those leaflets are specially made so that ordinary people can't see them. More evidence. Clark, add a live one. Yes, I'll need a live one. Although I didn't take the time to look at it, but after looking at it for a bit, there was no indication that the demon incense stone was reacting to the male Clark. Oh, and a little bit of our product. Do you know what's on this paper? Is a blank slate, right? It's just a normal, blank piece of parlor magic. Wow, that's impressive, right? Do you really think it looks like a blank slate, Clark? Yeah, can you tell what it says? The male Clark was honestly impressed and handed back the job application, but he didn't seem to be acting or lying to her. Did Kaido sense that too? I learned to read it from my seniors. You come into the conversation like you're a part of the conversation. Let me know when you commercialize it. I'm just curious. Then pray that our bosses get the go-ahead. Then, to end the conversation, he left a joke and sent off the clerk, who replied that he understood. Then I lit a cigarette to make up for the next round of drinks, and I looked at Kaido, who was looking at the job ad seriously with skepticism. You're not going to be a surprise for the clerk from earlier, are you? You're a skeptic. Of course I do. You don't expect me to believe this stuff right away, though. I know how you feel. If I were in Kaido's shoes, I would have sworn it was a lie and never brought it up again. It's better that I was able to convince him. There's no evidence for me to believe you. This is the best I can do for contractual reasons, and that's all the information I can get out. The only other thing I can give you is a business card I slipped in my wallet, but this one is completely printed with no fantasy technology whatsoever. Therefore, it's not something that can be used as evidence. You can hear the typical buzzing around the place, but all you can hear is the sound of me blowing a cigarette. Can you take it, Turov? Do you believe that? The voice of a slightly sobered-up junior colleague broke the long silence. I'm skeptical, but if you say so, I think this company exists. If that's the case, I can't pass up the chance to work for a company with better conditions than my current one. All right, well, I'll give you my card and you can call me at my office when you're free. I'm sure I can get you an appointment if you put my name down. You can use your cell phone, but there's no way to reach me when I'm taking on a dungeon. So leave a message with the company and we can take care of it. Hey, you can leave a message at "What's going on?" No, come to think of it, I'll be busy for a while after tomorrow's holiday. I don't think that boss will ever forgive me for what happened today. This guy gave up his work to go to the party today. If the boss I know was one, I'm sure he'd have a bunch of work ready to go, and he'd be ready to go home. Yeah, you wanna come over tomorrow at? Are you sure? It's Sunday. It's a pretty flexible company. Maybe you can take a tour. The buck stops with me. I know you can't do it first thing in the morning, but I can do it in the afternoon. But I'll make that much effort for the junior staff. You should be able to do that if you've been given some authority over personnel matters, aren't you? No, I'd be happy to go to his haircutting ceremony, but I'm tired of working there. I'm sorry, but that's to be expected. I'm the one who's recruiting and you're the one who's reverse engineering, you know. I've got plans for tomorrow. Don't leave the booze on the table. I guess we'll just have to leave some food on the table. I don't know what you mean. Seeing a junior who is still willing to drink and ordering more from the waitress, you wonder if tomorrow will be okay. If you die of a hangover and don't wake up, it's the junior's responsibility to take care of it. And look at the job ad spread out on the table. Magic aptitude 4. It's half my magic aptitude, but it's at least halfway to passing line. My first solicitation is showing signs of success. For now, it's just a matter of a roll of the dice, a head start, and then we'll just have to wait and see. The response was good, and somehow I could see him challenging the dungeon with this charming junior colleague. Can't you drink anymore, senpai? Put it down. I'm drinking today. For now, the liver that was trained with the instructors says it still has plenty of time to spare, so I'll order some more in the name of keeping an eye on the juniors in front of me to make sure they don't get crushed. So that's what happens at Hey, get a move on. I don't suppose you'd be able to get a cab home in this condition? The end of a high-spirited junior, as expected or as I should say. He was so drunk that it was a wonder he didn't become an acute alcoholic. No good. There's no way to see the future if I take this guy home. As long as he hasn't moved out, I'm sure we'll be able to reach his house without any problems. But sadly, this guy lives in a 3-story apartment building that doesn't have an elevator. Carrying a grown man to the end of the 3rd floor there is a little tough, even if you're trained to do so. Let me rephrase that. Bullshit. If this guy had a girlfriend, I'd call him and have him come pick me up. But it seems that his age is equal to his age and he has a history of not having a girlfriend. So that's not an option. So, I'm going to sit on a park bench with a glass of water and a cigarette until she recovers. Surprisingly, it's a crowded place. It's not quite late at night, but there are a lot of people in the evening. Maybe because the park is also a promenade, there are many couples on a park date, walking the dog, etc. It's quite something to do. One of the things that caught my eye was the dancing of a boy in a hoodie under a streetlight. Was it called break dancing? It was a layman's identification, but I had seen it on video sites before, so I don't think it was a mistake. There are actions with the whole body, waving the arms, standing on his head with one hand, and rotating his body on the floor with a dexterous use of gloves, even though the floor is asphalt below. This is the first time I have seen this performance in person, but it is a very impressive one. The earphones sticking out of your jacket pocket, you must be practicing while listening to music. The snappy steps, the acrobatics, and the way you just puffed on your cigarette are dozens of times more valuable than what you're doing now. That's a big deal. I'm going to kill some time just watching. I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse, but the junior colleague next to me is drunk and crushed right now and won't be awake for a while. This time, it would be impolite to say that you're just going to get bored. Well, then, in a corner of your mind, you excuse your drunkenness, and quietly walk into a nearby convenience store, leaving your drunken colleague behind. Thank you very much. I'll buy what I want as soon as I can. But why does a part-time job late at night sound so languid? I walked back to the park with the convenience store clerk's voice behind me, who was just doing his job. Well, what's it to me? Not much time had passed, so there was no indication that Kaido was rifling through his wallet or that the dancer had finished practicing. The only thing that's changed is that he's gone from leaning against a bench to laying sprawled out now. Hey, Kaido, wake up. Oh, FCK. I bought some nutritional drinks and water as a caretaker. But there's no way I can drink them in this condition. You decide to leave it on the table. You leave the benches behind, leaving the sports drinks and turmeric drinks at your head, not at your bedside. We've done our duty. I won't let you complain if you wake up unattended. Next, you're headed to a small dance hall where a few people are standing around to watch. You walk up to it, feeling sober and a little empowered. Holy shit. The person in front of him was mesmerized by the sight that made his chi rise even higher. They say that there is a difference in power between looking at it from afar and looking at it up close. And this was certainly true. His movements were different. The sound of their steps adds to the production. The sound of the wind whipping through your arms becomes background music. There's only a street light, but it becomes a spotlight. You hear up-tempo music you shouldn't, but you do. Don't do it. This is what it means to be fascinated. There were not many people on the street because of the time of day, but everyone who passed by stopped to watch. That's how much his dance was worth. One song was about 5 or 6 minutes long, but when I finished watching, I was clapping my hands. Maybe I was caught in the act, or maybe there were other people clapping, but it was sparse. He takes off his earphones to wipe the sweat off his face and starts bowing his head in all directions, as if he had just noticed the applause. I've shown you some good stuff. Drink it if you want. I held out my arm to him. It's been a while since he's shown me something hot. In the bag at the convenience store is a spare sports drink that I bought for sobering up. The dance is over, and the people who had gathered there had begun to disperse. And then the drinks were brought to you. Thank you. I got a very pronounced answer. I don't like to have a drink after dance. I was expecting a light response, so I was surprised. The sight of you drinking up your drink and the cheerful mood you're in through your hood gives me the urge to have a little chat. That's good to hear. By the way, you sound like a foreigner? Yes, I'd like to say, I'm not half. I used to live in America, but Mammy and I moved to Japan. I was convinced that it was because of the strange pronunciation in some places, but I didn't care enough about it to continue the conversation. Oh really? When did Japan start? 3 months ago. Japan is a safe place, where we can practice dancing at night. You haven't danced enough and you start stepping excitedly. Do you still want to dance? Mummy said she wasn't coming home today, so I'm going to dance some more. Okay, then can I see it? I've got a crushed tree, and I'm bored. The person in front of me who exudes an air of youthfulness. It's my duty as an adult to point out the nightlife. But I'm not serious enough to nag others. At the most, I can only point my thumb at Kaido, who is laying on a bench disheveled, as a way of telling him not to grow up like that. Okay. Removing his hood and putting on his earphones, he saw a smile full of dancing spirit and corrected his mistake. The golden ponytail and sunny smile that came flooding in was a little boyish, but it seemed to be her, not him. I was tempted to tell her to take back what I said a few seconds ago and go home, but seeing her dancing so happily, I couldn't say that anymore. Anyway, nice to sober you up. Let's get a sports drink in hand and watch the dance for a while and get dressed up. Another side. Lois, how's that report coming along? Hey, don't make that face. You can't be on the air. The Mao Corporation's laboratory, where I was reading a report that came from the Human Resources Department. I apologized to my counterpart in the Goblin Shaman. Nice. But I'm in a bad mood. What you're reading is a report on that hateful man. I hate him just because he's on good terms with Suila, but the report is also full of content, so I can't snigger at him even if I want to. Since I've only tackled the King's Dungeon, the contents of this report are a bit skewed, but it's a report that takes into account our intentions and provides some improvements. In addition, the content contains ideas that we don't have due to our different worldviews, so it's frustrating but enjoyable. This is what you call a dilemma. A black thing was boiling in my chest. What? You're developing a walled Gilliam. Don't come up with anything interesting. Nice. As if he doesn't know what I'm feeling. He peers in and reads the report I have in my hand and admires it. In the past, a frown would have been on one's face if the goblin's face was next to mine. But we've known each other long enough to know each other since we became colleagues. I can discount this as a tasty face. Yeah, you can mimic a wall and surprise intruders into a dungeon by mimicking a wall, or you can disguise your way by blocking a passage, changing it, delaying mapping, or letting them get lost. You only have to look at the usage section in the report to understand its usefulness. And that's why I'm angry. Hey, it's distorted, it's wrinkled, it's shredded. Just relax, okay? Or you won't be able to read the report. Just because you have a crush on your partner doesn't mean, well, nothing. So don't look at me with that scary look on your face. Yeah, I'm jealous. I was born 232 years ago and never fell in love. I worked for the Demon King's army developing new demons, so she was a goddess to me. It was love at first sight. I fell in love with her instantly. My research blurred into the background and she was all I could think about. I had heard from my dark elf friends that our love life was anything but normal. But I never thought it would end like this. I want her. I would have wanted her no matter what I wanted. I didn't have a choice when I first fell in love with her, so much so that I was willing to make a deal with Master Evia. The devil. No, you're leaking, you're thinking out loud. And because you're a cool guy who's really just a pussy, I'll never forget it. I'll always remember how you got lost and couldn't do anything about it, and then he got drunk and passed out on me, tangling with me. Honestly, how can I have a good conversation with you, or talk to you about fashion, or talk to a goblin who's intelligent enough to be of your species? Did you ever do that? No, you can't pretend you've forgotten about it and act cool now. You may look cool because you're pretty on the outside and you're able to make minimal contact with people you're not interested in, but to a guy you've known for a long time, you're a total disappointment and a handsome guy. What do you want me to do? You're upsetting me. Can't deny what Nice said. Yeah, I am. I'm such a pussy. You're such a slacker that you can't have a conversation with a woman you like without going through every single preliminary step of making an errand. But there's nothing wrong with that. I don't know. It's all of a sudden. What's that all about? I was about to ask her out to dinner when Suila ran me over and into a wall. I was happy to touch your body for a minute. Are you happy? Last time I went to a liquor store to get rid of my problems, I saw Suila. It was great. Well, I'm pretty sure Master Evia blew you off afterwards. It's a good thing that I was studying for that book I bought in this world. As expected, I couldn't just show up in front of her without studying. Earth is a good place. I'm not used to having conversations with women like this, but I sell them instructions that are easy to understand. That's why they say you're a disappointment. But, okay. What did you say? No, I'm just saying it would have been worth the study. Ah. That was the other day. Nice would be referring to the fact that Suila came to visit me the other day. When she asked me if there was a better way to solve the dungeon testers shortage, I thought this was the opportunity the Moonlight God had given me. Thanks to that book, you two will be a popular guy type gamma tomorrow. I was able to give him all the explanations about the prototype magic detection glasses. Moreover, Suila listened intently and smiled and thanked me at the end. Unfortunately, afterwards I asked her out for dinner, but she refused. But at that time I felt happy in my heart, so I guess that's why I'm sorry. And what happens when you find out who's using it? Hey. Nice. What's up with you? Don't worry about it, I'm gonna get back to work. Oh, it's depressing to think that we have to consider that report. Well, there aren't many reports out there that are useful. I'm just glad to see the ones that are viable. It would be nice if we could get a few more decent people in personnel. But Suila's a personnel man, except for her. This is how we hire useful people. I know you're happy and frustrated, so why don't you just smile and weep a few tears of blood? He's ruined my happiness. I didn't leak anything, but I know what you're thinking. Don't bother, he'll take it out on the Dark Elves. What are you talking about? Nice, all right, let's get back to work. The last part is inaudible in a whisper. But work will come, even if you don't like it. There is a pile of reports on my desk, all of which have come from HR. Most of them are suggestions for dungeon modifications. However, I'm mainly in charge of strengthening and developing the souls. Simply put, the souls that roam in dungeons are magical life forms. They are dungeon-specific soldiers who have physical abilities and obey only set orders and the orders of their commander, Blood. But they are the defensive force for the Demon King's chronically understaffed army. Their importance is evident in the laboratory where I work, which is well equipped. Their responsibilities are proportionately heavy. I wish we had some serious opinions. That's why these opinions, from the field are so valuable, but if all but a few continue to be disappointed, dissatisfaction will accumulate. What do you want me to do by weakening the defensive forces? When you see a report that the dungeon monsters are too strong to conquer, you want to tear it up and throw it away in a fit, but you stop yourself from putting it away. You're tempted to complain that humans are like this, but you don't want to waste my precious thoughts on that. So you put the ones you don't need into the shredder. It's a photocopied report anyway. As long as we get rid of it, we're good to go. I look forward to getting the job done and having a meaningful conversation. I burned in my mind that I had to figure out a way to get a date with Suila soon in this world of forums, a place to exchange ideas on the internet. You quickly finish your work, expecting nothing more than a crumpled report to pile up. Another side end. Lois Hoffman, 232, single, no girlfriend, has a crush on Suila. Profession MAO Corporation, Demon Army, Head of Laboratory. Magical Aptitude 6, Deputy Officer Class. Title, Demon Archer. Word of the day. Well, tell me about today. Brethren. HN, here comes a gentleman who lives in the woods in the dark night. 1413 I don't know where talent is sleeping. TXT. Tanaka Jiro, 28 years old, single, no girlfriend. Occupation, Dungeon Tester, full-time. Magic Aptitude 8, General Class. Officer of the Year, Warrior. Broer. Watch Kaido flying in the air with a sympathetic gaze, watching the moment he is slammed to the ground. Gubo. You miss the voice forced out of your lungs because you've followed the same path. 3 minutes into the simulated training session, I'm lying on my back in a wide-open position, unable to move. But I'm impressed that he didn't let go of the iron sword in both hands. The reason why he was able to hold it for 3 minutes was probably because of his sacrifice, and because he was able to control the existence that stood there with a smile that would make anyone run away. But you shouldn't have taken a direct hit. That one. You can barely catch an afterimage that shows a direct hit to the torso. You can also see that it was very tame. Otherwise, the sponge or cloth would have been cut off to the human level without causing the sponge or cloth to blow off, and the R-rated horror would have spread out before our eyes. The existence that Kaido confronted is of that dimension. I've grown accustomed to standing out of the corner of my eye, but the demon Yakuza still emits a fighting spirit that makes you feel like you're being crushed. He's standing in a daunting position, arms crossed, happily waiting for Kaido to stand up. The chambered sword is no longer a magic sword in his hand. It's already out of the category of a toy in my opinion. Hey, Kaido, are you still alive? Hey, huh? He's not answering, he's just a corpse. No, don't die, I was a fatal blow in the first place. Seriously, you're still better than me for seeing the river of the third way. Really? Yeah. If I walked over to the prone Kaido and crouched down to check his condition, I'd probably have some bruises, but they're far from fatal. You'd be fine for fighting. You'll be fine for life. If your body hurts a little. Bottom line. Okay, go. I'm pretty sure that's the wrong letter. I'm not listening to you. I can't believe I'm dealing with that guy. Fool, who said I'd listen to your wishes. This is a scam. I'm calling a lawyer. You can call me when you've beaten the being in front of you, okay? It's black here too. It's a different genre, maybe, but we have a beautiful woman over here. By the way, I hear the beauties here like strong men. DM Menet. You're a very greedy fellow, aren't you? This one is relatively easy to move. All he had to do was flick the bait in the hungry direction. I was struck by how manly or honest he sounded when he made the decision to join. Kaka, here comes another live one. Thank you for being here today. Instructor Fusio. There's nothing better than this kind of match. It will turn out to be to the advantage of our camp. I wish that were true. I'm no longer used to it, and I don't even care if a skull stands next to me, watching Kaido cut at Instructor Kyo with a spirited attack. Today is a week since Kaido joined the company, and my recent day has been a hard schedule of teaching classroom lessons to Kaido in the morning, practical training with him in the afternoon, and then diving the dungeon alone at night. You'll be able to find out what you need to do to get the most out of it. Oh, I was blown away again. Kaka, why don't you join us, Jiro and Nashi? And then I could join you. I have to go into the dungeon after this, so it's a little bad that I'm about to die. It's a shame. I hear he's learning magic too, so you'll have to wait a bit longer. Yes, sir, and may I have some fun with it? Instructor Kyo happily blowing Kaido away and Fusio smiling his old man's smile next to him. Both love to fight. I'm sure that's because I've smiled so hard after beating them. I'm not sure if that's because they're Demon King troops or because they're villains. Whether it's because they're Demon King troops or because they're villains, these people are very good at playing with the humanity of not letting them live and not killing them. They've got to be able to make an attack that is injured but not fatal, that is painful but not fainting, that is visible but not dark. Thanks to this kind of training can be conducted at the very edge of actual combat, as if Kaido was squeezing his physical strength right now. It may seem necessary to those who are watching, but for those who are receiving the training, it's definitely something that makes me want to ask them to give it a break. I also told Kaido to be very careful when he joined the company, but I can't imagine that he'd go this far. Then I remember what happened when Kaido joined the company. It was about half a month ago. The day after we went out for a drink was the day Kaido was coming to visit the company. It was easier than I expected, and although he was a little lazy with a hangover, Kaido arrived safely. You work at a movie studio? If I had all this technology, I could have a shot at an Oscar in Hollywood, but unfortunately, that's the way it is. The company's employees, who are full of fantasy colors, greeted Kaido, who was able to safely enter the company because of his magical aptitude and was not affected by the wards. You will be able to get a good idea of what you're looking for. I thought it was just a dream, but is it for real? You're lucky we're not trying to hide from reality. I'll just show you what I can do with it. Follow me. Oops. Oh, Jiro-san, is that the person who is visiting you? So it was good timing to meet Suila, who was probably checking for delivery. Even though she'd called ahead, it was still a good idea to see her. Good evening, Miss Suira. Yeah, it's good to see you, my former company junior. My name is Kaido Zong. I've come to you because I would love to have your company. Hey, you're moving too fast. And where did that sluggish attitude go? Kaido straightened his back and stood erect, just as Suira-san appeared in her usual suit, and with a fresh smile on his face, Kaido declared that he would enter the room even though he hadn't even observed the event. Senpai. What's up with that beauty? Close enough for you to see, but not so close. She's the one who hired me, Suila Kandelberg. She was my trainer earlier in the day, and still does. Seriously? Can that man teach you? Oh, maybe I will. I'm sure Suila would be happy to do it if we actually asked. Depending on what she wants to do, that may happen too. Well, that's highly unlikely, but the two of them will surely be the ones to guide you. If I refuse to join the company by throwing water on Kaido's dancing mood, it would be bad for my situation, so I won't say anything about it. To stop it, I found myself talking to Kaido about sales, and to Suira. I look forward to working with you. Yes, sir. I could see the juniors being made to sign a one-way ticket that would change their outlook on life. Most men would say yes if they were asked that. I can't blame the lovesick junior, but I would at least tell her not to loosen her mouth. It's a privilege to be truly beautiful. Jiro-san, Kaido-san, if you'll excuse me. Thanks for your help. Good night. Kaido's reaction, which was a complete change from when he arrived, was to see Suira-san off with a full of energy. Senpai. I'm going to follow you, senpai. His eyes were shining just as his voice was saying, and he was in full gear. Anyway, let's just move on to the tour of the company, okay? Hey, it's going to be fun to watch the tension rise. You will follow the same course I saw at the interview, wondering how far it will go. If you meet an employee along the way, you'll say hello, and each time Kaido's smile will grow brighter. From dark elves to demons, dragons, giants and vampires, our company is full of beautiful women. I don't know if they're deliberately gathering these types of members, but are they such people? There's no doubt about it. The only people who can complain about all the environmental beauties in the room would be a sentient man or a gynophobic man. My junior, who is not one of them, didn't seem to care about the conversation, even if it was a social call. Senpai. I've decided. I'll work here. By the time I had my last cup of coffee in the company cafeteria, I had the look of a man who had made up his mind. I'm sure I can guess what made him decide to join the company. As a man, he wasn't wrong, but as a member of society, I think he made the wrong decision. Just to be sure, I quietly had him undergo a magical ideological check midway through the process, but he was fine, and Superintendent Tivia had sent me an email about the job. The only thing left to do was his own will, but that confirmation didn't seem to be necessary either. From there, things went swimmingly until the contract was signed. Senpai, I'm going to quit the company now. He ran off into the sunset as fast as he could, and 3 days later. I look forward to working with you from today. Where is your company? I quit. What about the handover? Senior, you should know when your boss has a weakness, don't you? What have you done? If I have a grudge, I can do anything. Another familiar face was born between us. Oh, I didn't know people could fly like that. The younger one is now a physical man. The Lord was like that, wasn't he? I think it was a little more expensive when I was there, don't you? Is that right? You decide not to listen to Fuzio's words that you were a little rusty at the time. Instead, there's a crashing sound, and then a crashing sound of metal. It's clumsy as background music, but it's the perfect sound for me and the instructor. You're so reckless. If you thought about it a little more and swung your sword, you'd have less gap and energy consumption. You don't have much experience to know. You see, people will often say, there's always a next time. I don't think there's going to be a next fight with you guys. I'm not nice enough to have a next one. It means if it's implicitly hostile, it's a kill shot. Yes, I know. It's so ingrained in me. Then me and Kaido are the lucky ones. You'll get another chance. In fact, in all these things, interaction with the higher-ups is an asset in everything, even if it's painful. That's what being next is all about. It's a blessing to be able to experience this kind of recklessness. But still, it's strange. Although the conversation with Instructor Fuzio should be bleak while Kaido is brandishing a serious weapon in front of him, this place is definitely more comfortable than the previous workplace. The tempo of the air seems to have lightened a bit since the guy from Kaido came in. Oh? Too much? It seems that he was somewhat engrossed in a conversation with Instructor Fuzio, when he noticed that the training grounds had gone quiet. The sight of Instructor Kyo poking the collapsed Kaido with his sword as if to see if he's still alive is surreal. He's no joke and won't move, so you'll just have to run up to him. He's a living example of how when you're past your limits, you can't do anything. Awake, Kaido. However, if you allow that to happen, you will run out of time, so when Instructor Kyo leaves, you will spill the contents of the object in one hand on Kaido. Haha. I think I've seen something I'm not supposed to see. Also, my body hurts all over. Kaido passed out with an expression on his face as if he was about to enter a funny face contest, but when he woke up by pouring a bucket of water on him, he looked better than expected. It was the same with me. But people seem to be built for a reason. Shut up and drink. Guvo. Even so, he let it out to the limit. Taking a bottle out of the holder on his waist, he puts the potion in Kaido's mouth, which doesn't move except for his facial muscles, and lets him drink it. He gulps it down painfully, but it's a fantasy product. It will heal Kaido's body as it gradually seeps into his body. Faha. Potions work well. I wish I had them at my old company. I don't want to be stuck in a death march drinking potions and working late. A few seconds after drinking the potion, the pain has receded from his body and he used his abdominal muscles to raise his upper body up from a wide angle. The light from the computer screen, the pile of project documents, the light from the computer screen, the mouth of a mentally slender face with no dark circles under the eyes. The combination of potions is too disgusting to imagine. We're just getting to the end of the hour. Next is Fuzio's training. Is magic the next step after physics? The clock showed that it was almost time to turn back the afternoon's training. As soon as Kaido learned that a magical nightmare was waiting for him from a physical nightmare, his face, which had been refreshed by the potion, turned darker. You had it coming. It's because you wanted the troublesome position of magic swordsman. Compound professions are hard enough. This is something you should have done if you want to get it from the start. And you should be grateful that they gave you 2 iron swords, leather gear, and a magical medium to negotiate with, albeit a lowly one. A magical medium is simply a microphone. It's a medium that allows you to speak, but through a microphone and into a speaker, your voice gets louder and farther. Similarly, you can use magic without a magic medium, but you can increase its power and efficiency by passing it through a medium. Since the lowest level is also the lowest level, the one given to Kaido is more of a teaching tool to grasp the feeling of using magic, but it's still useful. It's a good thing that they are useful, because it takes a lot of effort to make a magic medium. So even the lowest level is expensive. The price goes up even more when it comes to multiple jobs. So in order for Kaido to live up to your expectations, you'll need to be trained properly. I just thought it looked really cool. You can change your mind now, but do you want to focus on one or the other? No, if I give up here, I'll never be popular. Okay, But when I heard that he chose this profession because it was so cool, I almost dropped my cigarette. Even today's elementary school kids would have a more sensible reason for choosing this profession, but I think it's one of his specialties. In a corner of your mind, you say no treatment. But since time is pressing, you don't mind and get up. Yes, senpai. What? We're going to add more members, aren't we? Yeah, you and I are not going to be able to do this alone, you know. We'll be adding more if we can. I was called upon to keep it from happening, so I got in on the conversation as if I were going to accompany Kaido on his break. Well, then, let's get more girls. Oh? I knew there were no flowers if it was just men, and if you have a pretty girl to motivate you, I'm sure your motivation will be different. I knew I had a lot of energy, but I had a headache instead. I took a drag to cover it up. Little did I regret scouting this guy. Well, he's still not a bad guy, so I'll just forget about it. You've made your point. I'll think it over and our break is over. I think we're ready, Officer Fusio. Sir. In the meantime, it's best to keep the word woman out of this guy's head for now. Kaka, okay. Whoa. Fusio stood behind Kaido with a slippery hand on his shoulder, as if he were a monster in a horror movie. Then Jiro. How far do you want me to go? With all my might. Kaka, I'm in charge. How can you be so deadly? Kaido, come on. What are you saying? The bastard himself. Well, we're running out of time. Let's get to work. In the meantime, you get to experience all the attributes today. Too Spartan. See no help. Well, I guess I better get ready for the dungeon. I'm late getting home, so I'll be up early today. Are you ignoring me? How nice of you to have the time to look after things. Can I get a little more serious? Yikes. The sound of an explosion could be heard immediately, but it would probably be fine. For all the loud noise, I could see the shadow of Kaido, who was running as fast as he could through the billowing smoke, so I wouldn't have to worry about him being re-injured by a single blow. Even so, I was a little worried, so I watched for a moment as Instructor Fusio unleashed his diabolical magic with his toy staff. Ho-ori. This is the flame spirits. Fire. The fire is chasing us. Kaka. Now the water? Lightning? Wind? A curse? Gravity? There's more to come. Instructor Fusio seems pretty excited. Still, he doesn't seem to have forgotten about his training, so I guess it'll be okay. Anyway, just as insurance. Instructor Kyo, here's a recovery potion. Take care of the rest. Oh. Leave it to me. I'll make you a fine swordsman. Just don't leave me traumatized, okay? Rest assured, we will create a man who can overcome his trauma. Instructor Kyo gives me a big smile and thumbs up. Instead of worrying about me. You're sure you're going to have a traumatic experience? But I couldn't say that even if I wanted to. I see. We'll look forward to tomorrow. Then I'll go to the dungeon. You can challenge me next time. I'll give it a shot. I gave you the healing potion, so I'm sure Kaido will be able to get through training with Fusio, who's equipped with a real hunting stick. I leave Instructor Kyo in charge, bow and leave the training room. I decided to take Kaido's screen just as the door was about to close as proof that he was still alive and think about the problem at hand. New member. Hey, now what do we do? Kaido has come in, so we have more members, but with me as the vanguard and him as the vanguard and the middle guard, there's a bit of an imbalance. In the end, we'll definitely need to add 1 or 2 more people. Woman, I'm feeling depressed. At any rate, considering Kaido's desperate training, I'd like to give him what he wants. But considering the reality of the scouts, it's doubtful that they can even pick a gender, let alone an appearance. Well, we'll take it easy. Let's switch our minds, refill our inventory, and take on the dungeon. It's a complete game term, but it's work to do. I'll just focus on that instead of thinking about anything else. I can remember the dancing girl I met in the park before, but she had her spyglass off at that time, so I don't know if she has magic aptitude or not. And I don't think I'll ever see her again. Let's cut off the things that came to mind and get back to work. Another side. Recently I have been wondering what life is all about. I went to elementary school, middle school, high school and now I'm a university student. I wonder how long it was before I could enjoy socializing with people as the environment changed. Elementary school? Middle school? At least in high school, I feel like I was cool with it. When did I start to find socializing a pain in the ass? And that was in high school. It feels like it was a long time ago that I felt it was faintly obvious. It didn't take too long before I kept my socializing to a minimum and spent most of my time in my room. What I was doing with my computer screen with no lights on was playing NMAPK, or in popular parlance, an internet game. I'm sure my classmates in the same lecture will tell me what a college girl is doing. Then again, you'll be able to distance yourself from people with a fond smile. That's also an inexplicable feeling of disgust. Is it really necessary to have a relationship that ends with one word of bother? I think it is easier and more fun to have an online relationship without seeing each other. How wonderful it is that the world is made up of one click and one keyboard. It's a rare item, and you'll be able to say, "Oh, hey. How many times do I have to tell you that we're going to have food? Come out of your room for goodness sake." Drfg Fuji LP. The moment you try to immerse yourself in this world more, a door was thrown open. No, in my experience, kicked down is a better description of his behavior. Surprised by the action, I quickly straightened up, but apparently it was the wrong thing to do. I was caught by surprise, and I recoiled and fell right back. I hit my lower back. DMN it, I always tell you to play the game, but calm down when it's time to eat. Well, you shouldn't have freaked me out, that I did. And you made me fall off my chair, that I did. Shut up. You're on time. Ugh, she used to be so cute. Where did we go wrong in raising her? That I don't know. At least I remember taking care of you, but I don't remember being raised. The light is turned on and you see the person who brightened the room. You pick up the fallen chair and look towards the entrance and you see a little boy standing there with a tray in his hand, and again, for the sake of importance, a little boy. Hey, didn't you just think that was rude? I don't like it, that I don't think about it, that I do. When you cover up like that, it's usually when you're thinking about my height, right? I guess we're not going to have any dinner? Not that much. Please don't let us just get away with starvation. Yeah. Don't get attached to me. What if the miso soup spills and burns you? All right, get out of here. I'll just lay out the food. Mum, who's your mother? I'm younger than you. My name is Shireto Kominami, and my tackling speed rivals that of a rugby player. But I'm still a self-proclaimed weaker maiden. Even my childhood friend, Masaru Tokurazawa, a boy half a head smaller than I am, can only catch it with enough force to hold his dinner in one hand. After that, I hugged him so as not to miss my dinner. But Katsu is the kind of person who tells you to eat well even if you are fighting with him. I can tell that what you just said was a bluff too. The bottom line is that this series of actions is also a regular exchange. As proof, when I left, instead of the desk with the computer, he placed dinner on a tray with tea on a small table near the entrance. Jesus, how long are you going to stand there? Your dinner is getting cold. Oh, it's Japanese food today, that it is. It's the first meal in a day, that it is. You didn't have breakfast or lunch for a day? Since it was my day off today, I ran off to play a game of tweezers in reaction to finishing the report, that I did. I regret that, but I don't regret it. Don't be brave. Oh, and make a mess of the room again, and make sure your textbooks are put away. And you've accumulated so much laundry. You understand, don't you, Katsura? That's what happens when the South doesn't do any housework at all. I'll take it anyway, and while I'm eating my dinner, I'm going to take a seka, or is it chocolate? For now, I sipped my chopsticks as I watched Katsu move around busily. Really, Masaru is going to be a good wife, that he is. Whose fault do you think it is that I'm so good at housework in general? And for the umpteenth time, I'm the man. Don't worry, that there is a man's daughter in the world, that it is. Masaru also looks a bit masculine, that he does, but he has a relatively neutral face, that he can be fooled as much as possible with makeup and clothing. It's not my pleasure. And I would like to say, that you will not win with my wife. Who's your wife? A win, that is. I'm sure anyone would agree with that, looking at what's going on right now, that I'm sure. I think my words pierced him. He shook his shoulder and thought for a moment, and then he put his hand against the wall and covered his face with his hand, and wore a dark expression. I can see a shadow above my head, that I can see. I don't see any element of denial in this situation. We have all the evidence we need, that we do. Cooking dinner, cleaning, washing clothes, shopping, and probably some special flyers on the living room table downstairs. They were neatly marked in red pen. She used to blush at the sight of my underwear, but she has grown up. That she has. That hasn't happened recently. I don't know how many years we've been together. It's too late for that. I'd like to complain to my childhood friend who treats a woman's underwear like that, but I'll get back at you later because I'm busy sipping miso soup. Well, I'm an open-minded person, so I'll pretend I didn't see the redness around my ears. While I'm eating my meal, my room is being tidied up, the bookshelves are cleaned, the bed is made up, and any trash that didn't fit in the wastebasket is put in the trash bag. They are very skillful in making sure that dust does not get into the food. It takes about 30 minutes and by the time I finished eating, Katsu was sipping tea in front of me. Common sense dictates that you shouldn't clean up while you're eating. After you've done it, I hear it's a win-win, that it is. I'm telling you to clean up after yourself in a roundabout way. Even so, you love me for cleaning up, that I do. I know I'm frying myself, and I'm consciously choosing my words in an effort to duck. A little bit of blackness rears its ugly head inside. But this childhood friend of mine. So, how's the college? He has a firm understanding of the territory I don't like. You are one of the few people I don't bother with because you back off faster than I can tell you not to come in any further. It's just the same as always, that I'm going to go to class, get the credits I need to graduate, socialize in moderation, and then stay home. That's it, that's all. And the slumped sicklehead slips off into the back of the room. So, as always, I'd like to ask you why I'm in the waking you up in the morning and making your breakfast and your lunch. You forgot your dinner. That I did. Yeah. You forgot to clean and do the laundry too. What are you going to do when I'm gone? Starving to death. That it is. You're too innocent. Work. But I refuse. I don't want to work. That I don't. I don't want to work unless it's a job that I find appealing, that I don't want to work for. Don't lick society. That's not something a high schooler would say. That it is. Not even the words of a soon-to-be college student. It reminded me of what my parents used to say to me when I was a kid. What's the fun in living like this? And that I should live my life so that I could show proper respect to the world. Those nagging words were like a curse song that began to play over and over in your head as soon as you remembered them. The warmth you felt a moment ago suddenly turned cold and uncomfortable. You try to bob your head to get rid of it, but it doesn't seem to go away. Your throat is choking as the cold chains bind you in place. A heavy pressure. Lately I've been feeling that there's no way around it. Is it necessary to live with these things? If you have to, I'd rather not say. What kind of job do you think the South would want to do? But a voice that seems to be watching us intently pushes the depression out of me. That's right. I deliberately change my tone to a slower one, as if forgetting what I was trying to think about. It's not as if you didn't see the strange behavior earlier, but Katsu, who is looking at you with a sideways glance as if to the contrary, has put down his teacup and is ready to talk. It sounds like a fun fantasy world. That it is. Is fantasy like a game? I would like to work with magic and non-human elves and beastmen with beast ears, fighting dangerous creatures. That I would like to do. Don't bring a two-dimensional job to me. That's not real life. I know that. It's just that when I was told that I wanted to do this job, that's what I thought of. I couldn't imagine myself working as an office worker, or becoming a nurse, or any of the other realistic jobs that people think of becoming. I was just saying that I was. That's it. What? I thought you were going to come out as a game creator or something because you love games. I want to be on the consumer's side of the game. That I am, and it will be a pain in the ass to make it. Why? Aren't they good at drawing and stuff? It's a hobby. That it is. I don't want to work. That it is. What's that? You're going to end up settling in there? That's all there is to it. So, I am just coasting along with a few people who are not in pain. If I can't see the meaning of such things, how am I going to live? I can imagine the future where a recluse NEET will be born, not driven by a sense of righteousness like in the game, not driven by some impulse. That may be why I hope that this daily life of casual conversation will continue forever. I hope it doesn't change. Is it selfish to wish so? I would like a dessert that I would like to have. I'll tell you what. Why don't you go take a bath? I'll do the dishes and take you out. In regards to my childhood friend, who gives a shit? So I'm going to pretend I didn't see it. I'm going to pretend I didn't see my childhood friend taking home the flyer from the job inspection, which he had planned to show me when he took down the dishes. Katsu, where are the bath towels? That you are? I'm putting it out. So get your ass in here. You can come with me if you want. Are you going in? Another side end. Shiretoko South, 19 years old, single, no boyfriend, with a guardian, childhood friend. Magic aptitude unknown. Position TBT. Word of the day. I'm going to get serious tomorrow. That I am. 1514 You must experience and remember yourself to teach work.txt. Tanaka Jiro, 28 years old, single, no girlfriend. Occupation dungeon tester, full-time, plus recruiter. Magic aptitude 8, general class. Officer of the year, warrior. Today, I started recruiting in earnest. Dressed in a business suit, with a pair of spyglasses, a briefcase containing a job posting, materials approved by Supervisor Avia, and a business card case in his breast pocket. I have my ID with me to avoid being pawned off, so there shouldn't be no problem. What they are doing is likely to be mistaken for solicitation, but it's okay if you don't step in at all. That's what I thought, but there I was. Yes, There was. Past tense. This is exactly what I wasn't expecting. Now I would look like a loser. I threw myself down on the back of a bench in a park near the station to soothe my tired legs after walking around all day and popped a pint of coffee from a vending machine. He looks like a tired businessman who's completely exhausted from his job and is taking a break in the park before heading home. What's going on that we can't find a single person with magical aptitude? I will also add that I have had zero success with my salespeople. Last time I went out for a drink, there weren't many of them, but if you walked around a bit, they were definitely there. This time I went to Shinjuku and Harajuku, or even to Akihabara, where I could find someone who knows and understands the fantasy and gaming aspects of the game, but the results came up empty. I took a bus, a train, and walked around, trying not to be too sharp-eyed, but I couldn't find him. I thought maybe I was just passing by, and if the traffic was slow, I could find it, so I went to a maid cafe for lunch. But I only ended up eating an omelette of rice with a strange look in my eyes from the people who were probably regulars there. It was just a mentally exhausting lunch, but it didn't accomplish anything. We had a full day of activities today, and there was still some afternoon left. It was done with a sense of shame and embarrassment, but the result, which left me with nothing but regret and remorse, certainly lowered my motivation for work. However, I couldn't give up the afternoon's work just because my motivation was low. If you throw away your work, you will be in debt. So somehow, you get into the swing of things, whip yourself into shape, go back to the same place you have yet to go, and somehow find a place you haven't been to yet, with your company spirit. It was the last straw. I staked out the area around the station and searched through all the people who came and went. The result was evident to me as I sat on a bench and puffed out a coffee. I didn't see any flyers I'd handed out, and the only time I opened my bag was to take out my wallet. Of course, I never had a chance to use the business cards in my breast pocket. What to do about it? I've stumbled from the start of the first day. Should I change my approach, or should I just tweak my policy a little bit? I think as I savor my micro sugar coffee, I keep my gaze straight and follow the magic floating around me like purple smoke. Although there should be wind, this magical smoke is not affected at all, and the magic power that follows you around. Hey, you there? It was a spur-of-the-moment reaction, calling out to the male student as he jumped up from the bench. Apostrophe. Is that me? I don't know if I can say this about you, but I just thought you were a little boy with a bad eye and small. And then the boy's voice came back to me, as if he didn't want it to be him. Oh, sorry to stop you on such short notice. I don't feel comfortable with the way they're looking at me like I'm a suspicious guy, but now that I've talked to them, I'm going to go as far as I can. If they think you're persistent, just back off. Just talk to him in a sales tone so as not to give him any more bad impression. That's just the way I am. Would you listen to me for a moment? Thinking to yourself that if the person who was lying all over the bench a moment ago suddenly jumped up and called out to you, it would be suspicious. You take out a business card from the breast pocket of your jacket. With it, you can firmly confirm that magic power is entering his body behind the glasses. Mao Corporation, Tester Division, Tanaka Jiro. Is your real name? That's my real name. And that's my driver's license. An unlikely name will make you suspicious of the alias, but if you show your driver's license, you'll see that it's somehow convincing. Revealing your identity is a way to gain a certain amount of trust. Although there may be few people who would do this much, what we are about to do is obviously more suspicious. The more credibility you can get, the better. So, what do you want, Mr. Tanaka? I'm in a bit of a hurry, though. Still, the difference between trust and lack of trust may be nothing more than an acorn comparison. Contrary to his appearance, he's a serious boy. He seems to pay attention to us and listen to us. Then I'll just go on with it. Yeah, I'm a scout. I'm looking for testers for our facility, like my card says on it. And I'll think about it. Scout? You seem to be slacking off for that, though. Well, it looks that way. Yeah. I've been walking around all day, too. It helps if you think you're taking a break. In fact, it's true. But to someone who doesn't know anything about the situation, it sounds like an excuse. Look, we'll keep this short, but I don't want to keep you up too late or your parents will get worried. Would you look at this flyer? When you don't feel much of a response, you decide that it's no good and hold out the jobs flyer. Are you looking for a job at game? I understand that he was very conflicted and didn't say anything, but this confirms that he's the magic aptitude holder. I'm relieved, including the fact that I thought I wouldn't be able to blame him for being recognized as a wacko the moment I showed it to him. The proper number is written as 5 from this angle. That's a fair number. Is that right, in a way? When it comes to physical sensations, I'm proud to say that I'm as good as any other attraction. Well, as I said, testers can be dangerous. Probably more so than you might think. I don't need to explain the danger here, but I decided it was better to explain it than to keep quiet. In fact, you are going to challenge it with all your might, with your body and soul, so the attraction is more powerful and thrilling than the attraction where safety is taken into consideration. Since you are actually in a real fight, rather than just a temporary one, it is better to tell you in advance than to find out later, which will lead to trust later. It's also an office that is guaranteed for life but not for trauma. It's a shame if this doesn't work out for you, but it's better than having someone cheat you into coming here and having a horrible relationship with you. Don't you believe me? Well, honestly, I'm sure it's hard to believe, because to a normal person, there's no doubt it's got some crazy stuff in it. Besides, you can't imagine this kind of thing without seeing it in person. I'll give you the information, so if you're interested, contact me and mention my name and I'll get in touch with you. I understand. You know, it's nice to have an honest-to-goodness bag of materials and flyers to put in the bag. I'd be devastated if this went into some dustbin. Do you have any questions? I know it sounds like a lot of questions. I'm tempted to say yes, but I'll let you go ahead. Why me anyway? It's kind of an obvious question. But if this was an idle scout, we could tell him he's a natural-born talent and good-looking. But there's no way we'd know that she has a talent for magic. They just call you crazy and that's it. Wouldn't it be quicker if you went to and saw it in person? So this is faster. I'm not in, so give it a call and you'll see why I recruited you. You see that smoke? That's the magic coming out of the pendant on my chest. Hearing the word magic and taking and putting the glasses back on, I feel a bit of a response like a guest in front of a magic trick. In case you're wondering, if you give them to someone who doesn't have the aptitude for them, they'll just be a pair of glasses. I'll add an explanation, but he doesn't look the way I imagined he would. My prediction was that he'd either be surprised or smelly. But, contrary to my expectation, he is staring at his glasses with a serious expression. Is it a trick? In this case, I'd say there's a magical device. To put it plainly, both the glasses and this pendant are like batteries that can be used for storing magic power. Is this what it means to lose track of the clouds? Or should we be worried about this pure boy? I'm telling the truth within the bounds of what I'm allowed to say. I don't know all the ins and outs of that company, or even the Demon King's army, but I've been working there for months and I'm sure it wasn't a dream or a surprise. If you tell me it's not just a new scam. It's just that I'm crazy enough to bring my grandiose fantasy into reality. Anyway, can I have my glasses back? That's just a prototype. Oh, yes. If you put on the glasses you received, you'll see they work just fine. As you have seen, you have an aptitude for magic. This aptitude, I might add, is not possessed by everyone. I've been walking around all day and you're the only one who's found it. Do you understand? You know why I recruited you. For now, he seems to be a boy who thinks more deeply than he should. I'm afraid I'm going to fall for some really weird religious group. Don't think too much. A job is not something you should do out of spite. Some people continue to do a job they don't like out of a sense of duty, but those are the few. If you want to do, or if you dare to express it in realistic terms, doing a job that you don't like can be a problem for you and the people around you. This may sound strange to you after I asked you to join us, but our job is a very unusual one. Take your time and if you think it's impossible, then you should forget it. I understand. Yeah, thanks for listening to me. It's late. You should go home. Here's my contact information and you can call me if you need anything. Yes, sir. Slowly, and that's exactly what the boy, who had been listening to me halfway through and thinking about something else, walked through the park after dark. I stayed behind to see him off, but the boy was nowhere to be seen, and I felt tired from the business tone I hadn't used in a long time, so I turned my shoulder to relax my stiff body. I'm not sure if kids today are that serious, or if there's a smoking area nearby. I took out my cigarette as I was going through the process, but remembered that this was a non-smoking area and there was no smoking area nearby, so I reluctantly put it back in. I got a hit, but I gave myself a 50-50 chance. It was my first time as a scout, a conversation with a lot of reflections on whether this was the right thing to do. In addition, I can't help but feel skeptical that it was at least a little bit responsive or impossible. I'd be happy to see you. I think that's all you need to know. What I'm wondering about is what you were thinking along the way. I was struck by the dramatic change in his demeanor when he was exposed to the magic of the glasses. At first I thought he was encountering the unknown and wondering what to make of it when he realized it was real. But the further we went, the more it looked like he was thinking in a different direction, and one step further. But there's no way for me to confirm that. If I had a way to get inside your head, I'd have lived a different life. Well, you'll see if there's a chance. Let's just go home. It's late today, and considering tomorrow's schedule, we won't be able to do any more scouting. Maybe this time of day would be more efficient, but we'll see. There's a lot more to think about than that. We need to make a manual based on what we have learned from this scouting session. purchase equipment and create a schedule and report for future dungeons, create training materials for Kaidos, coordinate the training schedule with the instructors, prepare equipment and main dungeon testers, as well as the new members we had today. There's also a practical job as a scout for. Just thinking about it, I know there's a lot of paperwork to be done. And my current department, or in this case, the team, is the best way to describe it. I'm the only one on the team, and I have to juggle it all by myself. It's a headache. I wish I could dismiss it with a single word that it was worthwhile, but I have the feeling that I'm lacking a hand. If only Kaido could become a thing, at least. Today I remember the image of a junior who was flying beautifully in the air with his instructors. In terms of ability, I was at the beginning of my training, just starting out. You can't expect me to do that when I'm still learning by taking 7 hits and failures. It'll take a long time to tackle the dungeon together. I understand, but I've been asking for something that can't be done any faster. Will I get 1 day off a week for a while? On the other hand, I can't help but let out a bitter laugh as I understand with my work brain that I have to do something about it. Honestly, I had more time to spare when I was working steadily as a solo artist before I took a job as a scout. I had more time for my personal life than now, but solo time was solo time, and there were problems. I didn't feel that I was limited in my ability to tackle dungeons, but I realized the inefficiency, and that's why I'm here now. I tried to solve this problem, and that's why we're in this situation. First of all, we can't start complaining about our actions one by one. We just have to work our asses off, one by one. And that's it. The bottom line is the same old thing. Then the words naturally came out of my mind that I could handle it, and I made my way back to my dormitory. So you came to complain to me that the scouts are not doing well? You're obviously here to buy something, Memoria. It's Saturday, and while I've been preparing to take on the dungeon since this morning to make up for yesterday's delay, the vampire girl, if I tell her about yesterday's scout, she replies in the same dry manner as before. I'm sure you'll find a lot of consumables such as recovery pills and bandages lined up on the familiar counter. Is this new person not with you? I haven't finished my training yet, so there's a limit to what I can consciously cover. At least when you're at the level where you can defend yourself. Fortunately, our status is slowly but surely improving. They'll be coming to this facility in the not too distant future. From what I've heard, he's quite the womanizer, and I think he's going to be stuck in the innermost area if he doesn't. It's probably the last facility in the back, the pink ones that are off limits to minors. By the time you're looking for a denial factor, it's probably too late. I'll be careful. As usual, the information network. When you're a family organization, a certain amount of gossip is inevitable, but most of the stories that come into Memoria are in-depth stories. After work is over, Kaido's actions to find a beautiful woman with his remaining strength like dregs of milk can be overlooked. Are you going to take on another dungeon? Yeah, we're forming a party now. We can't keep playing the same dungeon over and over again. I'll take a look around to see what I can do. Well, maybe it's because Memoria has a keen eye for observation, so maybe it's because she's actually seen it. Again, she foresaw me changing the dungeon by looking at the antidote I usually don't buy. Then you might as well buy some anti-smell potion too. With all the inorganic materials in the king's dungeons, they lag behind other dungeons in terms of smell. On the other hand, the demons in these dungeons may be able to find you in ways you haven't experienced. I'm not sure if this vampire girl has a business spirit or not. It's a pretty good price for, but there were times when it was useful, if not necessary, when she suggested it. In fact, although the inorganic golems responded to sound and sight, they never responded to smell. It would be a good thing to have them, considering that we will be dealing with living creatures in the future. A colorless liquid in a perfume-like container, with an indicated price of 4,980 yen. About 5,000 yen is no small expense. How long does it last? One puff is about 30 minutes, and although it looks like a liquid, it's a kind of magic. It's what we call simple magic, so it lasts for a period of time. Simple magic, a consumable that can be easily activated by beings with magical powers instead of only activating one type of magic. It's a good idea to make sure that you have the right tools for the job. They are also known as magic items, such as wands and perfume bottles. However, the cost of a high-ranking substitute is not worth the risk, and the simple magic that goes beyond a certain line is useless. The examples are endless, but one example is that in order to make the annihilation magic I mentioned earlier simple magic, it seems that the magic enough to use up the Demon King's latent magic power is needed. It's a good idea to use that much magic to fire dozens of annihilation spells rather than prepare for it. How many do you need? I'd say about 50 in that bottle. You'll be able to tell how much is left because of the leveling off. If they use it, they're either on the run or the scent tracking type, No doubt 30 minutes is surprisingly little. If you walk around the dungeon, 30 minutes goes by very quickly. It's too much trouble to use it every time. And if you consider that you probably won't be able to use it in battle where your hands are often busy, your use is even more limited. This one's done. Do you want to add that one? Did anyone ever tell you you're a tough guy? You're the first person to be told that, at least as far as I can remember. What bothers me is the effect and the intended use, and, distastefully, the price tag that the product has been used so many times that you can recoup your money back. But the fact that they're coming at you like this means you're going to need it. Add to that, I understand, we'll end up spending some more money. Whether this will be good or bad, I don't know. If you don't need it, you just don't buy it next time. Well, let's go. Come again soon. Oh, after the preparations were finished, a calm voice sent me on my way, and with my partner's backpack on my back, I left the shop and headed for the dungeon. I think this magic print is really useful. The eyesight to catch your surroundings even in dimly lit places. The legs and feet to jump around even on unlevel ground, and goblins are so persistent, dude. Swinging the mineral tree with one arm, it gives you enough strength to split your body open. Unlike the golem, this is a living, breathing creature, and when it swings the tree, its upper body and lower body will be split into tiers as it moves. Cockroaches. The sight of these goblins that keep coming up again and again, reminds me of G in the kitchen. And unlike the goblins you see in the office, the goblins have eyes that don't show any reasoning, and they have madness in them that wants to destroy the intruders. Although they are weaker than the golems by far, they will be overwhelmed by the numbers if they crowd around like this to crush your foothold. But it seems that even their numbers couldn't escape the premise that they were living things. With a flash of brilliance, he cleaves them while shouting from left to right. Unlike golems, the monkey scream seems to work for goblins, which have more ups and downs in their emotions. Some stop and some back off, but they're all held by the same energy. Those enemies are easy to kill. There are enough unarmed attacks and defenses to kill multiple goblins with a single swing. Also, the interval between my mineral tree and the goblin's dagger with a slightly longer knife is different. The reason spears were common during the Warring States period was so that you could attack from farther away than the enemy. In a sense it's a natural order of things that it has been replaced by guns with greater range of attack. Exclamation mark. I'm going to be able to cut through the dagger and turn the goblins into magical particles, but there are so many more reinforcements coming from deep within that I can't even count them. I've been thinking about this as a challenge for my first party, but it's not so good, is it? It may be that I'm calling you out with my strange voice, but what I actually felt when I faced this dungeon was that the purpose of this dungeon was to crush you to death with goblins that took advantage of the advantages of a cave, or in this case, I get in other words, to drain your strength. Unlike Kyo's dungeon, where the quality of the goblins was the key to their attrition, this dungeon was one where the quality of the individual goblins was inferior by far, but what they lacked in quality, they made up for in numbers. I personally can run away or fight off the enemy, but that's because I've broken through the levels of the game solo. There's no way I could tell a beginner to break through this place, and I was ambushed several times. I'm sure there are several testers who quit the company after getting wiped out by surprise by the poor visibility of the cave, plus the advantage of being able to deploy on narrow paths using their small bodies. It's a good example of how even a small fry on the plains can become a pain in the ass if you have the advantage of the terrain. Well, we can't afford to be wowed. Still, that doesn't mean I don't have a weakness. We'll have to break through and map it out. One of the weaknesses I noticed was that their equipment was only equipped with melee weapons. I thought that since it was one level, there would only be such goblins, but even in Kiru's dungeon, there were 4 types of monsters, or 5 if you include the boss in front of the stairs. However, although this dungeon is troublesome in number, its equipment and attacks are monotonous, and with this one, you can handle it as much as you want once you get used to it. In fact, if we made a single point breakthrough while cutting through, we were able to get through the siege in the blink of an eye. It looks like we'll be able to find more improvements than the King's Dungeon. It's not for beginners, but this place might be good in terms of being able to become a dungeon. Run away from the goblins and map them onto your notepad. It's time to round up. He closed his notepad with a snap and looked at his watch. 5 hours of duty protocol had already passed. What they were doing here was the same as what any Bakumatsu warrior would have done, but it worked here. When the enemy has gathered together, run, and when their numbers are thin, they attack like street killers. In short, I just kept running and running and running, but I was able to kill enemies that I couldn't even bring myself to count, and I was able to do some mapping while they weren't coming. I scribbled down my own carefully written notes in one hand and held a cigarette in the other, and kept an eye on my surroundings. I guess I'm getting used to it. The map on the notepad is in much better shape than the first one. I wrote down all the important points and improvements before I forgot to write them down, but I didn't cut corners when I thought I would be using this map. Even if you compromise, you have to set a minimum line, so you can make a good one. In this way, you can safely get out of here at the end. Thinking that a beer will be waiting for you when you get out of here, you pass through the escape device gate, with a little effort. Tanaka-san, may I have a word with you? But it looks like I'm going to have to hold off on the after-work beer for a while. More trouble than battle was right in front of me. There's a nice man in plain clothes who has no intention of going into the dungeon. Yeah, you're one of the other parties. What do you want? As you can see, I'm up in the dungeon, so hopefully you can get it done tomorrow. You look familiar, as did my training, or more recently, one of the party leaders who was present at the recruiters meeting. I'm going to be straight with you. I'm going to need you to turn your hired men over to me. I implied that I was tired and told him to come back later, but the man in front of me wasn't listening to me. His tone is respectful, but his insolence is palpable. It's in his eyes, his posture, and, most importantly, his expression. He's completely disrespecting me. I'm sure he's using the term of respect because I'm older than him. I won't be complained about it, and I won't care if he does. So I'm going to light a cigarette while making an obvious show of it. I'm going to ask you something. What were you thinking when you told me that? An eye for an eye, irreverence for irreverence. I don't follow the code of Hammurabi, but I'm not going to speak to these people respectfully. Their names are a bit vague. I'm not going to be polite. Do I have to tell you that? Well, I guess I don't have to tell you. Good luck with that. And then he wouldn't answer my questions. What do you mean? It's like I said. No more talk, no more preamble, no more end. I'm not gonna listen to you. A job is only as good as it gets. It's especially important when you're asking someone to do things for you. It's especially important when you need someone to wipe your messes. Don't act like you're older than me, okay? A fall guy who doesn't even make the rankings. Oh, you're losing your cover, young man. You're ruining a good boy's face. I bought him a fight he sold me, but either he's always like this or he's just gotten a little stuck up with his magic or he's got a strange temper. If anything, you smell like a small fry. He's been irritated with me from the start, but now he's starting to smell like a killer. This is starting to sound like a little thing. Watch your mouth, when I get serious. The lines were just like I thought they would be, and I had to stifle a laugh. I'm going to have to get serious. I don't even have to imagine what to say afterwards. Hearing Yuo's words was getting tedious. It wasn't much of a negotiation, but if not by mouth, then by force this time. I could feel the flicker of magic and see that Yuo had shifted into a state of battle. I mostly kicked that story off by declaring that it was alright, but I stumbled and couldn't do anything about it. The solution is more men. But we're off the hook and we can't talk to the supervisor directly. Then take it from me, the only person who has the right to do so. I guess that's about it. Silence is an affirmation. And the intensity of the killing spikes. This one's fully armed, whereas you're lacking, and the killing intent and the weapons don't mesh. It's a sign that he can cook me any way he wants. You're so shallow, use your head a little more. It's either you have the power or you have the brains to get people to work for you. You know where you belong, don't you? The answer to your stress-relieving provocation is a fireball the size of your fist that just barely passes by your face. Hey, I was still smoking. That's how I lost half the cigarettes I was holding in my mouth. It's a waste and you spill it all over the place. Shut up. If you want to talk, you should have been able to do this. Well, there's no way you can do that. The attack must have cleared some of the air. Her face has gotten a little more comfortable. That fireball was definitely fast. Depending on its initial movement, it might go straight through and you won't get burned if it hits you. Okay, just do what I tell you. A luxury that morphs into pride as it grows. And nothing is more unbearable than to see that pride on display. Oh, shut up. That's how you scare people. And I've seen and experienced things that are faster than the fireball I just saw. Maybe I couldn't handle a goblin, but it's a shame to be compared to me. You'll change your mind in a flash as you get used to it. I spit out the cigarette with nothing but ashes and step in. Before you can finish, you pull out a piece of mineral wood and hold the tip to your throat. That's all it takes, and the man in front of you is unable to react to the movement with all his might. It is a good idea to have the tree at the distance of the throat of such a man, so that if you thrust it forward even a little, it will definitely pierce him. You can't even threaten me if you can't feel it. You need to make sure the killing intent is contained in your weapons and magic, or else they won't know you're serious. Like this and I'll let the magic leak a little. I'm a quiet person, but I'm not a pacifist. I sometimes hope that trouble doesn't happen, but I can't say, let's just put up with it and forgive him when he gets hurt. If I get hit, I will hit back. I pulled out the mineral tree with the intention of not stabbing her, but I'd stab her if I felt like it. It's easier to kill someone with that simple thought. It may not be very deadly, but when confronted by a mineral tree, Even the slightest bit of it will convey the reality of the situation. The spirit of death is literally the desire to kill. There's no hiding it. Let every little bit of it out. Like this. I hit you. I'm ready to get stabbed. Hey. I let the tip of the blade touch his throat. The reddish face of the man who had been red a moment ago is now turning blue. I'm going to stop. It makes me feel like I'm bullying the weakest person in the room. And my thoughts gradually cool down. I pull the mineral tree to avoid hitting the opponent. And then you pass by the side of Yuao, who collapses in a daze. If I do something here, there will be trouble later. You've been beaten this badly. There's no way you're going to tell someone. Is it my fault if he quits because of this? I suddenly realized and turned around at the entrance. But all I could see was Yuao sitting there stunned. Well, okay. The time is right. Bottom line is, don't be shy about people who come in here and try to fight. There's nothing in it for me to care about. It's better this way. Did anybody see that? The gaze he had felt since he came out of the dungeon was more worrisome. Normally, he would have dismissed it as being due to his imagination, but it was a sensation he'd felt while his nerves were in a state of sharpness right after coming out of the dungeon. It wouldn't be a mistake. I stopped feeling it before I even walked past Yuao's side, but the gaze as if I was being priced out left a bad aftertaste. Damn, that beer doesn't look good today. There's no point in worrying about it. For now, let's have a beer with Kaidos, who is probably stuck in his room with muscle pain. Tanaka Jiro, 28 years old, single, no girlfriend. Occupation dungeon tester, full-time, plus recruiter, scout. Magic aptitude 8, general class. Officer of the year, warrior. Status, force 153, force 284, endurance 220, endurance 302, agility 90, agility 142, endurance 111, -5, greater than endurance 199, -5, instrument 102, instrument 188, knowledge 40, knowledge 45, intuition 29, intuition 36, luck 5, greater than luck 5, magical power 98, magical power 157, state, nicotine addiction, lung pollution. Word of the day. I'm sure there will be trouble at work, but please don't let this happen. I just have a bad feeling about this. 1615. The power of the boss is indispensable for improving the workplace, that is, the winner is the one who has the boss on his side. Txt. Tanaka Jiro, 28 years old, single, no girlfriend. Occupation dungeon tester, full-time, plus recruiter. Magic aptitude 8, general class. Officer of the year, warrior. Now, Jiro, do you know why you're here? I have so many possibilities. I'm not sure which one it is. I'm in one of the private rooms in what is called the small conference room. It's a number 2 on my head. But it doesn't matter what number this is right now. What matters is that Superintendent Ivia has called me in person and I'm in full-on lecture mode. Clever, don't you think a human being could at least fake it? What choice do we have but to wave the white flag when such a chart of relationships is established? Snakes and frogs, wolves and sheep, dragons and farmers. And whether it's human or demon, it doesn't matter. But it seems that the initial jab had an effect on Superintendent Ivia, who was slightly swallowed up. I think honor student is the title that doesn't suit me the most. Sometimes I feel closer to the title problem child than I ever have. I don't know why I was called out and I don't have a problem. First of all, you can't be suicidal, lying to Supervisor Ivia who is showing signs of anger. I wonder what's going to happen afterwards. When you're going solo, you're not exactly in tune with your surroundings. So how can you say you have no particular plans for someone like that? Kaku. That's it. Well, I'm making a lot of sense here. But the point is that we're having these conversations because we understand from experience that this is the least damaging way to do it. It's faster to show that you understand the problem than to just apologize and ask for an explanation of the problem. The downside is that it can get pretty nasty with your boss if you get it wrong. Fortunately, this guy, Demons, is a reasonable man. He's not the kind of guy who'd just go off on a rude awkward tangent. This is just a way of giving you a reprieve to get in on the joke. Now, here's the thing, there's an offer on the table for you to leave. But it seems this was no time for jokes. This is probably how the bloodlust recedes. I'm sure I'd break a cold sweat or two if I heard that a decapitation stand was being prepared to sever my social standing. I can clearly feel it going downhill from the top of my head. Don't jump to conclusions, not from us. And, I told you I was coming up. Some of our testers are trying to tell me that I should fire you. I hear, Jiro, that you almost killed one of your testers. I was relieved. There is no element of reassurance in the content of the supervisor's words, but at least it brings back some of the bloodlust that it wasn't a declaration of decapitation from the leaders above. Furthermore, the smile on his face and eyes, as if to say that he is lecherous but mischievous, is also a reassuring factor. It's rare for someone to so clearly express that he's playing with me, and the biggest reassurance factor is that I have an idea of the story in question. More to the point, it's a relief that I don't see myself in trouble so much. I see you. As for the rest, I'll check with him later. But it's true for now, isn't it? The supervisor may think he's asking a normal question, but his sharp appearance makes it sound like he's choking. You can calmly answer the question because you're not as heartbroken as the demon Yakuza and the Dark Gentleman. To correct you, it's accurate to say that they threatened me and I threatened them back. It was only yesterday. It's easy to remember the gist of it without thinking it through. Then you just explain the situation in a nutshell. Of course, the director understands. I've established that kind of trust. By still, you mean you didn't trust their side of the story? Do you people have no respect for the devil? We're deceitful and contract-driven. I have lived my whole life deceiving and being deceived. It's like telling black and white from white when you're a young man with only 20 years to live. I might add, your words are the same. That's when I realized. So you knew that the nice man lied to me and yet you insisted that I should be fired through no fault of my own? What can I say? That was pretty funny. Huh? Don't read my thoughts. And while I thought it was comical, I'm more inclined to wonder if he could lie or if he was brave enough to do it. Are you trying to deprive the devil of his fun? You're arrogant. Arrogance? I'm probably the only man on the planet who's ever been called arrogant by the devil. That's not what I'm thinking about. If you don't like it, you should clean up your face a little better so I can have a little more fun. Don't make reading people's minds a hobby in the first place. The raccoon and the fox. Or perhaps in this case it was more of a mind game than a game of tricks. Superintendent Tivia, who seemed to enjoy that sort of thing, wasn't going to listen to what I wanted. Of course. He cuts me off cleanly. I don't know what the initial tension was, but from the conversations we've had and my feelings, I can't help but think that Superintendent Tivia was just playing me. I'm doing this out of concern for your appearance. Do you have any doubt in your mind as to the competence of a man if you can't overlook something as trivial as this? As Superintendent Tivia, when accused of something like this, we can't help but make a move to keep our relationships running smoothly. Even if we, as a species, are aware that this is obviously a lie, we, as humans, will not be convinced. So he went through the trouble of coming to create an environment that we can easily understand. It may not make much sense when you explain to me, but it's a comedy. I feel sorry for this kind of man who can't remember his name. A pity that will be forgotten tomorrow. Yes, sir. The point is, all I have to do is try not to be red. Right? I love a man who is quick to understand. Hi. Her personality is quite hedonistic with a lot of lewdness in it, but she is so beautiful that she would run away barefoot, whether she is an idol or an actress. If you like it, even if it's just a formality, you'll feel a little better if you're told you like it. Now, Jiro, let's get to the point. But that's for the human's convenience. I'm not suggesting that you suppress your anger or irrationality and play nice. Just keep out of trouble and prove yourself. Then, as if flipping a switch, the supervisor turned serious and said, "You don't think that's a word you should use to describe someone who's caused a problem? That's not a very nice thing to say to someone who's caused a problem, is it? I'm not going to tell the guy who can't, and I'm not going to tell him that we're all just trying to get along on the surface of things. People try to make camaraderie out of pretty things, but to me, that kind of group consciousness is just a nauseating, spiteful object." My supervisor doesn't like the white-colored stuff. He was flatly denied 2 of the 3 principles that boys' magazines promise: friendship, hard work and victory. Remember, Jiro, I've seen enough of the human race to know that they are corrupt. The greedy, the pure, the wise, the foolish. You humans are just different in your individual consciousness. We are evil and we raise a weapon in our hands that can destroy us and bring it down on us in the name of a good cause. I did not do anything wrong by following my greed. I was not to blame for believing that I was right. It's all the enemy's fault, the other man's fault. The justice is mine. There was ever so much justice. I wasn't so shocked by Superintendent Tivia's disgusting words. That's what relationships are like. You only believe what you want to believe and you look away or reject what's inconvenient. Rarely do relationships exist where you can look at the dirty things and not be afraid of them, but only a few and most will keep a shallow and moderate distance. How am I supposed to smile and tell them to get along with each other because they are my friends? To a superintendent, it's all just a pale imitation of getting along. I can understand and accept that. You're right and it's a good argument. But would you say that to me, a human being? I'm at a loss for a response. I can still tell them apart. You're Jiro Tanaka before you're human. I'll make an exception. Others will be, or not, depending on their efforts. I don't feel bad that you're implying this is the way to go, even though I knew it was right in front of me. As a plaything. No, you don't have to tell me. I can tell by the look on your face. Yes, you look really happy. Jiro, Even though it was ordered by the Devil King, inviting a human into my dungeon should have been disgusting to me. But I'm more than happy to have a good time with this bargain. A bargain, in your own mind, that's me. It's good to be liked by your boss. But, wait a minute, Superintendent, what did you say? This company is a dungeon? I'm sorry to break up the good atmosphere, but I feel like this demon has just blithely said something outrageous. What, you didn't notice it? No, it's because the concentration is slightly diluted to help them get used to the magic. This company building itself is my dungeon. Otherwise, there's no way I could fill a world with magical power, even if it's limited, let alone have a gate that leads to other dungeons. Yeah, as you might have guessed from the leaked words, I'm halfway convinced that this company has no choice in the matter of building dungeons on Earth. It is true that this company is large, but there are several facilities that boast a physics-defyingly large indoor area. There's a training room and a commercial facility in the basement, the training room, the underground shopping mall, and so on. And thus, this company's building. Yeah, the dungeon core exists. If it's destroyed, I won't be able to exist, and I'll be obliterated. Are you sure? Tell me. All right, it's classified, but we're not putting it in a place that goes anywhere fast. It's called a dungeon, for God's sake. We have some protection. Jiro, how about you challenge my dungeon under the guise of security check and make me your enemy? Now the other generals will follow you. I don't want to create any more work for you, so I'll pass. I think it was a quick turnaround myself. It wouldn't be surprising if Superintendent Tivia's dungeon and other extra stage backstage bosses were lurking around. Orthodox. I'm having trouble with dungeons like this. I don't want to live in an environment where I can't even level up when I'm dying to return. I see. I heard that the Duke had some spare time on his hands, so I figured it was just as well. As it is, please keep the Duke busy. A Duke was supposed to be a higher-ranking title from the top to the earliest. A demon and a Duke, a different dimension of strength is visibly evident. You are so dull. Okay, we got sidetracked, but generally we're cool with it. We gave the man a job offer for a change, but that was it. I'm not gonna get involved beyond that, at least not for me. What do you do when you hear that? Ignore it, I guess. What? Why? Most of them think it's a hassle, but if you dare to reason with them, they're bound to lose it. How about that? Keep going. You cross your arms and lean against the back of the chair and urge me on. I'm the one who broke the bridge of the Tengu's nose. Even if such a being were to come close to me, they would only look down on me and think of using me as a tool. No, it's the thought of getting rid of them that comes first. I don't want to be attacked from behind, so it's impossible for us to have a business partner relationship at this point in time. He's the type who can only see short-term profit. So we'll just pretend it never happened. Or just pretend it's not there. It's in our best interest. It's a stopgap measure. A stopgap measure, but there are only so many moves you can make. I'll make the best, but not the best, move. Boring. You're cutting it to the quick. As an organizer, you're not wrong. I just don't think I'd like it. I almost chuckled at the fact that I was starting to get a taste for it. But when I thought the supervisor had moved away from the back, he grabbed me by the collar and pulled me into a guffaw. Crush. What? For a moment my heart raced and my heart raced, and then he said something boisterous at a distance where I could kiss him. Naturally, my heart that should have been racing began to beat in a different way. Aren't you frustrated? Your reputation in the eyes of those around you is at the bottom of the heap. Do you think nothing of being insulted by those who have recently gone beyond comical and thought nothing of it by being happy and worried about an achievement that doesn't make much difference anywhere, including the rankings? Well, whatever. So I let it out like I really do. That's what I really think. I'm a control freak. A control freak. Don't lick the devil. I couldn't go on hating it. Lies don't work. I told you that. I don't like it. I don't like the fact that you're such a great liar. Shit. It seems I've stepped through a huge mine. A cold, madcap will pierced my eyes. I was instantly hardened. I couldn't move. It's not easy to bind. It was as if my life was being held in a tight grip, and though it didn't hurt, something cold held me in place. You can't lift a finger. Not even a blink of an eye. We've checked out the backgrounds of every human here. The others weren't much fun or interesting at all. The human elite are no better to me than pebbles in the road. But you're not, are you? Is this what a maniacal smile looks like? He's having a lot of fun trudging through my past with his feet. You were a man to be crushed. You did it, didn't you? Didn't I crush one person? Mending, that's something every human being does. But this devil won't allow it. I look ugly when I'm mended, and I know that I am what's inside, and that's why I'm not going to let it go easy on me. You want me to show you who I am? Why do you push yourself so hard to the point of being trapped? You think you're afraid to expose them? No, I'm not afraid of that. You know it's not an object of fear, it's an overuseful blade that can be controlled by reason and wielded by emotion. A blade that hurts others, removes the threat to you, instills awe. It's not that big of a deal, sir. It's just like a legendary sword. But if you ask me what I've done, it's probably what I've done. At best it was upsetting and at worst it was biting a cornered rat. 3 years after I started working for my former company, I was just getting used to my job and could work by myself when the work flowed like a fountain. It happened when the stress was about to reach its peak, when the company's employees were working at a rate of overheating, exceeding 120%. Well, despite the hyperbole, what happened was simple. The incompetent just couldn't read the atmosphere. The gears that were barely turning in line under the unspoken rule that each department would follow each other's lead without pointing out the slightest mistake were only distorted by the boss's persistent scratching of the little bruises. The target of the attack happened to be me, and I had already put up with it so long ago that I could easily burst the bag. My mind went cold and I worked harder than usual, as if my brain's limiters had been released. If he had done this on purpose, he must have been great. But there was no chance of that when he was smugly telling me what I was doing and how I was contributing to the company, with a smug look on his face. All I can think about is how to get the job done efficiently and get this boss off my back. One after another, I kept thinking about how to convert my past frustrations into anger and make him, her disappear. Humans are creatures of the dark, aside from their roots. The closest example would be the surprise party. A bad example would be my surprise party, where I kicked my boss to the curb like this. I took control of the 120% availability rate I had been suppressing with emotion and used it to power my anger and ran a 200% availability rate. One by one, I took away the work, and I followed my black emotions and turned my boss into a mere figurine sitting in a chair. That's a very long time to bring up. The result is that that seat is now occupied by someone else. It's because you're a coward. It's not my fault. I'm reminded of the sensation I had at that time, and my voice, which I squeezed out of my chill body that had barely begun to move, naturally has no power. You listen to the weak voice as if it was someone else's and look at a part of me that is covered in dust. Humility seems to be a peculiar characteristic of this country, but to me it's only ironic. There's nothing more reliable than self-evaluation. The part of my character that the supervisor refers to as my character is definitely underestimated in my opinion, in an evaluation that varies from over to underestimated. You said you weren't much, but you're not. And what you have is great. Jiro, what you have is ambition. The thing that was dusted off to reveal itself. People say that ambition is a bad thing, but it is not. It is a necessary motivator for self-improvement. How can you beat the man above you and establish your position? It would be a shame to leave it buried. The supervisor pulled it out lovingly. Polish it up. You're the one who can do it. You don't like selfish people, do you? What does the exception say? I am the devil. The devil has watched mankind grow and fall. Sometimes he has helped, sometimes he has counseled. Sometimes he has been involved. I won't let go of the one thing I haven't found in a long time that could be of interest to me. I slowly let go of the collar that I had grabbed, and the madness I had been showing slowly and quietly fades away. I'll see how you do. I'll see if you fall or rise. Translation: you can look forward to being a dull man. I'll turn you into a man who enjoys himself. That's very direct. I don't know why they expect me to go this far, or if I'm worth that much. But if you say so, I'm at least ready to change my mind. Be a little more considerate. Tough. What do you mean? It's still the sweeter one for me. It's hard to evaluate. I thought I had made it a little better in my own way, but I got people to notice the changes, but it wasn't enough. I'm going to take a little too long. You just do the best you can and think about how you're going to handle this. I'm the supervisor who calls it quits in spite of me. I'll take that as a yes. When he finished, he got up and left as quickly as he could. A woman who left no trace of her presence in the room, leaving a huge ripple effect on my mind. What to do? The word no smoking has disappeared in recent years. Surprisingly, in this company, there is no such thing as a separate smoking area, which has become the norm. The exhaled smoke is quickly absorbed by the magic of the place. I don't know how it works, but if this is a dungeon, it seems to have some function at least to purify the air. All you have to worry about is the ashes and the cigarettes you've finished smoking, so you can smoke anywhere. You may be careful in public, but for smokers, this is a great company to work for. Ignoring is the easiest thing to do. And slowly, as I breathe in the smoke, I think about my relationship with the other testers. At first it was an age difference in values that rubbed against each other, sullied and curved, and now it's developed into a mid-factional war. The first thing that comes to mind is the status quo, or perhaps ignoring it. Pretend they didn't exist and they won't notice the flying winged insects, and that should last a while. Meanwhile, I'll come up with a solution. It would have been better, but now that the supervisor has put us in the crosshairs, we'll just have to do our best. Best not to get licked, huh? Looking back on yesterday, it was blatantly low-key. They pecking order and I was on the bottom of the pecking order. Isn't that the hardest part about changing values? If you think about it, the solution will come to you in a flash. The law of the jungle, exists in this company. The strongest performers are the ones who are right. But it's the simplicity that makes it troublesome to overturn. Well, considering Kaido and the new recruits, is this the best time to take action? And if you find an improvement, then you have to think of a solution. That's why. Is the only one I can think of. It's just right, because it's still a little hazy. It's not a bad idea to go back to the drawing board, since it's been sluggish lately. Is not a good idea. But since we said we'd do it, we'll do it. Reluctantly convinced by the conclusions that will be reached by the end of the smoke, you sit up heavy. You've been called away on your day off, but it's not even noon yet. There's still time to take action. Live in the now. If you say you'll do it tomorrow, some people won't. If you're going to do it, now is the time to do it, and the person who acts is valued more. I walked out of the conference room and headed to my room, relieving my shoulder as I thought about my plans for the rest of the day. Another side. So? What's your change of heart, Jiro? Yeah, no, I'm going back to the drawing board. A light poke at me, and then she'd take my arm and try to blow it off. It's a power like a child challenging an adult. It's a natural consequence of the difference in physical ability between me as a demon and Jiro as a human, but she's definitely getting stronger. Jiro's Chambara sword, a soft sword made by the giants that can withstand my magical power, is nimble enough to shoot out of my arm and flick the weapon tree of that guy. Mia, you got a good weapon. When Suila called me, I found Jiro waiting for me, bowing and asking me to follow his training. I was just about to have some time to kill. Then that's fine, Kaija. And it gets fun. It's a bad habit of mine, but it's part of who I am. People with this kind of spirit are very fond of us demons. And the man in front of me gets blown off again and again and again and again and again and again, attacking to avoid mortal wounds. But the pain should be different. He fights back. It challenges you. It will try to hold on, trying not to lose. Ogres love the honest ones. They love the clumsy ones. I love a guy who comes straight at me. I don't care if he's strong or weak. That doesn't change the fact that I, Onion Ridos, love this twisted but straight man. Whoa. Your attacks are slowing down. You'll be tired after 2 hours of swinging it around. If you provoke it like this, it'll be more spirited. I'm protecting the blade that's approaching at the fastest speed of the day, and I'm protecting it with my chambered sword. Ha 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 ha. When are you going to attack me then? Let me guess. Exclamation mark. Exclamation mark. You said it. The attacks this thing throws at us seem to be stopping. It's harder to hit them. But it's strange. I'm wondering why. I'm hoping this one will actually make a shot. Hey, is that a close call? That's not the kind of thing you can afford to avoid. We're in the middle of a battle. This guy doesn't care what he looks or sounds like, but it's nice to hear him raise his voice. I thought she was so fragile that she would break if I poked her. In fact, I poked him, and he nearly died. And that was the end of it. They just laughed and looked down on him like he was human and that he wouldn't get back up. So I was honestly surprised when he cured me and I sat up. And I can't help but laugh when it tries again. I've nearly killed more than 3 times, just counting. But every time I tried to kill him, the guy kept waking up, right, up, and right again. There's a lot of room. I'm stronger than you. And this guy is getting stronger. When he was knocked down, he got up and tried to take it down, but it was a little bit harder for me to take him down, so slightly that I almost thought it was my imagination. The no-life bastard laughed and said his soul was getting more and more refined, and maybe it was. It's not pretty. This thing certainly doesn't have that jewel-like glow. It's as if it was polished by beating the same stone that was lying around here and there with the same stone. But this guy definitely has something that attracts you as his glittering eyes get sharper and sharper. Now you have no hands. He's a fighter in the making. He's soft enough to calculate the risks and rewards of combat. In fact, he let go of his main sword, the mineral tree, so easily. The slight resistance you felt when you struck it off was uncomfortable. Earlier, your body would have been stronger as if you were holding on. But it wasn't. Even at the risk of letting go of your weapon, they came to strike me down. The hand stretches out as if to grab the arm that I swung off to the side, and I dare you to hold it. I'm familiar with the move. Unconventional moves are unconventional. These are moves I've learned in battle. It flies like a monkey, snakes like a tangle, attacks like a wolf. This combination of animal and human moves makes my blood run cold. But now you said FCK off the day before yesterday. I grabbed Jiro, who was aiming at my face to calm the blood that was aching to overthrow me with all my might, and slammed him to the ground. A distinct growth from the first. Oh, she's awake. You'll need to be a little easier on yourself then. You've got some cracks in your ribs. Fun and games? It's not just a crack in the beginning, but the passive voice has gotten much better at reducing the damage. And by the way, how many lives would you have if you were dying? Gahaha. That's good. That's proof that you're getting stronger, and I'm so happy to see it growing. I take pleasure in the fact that the blade is steadily closing in on my neck. I wonder if it's true. I thought that was a good idea. If you're going to hit that one, you're going to need to be 100 times faster than that one. There's a bug in. This instructor has a bug. Can't wait for you to kill each other. How can this instructor be so reckless with only 17 words? I'd like to say it's your fault for amusing them, but I won't say so. Ogres love to put you through your paces, especially when I'm standing in front of a guy who I know will be strong. I'm different from the rest. I'm willing to lend a hand to a guy who can get stronger when it comes to fighting a stronger guy. If I see a guy like that in front of me, I'll listen to him. Well? What the hell is bothering you? Oh, so the bottom line is, how to be strong, right? That's why you called me here. Actually, I'll take a break to listen to what he has to say, but it looks like Evia likes this guy a lot. This is the reason why I, No Life and Evia want to help you. Yeah, that's your fault. Yes, yeah, I'd cut the lickers to pieces if I were you. If you get hit, hit back, or you'll get eaten by a cunt. Is the world on the other side that bleak? Unlike this one, they just keep fighting all year round. That's how you get licked. If you show him a gesture of cutting his head off, Jiro frowned slightly. In this case, we're going to be a pretty sweetheart, aren't we? There's no denying it. That attack was just as deadly to me as it was to you. Just try to be a little more careful and then he can reach you. Okay? I'll do my best, sir. Well, there's a different reason why that guy, Evia, was so eager to kill. What? You don't have to worry about what to say or not to say. I'll tell you if you can fight the stronger guys or not. Either we'll make this guy's life easier or we won't. So now I'm going to tell you what Evia didn't tell you. He was a failure, you know. What? Huh? Give me some time. I know how you feel. Evia looks like an elite by all accounts, and even if he wasn't surprised to hear that, this guy's caliber is huge. I'm still an old-timer, and I know that he was a low-grade demon before he got to his current position. I can't imagine. I know. That's how hard I've been working. Demons have a strict hierarchy. But in this race the strongest one is always superior. But these are different. There are titles and lords and other troublesome ranks. There's a system in place to prevent the lower ranks from easily moving to the top. Of course Jiro would have experienced being licked and looked down on. Envy, resentment. That was raised in a world where demons are commonplace and have grown up in worse conditions. You just thought you were like him, didn't you? No, I'm the sweetheart. What's that? You're a daytime drama queen with a very sloppy social structure. When you faced me, fought me, and nearly died many times, who am I to argue with you? Jiro has been blessed, that's for sure. But he's got his share of work and suffering to deal with. And you have the general, No Life, on your side with an assistant named Suila. But he's using his body to live up to our ideals, albeit unconsciously. That's what this man gets for himself. You've fallen over and over again, covered in wounds, and you've grabbed it. If I'd thrown out of the training, I'd have given up on the guy at mid-training, that one stayed behind and caught Evia's eye, and probably the general. It was with great effort that she got her current position. If you think so, do you ever need a break? Oh, God, it was a viper. Hey, are you feeling strong now? I could use a decent weapon instead of these toys for a while. Please don't let that happen. Gahahahaha. I'm just kidding. Just kidding. The chamber blade I have is protected by my magic and won't even get a scratch even if it's cut by iron. And yet, it has faint scratches all over its surface even though we had only been fighting for 2 hours. At least, it's a trick he couldn't pull off when he first started training. I'm really looking forward to seeing this guy's future. I was looking forward to it. Shit, that was too much. Let's just say it's a rag bag. 3 hours later, Jiro was more motivated than I expected and I wanted to respond to him and this is the result. I didn't give him a direct hit, but I think I did some mind-altering attacks. Cure him before he finds out. Too late. I didn't feel a sign, but I did feel the magic. It's nice of you to come all the way here with transference magic. I didn't know you were here, Evia. This is a dungeon. You're not giving this guy any ideas. As regulator, I've come to see you. What? If you didn't interrupt me, that means it's okay to tell me, right? Nonsense. I'm a busy man and I don't have time for your bullshit. I don't have time to correct you on every occasion. And here's what you've been doing. Oh, boy. His grumpy face grew even more grim as he silently avoided the magic flying at him. Why did you say that, Lady Ux? I don't have to ask what. This is Evia's body, a dungeon. Everything you do here is known to Evia. What? I thought you liked it so much you had to go through all that trouble. I'm not going to go through the trouble of asking the obvious, so I'll just answer honestly. Get out of my way. She's trying to interfere with my treatment. What? You're not going to deny it? You can't tell an old friend what to do. For me personally, I'd like to know more about why my old friend cares so much. Why would I tell you that? Watching him manipulate the magic on his knees as he continues to talk. But I'm curious. You demons are so selfish. Gahahaha. I've been told that a lot. Go ahead and imagine. Don't sulk, don't sulk. I cared for you as a child. Didn't I? We're talking about a time period. Well, we're talking about the days when you were a rookie. Why don't you just tell me an old story about your old age, when you're just as badly mangled as Jiro? It wouldn't make much difference if you got hit. You just don't look at me and fire your magic at me while I heal, just as you always do when you're caught red-handed. It's really the same old habits. I only came here because I don't like the idea of you crushing a man with a bone in his body. Kaka, let's put it that way. Let's not talk about how the timing was too good for that. Throw him in the infirmary. What? You're leaving already? I told you. I'm a busy man myself. Some idiot gave me a lot of extra work to do. I pity that idiot from the bottom of my heart. When she's laughing but not smiling in her eyes, the consequences for the other side are usually disappointing. She's the kind of woman you hold a grudge against and work with even after you've polished her to a pulp and scattered her miserably. The quara, so I'm going to have to wait until we're married. I didn't say anything. Did I? I just didn't like the grin on your face. Now she has used her physical magic. I'll snap your ice-cold spear with the tip of my hand. He's got a tough body for nothing. The devil is the same way, isn't he? If it was any of those demons, they would have frozen in an instant the moment they were stabbed and left with the same transition magic as when they took a glance at Jiro while releasing a shattering spell. Kaha, this is getting fun. This is why life is so good. I know this because I used to know him so well. And his attitude is, or, dare I say it, a bit like that. Can I carry you out of whatever trouble awaits you? That's enough fun for today. I guess we'll go to No Life's for a drink after we bring Jiro in. Bring the knobs. Can I have a good drink? Another side end. Instructor Kyo, real name Raidu, age unknown, married, 2 wives, 4 children, 7 generals and instructors. Magic aptitude 8, general class. Position, samurai. Status, secret. Word of the day. Kaha. Nothing goes better with a drink than someone else's mess. Spicy, and it goes great with drinks. That's my experience. 1716. Thank you for visiting the workplace. You will understand it after you grow up. Txt. Tanaka Jiro, 28 years old, single, no girlfriend. Occupation dungeon tester, full-time, plus recruiter. Magic aptitude 8, general class. Officer of the year, warrior. Oh, sorry to bother you. What the hell am I saying? I scratching my head, feeling the suit I've grown accustomed to wearing so often lately. I'm used to running that many scouts. I remember that with the feel of hard hair in the palm of my hand. If this is a dream, then you need to wake up and go out on the road or work a dungeon attack. So just admit it. Unfortunately, this isn't a dream. But the reality, it wasn't because I was crazy or on bad medication, but because, yes, I was a little bit bored by the scout who was about to tie me up. That's probably why I got as far as knocking, but I opened the door before I heard an answer from inside. It wasn't a changing room, and it wasn't a private room, if I had an excuse. What's more, it's certainly a room that would normally be used infrequently, but it's called a conference room. So who's to say? The other day, after I gave my business card and arranged for an interview, a high school boy was pushed down by a college-age woman in a woman's suit on the day I gave him my card and asked him if he wanted to work there. Who could have foreseen that such a phenomenon would happen in the company he was working for? No, I couldn't. Calmly reassess the situation. The woman was in tears, and I saw her push the boy down. No other way to say it. That's the end of the situation. So, don't get me wrong. I wasn't so much in the know as I was in the know. I went in on the scene. If I saw this from an outsider's perspective, I would have figured out the situation. Maybe it's just a mistake. Maybe it just happened that way. Something happened. But all I could do was just can't stand the air and leave the room. Can you listen to? Bottom line, there's nothing we can do about it. What's sad is that I can't just step in and ask what you're doing in an affair between a man and a woman. That's funny. I went into this interview with high hopes. I remember it was about 3 days ago. Around the evening, I was coming out of the dungeon when I received a telepathic message from Suira. Jiro-san, there's a call for you. It's about the other day's scouting. Really? Miss Sula? Yes, sir. I'll connect you now. Sula telephoned me to go near the phone, and after the dungeon, I grabbed the extension from my room. The first person I talked to was the boy I gave my card to. I was a little nervous, but the conversation went smoothly with a mature boy who spoke respectfully, and I was able to tell him the date of the interview and that I had my resume ready. I was even happier that day because he was even more fortunate that he wanted to have another interview with me. I'll never forget to check whether the other person's magic aptitude was correct or not. After confirming thoroughly, The other person could also read the job ad and had a high aptitude of 7. I still remember my fist pose right after I hung up the phone. I have 2 people coming for an interview. It's next Saturday at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, but can I ask the receptionist to help me? Yes, no problem. I'll let her through. I'm happy for you, Jiro. Yes, you finally got a fruit. I talked to the company and it was just like that. I remember being happy for them, along with Suila, who was happy for me. I never had a job interview. Still, I tried to do the best I could with the little time I had. And today, even though you had plenty of energy and stamina on that day, you're as tired as the next morning's workday after working overtime after having only witnessed one moment of it. My mind tells me to get angry, to pay attention, to listen to what's going on, but my emotions in the face of the scene made me choose to retreat. A picture is worth 1,000 words. There's a difference between what you know and how you react on the job. I was reminded of that, and I can't resist the urge to take on another task. Dungeon attack. Okay, I didn't see anything, but we can't go through with it. If we run now, we'll miss our chance to bear fruit, and most importantly, it won't be good for either of us. I'll knock 3 times. And now we wait. Your ears, strengthened by the magic crest, pick up the sloshing sound inside. Yes, please. I'm nervous. I can see that in your hand, and it makes me a little nervous, too, being influenced by the voice chamber. I tell myself to calm down and slowly open the door slowly. This time I'm relieved to see the 2 of them sitting tightly together. But it's short-lived. As a novice interviewer, I don't understand how they could be so nervous, but the woman is completely teary-eyed and nervous. But why does the boy, Tokurazawa, look like a liberated monk and realize something? Do you want a cup of coffee anyway? It is difficult to enter the interview suddenly in such an atmosphere, and I sincerely hope that magic trick released the tension between them as they nodded silently. It's a good idea to have a good time to introduce yourself, he said. I'm Tanaka Jiro, human. I'm sure you've read the job description, but the beings here, including the person who showed me around, are not special makeup, CG or robots, so I suggest you get used to it as soon as possible. Yes, and, as you can see, it's a space where magic exists. Yes. Awkward. Yeah, very awkward. It's making me nervous when the only thing I get from the conversation is yes. I want to say out loud that we should play more catch up. If it were a normal interview, I could have knocked them off with a single shot, but if I remember the time I interviewed, they still have a more sane reaction. After all, it's a dark elf declaration at the opening. It's just cute to stare at a cup of coffee like you're trying to pull a magic trick. Well, there's nothing more memorable than that first encounter, but once you say it, snap. This woman, Shiretoko Minami, looks like she's going to cry. She overreacts to just making eye contact over a cup of coffee. It's not going to happen. For me personally, I'd like them to be in there. It was a bit of a happening encounter, but I didn't get the impression from talking to Tokurazawa that he was a bad person. She must not be a bad person if he's the one who brought her here. But society is not so lenient as to hire people just because they aren't bad. Our first priority is to make sure the job lasts and that they have the ability to communicate. When I got there, I thought, I got the resume. Bikaris and the 2 of you react at the same time. This isn't like other companies. The Japanese way of thinking doesn't apply outside here. As Superintendent Tivia said to me the other day, what's the fun in having casual relationships? So yeah, I'm not looking for a blah 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 colleague. I'm looking for a colleague to have my back. Hey, sorry to barge in on you guys. Then I'll be the first to see it. I'll show you a job at this company and you can move on. Surely it's not too late to start there. The 2 of you are confused that I cut off the interview so abruptly. I'm sorry, but it would have been better for the future if you'd shown them first. Besides, I'll show you what fantasy is all about. Pranking is more fun than I thought. On the other hand, I was standing in the training facility equipped with my normal work clothes. Senpai, why am I here in full gear? It's a holiday today, right? There's a junior standing next to me who beat me up even though it's his day off. Oh? You said you wanted a female colleague, so I got you that colleague you've always wanted. Is that how you talk to your seniors? I love you, senpai. So, where is it? Who is that cutie? No one has called it pretty or beautiful, but you're jumping to conclusions. I'm going to reaffirm that he's a cash cow, and with Kaido looking around hurriedly at his side, I'm going to re-examine my own equipment. Senpai's not here. Yeah. Upstairs. I resisted the urge to say that it was obvious that there was no one here who hadn't carved the demon gate, and pointed to the upper bleachers. Oh, you're a college student, is that your brother next to you? With the same magic crests and enhanced physical abilities, it may be impossible to give the details, but from about 20 meters away, it can at least capture an approximate appearance. I heard that a top archer can find a toothpick on the horizon. Depending on the presentation, those two will be joining us on a part-time basis. I didn't hear anything about the presentation. My seniors beat me up and all they told me to do was to come with full gear. You know when it's full gear. We fight in the war. What we're going to do is take a look at the midterm review I had during my training. The participants will be me and Kaido. And this time, well, it's an experimental space made by the Demon Lord's army. A simulation dungeon. It includes a different battle than last time, plus a check of Kaido's current abilities, but I won't tell you that. Oh, so it's a dungeon? They were designed to use it against the heroes. You'll die if you're not careful. Huh? Miss Sula, we're ready to go over here. Acknowledged. Running a false dungeon. Good luck. What? Seniors die? The space is distorted with the panicked Kaido as the others. Then, in mere seconds, I look around at the landscape. A rocky place. What? Ha! This used to be a training room. There's the sky and there's the Rocky Mountains. Yeah, shut up. Ugh. It's a rock and stone and gravel pile, and although humans can walk on it, the unsettled ground is not conducive to good footing. Plus, it's just like the atmosphere of the dungeon. The air that seems to cling to you as if magic and hostility were mixed together makes you more cautious, and when you look around you see a moving shadow. Don't be fooled, Kaido. It's coming. Huh? The environment has changed so much that Kaido hasn't been able to keep up with it. Dungeons aren't sweet enough to let such a good-looking prey go unnoticed. Whether summoned by Kaido's shout or placed there from the beginning, a black-scaled lizard with a body that was no different than an adult male's height if only its entire length leapt out from behind a rock, bisecting the small subterranean dragon up and down. A heavy object falls and the sound of it sliding across the sand can be heard behind me. I didn't look behind me. I couldn't waste time worrying about that. It's your first move and a dragon seed. Ready, Kaido. UGH. Last time it started out as a goblin, but this time it has been made stronger by changing its race. The fact that they have suddenly raised the rank of the dragon species raises the alert level by skipping the stairs. Then Kaido's, who belatedly realized that this is the danger zone, draws his twin swords on his back. Follow me. We'll be down in numbers before we're surrounded. I get it. There's no time to pause. I could hear the herd's footsteps already in motion for a siege. The predator's gaze, which seemed to cling to me like a slime, confirmed it. Listen. Don't make a habit of it. I'll draw most of them to you. You need to stay close to me and protect yourself. Ugh. What? Don't worry. We're definitely not as strong as them. This isn't good. I can see right away that Kaido's body is tense and stiff. I can't give it my all with that one. I'm moving like I'm flying by and I'm comfortable, but Kaido is running at full speed, not able to pace his strength. I need to be more careful. This is going to be a tough battle. This is quite a challenge, Supervisor Avia. Considering what we've gone through to get to this point, it's a reasonable response. But the last sad smile on Superintendent's face is flitting about in my head. Presentation. Yes, I'd like to give them hands-on experience, like a work experience, rather than just a vague explanation of information. The interview was scheduled for a day later, and while I was hurriedly preparing for the interview, I realized, even if you had magical aptitude, could a student who didn't know the ropes of combat really come for this job? At first, they might be curious, but if they are not good at sports and this kind of violent behavior is repulsive to them, it's hard for me to teach them, and if they quit too soon, my time will be wasted on teaching them. Let's shake them up. Yes, even if you don't experience it in person, if you show them actual combat, I think it will be a good way to compare imagination and reality and measure aptitude other than magic power. How do I get to? With the summoning of souls from my training days, I think it's only fair that I actually fight the demon. The fight will be between me and Kaido. It's more common than you think. There's a difference between the ideal and the real. It's a hassle if people think you're strong or that you can shoot magic all you want just because it's a fantasy. Work is a process of compromise and occasionally mixing in your ideals. A certain amount of discernment is necessary. We'll be fine, but it'll take a while to set up. I know there's a lot of time on your schedule, so I'll get you a replacement. And since you have a good lab to work with, Suila, I want you to get that guy who's about to run away. In just a few moments of thought, he had counted his gains and losses, or perhaps he proposed a profitable path and still managed to cut off other routes. What? Suila, if you can, please let go of this hand. I'm sorry. Please forgive my helplessness. The conversation with the superintendent proceeded with no time to admire the dark elf's magical manipulation of my body, which held me firmly in place against his soft and slender hands. You'll just have to look forward to it. In the end, The presentation went ahead under scrutiny. But I hadn't expected to be prepared for something this good. Suela had told me about it, but where was the tiled floor that was flat and easy to run on? You can feel the sand stomping on your feet, and if you don't hold firm, your foot will slip. Kaya, they interrupted me while I was reminiscing and I was fighting. I'm skittering around the rocks, distracting them with my yells and screaming, drawing them toward me. Basically, I've been attacking first to reduce their numbers, but they're not always the first to attack, either. You can kick up the small dragons that jump at you from behind, skewer them in the air, and then pull them out of the mineral tree as if to shake them off and hit the group. Enough time, always standing around to catch Kaido at the edge of his vision and swaying the mineral tree. It's light, as if the last time you struggled was a lie, and you're overwhelmed by a vast difference from when you were fighting with your wooden sword. It's set at a level where Kaido can just about fight. I'm not sure if that includes me or not, but there's no problem at the moment. It's just a matter of time. Kaido's still alive? Yeah, I've been living it up. There's going to be more variety soon. If he slows down and exhausts his energy, the Demon King's army will be overrun by other races in a matter of hours. You don't know what kind of increase there will be? Senior, there's no way the supervisors are going to tell me that. The pretty lady? Then it can't be helped. You are such a BTC. I'm going to crack Xie along with a bamboo chopper, revitalizing myself as I am disgusted with my junior colleague who is so sweet on beautiful women, whether she's a demon or not. What? Senior. Wow, that's a tough one to escape from. And while I'm idly playing with the lizards, the warm-up time seems to be over. There's a group of kobolds mounted on wolves heading straight for us. If you could, you would have had the time to calm your breathing, but you don't have the luxury of that. Riders with bows. Horsemen with wolves. I guess he's not going to let us go. You can run, you can track them by scent, you can shoot from out of time, and you can feel fed up with the configuration that leaves the vanguard to the little dragon. What is that? They're goblin riders. Get ready to use your magic. You can't win by keeping them alive. Oh, apparently, they've built up a force structure that includes my forces, so this is a good place to start. This is all new territory for me now, and with Kaido around, my ability to lead will be put to the test. That's cool. Worthwhile. I'd love a job like that. I'll go as far as I can. No, sir. Let's go Kaido. Let's go win. Go easy on him. I want to see how far I can go. As if to force my way through the Xialong, I will break through the encirclement and charge right in front of the riders. Kill the leader's momentum. This is the first time in Japan. Fire arrow. 5 arrows made a firefly out from behind and I jump up to meet them. In the midst of the dust from the impact, I swung down 2 cavalrymen who were trying to stop in a hurry and killed them with my return blade. Cutting in. Don't make me use my bow. Hi-ah. We're going to shoot them. For a first time we worked together. It felt good to get the battle going. My mouth smiles at the fact that we were able to take it from an assault to a melee. I don't feel like losing at all. Another side. It's amazing, that it is. It's a fantasy, that it is. Magic, that is. Mimicry, mimicry. They're watching me. Sorry to win, but I can't contain my excitement right now. My heart has not stopped beating since I entered this building. Like the sudden encounter with the Dark Elves, the scenery itself is modern, but the characters are all imaginary. I wished such a thing existed, but I had given up hope that it would never exist, so I felt like I was snickered at. It feels great. I feel like I've been shown the back of a man, saying I'm here. Fantasy. As for how excited I was, when I saw the Dark Elf woman and realized she was real, I was so moved that my glands burst into tears, unable to put into words. When it was only Katsu and I in the room, I forgot myself and jumped at Katsu who brought me this feeling. Hey! Get off me. This is not a house. Thank you. I'm really glad that Katsu is my childhood friend, that I'm really glad. I'm going to kiss you in return, that I am. When Masaru first brought that job ad, I was worried that he was tired from doing too much housework, but it didn't look like he was lying when he talked seriously about what happened on the way home from shopping. I had said before that the job would be in a world like a video game, and it was hard to refuse, but the company arranged an interview, and I wrote a resume for the first time in my life. I couldn't help but feel heavy on the way to the company. I wanted to go home. I wished many times to go home, but those blackened emotions, like Tono, were blown away by the dynamite. Moreover, she couldn't stop when gasoline was poured on top of her. Masaru. I think he has a very sexy voice. If it had stayed that way, it would have gone straight to R-rated. That's how bad I was feeling. Hey. Really stop. When people come. Vending machine toy. I'm sorry to bother you. Vending machine toy. Yeah, it's hard to tell if the timing was good or bad. But I can tell you that it really hit me that time. I kept going over and over in my head that I had failed. I kept storming off like a video comment that it was over. I was so embarrassed that blood rushed to my head. I think Mr. Tanaka is a really nice guy who somehow managed to retake the interview. If it were me, I would have just taken a picture and posted it on the web. Maybe it's because she knows it's that bad. I was in too much of a hurry to do this job, and I thought I would be pulled away from the fantasy I had hoped for. But I started to cry, and I couldn't give a good answer because I was desperately holding back tears. No, remembering something else made me chill out. And then my childhood friend, who understood that my excitement had subsided, also realized that the interview was over and let go of my shoulder. But alas, the excitement hasn't subsided yet as she regained her composure for a moment. I'll show you what fantasy is all about. I was chilled and numbed by those words. The person who made that declaration, the person who was in charge of the interview, Mr. Tanaka, is now wielding a great sword like you see in a game, blowing away small dragons and cutting goblins with wolves in front of me. Just seeing such a scene made my body heat up. When the scenery suddenly changed, I was disappointed for a moment to think it was CG, but as soon as I saw this world through the glass, I knew it was real. There was a sense of mass, a sense of reality. Then the drop was worth a gain. My palms are sweaty and can't loosen from the all-out warfare that doesn't involve trickery. And at the same time, you wonder why I'm not there, and at the same time you feel disappointed. A feeling of frustration that I haven't felt in a long time. I say to myself that reality is a f***ing game. Reality is a goddamn endgame. Oh, earthworm, that it is. The spectacle which appeared from the ground in front of my eyes, wrapped in a hard crust, raising the dust, raises my expectation. The worm that opens its mouth wide to swallow it up and attacks the earthworm without regard to the difference in body size, and someone who shoots out something like fire to cover it. It's magic, that it is. It's magic, that it is. Momentum is a scary thing. I can't face-to-face conversation with a new person, but I'm talking to a dark elf woman. Yes, it's a primary spell. The fire arrow. And this dark elf is either a goddess or has something in his smile that I, as a woman, find soothing. What do you think? What did it feel like to see the actual battle? I can't wait to get there, that I can't wait to get there. It's too aggressive, isn't it? Of course. If I have something latent in me, I'd like to awaken and break into that place right now. That is, I don't care if I have heroic powers or if I was a demon king in a previous life or whatever. I just want to go in there. Is that dangerous? There is no fantasy that isn't dangerous, that I know of. Thumbs up, smile and make a pimply face. Basic fantasy is fraught with danger. Magical girls nowadays have their heads chomped off in some works, and it's common knowledge that when they think they're doing well, it turns into a war, rather than a story about a brave girl and a princess. Calm down, you idiot. Phew. I was too excited to react. This precise slap to the brain was, well, yeah, it's your fault. We're here for a job interview. You think you're preaching to me with your hands on your hips. I know that, but excitement is hard to control. Chuckles, you're so close. Well, I've known him for a while. We've known each other since childhood, that we have. I'm sorry to say this, but I thought childhood friends of the opposite sex were two-dimensional creatures, but this is how they exist. It's easy to know each other's strengths and weaknesses, so it's easy to hang out with each other without reservation like this. It's a good thing, because I have a few friends who have known each other for a long time, but none of them are that close to me of the opposite sex. You do look popular, that you do? Hey, no, it's okay. Dark elves are a bit of a unique clan, and their view of romance is not the norm. As much as I'd like to hear how you didn't have that kind of opportunity, there's something else that bothers me more now. Can you work, that I can? Sheng, even I, as expected, am hurt to be silently crying, that I am. I can't help but be impressed by the fact that I can hear the words work coming out of your mouth, and I could see myself going straight down the neat road when I graduate from college. To be honest, I'm surprised by the change of heart too, but I don't think I'm going to cry about it. Yeah, except for going to college and bathing. He's in his room with the internet. He leaves it all up to me to clean and do laundry and prepare meals. He wakes me up for college classes and buys supplies for me. He even takes care of my sleeping habits from time to time. I'm sorry Katsu, I might cry if I had a childhood friend of the opposite sex who was like that and started telling me he'd work for me. I might clench my fists and be moved. You may also be happy that you've just expressed your desire to be hired, even if the results of the hiring process are not yet available. Sorry, that is. Okay, just because you said you'd hang in there, I really don't know why this bad girl has a childhood friend like this. If he had more time to take care of me, he would have been able to do all the things he wanted to do. I'm confident that I can't live without her, so I hope she'll continue at least until next year. If Katsu is gone, It's easy to imagine me living in a dumpster, While a fantasy scene was unfolding behind the window, a realistic future was passing between me and Katsu. Well, there's a vocational class aptitude test. Would you like to take it? By all means. Yeah, we need to cherish the present more than the past. In order to get rid of the damp air, I jumped on the tablet offered by the goddess. Another side end. Sweat drips from my forehead. I'm breathing hard, and my breathing is slurred. I can't tell you how many times I've shaken it, and I can't feel my grip on the mineral tree. Hey, Kaido, are you alive? The demon of tyranny is. If I worried about him because he didn't answer, I'd be in a big pile, and I'd be breathing with no time to answer him, but I'd spill a word as if I were having a nightmare. I understood the meaning of that exactly, and my face turned pale. Pseudo-dungeon release complete. Battle is over. Have you enjoyed yourself, Jiro-san? The landscape has returned to your training room and you can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Tension is something that puts a strain on many parts of your body. You feel your muscles tense here and there, and you move your body to loosen them up a bit. That last one was tough, wasn't it? Even so, it's impressive to beat the ogre. That was a tough one. It has already disappeared, but just a few minutes ago I saw a demon looking like a caveman with a cloak in his hand and a metal rod in front of me. After a series of battles with a little dragon, goblin rider and earth bugs, Kaido's strength and magic power had run out, and I used my energy to supplement my meager strength to challenge the demon, whose body was over 3 meters in length. Fortunately, it was evenly matched in strength and was easy to intercept with a forceful attack with no techniques. If it was strong enough, it would have been an easy opponent to take down, but at the level Supervisor Ravia had in mind, it ended in a narrow victory. But his fearsomeness wasn't in his toughness or his ability to mince a human with a single blow. Kaido and I have experienced it, the world's worst tyranny. But when a sinewy ogre performs it, it becomes a weapon of war against men. The ogre's outfit, with no sense of shame, wanted to scream at the top of his lungs to be well equipped so that he could become stronger. Who needs to be relieved to be blinded by the symbol of a man, afraid to show it to others? It was a nightmarish battle with a damage ratio of 3 for physics and 7 for mental damage. It was a hard-fought battle. It was a hard-fought victory. By the way, how did the two of them fare? Due to their height difference, they're in a perfect tie position, and you're about to remember that one. So you just shake your head to get rid of them and change the subject. We're testing your aptitude for your profession, class. Right now, you seem generally realistic about the combat. You may still have a soft spot in your stomach, but it's a level we'll work around. While lighting a cigarette after work, I asked them about their reactions to this battle, and they were unexpectedly good about it. It seems that Shiratoko-san had more background knowledge than I expected to have in order to adapt to our side, and she was able to understand the dangers as well. How's the deep thinking going? No history of crime or dangerous thoughts. No reaction. A little on the skewed side, but it's all good. Is your personality inclined? It's a strange thing for Miss Sula to say, but if it's all clear, as long as it's all clear, I'm fine with it. That's good to hear. I'll be coming over later. I look forward to seeing you. This interview is almost over. We now have a good idea of Kaido's abilities. At the very least, having Kaido here will make the dungeon less of a burden on me individually. I know you'll have nightmares, but it's time to get up, and if you don't like it, you'd rather be dragged away by me? I'm walking on my own. Well, I can't just stand here and wait for you to find out. Then put some guts into it, because you're about to meet your colleagues. I'm fired up. Seeing Kaido get up with a shake-in from a lazy getting up motion, I wonder where he's hiding such strength. On top of that, the way he skips forward in the direction of the elevator makes me think that he could have completed the level at least one more level higher. Senpai, we're going quickly. I know, you're a real cash cow, aren't you? The door is opened in front of the elevator and the junior colleague who is waiting for you is urging you to get into the elevator. You specify the floor and start to go up, but you swing a chop down at the back of Kaido's head, who looks restless and fidgety. Ochi, calm down. Kaido is gradually establishing his position as a gag character. But even so, when he's serious, he becomes serious. I'm not that worried about it, but it was taken care of because it didn't show any signs of settling down. And then the elevator door opened. Nagai, I can't decide, that I can't decide. Shut up about it. Zap. That is. But then I saw a series of contrived scenes unfold and stopped in my tracks. Then I see what Suira just said. Certainly deviant personality. I've seen girls shouting unintelligible words in kendo before, but this is the first time I've seen a woman shouting in a language I don't understand. Wow, she's quite a character. I'd like to tell Kaido to stop talking to you, the prefect, as he gazes at Shiratoko from the side. The slap that would have made a beautiful sound if Harrison had been there had caught Shiratoko's head, but it's hard to grasp the situation. Miss Suila, what's this all about? Actually, I finished my vocational class, aptitude, but it seems that my aptitude and the career she wanted to do didn't mesh. She's torn between taking her aptitude and her hobby. Huh? Suitability? I didn't do it. You decided to do it before you did. The class aptitude test is a comforting way to find out what kind of job you're suited for by answering a few questions based on data from our first-year students. At least we're not asked to become a warrior because our aptitude is warrior. But I haven't even told him he's going to pass. Senior, are you trying to win them over? I guess they've forgotten all about it. They're just focused on what they want to do. Well, I wish they could see me like that. Win. Which one do you want me to choose? That I do. The gamer mentality says to focus on efficiency, and the fantasy brain says to follow your heart. Calm down for now. I'm sure there are some of us who would love to work with a slapstick duo like that. Kaido, it's going to be a lively affair. Whoosh. Miss Suila, can we hire those two? Okay, I'll have the paperwork ready. The image of the party that is about to take shape at last. The future of Hinadori was made here and now. I walked up to them with such a small sense of accomplishment in my heart. Hey, what do you guys think of the fantasy? One can't contain his excitement and the other is scratching his head at the sight of the other. Contrasting, but balanced. My interview ended with just one word. These two interviews. It's great, that it is. We're losing common sense. I'll end with this one word. Tanaka Jiro. 28 years old, single, no girlfriend. Occupation dungeon tester, full-time, plus recruiter, scout. Magic aptitude 8, general class. Officer of the year. Warrior. Status. Force 284, Force 355, Endurance 302, Endurance 396, Agility 142, Agility 187, Endurance 199, -5, greater than Endurance 238, -5. Instrumental 188, Instrumental 222, Knowledge 45, Knowledge 50, Intuition 36, Intuition 51, Luck 5. Greater than Luck 5. Magic Power 157, Magic Power 207. State. Nicotine addiction, lung pollution. Word of the day. What was the most damaging part of today? Oh, and the romantic comedy was damaged too, but that's the best. Tyranny. 1817. Unexpected is something that is not expected and is not something that can be expected. TXT. Tanaka Jiro, 28 years old, single, no girlfriend. Occupation dungeon tester, full-time, plus recruiter. Magic aptitude 8, general class. Officer of the year, warrior. Suddenly, I have a habit of scratching the back of my head when I'm in trouble or troubled. It may be to improve concentration or to change your mind, but to me it's a completely unconscious action. Senpai, what's troubling you? Look at the status of those two and see what the future party plan is at. Is that the status of those two? Yeah, it's personal information, private information. A few days after the interview, I successfully welcomed my new friends into the fold, and finally we were able to establish a relationship that allowed us both to call each other by our names. I told them they can call me whatever they want, so let's see what they call me. I push away Kaido's face as he tries to look at my tablet which has the information of the two of you, and tilt it so that we can look at the screen together. Masaru Tokurazawa, age 16. Occupation student. Magical aptitude 5. Sub-Lieutenant General Class. Position TBT. Status. Power 11, Endurance 9, Agility 9, Endurance 15, Dexterous 20, Knowledge 48, Intuition 1, Luck 9, Magical Power 22, Preferred Position Monk. If you compare the average physical ability status of an adult male who has not been enhanced by the magic crests as one of the standards, the average of latent statuses such as knowledge are mixed. But his status is much higher than the average. Oh, it's higher than my initial status, particularly the knowledge part. Yuge. My status is more of a physical one, whereas his is a supportive one. In fact, he's chosen to be a support person. It's a logical choice, but dark clouds are everywhere. If this isn't why I want to be here. Slide down to see the reason for your request. Reason for requesting. I decided that this is the best position for me to support South, as he will undoubtedly cause some problems. And I volunteered for this position, because I thought I would be able to assist you. Therefore, is that guy really in high school? I'm not sure I can take my writing this seriously. The first part of the dissent may be a personal matter, but the reasons for the rest of it are something that could be written directly on a resume if you change the content to some famous company. I thought he was mature, but it's so clear in writing. I thought he was a sincere and honest boy, but how he managed to get to this point at his age, a third-rate university graduate, have no idea how he did it. Well, let's hope Katsu is right. We'll need someone to come back to us. Well, Do you want me to handle the accounting as well? Don't make me do your job. I thought it was a good idea, but I didn't think it would be a good idea to entrust accounting to a part-time worker. He's a bit of a hard boy to use, but if he fits the mold, he'll figure it out. The problem is the darkness behind the dark clouds. This is exactly what I wasn't expecting. Wow. Shirato Minami, 18 years old. Occupation student. Magical aptitude 7, quarter general level. Position TBT. Status Power 2. Endurance 1. Agility 2. Endurance 1. Dexterity 6. Knowledge 98. Intuition 8. Luck 7. Magical power 112. Preferred position Endowed Master. This has made me completely blind to the future of party policy. It's a completely fixed turret, even though its status should have been enhanced by the magic crests. It's too low and sharp across the board, and I can only comment on that. And I have no idea how to operate this fixed tower. It's not a question of how to do it. What do I have to do to make this happen? Kaido's right. That's what I want to hear. Even lack of exercise has its limits. If I was asked to think of a use for this status, the only thing that comes to mind is a fixed turret that only shoots big magic. In a dungeon where it's supposed to run around and fly around, it's nothing but a flaw. I suppose it has potential, though. I'm going to have to play Sergeant Hauptmann. If there's anything we can do about it, it's in the future, not now. Magical aptitude is simply the amount of status improvement that comes from affinity with magic. The higher your magic aptitude is, the more you'll gain when you train in a space with magic power. Therefore, it can be said that the magic aptitude of 7 is a futuristic number. It's a simple matter of the total amount of magic tank, but in the case of the South, the high magic power is completely useless unless you train it, so it's a waste of money. The time constraints of a part-time job are too much. Kaido's suggestion might be excessive, but it might be a method. Since they have magic power, we can train their physical strength to the max. But unlike us part-timers and students, these girls are bound by the constraints of schoolwork, so it's difficult to train them intensively. Kaido, looking at this status, can you think of a position she's suited for? Office job. For a moment, I thought of Minami sitting in front of the computer in a suit, but I couldn't help but feel uncomfortable, so I quickly put it out of my mind. My first impression is that he doesn't fit the figure of a serious worker in my mind. You've gotten away from the dungeon. It's a status that is not suited for combat. He's very positive about it, and he was going to work 5 days a week. But Katsu stopped him from doing so, and now he has to work 3 days a week, and if possible, 4 days a week. I'll have to change my working style and do some work on the party room. We don't have overtime, do we? The word overtime disappears when you're able to choose your hours, and when you're working in a group, this kind of harm comes into play. At least there won't be any weekends off. For the two of you who are students, weekends are a limited amount of free time. It's not unusual for them to have a part-time job. The gutsy ones use early mornings and late nights to secure days off, but you don't want to attack a dungeon early in the morning or late at night. We'll have to rearrange our schedules. You shouldn't be taking it easy, you know. Is this your place? I'm rooting for you, senior. That's a pleasantly beautiful flip-flop. Then, if we're going to work our part-time jobs into it, then naturally we'll have to adjust our dungeon times. At least I won't be able to work on Saturdays and Sundays for a while. Those two will be training for a while, but Kaido, you'll be going into the dungeon to get used to the real battle. Are we finally going to get out of this hellhole? I won't deny that it was hell, but you'll appreciate it later, won't you? I won't go into it in depth here, because if I told that story to someone who hadn't had any experience with it, he wouldn't get half of what I'm talking about. I need to make a list of things to prepare for. Then I suddenly realized, hey, Kaido, do you have some money? There's no. You'll be on the jobs for a while longer. No. Can you take your supplies and put them in a dungeon? HLA? Another problem arose. The initial equipment funds for the two part-timers, Kaido, and the three of them. I have a little bit of money I've saved up from challenging dungeons as a military fund, but for the three of us, it's a bit too weak. How do you have time to spend money in that company? I want you to work 72 hours. At least I never had a chance to spend any money in this company. But that's why I had that kind of money saved up. There's no time to wear clothes. The fancy restaurants were closed. Games and books were worth the same as building blocks. And I ate and slept on my days off and had no time for hobbies. Asakusa for a moment. And even if I was mistaken, the word was enough to make me feel a little bit better about myself, to betray my admiration. Okay, you don't have to say another word. You're not a tourist when you say Asakusa. No, in a way it was sightseeing, or maybe she was seeking human skin to relieve stress, but I might have to teach this guy a lesson about limits. Otherwise, as Memoria predicted, she might fall prey to the whore. Let's get back to the point. It's well made and well equipped ... but it's only for people who can't afford the initial equipment. It's subpar equipment, both in terms of ability and materials. Your swords will chip when you cut through rocks and your leather armor won't protect you from piercing the goblin's bow, so you can't trust your life to such equipment. Then, if they can't enter the dungeon, it's better to let them train instead of playing. Kaido will train with Katsura and Minami. No. I don't want to live in that hell anymore. No questions asked. Spread out on the party room table is this month's schedule. You can create a format on your tablet, but handwriting will always be the way to go. You write with a mechanical pencil on a piece of paper that is in the drafting stage. You can make your schedule without worrying about a junior colleague shouting no at your back. The sad nature of regular employees is that once a schedule is made, unless there is something very special, if you don't carry it out you will be treated as irresponsible without asking why or what's going on, which is unreasonable, but that's the way the order of society works. Well, I think it's time to go. You know if we fall behind in our training, don't you? That's not how it's written, is it? Oh ho ho, senior, if I die, please put the computer in the commercial microwave and chill it for 30 minutes before throwing it away. Looking at the clock on the tablet, it's 10 minutes before the start of work, and if you factor in travel, it's time to go. If Kaido wanted to leave his life behind, I won't stop him, but I don't think he's going to. You should act fast before the word true gets stuck in the head of hell training. I stood with my tablet and materials on the table, seeing Kaido off with his work clothes in hand. Well, shall I go too? Today we have some things to do before we take on the dungeon. I'll make sure the room is locked and walk away. It's a pretty big company, actually. You'll pass employees as you move through the company, each of which is a fantasy now familiar to me. Good night, Gob. Are you off the night shift? Inspection of equipment, 3 days and all-nighters, coffee all over my body. If I didn't have magic, I'd be dead, Gob. Thanks for your help. So if you pass a vending machine, you can at least have this conversation. Our fantasies are tougher and involve more black work. The goblin leader, Skegab, is one of them. His yellow helmet with a safety first sign on it and a black coffee peach. He looks odd. The goblin that you might want to call the middle-aged goblin is now in the personnel department. Miss Suila, I need to talk to you about something. Yes, Jiro. Can I help you? We'd like to talk to you about 2 new arrivals. I'll report on the consultation in a brief, yet comprehensive manner. As for Miss Minami, we can only decide on a policy with her. But in general, Jiro-san's policy is acceptable. But has that been a problem for her education? Was that a problem to begin with? What I've been discussing is the South's education policy and the irregular training periods for part-time workers that occur during that time. They say it takes 3 days of exercise to come to your senses after a day off. It's no different when it's replaced by combat. Yes, we included part-time work for the purpose of accommodating those who would have trouble finding a schedule, but at first it was our policy to only allow full-time employees. The reason for this was, as Jiro-san said earlier, that it was difficult to get time and inefficient. If we hadn't had a bad turnout, we wouldn't have been included. Indeed, I know because I was a scout. You'd have a hard time recruiting people for this work environment. If the conditions are so severe, then you have to widen your scope as much as possible. So it's to be expected that Jiro-san would come to me for advice. Is it easy to recognize me at? No, this one happened to be what we had in mind, so we can only deal with it as soon as possible. But we don't always deal with it right away. So I would appreciate it if you would continue to consult with us as soon as possible. I understand. It's easy to consult with someone just to have them smile at you. What do you mean it's not supposed to happen? Jiro should be a little more grateful to Suila, specifically. Could you ask her out to dinner? This company has a friendly atmosphere, but this person, Miss Keeley, is even more friendly. Keeley, what are you talking about? I responded in response to Kaylee-san, who called out to me from the desk across from Namari. But it looks like she pointed out something she didn't want me to point out. Suddenly, you stand up and put your face close to Kaylee's and start whispering as if you were talking to her privately. One dinner. If you want more work, just ask. I'd be happy to do it for you, but there's more work to be done on the mountain. It was a topic that seemed to be of some relevance to me, but I tried to negotiate with her if she wanted me to keep quiet, and she sank me in a moment of cross-counter. I couldn't ignore the words of Miss Keeley before I asked her for advice. Seeing her like that. No, I'm sorry, I'll get you a cake again. That's good, but it's good to be back. Haha, Kaylee, you'll need to do this by noon. A pheasant has to cower to be shot. It would have been better if she had just sunk to the mat after the cross-counter, but she was in good shape, and that was the end of her luck. With a sigh, Suila-san activated her transference magic and a bunch of paper appeared with a thud. Huh? You make this much for lunch? You can't, can you? It's not a lot, but it doesn't look like it'll be enough for a morning's work. If you go into overdrive, you'll be fine. And Suila-san's eyes, which are smiling and pushing it on me, I can't look into them from my position. I don't want to operate my magic power like that on my body when it's not a battle. But looking at Kaylee's half-hearted protests, I can see why. Kaylee, if we don't get started, we're not going to finish, are we? I know you want me to do it, just do it. DM. Eventually, Kaylee was forced to start work by Suila's suspicious smile as she began to wear magic in her right hand. And the conversation resumes without incident. Yes, so, regarding the training period. Yeah, I wish I could do something about that. I had no choice but to go along for the ride. We're ready for you, sir. Are you sure it's ready? Yes, it's a bit of a special facility, so you'll have to go through an application process, but it was designed for Jiro-san and the other testers. With that said, Suila summoned the documents in hand. I've heard it's difficult to use transfer and summon magic for office work, but when you show me how easy it is, I want to use it too. I'll have to practice next time, and that's good enough for me. But the summoned data will come straight into my possession. The Time-Space Dimension Special Training Room. Long we call it the Time Division, but it's simply a room where you can train inside in a different timeline than outside. Isn't there no word for it? According to the information at hand, the maximum acceleration time was 24 times, or in other words, a day in an hour, just like something out of some boy's magazine. It was developed in order to control the flow of time by slowing down or accelerating the time in the facility and to improve the skill level of the part-time workers. The space in the facility has the same density of magic as the dungeon, so there are no problems in using magic or activating the magic pattern. I don't know anything about theory or anything like that, but fantasy is not only not at all outclassed by the modern world, it's partially outclassed by it. Unfortunately, due to the cost, there are only a few of these facilities, so you will need to apply in advance. The application process is written in the booklet that was handed out after the training, so please check it out. I think this might work. The difference in the actual working hours between part-time and full-time employees makes a difference in the quality of training and the time available for dungeon challenges. This facility will improve that. But that means you're going to be old before people, right? There is a flaw in everything. Accelerating time means accelerating the time of the entity inside, which means reducing its lifespan. If you use it for training, you may have an error of a month, and if you plan to use it in the future, you may have an error of a year's lifespan. It is not a problem that can be ignored. Aging before others is probably scarier than you can imagine. That's no problem either. Magic bodies don't age. What? Because it records physical data in the spirit stone and converts it into a magical body. It optimizes the magical crest's status improvement, but it doesn't make your body grow. In other words, you won't have to worry about growing old while you're in the dungeon and in your magical body. Does that mean I'm going to have a longer lifespan without even realizing it? It's because you're stopping your body from doing time. For a woman, that's a good thing, because it's kind of a turn-off, isn't it? Fantasy is awesome. In some respects it is more advanced than our technology. However, it does get old mentally, so the daily usage is limited to 3 hours, and even if your body doesn't mind, it is always mentally taxing. We set the limit for you, but if you feel any trouble, please stop it. It's too late to stop before anything happens. The modulation caused by the gap between mental and physical growth, this is something you have to experience to be able to say. Just to make sure you're okay, right? Rest assured that the various tribes have tested and validated the data. It's not that I'm doubting Miss Suila, but I've learned here that it's best to take a step back when dealing with these unknown things. 3 hours. 3 days of training in 1 day. This is quite an attractive facility that actually makes up for the lack of time. If you can use it in a dose-friendly manner, this is the best training facility. I will discuss this with my colleagues before making a decision. Thank you for your time. No, this is also my job, so I've already arranged for that and 2 of your soul spirit stones to be delivered to the common room. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, good luck with that. Octobosu. It was a long overdue conclusion, but a solution was found. We exchanged a brief greeting and Suira-san saw me off and I left the personnel office. I think I heard some kind of thunderbolt and a familiar scream around the time I walked through the door, but I have to enter the dungeon to fund it after this. Let's not concern ourselves with the details. I demand an explanation. That I do. And it's time. Why do I have to be here? A picture is worth 1,000 words. But it doesn't mean you can't go at it ignorantly. Knowledge is good for you. And Kaidos, you don't remember any data. This time, no 2 or 3 people are the same. Remember it together. On the first day of her part-time job over the weekend, Minami came to work with great enthusiasm when she was introduced to magic, fantasy, but she was not happy about the sudden classroom training. You can't just concentrate like this, though, if you become unserious. A scam? I'm sorry, please continue. Well, you've got to stop her, so you don't have to worry about it. Don't worry, we'll get on with the practical later. That's not exactly a relief to me. He almost agrees with Kaido that it's true, but he tightens his mouth to say that he shouldn't say that. Well, I get paid just for listening. You should rather consider yourself lucky. That's true, that's true. I get paid just for reading the strategy book. Huh? This is a great thing, that it is. It sounds like a good idea from the south, but it's right on target. I've often called it a strategy book, but if you look at the materials I've made, it's not necessarily wrong. The characteristics of the monsters, the equipment in the dungeon, the features, and although it's not a complete guide, it has a summary of the strategy information. Now that we're all convinced, let's begin the explanation. I'll give that information to you guys, so just write down your notes and anything else you need to know. Then, while explaining the material, he writes down the main points of the whiteboard material borrowed from the company. The most efficient way to work in a group is to divide up the work and have each person specialize in his or her own department. It is more effective to do one thing at a time, and more importantly, you will get used to it and become proficient in it. However, on the other hand, this method can lead to a drastic decrease in efficiency if one part is missing. Because you're specializing, you're not keeping track of the other information. And what I'm trying to do is risk sharing. I make it sound like specialization is bad, but specialization itself is not bad. The point is to keep the advantages of mastery and efficiency and avoid the disadvantages of stagnation that come with the lack thereof. In organizing the party, each position determines the role of the party. If you are the vanguard, the vanguard's job is assigned to you, and if you are the rearguard, the rearguard's job is assigned to you. Of course, there is other information that must be shared by all of us. This is the escape mechanism. It's basically useless when the monster is around, so be careful, because if you run back as fast as you can and you need to escape with the monster behind you, it's just a dead end. It's so gross. If this dungeon is made into a game, it will definitely be certified as a F-King game, that it is an escape mechanism. For example, if I was the only one who knew how to activate it, and I was injured and had to retreat, I'd have no choice but to return to the first entrance. During that time, I would have the disadvantage of carrying a wounded person and losing my strength, and the risk factor would skyrocket. I'm sure it's not uncommon to find a work environment where the lack of sharing of a single piece of information is a demerit to this extent. But I'm convinced that this is the kind of workplace you should be working in, and I'll continue to explain. Is there anything I don't understand in the explanation so far? How do you use magic? Ah, you're right, Katsura. It's quicker to get you to actually do that part than to explain it with your mouth, so you can do it later. Ugh, I can't wait to use my magic, that I can. Then why are you a grandmaster? Why don't we just let him be a wizard? For the record, it's probably sober. Positionally, it's a little early, but I'll take a break and clear up any doubts that are bothering me while I'm at it. That's sweet. Leader, it seems like they've decided on a name for me, but it's not a strange thing to call me, so let's not worry about it. This kind of seemingly simple and unfortunate job is actually a shortcut to the strongest, that it is. I know I'm running afoul of every fantasy I've ever had, but it's a cat company. Kaido calmly shoves Minami, who poses with a thumping sound effect, into the air. The first thing you need to do is to get your equipment ready before you make any changes. Our team isn't wealthy enough to afford the extra expense. Just in case South, who is typically blind to reality and makes the type of choices that fail based on vague information, he nails it. In fact, I wanted a supportive wizard rather than an attacking wizard because I have the magician Kaido. So I'm grateful for Minami's choice. Roger that. The cheerful reply seems to be motivated, which makes me smile. But when I see Katsu next to me holding his head in his hands, I can see that he is acting on his own accord. You can see that he is having a hard time, but he has no intention of getting into his private life. Well, it's good to have a break, and it's better to get used to it than to learn it. I've just finished the outline of the class, so let's finish the lecture. I changed the atmosphere to ease my shoulders and put away the materials I was using. Oh, I don't understand! Exclamation mark. These two perceptive men react in opposite ways. Kaido reacts with despair and Minami with hope. And let's move on to the on-the-job training you've been waiting for. Let's just get down to the reality of society. Well, it's not so difficult to show the reality of society. In order for you to be dressed appropriately for exercise, you will change into the jerseys we prepared for you and move around the room. It's a magic-filled training room with no time controls or monsters, and that's where the two of you will have your first practical training session. Yeah. It's nothing compared to the first practical training I did that looked like a joke. Nothing like that. It should be. We've only gone 3 miles. If they were fortified with the magic crests, they would at most sweat and not be distracted by the breath, but in reality, South is down. I'm sure you're not the only one. With this, we can go toe-to-toe with the mothers in the supermarket. What kind of supermarket, ladies? They were having a conversation with Kaido about something unheard of, but for now, the other side had a relaxed expression on their face. It turns out that the cause of the problem is in the south. I thought it was a bad idea to fight suddenly, so I asked him to practice improving his physical abilities with magic, and it seems to be a good decision. The students study as their profession, so despite the fact that we are teaching them how to use their senses, both of them soon became able to use their magic. Then the physical ability test and an unstructured exercise are given to you to feel the magic in a completely free activity. They can't hide their amazement that their bodies don't change as they run and jump, but the results change, especially for Minami. He was so happy to see me that I was losing my character. I can be the wind now, that I can be the wind. I asked him to try out some running, but he was happy with the results, holding and opening his hands without breaking a sweat. At first I followed Katsu, but after 1 kilometer he was already lagging behind, and after 2 kilometers there was no sign of his initial speed, and after 3 kilometers he was in a heap with repeated hyperventilating breaths. Should I rejoice in my decision to not include combat training from the start, or should I lament the fact that this company was tainted by the thought that it should be included in the combat training? It's not a good idea to worry about it when you're having a drink with your friends, but it's a good idea to change into a jersey that can be used for exercise. But if you're equipped with this equipment, how much time will you have? Well, this is the reality. As you exhale your cigarette smoke and wonder in the corner of your mind what you would do if you were at the same limit of activity as some giant of light from some nebula, you tell the South that fantasy is also reality. There are adverse effects of the initial level, that it is. You're just a lazy kid. That's why I told you to get some exercise. You said it's okay to stay fat, and that's what you deserve. Minami, who is just starting to breathe, is chased down by Katsura. I can't find any elements of denial when I see this reality, so I'll take advantage of it. But there's nothing to talk about without the basics. The main business is fighting, so we need to build up our basic strength for a while. Well, we'll do the magic training at the same time for the victory. Discrimination, that is. I'm sorry, but that's a distinction. If you can't do what you can't do, you will fail to do the next step. The basics are important in everything. It's common practice everywhere to separate the work of those who can and those who can't. There's no magic exercise until you can run at least 5 kilometers. Reality is merciless, that it is. What can I say? It's not as bad as when I was in training. Yeah, if I was asked to run as fast as I can with a training course, I'd definitely choose to run as fast as I could. What kind of training did you do? We just had a couple of live fire drills where we could see the river Sanzu several times. I'm probably dead in the face right now. Spitting out his cigarette smoke, he summed up his training in one word. That's what my training was like. Is that what my training is like right now? And Kaido's face was dead. I'm glad I'm not a full-time employee, that I am. You okay? This company. Well, don't worry, I'm not gonna make you do it all on your own. Will you eventually do it? That you will. I can only smile at the South's cry. I've got to get her away from reality for now. But my reaction made them realize something and their faces turn pale. To get this guy back into society, sacrifices have to be made for him to get back into society. I'll do it. South, I'm ready for it. Winning? I looked at Minami, who was upset by the scene that his childhood friend and Katsura had decided to prepare for, and the day passed in this way with the addition of the 2 part-time workers. And I couldn't decide whether or not to tell them that the real hunting stick is determined to appear or not. Tanaka Jiro, 28 years old, single, no girlfriend. Occupation dungeon tester, full-time, plus recruiter, scout. Magic aptitude 8, general class. Officer of the year, warrior. Status: Force 355, Force 371. Endurance 396. Greater than endurance 398. Quickness 187. Quickness 202. Endurance 238, -5. Greater than endurance 250, -5. Instrument 222. Instrument 229. Knowledge 50. Knowledge 50. Intuition 51. Intuition 56. Luck 5. Greater than luck 5. Magical power 207. Magical power 231. State: nicotine addiction. Lung pollution. Word of the day: common sense crumbles as you get to know society. Well, there's insanity parading around in this company. 1918 There is a mascot in the company, but txt. Another side. Lois, 232 years old, single, no girlfriend. Occupation: trainer in charge of tester training in human resources and belonging to the development department. Magical aptitude 6, deputy officer class. Title, alchemist and wizard. The development department is one of the busiest departments in the company. New monsters must be created to meet the needs of the dungeon, so the workload is never ending. Naturally, there will be no time to rest. There is no such thing as a high risk of having a lot of work and a high risk of losing your reputation if you skip work. I was on my 4th night in such a department. Why did I have to create such a monster? The Dark Elves may not be able to tell, but there are definitely circles under my eyes. I'm known to be very perceptive, and I'm sure the bloodshot eyes have become even more severe. This is all because we were going to introduce a new monster into the king's dungeon, and a monster with a very different specification than what we had originally planned was ordered. Ha 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 ha. But I did it. You're a genius, after all. I'm aware of my strange tension, but now I have a finished work in front of me. The euphoric feeling of accomplishment. I might even be able to propose to Suila now. My colleagues, who were killed in the process of developing this monster, are lying on their desks, floors and sofas, snoring asleep as soon as it was completed. This is a masterpiece that only took a month to complete. I'm sure Suila will love this one. I guess I'm at my wit's end, but well, we met the deadline and I don't want anyone to complain about me taking a nap. Even if you strengthen your body, it won't make you sleepy. After 4 days and all-nighters, even the strengthened body demands rest. You will be able to get a good idea of what to expect when you are in a position to do so. But this is an interesting idea for Japan, only a country with so much fun to draw attention to itself by dressing like this. Not that it matters to me. It's a 2-meter-long behemoth in a cylinder case, a golem created under the direction of the king of the machine, but it's made with a different idea. It's definitely a golem that doesn't exist in either Azul or the Demon King's army. It's just as expected of me that you can make such a thing. There's still time to give it to the king. But if you think about efficiency, to be efficient, we should at least choose a timer to prepare for activation. I just need to pour the magic into the foundation, do some prep work, do one last check, make sure everything is okay, and then we're all set. Then let's go to sleep. I didn't even have time to take a shower, as I've been pushing myself since the day before yesterday. I wanted to wash my sticky hair. This desire pushed me to leave the lab as quickly as possible. Another side end. Isn't it getting more and more of your stuff, Minami? Is that so? Leader, this much is normal, that it is. No, we didn't have a video game console or anything like that before, did we? Because this DVD or whatever didn't exist, right? If you say so, what will happen to Katsu, who has brought in detergent and cooking utensils? That I am the only one who should be careful, that I am not. It's not fair for me to be the only one to be careful, that I am. What kind of idiot can watch out for a guy in charge of food? The discrimination against women's power that has emerged here has made me despair, that I am desperate, that I am. The party room, which started out as a drab place, is now starting to show some color. The desk in the living room is mainly occupied by a work computer, while games and DVDs are stored on a TV rack near the sofa. At one end of the living room there is a bookcase, where comics and magazines are kept as well as work materials. The kitchen is a kitchen, and there are pots and pans, ladles, knives, dishes and seasonings, and you can buy anything you want with your part-time job money. But I don't know if it's necessary to buy all these things, but I can't eat them as I have my lunch made for me often. At least, the cost of the foodstuff for lunch is raised from the common expenses of the party. I'm sure you'll be able to find a way to get a receipt for your lunch, but at least you'll be able to get the money from the party's common expenses. It's not easy to practice magic and marathoning endlessly. No, Minami-chan, you're not much better than us. You saw that, didn't you? I almost went through the ceiling yesterday. I'm up against the wall. As preparation for the dungeon, I planned a training session and submitted it to the Human Resources Department as a substitute for time spent in the dungeon. That was a surprise, that it was. Just when you think it takes 2 grown men to cut down a beautiful dark elf, you're blown up, that is. Since I couldn't just train with my party members and try it out in a straight-up dungeon, I challenged Sula to at least try to coordinate with Kaido. But their result was a disaster. Our breathing wasn't coordinated, and I was taken out of the gap and dealt with in turn. I thought it was a lot better than it was at the beginning, but the difference in ability is obvious when you lose with a single club without even using magic. Lunch is ready. Sorry, winning. No, you're paying for the materials, so there's at least that. As I was reaffirming my reality, the smell of my hungry stomach was wafting in the air. Masaru, I'm hungry. That I am. The first to react was South. He looked like an indoor dog that had been waiting to be fed, but his eyes were focused on the plate and not on Katsu. I'll clear the table, just give me a second. He's used to dealing with the South like that, but he's just letting it slide. There is a tray in one hand with 3 servings of freshly prepared fried rice on it. Normally, he or she would drop it or lose balance, but the instability is not visible due to his or her familiarity with it, and his or her status has been improved by his or her magic crests. You can use your free hand to quickly clean up the items on the table and wipe the table with a wipe cloth. I'll take care of the rest. Excuse me, it's fine. It's no good as a senior if you only let junior staff work for you. Kaido has been doing this ever since he got a guy named Katsu, his junior. At first, he revealed his characteristic ugliness as a single man, telling her she was a southern hump and that she should explode. But as she realized that Masaru was a nice, straightforward guy, that attitude waned. By the time he returned with a smile, he had brought a bowl of fried rice, dumplings and a bowl of soup in his hands. When there was enough food for all of us, we all began to eat. It wasn't mandatory, but we naturally ate lunch together. It started with the company cafeteria, where I saw Katsu preparing a lunch to appease Minami, who wanted to eat a meal from another world. The price of the ingredients is a little pricey, but not too expensive. This luncheon started when Katsu started to challenge me. Even though they're called eggs from another world, they don't taste much different. Yeah, it's just plain fried rice for eating, with a lot of flavor and a slight difference in flavor. All of the ingredients are from another world, though, except for the rice. You can find fried rice, dumplings, and Chinese soup everywhere, but the ingredients such as eggs, vegetables, and meat are all prepared in commercial establishments. Naturally, they were all ingredients that I had never seen or heard of in my life. I had some initial resistance to it. But if people look nice, as long as they take a bite, it'll be fine. As long as it's good, that it's no problem. Yeah, the resistance to food disappears. It's not that I'm eating a ghetto, but I feel like I'm eating something new. It looks like a complete fried rice. No, we'll talk after we eat. Gokun, so what are you going to do this afternoon, senior? We're going into the dungeon tomorrow afternoon. But today is the same training as yesterday. When working people have lunch together, the conversation naturally turns to work. To save time and effort, they talk about work, even during breaks. Is that Suila? The plan is, we'll go over what we did yesterday and then have another simulation. At the very least, we should be able to get him to use his magic today. Wow, Katsu, you're with us yesterday. We're injured, we're practicing our recovery magic, otherwise you're running with the South. I am running. It's a fantasy. But it's not a fantasy, that it isn't. I'll be running with you, and if you can run 5 kilometers today, you can start practicing your magic tomorrow, so let's go for it. For the first time since the two of them arrived, Katsu like a mother encouraging her child like this and Nan like an unfaithful child. Their ages are reversed, so it should normally feel strange, but with these two, I've found myself accepting that it's natural. From a status standpoint, it's about time for them to enter magical training as well. Yes, it's necessary for self-defense, but it's not a good idea to just go in for everything. Watching such a scene, the South's policy was set. The demon print is really amazing. It should have been only a few weeks and 3 days if you take into account the time spent on the job, but Minami had already far surpassed the first record. You can run about 3 kilometers without losing your breath, and complete the race before 5 kilometers without getting dizzy. Your endurance status has also improved steadily. If you've done so well, there's no problem to move on. Let's move the spoon to eat the last bit of fried rice and prepare for the training session from noon. We haven't seen Suila. Yeah, the time is 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and I have already finished my break and the move to the training room. I'm doing warm-up exercises, relaxing my body and getting ready to move at any time. That's unusual. Yeah, by the time you're done stretching, your body will gradually warm up and adjust to the point where you'll sweat slightly. He doesn't talk much, and he doesn't say many words while exercising, but he's certainly right. Suira-san is on time. If she was Kyo, it's not unusual for her to be 5 or 10 minutes late because of a drinking party the day before, but she would never be late without notice. So I'm afraid something might be wrong. A telepathic story. Then you notice a distinctive ringing in your head. I paused my stretching to think it might be a shadow or something, and went out for a reminder. Yes, this is Jiro. Jiro-san, I'm sorry. I knew it was going to be Suila. What's going on? Actually, I have some urgent business to attend to, and I'm afraid I won't be able to do the training this afternoon. I knew there was a reason for this, and I feel half relieved and half disappointed that I won't be able to see you, but I don't talk about it. I'm asking for your time and I'm asking for it. If another high priority job comes along, it will take precedence. I'm sorry, sir. This is all right, you get it. Really? I'm sorry. This is often the case in the previous company, and although I answered with conviction, Suira-san's voice sounded heartily apologetic. But I wonder what the high-priority tasks are. It is selfish to say that you have a solid schedule, but I honestly didn't have an image of Suira breaking her schedule by jumping in and out of work. So I'll just assume that you have a pretty tough job ahead of you. In addition, several experimental stage monsters have escaped from the laboratory and are wandering around the company, so please make sure you are well equipped when moving around. You will find them everywhere inside the facility, although we have wards to prevent them from going outside. Apostrophe. I've been busy dealing with some unexpectedly important, yucky, business. Yes, Mom. So should I take shelter in my dorm? Please, if you can, and please, keep your weapons on and evacuate to a secure location. I tried to answer calmly so as not to show my inner surprise, but was I able to mend my expression? The possibility of getting attacked by a monster in a non-dungeon environment, I didn't consider that. In the company, we're safe, and maybe if we were in normal times, we would be. But, there's an explosion at my back. Miss Sula, it looks like we're too late. No way. Now I understood that we were on thin ice. The entrance to the training room was blown into the room by a sudden explosion, and something was reflected in the dust cloud. Give yourself some time. Evacuate if you can. I'll be there in 15 minutes. I can't hear Suila's voice one way or the other, but this is not the time to worry about it. South, with Katsu in the back, Kaido in the center, I'll be the vanguard. It's a simple formation, but I think it's about right for now. We've got 4 men, but practically only half of them are me and Kaido. But it happened so suddenly that the other 3 didn't hear our orders. Move. We're in a dungeon now. It was a shouting instruction, but it was inevitable. A moment's carelessness can be fatal when you're experiencing a dungeon. That's why I knew that. The 3 of you react and begin to move slowly. But we're lucky they're moving. Soon the enemy will come out from behind the smoke. My heart's pounding in my ears as it tenses up. After all, it's a monster that's escaped from the lab, one I've probably never faced before. It's an unknown enemy, and that alone makes my body tense. My mind wishes I had more experience, but my body isn't as tense as it should be. Now I can see my opponent. But in an instant, my nerves were relaxed. SD Sentai Robot, that it is? It's like a costume. This is all very surreal, isn't it? I was expecting a sharp monster to appear, and as I was preparing myself, I was overwhelmed by a 2-headed, much cuter Sentai robot that looked like something out of a loose character. The color of the body and limbs are different, as if they were made to look like a Sentai-type robot or something that would be mounted by a hero, but the face is much cuter and the body is more rounded. Its footsteps are light, and it walks slowly. I'm not sure if I've felt threatened by such a thing. Since Suila was in a hurry, the tension was twice as great as usual, so the feeling of weakness is twice as great. For now, let's just try not to provoke the training room. I couldn't say let's get out of here. The toy sword that appeared in the loose character Guillem's right hand, I felt it for sure the moment it appeared. A killing intent. Avoid. I yelled right away, just as I was about to yell. And then he turned his body and turned his head at the same time. Out of the corner of my eye I caught sight of a loose character Guillem leaping with an after image that showed no signs of preliminary movements. The Guillem leaps high, and then leaps over me to find out intuitively what it wants to do and puts all of its strength into it. Exclamation mark. My teeth gnash. I put all the strength I could into my legs with my clenched teeth, and with a single step I broke through the wind. I crossed the side of the hall, in front of South and Katsu. I could feel the heat of friction on the soles of my feet, and the pressure on my feet to brake quickly was going to be even greater. If I had time to worry about that, I'll devote some of my time to thinking about adjusting my body posture. There's no way we're going to be able to intercept them in time. We'll soon learn that there's no time to shake it out. Then what you need to do is take it in. Don't snap. At the same time I hold the blade upward as if to offer it to the mineral tree. I feel a tremendous weight and wind pressure. My arms creak, my shoulders creak, my hips creak, and my knees feel like they're about to snap. Maybe it's because I let the impact escape to the floor, but I'm feeling cracks running down my legs. Contrary to the appearance of looseness, the heavyweight weight of the bamboo chopper is used to its advantage. That's annoying. If you look up, you'll be greeted by a cute face that doesn't change its expression, but coupled with a murderous intent, you can't think it's cute. You're trying to push it through, but the force is balanced, or perhaps slightly defeated. I've been silently putting all my strength into pushing him down, and he's gradually coming towards me. Oh Leia. No. I was gritting my teeth trying to do something about it when I heard Kaido scream, and my killing intent was slightly but diverted. I was screaming before I realized what it meant, but I couldn't do anything about it when I was pinned down by the weight. The heavy arm mercilessly gouged Kaido, who was slashing at you from behind in the manner of a back fist. Kaido, even if the durability was increased by the magic crests, The reception is not good. It's the best way to make sure that you're not going to have to worry about the fact that you're not going to have to worry about the fact that you're not going to have to worry about the fact that you're not going to have to worry about the fact that you're not going to have to worry about it. Kaido remained motionless. He screamed from the depths of his gut and forcibly flung the Guillem's sword, which had become a one-handed sword, and slashed into his torso, but he only retreated with a few sparks. Victory. Kaido's treatment. Yeah. I know that's a drop in the bucket. I don't think I can do anything with it. It would still be different if I could give you the potion on my hip, but we're locked in a standoff. I can't do that either. But it's better than not trying. And that's better than not doing it, which is what needs to happen now. We're moving, that we are. We've got to move, that we have to move. Minami is calling out to Katsu as he shakes his shoulder. The scene so far, from the time he was almost killed to the time Kaido was blown up, has caused Katsu's mind to be on the verge of overheating. He hasn't been able to respond properly, but Minami is desperately trying to move. Honestly, it's a nice miscalculation for Minami to be able to move in this situation. Even if it's a survival instinct, there's no room for you to fight while defending yourself, so please stay away from me for a moment now. Katsu stood up as if being pulled by the arm and headed towards Kaido's, while the Guillem also reacted. Don't look at me like that. I'll step in and I won't let you. I'd rather swing as hard as I can than cut and run. My mineral tree and the sword beyond will spark. And then the Guillem's murderous intent was directed at me, its greatest threat. So I'll scream to beat back the desire to kill. That's the signal for war. The trees clash as they clash, but are blocked by their swords. My opponent is clearly superior to me, and unlike my instructors, he has no qualms about killing me. Kaido-san, we're up, that we are. If you sleep, you will die, that is. With my colleague behind me, I'm the only one who can break the current situation. Kaha, we can't afford to lose. The switch to battle has been turned on. You feel something click. No, a thump, and the magic power continues to flow into the magic crest like fuel being pumped into an engine. The oxygen in your blood is replenished with magical power, and you swing the mineral tree to reach the limit of anaerobic exercise. This is a full attack with all your strength. It's hard. That was a response. I'm sure there's a scratch on it, but I still can't imagine cutting it down. As a swallowing motion, the first blow flicked the sword and the second sliced into the body, but it did no damage. Despite its soft, stuffed suit-like appearance, it's actually as hard as armor made of a special alloy. I'm tempted to say what a nightmare this is, but I know that saying that won't change the current situation. I'm not going to give up. As if to show such a will, he maintained an offensive stance. If slashing is not an option, then blows are used. If blows are not an option, then stabs are used. Leader. Kaido-san. The equilibrium you're holding in concentration is slightly shaken. I forcefully flick my sword away, taking a moment to pause, and look towards the voice for a moment. In just a few moments, the enhanced eyes caught a crying Minami turning to me, screaming and desperately casting a recovery spell on Katsu's form. You're not going to make it in time. The blow Kaido had received was more serious than he thought. I've seen enough to alert me to the situation. Katsu should continue to heal as is. I've got to do something. Turn your head and shake the mineral tree. You try to think of some way to break the ice, to get it into your head that only has the capacity to cut and tie even. I use my mind as if it were a busy season with work piling up. We can't leave any openings. So what do you want to do? Kaido is in danger. The only way to save him? Prolonging life with potions at the waist. The act of tying up the pieces one by one while thinking about them. A tightrope battle. The instincts that set off alarm bells. The current state of affairs that could overheat at any moment. The desire to flee, are suppressed by reason, and you stay in place. And then you decide. Impossible, reckless. Every word would have been the right word for what I was doing. I was somehow trying to manage a situation where we were locked in a deadlock with both hands, and I was trying to do something with one hand. The moment you flicked your opponent's sword, you let go of the mineral tree you were holding with both hands and quickly draw your spare dagger. Then you cut the strap of the pouch at your waist. That's as far as I could go. Naga. The price is one arm. The opponent couldn't miss the blatant opening. In the first place, they wielded their swords with one hand and had one hand free at all times. There was no way they wouldn't attack because their attacking hand was loose and there was an opening, and they had the means to attack. A fist comes at me from the left side and I take it with my left arm, not with Minerva. A horrible, bone-cracking sensation and pain rushes through my head. Losing an arm would be far more than halving my offensive power. And I know it's a fatal choice. It's foolish to give up our only recourse. But, leader, south. Run. Still, You have to do it. I'm used to ignoring the pain. Instead of writhing in pain, my thoughts move quickly and quickly to the next. From now on, my mind will be focused on pushing him away from the potion that fell from my waist. I can't afford to listen to the South's screams. Shaking my shattered left arm, I'm wielding the mineral tree with one hand and letting my legs flex like a whip as I attack. If it's not powerful enough, count your blows. If it's not powerful enough, aim for the vital points. Aim at the joints, eyes, and neck, all fragile spots. Strike again, and connect to close the gap. Push back, attack, instill the threat in your opponent. Slow and steady push back, and your position is gradually changing. The sound of footsteps rushing in there, in the midst of a killing match. Minami is about to jump into a place not even a few meters away from it. South. It's like someone else's problem. You can't let him go. The golem, which is slightly reactive to the South's actions, will be attacked even faster. It's like piercing through a stone in the rain. You continue to move your body, hoping that this blow will bring your opponent down. Leader. It's all right now, that it is, and we got the South off the grid. That's all we have to do if we can hold on until Miss Suela gets here! Exclamation mark. Just a crack in the road. It was indeed born. The golem's chest, the deformed mouth of the dragon with its deformed mouth open, was slightly delayed in its reaction to the light. I used the tree as a shield, but the heat and shockwave bounced the tree off, and, Leader, Jiro-san, a hot feeling in your gut. Gofo. And the red stuff that comes out of your mouth. No, I know what it is. In his gut is the sword of the golem, and out of his mouth is blood. He's dead. Yes, I'm aware of that. This damage is fatal to a non-magical body. My vision is starting to blur. But that's strange. I'm dying, and yet I can't seem to not want to die. It's more important. Nijiro. With what little strength I have left, I grab the hilt of my sword. To buy as much time as possible, I focus what strength I have left in my right hand, wondering if I'll ever let go of the power. I don't know if it's in there or not. I squeeze out a muffled voice that can't be heard. But I did say that. Maybe it was because I was dying and knew I wasn't going to make it, or maybe it was something else, but I had a choice to let those men go. Slowly, my eyelids start to fall, and this will be the last time I see them. I know I didn't regret my choice. What are you doing? I thought I heard someone's voice at the end. Another side. I don't know if I've ever felt so much anger before. And where was this anger going? The sight of the broken door I saw as I rushed into it instantly flooded my magic back. What are you doing? The sigil activates. Oh, you're not worth it. Why couldn't I have acted differently then? Even if I was far away from this training facility, even if I was dealing with a monster that had escaped, wouldn't I have been able to come here sooner, before Jiro-san was hurt? Oh, I don't want to understand. Oh, I don't want to see it. I don't want to see Jiro-san being driven through the sword. I've given you a dangerous task. I'm the one who asked you to take on the dungeon, and this was our failure. He's filled with self-loathing. But something cold and sharp drives me. What are you doing? And with a shout, the magic that had been flowing back into the water became a torrent. Magical crests rose to the surface. I will not allow it. Overrun my family. Save my family. Save my family. Destruction is our mission. Destruction is our salvation. With my full power, overdrive, I will summon a summoning formation with a spell. I will choose the highest ranking spirit in my circle, 100-armed giant with both darkness and fire to summon. The development department has orders to capture it. Judging from the orders, this is blatant overstrength. But I know nothing of this. I will not tolerate an entity that will harm my mind. I won't give it the chance to ask for forgiveness. Don't think you can hurt that man and expect him to exist. Destroy him and leave no dust untouched. I slam the tip of my kun on the floor as if to release a wedge to release it from the summoning formation. I am able to communicate with the spirits, and that's enough for me to give orders to the spirits. They don't have time to turn around and deal with me. There are 100 arms that are as thick as a grown man's head with just one arm, and their very existence is darkness and fire itself. Even if the other side intercepted it with a single arm, it would still be overwhelmed by its overwhelming strength. It does not harm Jiro, who is a few centimeters away from it, but melts the golem away and leaves no trace of its existence. It's an instantaneous attack and defense, a moment of anger and regret and sorrow that cannot be erased. You catch that person who runs lightly and falls down with a thud. I'm sorry. I didn't even hesitate to draw my sword and spill blood. I'm sorry, sir. Hold her and try to help her as best you can. I knew she'd get hurt. Maybe I'd get a wound that wouldn't heal. Maybe I thought the worst. I understood. I'm sorry, man, but I never knew pain like this. I knew in my head I could help her, and I knew I could. But the pain didn't stop. I'm sorry. I can't stop crying. The tears are falling down his cheeks. I don't even know what I'm apologizing for anymore. But the warmth in my arms is still there. It's the only thing that helped me. And I'll keep holding him until Kelly comes to me. Another side end. Sula Handelberg, 210 years old, single, no boyfriend. Occupation MAO Corporation, Demon King's Army, Head of Tester Section, Human Resources Department. Magical Aptitude 6, Deputy Officer Class. Title, Spirit Wizard. Word of the day. I'm sorry. 2019. The company will follow each other regardless of hierarchy. TXT. Tanaka Jiro, 28 years old, single, no girlfriend. Occupation Dungeon Tester, full-time, plus recruiter. Magic Aptitude 8, General Class. Officer of the Year, Warrior. Yeah, I dreamed that I was about to be killed by a stuffed-up squadron robot. No, sir, it's real. Yeah, my words, which probably included a desire to get out of bed and look at the white ceiling, were countered by Kaido's, who was in bed next to me and awake before me. We're not in hell, are we? I guess that's typical of our seniors for not calling it heaven. If there's a nurse in hell, I'd go there. But I'm glad to say that we're both still alive. I've got a big sword in my gut. Oh man, I'm surprised I'm a quit human being before I'm relieved to be alive. What's that? I laughed deliberately in response to Kaido's stunned voice. There was no heft in our seemingly uneventful, trivial conversation. Both Kaido and I were searching for words, feeling inert and cheerful and determined to say something. Oh, where are Katsu and the others? I don't know. I just woke up a few minutes ago, too. There's a clock at. And I don't know what time it is because I can't see it. How long have we been unconscious? The room was well lit, and this was the infirmary of an underground facility, so of course there were no windows. At any rate, if we're still alive here, those two are probably safe. We need to know if they're safe. But there's no one to ask about it right now. I guess I could get out of bed and look for them. But my body doesn't hurt. But I can't bring myself to move. And I've known for a while now why. You almost died. I've never felt anything like that before. Don't give me that shit. I've been blown up before, and I've been stabbed. What a way to talk back. A conversation that was neither a boast of misfortune nor self-deprecation. It was something I had been avoiding. But it came out unexpectedly easily. Kaido, what do you want to do? I don't know. What about my seniors? There's no subject matter, nothing but nuances, but we know what we're talking about. Going in and out of the business, keeping the job or leaving it. This is a fork in the road, in a way. Masara and Minami have just started and have been subjected to such a spectacle, but for Kaido, this may be a good opportunity to see if he can continue with the job or not. I'll keep going. I don't know if this will help you decide, but my intentions aren't too shaky. I'd like to spend an hour going over my mental makeup to see if I can get those words out when I was dying. Whether to quit or to keep going, something everyone says and thinks about at one time or another if they're in a job. It's a word that doesn't show up here because it's a thing. But the idea of quitting never crossed my mind. So you'd think that you'd continue, but unfortunately, I'm not such a workaholic and serious character. Anyway, until I turned that Deedgillum into scrap. Well, poof, it's a simple personal vendetta, and I'm not going to cry myself to sleep after I've been beaten. Ugh. Hey, what the heck? People are being so serious. If I stood in front of the neighborhood kindergarten kids right now with that face, they would definitely call the police. To be honest, he looked like a yakuza. I don't know if I've ever been this belligerent. I reached for my face as soon as I could, but sure enough, my face was smiling. I didn't mean to be a battle freak, but it seems I won't be a battle freak anymore. It's not bad, but it's more than a little shocking. Then I'm not going to quit either. You don't have to stay with me. After only a few seconds of worrying about my mind, Kaido easily made his decision. Following someone's lead is what every Japanese person does, but this is a matter of life. For once I want you to stick to your will. But I know I can't stay behind because my senpai said he's quitting, but I know I'll be okay with being with him. There was no hesitation in the junior who took his hand out of the futon, gave a thumbs up and smiled. This junior here sometimes says embarrassing things with an unconcerned face. You can feel the joy in that, but you don't show it on your face. I see. If you've made up your mind, then I won't have anything to say about it. I'm going to give you advice before you make a choice, and then I'm going to push you afterwards. I don't have to tell you what to do, especially if it's your choice. There is no such thing as a tobacco, and when the future of Kaido and me is decided, the intentions of the other two must be confirmed. But for now, in order to smoke a cigarette, I reach into my breast pocket, which is my usual place, but there is no way that the hospital uniform is equipped with cigarettes and my hand is naturally empty. Is this it? Oh, hi. He reached for the cigarette that was presented to him and lit it with the fire from his fingertips. What? Supervisor Avia, you look better than I thought. It was presented to me so spontaneously that I took it as it came, but the person who presented it to me was Superintendent Avia, wearing her usual slacks. You're surprised to see a presence that wasn't there before. You've been asleep for 3 days and the first thing you ask for is a cigarette. Oh, number Do you want me to turn it off? I don't mind. You scratch your head when the supervisor gives you a stunned look. You know that this is not something that you should ask for in the doctor's office. So, out of guilt, I try to put it out, but the supervisor gives me permission to smoke it. I'm not surprised that I slept for 3 days when I was told so plainly that I hadn't. You're not surprised. There was a chunk of metal stuck in the bank, you know? You could have been unconscious for 10 years. I'd rather make good money in 3 days. I guess so. I have a complex fracture, so it was strange to see my body move. At our frankness, Superintendent Ivier's normally sharp face slackened into a wry smile. I don't think this is coming from someone who was affected. If it's hell, we've been through it. Now I know that the mental torment is worse than the physical. I never thought I'd see the day when my former company's death march would come in handy. I never thought the day would come when I would work hard and wear out my mind, and if I was going to kill someone, I'd rather make my life a living hell and not see the point of living at all. But I never thought I would be scared. It's funny to think back on it, but when I think back on it, the environment I worked in before was more frightening than being physically almost killed, which is rare. You could have sued and won. Are you masochists? No, sir. Knowing or not my feelings, I deny the words of the supervisor who lightly slashed at me. It might have been a no-brainer to say that, but I don't want you to be with a group of perverts who feel pleasure from pain. Just because I was able to recover doesn't mean that the pain was okay. I'm still afraid of dying, and what hurts still hurts. And that goes for Kaido's, too. It's a shame. No. Don't be that serious and say you're sorry. I think I can be a little masochistic, now, can't I? Don't do it too soon, Kaido. No matter how beautiful and sexy the supervisor is, it's definitely a path from which you won't be able to come back. Calmly and quickly stop Kaido. The fact that it looked like I could have a servant, well, whatever. It's just a matter of time. That was a close call. The servant. The chatter ended when Kaido prevented him from becoming one of the supervisor's servants. The supervisor bowed his head, his face now his business attire. This whole affair stems from a misconduct report in the development department. It was brought about through lack of supervision and haphazard behavior. This department is responsible for that. I'll send an apology later. But I'm the supervisor, so I am also responsible. So I'll apologize to you guys first. It wasn't the kind of thing you see on TV every once in a while at a press conference where they bow to you in some kind of form. He was disclosing the cause of the problem and offering his sincere thanks. The department that caused the misconduct is pressing for an investigation. I promise that from now on, there will be no more scandals like this one. From now on, I will create a safe environment for you to challenge the dungeons with peace of mind. The supervisor sent us a dignified and clear apology. This is a good company, isn't it? In the previous company, they would have scolded us for not moving, and then they would have persisted for a while, like a gritty ramen with more oil and fat added to it. This is not the time to tell. Well, Superintendent, it's just as you said to us. If you can prevent this kind of thing from happening again in the future, we can do our job without worrying about it. Well, we could have decided to put the worst possible person in charge in front of you and let you deal with them, but is a relief. You almost said you were sorry, didn't you? Think it's in your head, Kaido. Think it's in your head. I don't want to be left to my own devices to dispose of, but I am grateful that you are taking a firm action like this. Even if you know that this is a natural action, it's not easy to put it into action. When the issue of responsibility comes into play, there is no shortage of bosses who dislike this naturalness. They try to spread the problem around to reduce the damage to themselves. But this man took it straight to the point, and he made it clear that he would handle it. No, he said it was already taken care of. That was enough to make us feel happy. Since we had done all the work ourselves, I will let Shiretoko Minami and Tokurazawa Masaru know that you have come to your senses. Jiro, it looks like you got a good man. I came to visit you guys every day. This supervisor wants to make me cry, and I feel sorry for worrying about him, but more than that, I'm happy to know that he's worried about me. In my previous company, I was too busy to worry, so I'm not used to dealing with this kind of situation. Kaido sniffs on the bed next to you. Apparently, I wasn't the only one who felt this feeling. When I see those two, I'll go get something good to eat to apologize for worrying about them. Also, it has been decided that this matter will be covered. The details will be decided at the meeting in a few days, but it's to compensate for the delay in conquering the dungeon for our own reasons. Expect a reasonable expectation. Thank you. Oh, what is it? Can I get some extra vacation time or something? Idiot. What will you do with a day off to make up for work? 3 days seems like a short time, but it's a long time to catch up on work. I don't know what this will entail, but as an employee, I'm glad the company is taking care of things like this. The apology, the company's response, and the cleanup plan should bring us to the end of the conversation. I'll be interested to see how this ends up, and although it's not Kaido, I'll look forward to seeing what happens. Supervisor. However, if it were a normal conversation, the supervisor would end it here and get back to work without wasting any time, but he didn't seem to be doing that today. He hasn't changed the way he's looking at you, but he doesn't seem to be trying to get to the point. I called out to him, but he answered with silence. Hello, Jiro. What is this? Unusual. The supervisor is in trouble. This may be the first time you've seen a director who maintains a basically calm expression, sometimes with a sharp look, a look of dismay, a giggle, or a sneer. But this may be the first time you've ever seen a director who does everything without a hitch look of confusion. You're okay physically? Yeah, I've been sleeping for 3 days, so I'm a little slow, but I think I'm okay. Can you stand up? If the reports that have come around to me are correct, my body should be fully healed. I'll give it a try. I think it's going to be okay. If I stand up when I'm told to, I'll wobble for a moment, but then I'll be back to normal. That wobbling sensation is just a dulling sensation caused by the dulling of your senses. So you should be fine. Let me see you walk. You sound like a doctor checking to see if there's something wrong with your body, but what is the purpose of a supervisor who isn't a doctor doing this? I wondered, but I tried to walk anyway. Do you feel any discomfort? It's a little heavy. That's a drop in status. Remember that. Oh, really? Did my supervisor want to show me what it feels like to lose my physical ability, status? No, I don't think so. Then there's no need for the supervisor to be confused. It's also questionable that Kaido, who was also badly injured, wouldn't check with me. It doesn't seem to be a problem. Yes, supervisor, what is this confirmation of? For now, there is no discomfort, so I nodded my head, but I still don't know what this is for, after all. In fact, the treatment was not successful, as you can see from the face of the supervisor, who nodded with satisfaction. But if the body's movements are examined for no reason, you can't shake your anxiety. Jiro, change into this one. No, it's too much trouble. I'll make you change. Number. You want me to change my clothes? Don't move. The director doesn't stop, and he doesn't care about my feelings, and finally he makes me change my clothes. I tried to resist, but with a wave of my arm, my outfit was changed from a hospital gown to a man's suit that the supervisor had prepared for me. There's no tie, but when you're wearing socks and leather shoes in an instant, you don't know what's going on. Okay, what's the point? Are you going to work? My shoes are polished and my hair is trimmed by some kind of magic. You need to tell me what you want me to do, if you are going to check me from top to bottom. I understand that I'm not just supposed to lie low and do my job. But what exactly did they want me to do? A suit doesn't mean you're going to challenge the dungeon. Are you a salesman or a scout, based on looks? Yeah, I'll give you a job. Go comfort the fools. What? I knew I was going to be working, as I'd expected. But the job description was so unexpected that I didn't know what the supervisor wanted me to do. Now I'm transferring you and that idiot to the company's facility. It's getting to the point where I'm starting to get annoyed with his attitude, so you do something about it. No, I'm supposed to handle it. How? I guess the supervisor wants me to do something like counseling, but I don't know how to do that kind of thing. I didn't know how to do it, so I asked the person who gave me the job. I don't know. She cut me down. Today and tomorrow, you and your friend will have to rest. Human time is finite, and instead of wasting it sleeping, you should spend it wisely. No, I've been sick for a while now. There. I'm not going to make you do anything that tough, so stop giggling and get going. He seems to be paying attention to his physical condition, but I don't know what to do anymore with a supervisor whose actions and lines don't match up. I'm ignoring the fact that Kaido is being treated like a chore. What I'm supposed to do is follow up on employees who are stressed at work. But isn't that the job of the supervisor? Be at your disposal at your own risk. What? That's a hole. There was no time to continue, and just when I thought my feet were glowing, the scene changed in an instant and I was dropped from a height of about 1 meter. Hey! Where is? I was dropped from the waist down, but it was softer than I thought it would be, and since I was on a bed, the shock was absorbed by the springs and I didn't feel any pain. I thought I was getting used to the supervisor's recklessness, but I can't help it if you don't ask questions. The gap between us is so wide that I'm not only in the back of the pack, but it's a bargain that doesn't even exist. It's a good idea to use the boss's best sword, the reckless swing and the circular throw. At the same time, there's nothing I can do to resist. Hotel, right? The lights are on, so you can see what kind of place you are in. There's a TV, a small refrigerator, a large bed with a stand, and a slightly larger but slightly more expensive hotel room. What do you want me to do in this place? Give me the information, Superintendent. Fortunately there's a front door so I can get out, but I can't go out of there with people coming, albeit indirectly, I've been told, but I can't get out of there. The clock by my bed shows that it's now 3 o'clock in the afternoon, but there's nothing I can do about it but sit on my bed and wait. Huh? But apparently the supervisor's job is to do everything fast. Instead of making them wait, the magic circle that appears right above where I'm sitting, yeah, not beside or behind me, but right above me. This position is what? I've been doing this a lot lately, but I'd like to at least have the time to let him finish before I can say no. The voice of the shadowy figure is a woman, and since we're not in a zero-gravity space, she'll naturally fall. And right below her is me! Exclamation mark. So the only way to avoid a head-to-head collision is to catch it. I saw his eyes for a second, and he caught it. But, number, mew mew mew. Yeah, I'm sure most of you can guess how I took that sound alone, but let's just say it's pretty soft and smells really good. Miss Suela. Maybe it's because the evil markings are improving my dynamic vision, so I know who I'm dealing with. The devil's control has made the man happy. More specifically, I'm staring at Suela in her arms. My heart is racing, so I don't have time to enjoy the feel and smell of it. But I know this even though I don't have the luxury of time. The end result of a lucky snake is a full-on assault from the other side. At least they won't go easy on us. DMN it, my life is on the line of death. I've got to do something. Well, you're going to have to put your guts into your reasoning, and you want to avoid that, so you'll give your excuse in your boiling head and think about the rest of the story, but for now, you're going to release your arms from the hug. Relax, I'm going to take it slow and take stock of the situation. Then you'll have a clue. Miss Suela is crying. Over. No more explanations. I don't understand it. Her mouth was so tightly knotted that tears began to fall from her eyes. Yes, I blew up the previous situation, the process, and the explanation is over, but I have no idea what to do. Tight. Why are you hugging me there? We're trying to get away from you. Normally, you'd have a lot of options here to push off at the beginning, get angry, embarrassed, complain, or run away, but the first thing you do is leave. It's so soft. I'm relieved to hear that he's not going to hit me. It's so soft. I said it twice because it's important. The result is a form of receiving Suela in a bang-up way. Well, Miss Suela, why don't you just leave for now? No. Don't shake your head. This is not a good situation. The director may have created this situation so there's no chance of someone breaking in on the way, but that's not good. And at this rate, hey, what am I doing? The slight tremor that comes from my palm as I touch her shoulder, trying to push her away, and her arm as she weakly exerts herself, as if refusing to act on me. Perhaps she is acting on instinct, not knowing what she's doing because her emotions are spinning and she doesn't know what she's doing. I can't get rid of her like that. It's okay. What I could feel was fear. Honestly, I have no idea what's going to be okay, but just hearing someone say it's okay makes me feel a little better. Carefully and slowly I hug her again. I could have been accused of sexual harassment, but I'm willing to let it go for now. It's okay. It's okay. I slowly patted her on the back as if comforting a child. I don't know why she was so upright and dignified, but something must have happened to her. For now, let's just stay like this until she calms down. Are you okay? Yes, sir. I don't know how long I stayed in that position. I can't see my watch, but I think a lot of time has passed. I haven't stopped crying yet, but I think she's starting to get her emotions under control. Suela calms down until we can finally have a conversation. Things went from bad to worse, but in the end I just held her. I hope it was still a comfort to her. I'm sorry, but there's no such thing as a good time to end it here. Here's the deal. What? I slowly listened back to his muffled apology. I think I sounded gentler than I often do. Apostrophe. I couldn't get to you in time and put you in harm's way. Her voice was too weak to be heard after a few moments, and it seemed to break. It's not your fault she's like that. I couldn't say that. Saying it wasn't your fault is comforting by saying it wasn't your fault, but sometimes it's hard to believe those words when you're a responsible person. You wonder if it's really true or if you are not responsible. So I kept quiet, patted her back and waited for her to say something. If only I had rushed more, if only I had done it sooner, then none of that would have happened. Maybe it's arrogance to try to take all the blame. Maybe it's because she's tied up in the past that she says if about the past. Still, it's what she needs now. I was scared. Something inside me whispers those words to me, that I'll never be able to talk to you or see your face again when I see you stuck in the sword. She's stronger than me. It may be presumptuous of me to say this, but Instructor Kyo, Instructor Fusio, the supervisor, that ever-bright Keeley, and the tall and dignified Suera. They've lived in a peaceful and prosperous Japan, and they've experienced things I could never have imagined, and they've gotten to where they are now. We've been at war. She's been through war, and I'm sure she knows death a lot better than I do. I had no idea how to save you. I just hated it. I just hated that the person who hurt you, who should have moved to help you right away if it was true, went blank, and then when it was over, I was holding you in my blood. I'm sure she was prepared to do that, prepared to lose someone close to her. The person next to her, or herself. But that doesn't mean she was okay with it. When I heard you were safe, I kept thinking over and over again. Couldn't I have done more then, if I hadn't hired you then? It was just 3 days for me, but it must have been a hell of a long 3 days for Suella. How many people must have said words of comfort to her? I don't know how she responded to them, whether she smiled and told them it was okay, or thanked them for their support, but she continued to worry until I woke up. It's time for you to do something about it. The supervisor had seen right through Suella. They knew that I was the only one who could unburden her from the responsibility of my serious injury, or rather, from the responsibility she was about to bear. That's why they had me meet with Miss Suella when I just woke up. But I don't understand. I don't understand why Miss Suella feels so responsible. I've only heard the gist of what happened, but I believe it was the development department, not Miss Suella's human resources department that caused it. I believe that Suera-san was simply sent to deal with an incident in another department. I didn't know what to say, and I didn't know what to say to her. But she looked up from my arms. We stared at each other again. I looked at her clearly and saw the look on her face, and I shouldn't have thought about that at a time like this. Her eyes were wet with tears and her face was filled with melancholy, and I thought she was beautiful. I was mesmerized. I didn't want to know, and I knew I didn't want to like you more than I wanted to know the pain of losing you. I love you. Her mind. What did he just tell you about me? Miss Suella likes me? I had heard that dark elves are a single-minded race, but I didn't think it would be for me. I thought I was out of my league. I see, Mom. You had to do something, and you knew why. Be at your disposal at your own risk. It's confusing. I've never heard of such confusing support. The rest is up to you. Yes, that's what the supervisor was trying to say. Instead of pushing you back, he was kicking you in the back like a supervisor. It doesn't matter now. It's just her and me out here. It was wrong for me to comfort her with words, this and that. In the first place, it may be old hat, but a man is ballsy. So much for hitting and shattering. Jiro, I hugged her a little tighter. Please keep listening. Thanks to the hug, I can't see each other's faces, but I can tell her firmly that we're in close contact. Thank you. What? You don't need to feel responsible for that, Miss Suella. With all that in mind, please accept my heart. Thank you for the help. Sending you a thanks. You can't ask me to say mean things to you. I would if I could, but all I can do is just get the words out to you. Maybe this isn't in character, but for now I'm just going to follow my heart and give you a hug. Gratitude alone won't stop Suella from blaming herself. So I'm going to close Suella's mouth with a kiss. And I want to tell her. I'm going to tell her, Suella, what I feel for her now. Thank you for liking me. After a few seconds of kissing, he slowly spun out words of thanks. She blinks her eyes over and over again, and I'm sure Suella can't keep up with her thoughts. So I want her to know. Suella, I like you. I'll tell you how I feel with my first name calling. What? Oh, what? Don't believe me? Oh, it's okay, I'll wait until things settle down. Honestly, I'm pretty confused myself. Maybe I went along for the ride, but the feelings I have for her are real and genuine. I told her that in a moment, and I don't know how long I've liked her. I don't know how long I've been in love with her. I realized, or in this case, lifted my sinking feeling of impossibility and prepared myself for it. I think I fell in love with her when I first met her, and she encouraged me over and over again in unfamiliar surroundings. It's simple, but it's a good thing for me. So we'll just hold each other and stay there until we get settled. Oh, my heart is beating so loud. Jiro, settling in? Yes, I mean, it's not a dream, is it? From that environment, Miss Suella. Or rather, Suella was quicker to recover. Yeah, it wasn't a dream. I can't believe it. Sir, what can I do to make you believe me? Again. Say it again, please. I'm pretty nervous too, but I'll give it everything I've got to answer the encore. Slowly, I let go of her and look her firmly in the eyes. I love you, Suella. Yes, I like you too, Jiro. The softness of it all coming together again. Suella was so afraid of losing me that she was driven by guilt. Then I woke up, and I guess the combination of relief and fear made her lose control of her emotions. You let out what you've been holding in on, Suella. I love her for showing me the fear of losing something important that we all have. The fear of losing something important. Slowly, as her lips parted, I saw her face, like a white flower in the moonlight. She was so beautiful, and with that smile I swear, I'll be strong. I felt the groundwork for the path to the top I had been vaguely aiming for was now solidified. Tanaka Jiro, 28 years old, single, girlfriend, Suella Handelberg. Occupation dungeon tester, full-time, plus recruiter. Magic aptitude 8, general class. Officer of the year, warrior. Word of the day. What happens next is R-rated.